From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 505 to chapter 531. Above the sky, the waves were surging. In the dark night, the sun shone brightly. In a few days, many strange phenomena appeared in the Heavenly Array sect. Anyone who saw this scene was shocked. Natural phenomenon. Xinglan is really going to break through to the heaven realm? His chi and blood are already declining. Where did he get the confidence to break through? Inside the Fallen Moon Mansion, many cultivators were shocked and puzzled. Breaking through to the heaven realm was not done by talking. If he wanted to do this, he had to be fully prepared. In their opinion, Xinglan's chi and blood were declining, and the success rate of breaking through was at most 10 to 20%. Under such circumstances, the other party still dared to force a breakthrough. Either the Heavenly Array sect was crazy, or they had other trump cards. Now that the phenomenon had appeared, although it did not mean that Xinglan had successfully broken through, it also meant that the other party had already entered the stage of breaking through. Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. During this period of time, the news of the Heavenly Array sect had spread like wildfire, and even Yuanzong had received a lot of news. Sect Master, is Xinglan's breakthrough related to our sect? Su Yuanming asked with a solemn expression. This matter. He had his suspicions long ago. Otherwise, why would Xinglan come here again, and then go back and prepare to break through? Qin Shujian nodded and said with a faint smile, it's just a mutual benefit. If the Heavenly Array sect can afford it, I'll give them this opportunity. As for whether the breakthrough succeeds or not, it has nothing to do with us. If Xinglan succeeds in breaking through, I'm afraid it will also cause turmoil in the cultivation world. So be it. That's also a matter of the Fallen Moon Mansion. No matter how this fire burns, it won't burn my Baiyun Mansion. Besides, Xinglan's breakthrough is not necessarily a bad thing for us. Qin Shujian said indifferently. In his opinion, if Xinglan broke through, then so be it. Even if the other party broke through, he would only be a beginner heaven realm. Judging from the Heavenly Array sect's attitude, after Xinglan broke through, there was a high chance that he would also form an alliance with Yuanzong. Moreover, even if Xinglan went back on his word after breaking through and did not want to form an alliance with Yuanzong, it didn't matter. With Yuanzong's current strength, it was a good thing to have one more ally, but one less ally was not necessarily a bad thing. In any case, it would not affect Yuanzong. Look at this. Su Yuanming could not resist asking, Sect Master really has the means to let people break through to Deva realm. Could it be that he's lending my sect's divinity conduit cultivation method to Xinglan to observe? It was a method to break through to the Deva realm. This made people curious. Qin Shujian said calmly, you're underestimating Xinglan too much. Putting aside the fact that his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the divine martial realm, he has also been at this realm for who knows how many years. If it wasn't for the fact that his vital energy and blood have deteriorated, he would have been able to break through to the celestial realm long ago. As for cultivation methods, as a top sect, how could the Heavenly Array sect not have any means to break through to the celestial being realm? What about the rumors outside? You just bought a cultivation pill from me, that's all. Nature pill? Su Yuanming looked puzzled. He had never heard of such a pill before. This wasn't anything strange. There were so many pills in the world. Even if one was an alchemist, it was impossible to know every kind of pill, not to mention the Revival Good Fortune pill, which was a relatively obscure top-grade pill. Qin Shujian said, going against the natural order is the creation. The creation elixir is a top-grade elixir. After taking it, one can return to the peak state. Hiss. Su Yuanming exclaimed in shock, there's such a pill in the world. Return to the peak state. This wasn't just a saying. For some older cultivators, they would usually be crowned with the title of a veteran powerhouse. Although they were old, one shouldn't ignore the word powerhouse. The longer a cultivator lived, the more terrifying the power they accumulated would be. Even if their vital energy and blood gradually deteriorated as they grew older, causing their strength to decline, their solid foundation was still there, and their strength was still terrifying. Even a powerhouse whose vital energy and blood had deteriorated was like this. If such a powerhouse could return to the peak state, it would be too terrifying. Not to mention that the divine martial realm could kill a celestial being. But it wouldn't be a problem to crush a cultivator of the same level. Nature pill. Su Yuanming murmured. It was the first time he had heard of such a pill, but just hearing it this time was enough to leave a deep impression on him. Sect Master, can the effect of this pill last for a while, or can it really return to the peak state and maintain it forever? Among the level 9 pills, the nature pill is the best, what do you think? Qin Shujian glanced at him and asked. Hearing that, Su Yuanming's heart skipped a beat. A rhetorical question was already a direct answer. In other words, once a cultivator swallowed the nature pill and returned to the peak state, it would be maintained forever. In this way, the effect of the pill was even more terrifying. Don't take the nature pill too seriously. Although the nature pill can reverse the congenital state, it can't reverse the lifespan. When one's lifespan is exhausted, even if one is in the peak state, one will still die. Although the level 9 pill is powerful, it's not to the point of reversing reincarnation. At this point, Qin Shujian's expression was somewhat regretful. He sometimes thought about it too. If his alchemy realm continued to improve, would it be possible to refine such a pill, after thinking about it? This possibility was still very high. However, it was a pity that he couldn't do that with his current strength. Not to mention doing it. He hadn't even touched the threshold. Su Yuanming didn't agree and said with admiration, it's enough to just return to the peak state. So many cultivators can't break through the realm because of their aging bodies and declining qi and blood. In the end, they can only die with regret. If the news of the nature pill spreads, it will definitely cause others to scramble for it. While talking, he looked at Qin Shujian again and asked, was the nature pill refined by the sect master or someone else? I refined it. Qin Shujian picked up the teacup, took a sip, and replied indifferently. Hearing that, Su Yuanming's pupils shrank again. He knew a little about Qin Shujian's alchemy cultivation, but he didn't expect that he could refine such a shocking pill. For a moment, he thought of a lot of things through this matter. Su Yuanming stood up from his seat and then walked back and forth in the courtyard, looking a little restless and a little excited. Sect Master, how much does it cost to refine the nature pill and how high is the success rate? The cost is about dozens of spirit stones. As long as the success rate is stable, it won't fail. Hiss. Su Yuanming secretly took a breath again. It won't fail. If other alchemists heard this, they would probably vomit blood. The main reason why alchemists were an auxiliary profession and not many people practiced it was because the success rate was relatively low. If they were all like Qin Shujian and didn't fail, then the status of alchemists would definitely skyrocket. But for Su Yuanming, this was not the most important thing. There are many rogue cultivators in the world. Many rogue cultivators spend a lot of time to reach the peak of a realm because of the lack of resources and cultivation methods. When they want to break through, they can't because of old age and declining qi and blood. If Sect Master can still refine the transformation pill, then we can use this opportunity to recruit some old masters who need it. In a short time, the strength of our sect will definitely rise a lot. Using the nature pill to recruit experts. There would definitely be many people willing. After all, a nature pill might be a chance to live again. This was especially true for those at the peak of the spirit martial force or the peak of the divine martial force. Once such people successfully broke through, Yuan's sect would at least have a few more divine martial force cultivators. As for the heavenly beings, Su Yuanming didn't dare to think about it for now. Qin Shujian shook his head at his suggestion and laughed. It's not difficult to refine the nature pill. But it's not easy to gather enough materials. Also, the loyalty of the cultivators recruited like this is also a problem. If we get bitten in the future, we'll suffer a double loss. With our current advantage, although we lack divine martial force cultivators, it doesn't matter if we have them or not. Instead of wasting time to recruit these ready-made cultivators, it's better to give these resources to our disciples. I believe that in a few years, they will also grow to a very high level. Su Yuanming also calmed down. In his opinion, recruiting cultivators and expanding the power of the sect was the best thing to do. But if Qin Shujian didn't agree, he couldn't force him to agree. In the end, the one in charge of the sect was still him. Furthermore, Qin Shujian's words made sense to a certain extent. It was just a matter of one being fast and the other being slow. After calming down, Su Yuanming sat back in his original position and smiled. I was wrong. But still, once the nature pill is out, our sect's reputation will definitely soar. In the future, when we recruit disciples, we will also have a great advantage. Sect Master, do you plan to spread the news of the nature pill? No hurry. Let's wait until Fang Xinglan and Yin Banqing successfully break through. Qin Shujian blew lightly. The spiritual tea that was steaming hot instantly cooled down by more than half. Although some people knew about the nature pill, but there were even more people who had never heard of the existence of this pill. At this time, if Fang Xinglan and Yin Banqing successfully broke through and Yuan sect promoted the nature pill, then the effect would be big enough. It wouldn't take too long. Everyone in the world would know the effect of the nature pill. After all, the two celestial beings were the best publicity. Moreover, Qin Shujian also planned to find an opportunity to show off his alchemy skills and recruit a group of outstanding alchemists. Disciples could be nurtured with time. Alchemists were different. Even if he had time, he might not be able to nurture them. If he nurtured them himself, the price was too high. From the current situation of the alchemy hall, it could be seen that among the alchemy apprentices, there were very few who could advance to low-grade alchemists. As for low-grade alchemists and above, they were even more pitifully few. For a top sect, alchemists who were not high-grade alchemists were useless. Rather than wasting resources and time, it was better to find some ready-made ones. Although loyalty was a problem. But he had his Dharma eyes and was constantly supervising, so he wasn't afraid of any big problems. When is Sect Master going to Zhongyang City? I gave a month's time limit before, it should be about time now. Qin Shujian calculated the time. More than 20 days had passed. Now that the demon clan has fled and the human clan is unified, before breaking the heaven and earth restriction, I don't think there will be any big problems in the Liang Mountain spirit domain. It doesn't matter if I'm in the sect or not. How's the progress on the recruitment of disciples? Right now, the only thing that he cared about was the progress of the recruitment of disciples. The more disciples he recruited, only then would he be able to contribute more life force to him. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian was also somewhat glad. The demon clan had fled and did not take the demon beasts of the endless mountain range with them. Otherwise, the people in the sect would have no place to kill monsters and level up. If they wanted to harvest the life force, they would have no other way but to start a conflict with the human clan. But judging from the current attitude of the human emperor, he would never allow the human clan to have internal strife. The other party had spent so much effort to fake his death and capture Shenhong and the other vassals in one fell swoop. This was so that before breaking the heaven and earth restriction, he could remove any seedlings that might cause unrest within the human clan. At this moment, whoever dared to jump out first would be the first person to court death. Qin Shujian didn't have any intention of falling out with the human emperor now. Not to mention his relationship with the imperial court. Just the strength of the two sides were not on the same level. Qin Shujian generally wouldn't do something like hitting a rock with an egg. After chatting with Su Yuanming for a while, he got up and left the sundry hall. Then, he walked outside. Not long after, a hall had already appeared in Qin Shujian's line of sight. On the plaque above the hall, 3 words were written, Array Formation Hall. In the Array Formation Hall, Xianxia was originally instructing the disciples in their cultivation, but at this time, he sensed something. Then, he waved his hand and said, "That's all for today. You can all leave." After that, he ignored the disciples and walked straight out of the Array Formation Hall. As soon as he went out, he happened to meet Qin Shujian, who was coming toward him. Sect Master. Hall Master Xiang. The two met briefly and then walked into the Array Formation Hall together. In the inner hall, the two sat on the left and right. Xianxia spoke first and asked in confusion, "Sect Master, what brings you here today?" "Hall Master Xiang, Do you remember that I gave you a group of array formation masters of the Bayun Marquis Mansion? Qin Shujian said slowly. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded and replied, of course I remember this. I promised the Bayun Marquis Mansion that I would train a few superior-grade array formation masters for them in 3 years. Now that the 3-year period is almost up, how is the progress? While Qin Shujian was talking, a disciple of the array formation hall had already served tea. This matter. He just remembered it recently. There was no other way. The group of array formation masters of the Bayun Marquis Mansion was really not eye-catching. If it weren't for the fact that he was going to Xianxia City, he would have almost forgotten about this matter. 3 years seemed to be a long time. When Qin Shujian thought about it, he realized that it was just a matter of a blink of an eye. Xianxia smiled and said, Sect Master, don't worry. Now in that group, there are already 5 people who have broken through to the superior grade array formation master level. That's good. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. 5 superior grade array formation masters were considered to have completed the task. Then he said, gather all these people. I will go to Xianxia City tomorrow and bring them along. No problem. After settling the matter of the Bayun Marquis Mansion, Qin Shujian thought about it and felt that there was nothing else to do for the time being. Another day passed peacefully. The next day, Qin Shujian led a group of people to Cold Mountain City. Different from using the teleportation gate, these array formation masters were not strong and their physical bodies could not withstand the power of teleportation continuously. They should have arrived at Xianxia City very quickly, but they were delayed for 3 days. In Xianxia City, the teleportation gate flashed and a group of people suddenly appeared there. The general guarding the teleportation gate took a closer look and saw the leader. After a moment of confusion, he immediately reacted. Greetings, Sect Master Qin. You're welcome. Qin Shujian also nodded and replied. When he saw this general, he also remembered. When he first came to Xianxia City, it was this general who was guarding the teleportation gate. After coming out of the teleportation gate, Qin Shujian led these people directly to the Bayun Marquis Mansion. On the other side, the moment Qin Shujian appeared, the Bayun Marquis Mansion had already received the news. When they arrived at the entrance of the Marquis Mansion, Xiaohong was already waiting there. Sect Master Qin, you have come from afar. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. Steward Xiao, you're too polite. Qin Shujian smiled and then pointed to the people behind him and said, I have already fulfilled my promise to the Bayun Marquis Mansion. Thank you, Sect Master Qin. Xiaohong looked at the people behind him, and the smile on his face widened a little. The Bayun Marquis Mansion's array formation masters had declined. The Bayun Marquis Mansion was seriously lacking in array formation masters. Now that this group of people had returned from the Origin sect, the situation in the Marquis Mansion had eased a lot. Xiaohong arranged for the servants to bring these people in. He then led Qin Shujian into the Marquis Mansion. Hearing that Sect Master Qin has arrived, the Marquis is already waiting in the reception hall. It's my fault for making Marquis Bayun wait. Haha, Sect Master Qin, you're too polite, Xiaohong said with a smile. Soon, the two had already arrived in the reception hall. Xiaohong bowed and said, Marquis, Sect Master Qin is here. Okay, you can leave first. Marquis Bayun waved his hand and Xiaohong bowed and left. Greetings, Marquis Bayun. Qin Shujian also cupped his hands and said. Marquis Bayun smiled and said, Sect Master Qin, you're too polite. Please take a seat. Thank you, Marquis Bayun. Sect Master Qin, you should know the purpose of inviting you here this time. After Qin Shujian sat down, Marquis Bayun said, His Majesty is about to break the heaven and earth restriction. Before that, the evil seal in the Bayun Mansion is a hidden danger. Therefore, I plan to catch all the evil spirits sealed in the Bayun Mansion before breaking the heaven and earth restriction. These things, Qin Shujian had already learned about it before he came here. However, after Marquis Bayun finished speaking, he frowned and said, Marquis, the evil spirits are immortal. Sealing the evil spirits now is a way to weaken the power of the Fiend Abyss. Currently, the remaining evil spirit seals in the Bayun Mansion are strictly guarded. Under such circumstances, the possibility of others breaking the seals is not high. If we kill the evil spirits rashly and the Fiend Abyss attacks in the future, won't we strengthen the Fiend Abyss? Killing the evil spirits of the ordinary realm and the true dominion, it could be understood that the Bayun Mansion's power was limited and they could not take care of so many seals. However, the evil spirit seals in the spirit realm and the great dominion were still intact. Even the malignant players could not destroy these places. On the contrary, killing the evil spirits required Zhu Bing. Currently, only the great Zhao nation had Zhu Bing of the human clan. In addition, based on what the human emperor had said earlier, it was obviously not appropriate for Marquis Bayun to kill the evil spirits now. Marquis Bayun said, if the evil spirits can return to the Fiend Abyss, killing them at this time is of course not a good thing. But if the evil spirits cannot return, then there is no problem. Is the imperial court going to use Zhu Bing? There is more than one Zhu Bing of the human clan. Marquis also has Zhu Bing. Qin Shujian's expression changed. Marquis Bayun's words made him think of something. He suddenly thought of something. Back then, the human emperor had said that Zhu Bing of the great Zhao nation suppressed the seal of the Fiend Abyss. But when they attacked the monster race, there was also a Zhu Bing that suppressed the heavenly court. After breaking through to the celestial being realm, Qin Shujian could also distinguish what was the real Zhu Bing and what was a weapon that contained a trace of Zhu Bing's power. Therefore, the Zhu Bing that suppressed the heavenly court was definitely Zhu Bing's true body. The human emperor went deep into the monster race. There were so many powerful figures in the imperial court, but he did not bring Marquis Bayun with him. Moreover, there was only one Zhu Bing of the great Zhao nation, and it was still suppressing the Fiend Abyss. Qin Shujian already understood that the extra Zhu Bing might be the source of Marquis Bayun's confidence. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian was also a little surprised. Marquis Bayun had a Zhu Bing in his hands. This was something that he had never thought of. On the other side, while Qin Shujian was thinking, Marquis Bayun admitted, that's right. I also have a Zhu Bing in my hands. With this Zhu Bing, I will definitely not give them a chance to return to the Fiend Abyss. Had it been before, he would not have exposed his ancestral armament. But now, there was no such concern. Since the human emperor already knew that he had a Zhu Bing, there was no need to hide anymore. He might as well take it out openly. At the same time, he could also let others know that in addition to him, a powerful figure in the Bayun mansion, there was another Zhu Bing to suppress the mansion. Anyone who wanted to covet the Bayun manor would have to think twice about whether they were worth it or not. A powerful figure was already terrifying enough. If there was another Zhu Bing, even 2 or 3 powerful figures would not dare to covet the Bayun mansion. Marquis, you really hit it well. Qin Shujian could not help but sigh at this time. He looked at Marquis Bayun with an inexplicable look in his eyes. I never thought that there was a second Zhu Bing in the human clan. So what if there are 2 Zhu Bing? There are too few Zhu Bing in the human clan's hands after all. Marquis Bayun shook his head and sighed. Sect Master Qin should know that the 3 continents are just a transition for the human clan to become stronger. The real problem lies in the Fiend Abyss. If we can't resist the Fiend Abyss, then everything is just empty talk. Marquis, you seem to know something? Qin Shujian asked. Judging from Marquis Bayun's expression, he seemed to know something that Qin Shujian didn't. Hearing this, the depression on Marquis Bayun's face disappeared, and he said with a faint smile, it doesn't matter whether you know something or not. As long as Sect Master Qin understands that only by becoming stronger can we resist the Great Tribulation. The tribulation of the demon abyss mentioned by the human emperor is much more terrifying than what you know. At that time, heavenly beings are just ants. Even immortals. At this point, Marquis Bayun shook his head and didn't continue. However, the meaning was already very clear. Even immortals, Qin Shujian's expression was extremely solemn. He didn't finish the second half of the sentence, but he could understand what he meant. Could it be that even immortals can't resist the demon abyss? Not necessarily. If there are enough immortals, they may be able to resist it. It seems that Marquis really knows a lot of things. Qin Shujian took a deep look at him and didn't dwell on this issue too much. Since the other party didn't want to talk about it in detail, he didn't want to talk about it. He would never continue to ask about this kind of method to keep people in suspense to satisfy this perverted hobby. If he didn't want to talk about it, then so be it. In Qin Shujian's opinion, any tribulation could be overcome. The difference was the strength of the tribulation. In the face of absolute strength, there was no such thing as a tribulation. If immortals couldn't resist the demon abyss, then they would surpass immortals. As long as they had enough life source, everything would be fine. Seeing Qin Shujian's relaxed expression, Marquis Bayun asked curiously, "Sect Master Qin, aren't you worried?" "What's there to worry about?" Qin Shujian looked at him strangely and said, "The reason why the demon abyss is a great tribulation is that the human race isn't strong enough. If the human race is strong enough, there won't be a tribulation. If immortals can't resist the demon abyss, then we just have to become stronger than immortals. As the saying goes, the Tao is endless. How can there be true invincibility? The Tao is endless. What a good saying." Marquis Bayun laughed. The more he looked at Qin Shujian, the more he liked him. In his mind, "I thought that you were the only one in the human race who had such a view. I didn't think that a mere diviner would have such a view as well. But it was a pity that the first level of Deva realm was still too weak. Before the Great Tribulation arrives, you still have a chance of breaking through to the immortal realm. As for him, the chances are not high. If you can't even break through to the immortal realm, how can you talk about being above the immortal realm?" Hearing this, Marquis Bayun's expression remained the same, not revealing anything. "Marquis Bayun, when do you plan to leave?" "The sooner the better, so we don't have to waste time." "All right." Qin Shujian nodded. In any case, now that he was in Zongyang City, he wanted to settle this matter as soon as possible. This time, he didn't ask for anything in return. He just wanted to return a favor to Marquis Bayun. As for Marquis Bayun, they didn't talk about remuneration either. It was not that he did not want to give it, but with Yuanzong's current foundation, it was really not easy for him to raise the conditions. Marquis Bayun could also tell that Qin Shujian wanted to return the favor. Since that was the case, it was only logical that the matter would be resolved. Marquis Bayun suddenly changed the topic and asked, "During this period of time, the Heavenly Array sect of the Fallen Moon Mansion and Yin Bancheng of the Traceless sect are all trying to break through to the Celestial Being realm. Have you heard about this?" "I know a little about it." Qin Shujian picked up the spiritual tea in front of him and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, their breakthrough has something to do with me." "Oh?" Marquis Bayun looked surprised. He thought that Qin Shujian would refuse, but he didn't expect that Qin Shujian would admit it so straightforwardly, which made him hold back what he was about to say. Qin Shujian said, "Marquis, have you heard of the Cultivation Elixir? The Cultivation Elixir that reverses the innate realm and allows people to return to their peak." Marquis Bayun's eyes flashed, and his expression became solemn. "Marquis, you are really knowledgeable. Do you have the Cultivation Elixir?" Marquis Bayun asked. Qin Shujian said, "This time, I refined a total of 4 cultivation elixirs. I gave 2 to Fang Xinglan and Yin Bancheng, so I still have 2 left. 2 cultivation elixirs. You said that you refined the cultivation elixir?" Marquis Bayun was originally attracted by the name of the cultivation elixir, but when he came to his senses, he understood the complete meaning of Qin Shujian's words. What did he mean? "You are telling me that you are also a powerful alchemy Grand Master?" To be honest, this time, Marquis Bayun was really shocked. The cultivation elixir was a top-grade spirit elixir among the 9th-level elixirs. Even an ordinary alchemy Grand Master might not be able to refine it successfully. Now that Qin Shujian said that he refined the cultivation elixir, it indirectly proved that he was also an alchemy Grand Master. Marquis Bayun thought of his identity as an array Grand Master and a forging Grand Master. Marquis Bayun said in a solemn tone, "A Grand Master of the 3 Dao. Array Grand Master and Forging Grand Master were still fine. The 2 of them were interconnected. Qin Shujian could become a Grand Master of the 2 Dao. At most, he could be said to be extremely talented. Although others were shocked, they could accept it. However, it was different for a Grand Master of the 3 Dao. Alchemy had nothing to do with the other 2 Daos. It was much more difficult to become a Grand Master of the 3 Dao than a Grand Master of the 2 Dao. In Marquis Bayun's memory, there had been a Grand Master of the Two Dao in the human clan. However, it was rare to see a Grand Master of the Three Dao like Qin Shujian in his life. Thinking of this, Marquis Bayun sighed again and said, Sect Master Qin is really full of surprises. Marquis, you flatter me. It was rare for Qin Shujian to be modest. Marquis Bayun said seriously, I want to buy a cultivation elixir from you. What is the price? 100 spirit stones. Okay. Marquis Bayun was silent for a moment before he nodded in agreement. A cultivation elixir might allow the Marquis Bayun's mansion to have another heavenly being. In this way, it was naturally not something that a mere 100 spirit stones could compare to. In this regard, Qin Shujian could only curse in his heart. What a hateful rich man. Look, this was the attitude of a rich man. 100 spirit stones. Not only did he not bargain, he did not even hesitate to agree to it. Then he looked at Fang Xinglan and Yin Banqing. When it came to 100 spirit stones, they acted as if their parents had died. After hesitating for a long time, they finally decided to buy it. Not only that, they had to delay the payment for half a year, which was incomparable to Marquis Bayun's. However, from the storage rings of Du Qinggu and Shen Hong, it could be seen that the Marquis Bayun's mansion was really rich. In Qin Shujian's opinion, not to mention 100 spirit stones, even if it was 1,000 spirit stones, Marquis Bayun might be able to afford it. Of course. Being rich was one thing, but Qin Shujian wouldn't raise the price on the spot. 100 spirit stones for a cultivation elixir. He would not cheat anyone. Therefore, after Marquis Bayun agreed, Qin Shujian did not hesitate. He directly took out a jade bottle from his storage ring and handed it over. The cultivation elixir is in the bottle. 100 spirit stones. Marquis Bayun took the bottle and then waved his hand. 100 spirit stones appeared on the table. Boom. The moment the spirit stones appeared, a strong burst of spirit energy erupted. Qin Shujian did not count them. He directly put the 100 spirit stones into his storage ring. However, when he used his storage ring, there was a strange light in Marquis Bayun's eyes. Du Qinggu's storage ring. Thinking that Du Qinggu had also died in the hands of the other party, he was not too curious. After the simple transaction, Marquis Bayun said, Sect Master Qin, you must be tired from the long journey today. You can rest in the Marquis's mansion for the night. Tomorrow, you and I will set off together to kill evil devils. If you need anything else, just let me know. There is nothing else in the mansion, but there are still some resources and materials. Thank you for your kindness, Marquis. I have already made preparations. That's good. Marquis Bayun did not say too much. Then he called the servants and settled Qin Shujian down. Late at night. In the study. Xiaohong pushed the door open and entered. He bowed and said, Marquis. Marquis Bayun looked at the graying hair on his temples and suddenly felt emotional. He asked, how many years has Uncle Xiao been in my Marquis manor? Xiaohong called him Uncle Xiao. It made Xiaohong feel as if he had returned to hundreds of years ago. But soon, he came back to his senses and said with a strange tone, this old servant has already been in the Marquis estate for 2,400 years. 2,400 years. Marquis Bayun sighed with emotion. The lifespan of a great cultivator in the god martial arts realm was no more than 3,000 years. After 2,400 years, the other party was already on the verge of passing away in a seated posture. Thinking of this, Marquis Bayun had mixed feelings. Then he took out a jade bottle and handed it to Xiaohong. There is a cultivation elixir inside. Taking it can reverse the congenital state and restore you to your peak state. With your current realm, if you take the cultivation elixir, the probability of breaking through to the celestial being realm is at least 60% to 70%. Cultivation elixir. Xiaohong was shocked. He looked at the jade bottle in his hand and said helplessly, Marquis, how can I let you waste such a precious treasure? It was the first time he had heard of the cultivation elixir. But for Marquis Bayun, he knew how heaven-defying the effect of this elixir was. Correspondingly, its value was immeasurable. Marquis Bayun said, you have been a servant in my mansion for 2,400 years. You deserve a cultivation elixir. If you break through to the celestial being realm, it will also increase the strength of my mansion. Now that you have the elixir, it will be a waste if you don't use it. Now, except for you, no one in the mansion is qualified to take the cultivation elixir. Thank you for your reward, Marquis. If I break through to the celestial being realm, I will sacrifice my life for the mansion for generations to come. Xiaohong clenched the jade bottle and bowed deeply. In response, Marquis Bayun did not stop him. After Xiaohong finished bowing, he said, Uncle Xiao, don't be in a hurry to take the cultivation elixir. When everything is ready, take the elixir and break through in one go. The probability of success will be higher. I understand, Xiaohong nodded and said. He was not willing to waste the opportunity to break through to the celestial being realm. Silence. Xiaohong seemed to have thought of something and asked, Fang Xinglan of the Heavenly Array sect and Yin Banqing of the Traceless sect are both breaking through to the celestial being realm at about the same time. Did they also take the cultivation elixir? Yes. Sure enough. Xiaohong was shocked. He originally thought that there must be some connection between the two's breakthroughs. Or else, they were about the same age as him and both had one foot in the grave. How could they break through to the celestial being realm at the same time? After knowing that they had taken the cultivation elixir, it made sense. Thinking of this, Xiaohong could not help but ask, Marquis, who made this cultivation elixir? Is it from the Yuan sect? Qin Shujian refined it. Marquis Bayun said lightly. Xiaohong's pupil suddenly shrank and he exclaimed, Qin Shujian can refine the cultivation elixir. Is he an alchemy grandmaster? Xiaohong would not believe that someone who could refine such an elixir was not an alchemy grandmaster. If Qin Shujian was also an alchemy grandmaster, then he could be called a grandmaster of 3 Daos. A grandmaster of 3 Daos is good. Now that the Great Tribulation is coming, the stronger our human clan is, the better. In comparison, an alchemy grandmaster is much more important than the other 2 Daos. Marquis Bayun said. Hearing this, Xiaohong also understood what he meant. The elixir refined by an alchemy grandmaster could enhance the overall strength of the human clan. Not to mention the distant. The cultivation elixir alone could allow the human clan to have many more celestial beings. After all, the human clan only lacked celestial beings, but they did not lack divine martial arts realm cultivators, let alone people like him who were stuck at the peak of the divine martial arts realm. Once the cultivation elixir came out, it would definitely cause a great uproar. At that time, if these people had a cultivation elixir in their hands, the number of celestial beings in the human clan would at least be several times greater than the current number. However, I'm afraid that refining such an elixir requires the right time, place, and people. It's not that easy to refine it, Xiaohong said with some regret. Marquis Bayun said, it doesn't matter how low the success rate is. As long as it succeeds, our human clan will have a chance to give birth to a celestial being. There are alchemy grandmasters in the world, but only Qin Shujian can refine the cultivation elixir. His words showed how much importance he had for Qin Shujian. The two of them chatted for a long time. In the end, Xiaohong put away the cultivation elixir, bowed, and left. The next day, Qin Shujian got up early in the morning. The servants of the Marquis mansion were waiting outside the door. When he opened the door of the room, these people had already brought in the things for washing up. After a simple wash, Qin Shujian did not eat the prepared breakfast and went directly to find Marquis Bayun. At this moment, Marquis Bayun happened to be in the living room. Marquis, do you want to set off now? Yes, let's go. In Marquis Bayun's mansion, 2 streams of light shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they broke through the forbidden sky array of Zongyang City and flew toward the sky. As the master of Zongyang City, the forbidden sky array in the city naturally could not stop Marquis Bayun. As for Qin Shujian, he was an expert at the 2nd level of the Grandmaster realm. Ordinary formations wouldn't be able to stop him. Neither of them had the intention to use the teleportation gate to travel. After breaking through to the celestial being realm, they could cross hundreds of miles in a breath. Although the teleportation gate was faster, it was not as convenient as traveling by themselves. In order to take care of Qin Shujian, Marquis Bayun even deliberately slowed down his speed. Or else, with the speed of an almighty, he could already shake off Xianxia at this moment. This was not something that could be made up for by a simple step technique. How could an expert who could reach the almighty level be a simple person? Boom, 2 streams of light broke through the sky like shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, they streaked across the sky like meteors. Some people who saw the streams of light did not even have time to take a second look before they lost track of the two of them. An hour passed. A huge fortress had already appeared in their sight. Inside the fortress, the condensed killing intent soared into the sky, and no birds dared to approach within a radius of 10 miles. Even though they had not completely entered the fortress, Xianxia was also a little surprised by this killing intent. What a powerful killing intent! Marquis Bayun did not say much. Instead, he led Xianxia toward the fortress wall. Who is it? Stop. The sudden turn of events alarmed the garrison on top of the stronghold. Just as the garrison was about to send out the signal to invade, a general recognized Marquis Bayun and immediately stopped him. This is Marquis Bayun. Everyone, don't act rashly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and said, "Greetings, Marquis Bayun." Although his words were respectful, he didn't bow in salute. A pair of tiger-like eyes fell on the two of them, and the atmosphere was a little solemn. Marquis Bayun threw a token over and said, "This is my identity token." The general reached out and took it. After examining it carefully, his expression suddenly became respectful. He took a step forward and handed the token back with both hands. Then, he returned to his original position and bowed. "Greetings, Marquis Bayun." "Greetings, Marquis Bayun." The soldiers on the city walls also bowed respectfully. "You may dispense with the formalities," Marquis Bayun said. The general straightened up and asked doubtfully, "Marquis, what brings you to the fortress this time?" "I'm here to solve the hidden danger of the demons." "Now, pass down my order. All the troops in the fortress will withdraw in 15 minutes. "Yes." The general accepted the order respectfully. Subsequently, the garrison of the entire fortress began to move. Black armor. Black spears. The silver-white tip of the spear flickered with a frightening cold light. From the gathering of the army to the withdrawal of the army, there was no noise during the process. It was so quiet that it was frightening. Xianxia sighed and said, "What an elite army. The demon seal of the spiritual realm and the grand domain is extraordinary. The ones guarding it are the true elites of the imperial court. 10,000 of these elites can fight against a celestial being, 100,000 can fight against a saint, and 1,000,000 can fight against a mighty figure." When the human emperor fought in all directions and forced many experts of the demon clan to retreat, these elite troops contributed a lot. Marquis Bayun explained as he watched the army withdraw. 10,000 against a celestial being, 100,000 against a saint, 1,000,000 against a mighty figure. Hearing this, Xianxia's pupils contracted. A mighty figure was the top expert of the human clan. 1,000,000-strong elite army like this would be able to match a mighty expert. He had overestimated these soldiers, but he did not expect that he had underestimated them in the end. Xianxia took a deep breath and asked, "How many of these troops are there in the fortress now?" 100,000. Marquis Bayun looked at the soldiers below with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, 100,000 people formed an army. Even a third-tier celestial being can be killed on the spot. This was the reason why the spiritual realm and the grand domain fortress had never been breached. 100,000 soldiers could kill a third-tier celestial being. Anyone who wanted to enter the fortress had to weigh their own strength and see if they could contend with such a force. If they could not, then they would go back to where they came from. It will probably take a lot of energy to train such elites. Xianxia sighed. 100,000 soldiers could kill a third-tier celestial being, which also meant that if he did not use his cultivation and formation, he would not be a match for them. Such strength was naturally terrifying. However, it was definitely not an easy task to train such elite soldiers. Or else, the Great Zhao only needed to train a few million of such elite troops, and it would be enough to sweep the world. The demon clan and the rebels would have long been reduced to ashes. Marquis Bayun said, "Training such elites is naturally extremely difficult. To be honest, it is not much worse than training a celestial being. Just as the two of them were talking, the 100,000 soldiers had withdrawn. The killing intent that had condensed in the sky above the fortress had also dissipated at this time. Marquis Bayun took a step forward and left the city wall, heading toward the depths of the fortress. The moment Marquis Bayun moved, Qin Shujian also followed closely behind. Soon, a huge sealing altar appeared in their line of sight. The sealing altar of the octagonal starlight formation. It proved that the strength of the demons sealed inside was at least at the 4th tier or 5th tier. Celestial being. Sect Master Qin set up the formation first. At this time, Marquis Bayun's expression became solemn. Killing the demon. The biggest trouble was that if the demon escaped, it would cause a monstrous disaster. Once an unsuppressed celestial being demon went on a killing spree, it would be a situation of misery and suffering. When Marquis Bayun's voice fell, Qin Shujian's mind moved, and many formation patterns appeared, forming a large formation that covered the entire fortress. The next moment, a tiny golden lotus flew through the air and quietly fell into the formation. Buzz, invisible fluctuations spread out, and the entire formation completely solidified, turning into an unbreakable cage. After doing all this, Qin Shujian said, "The formation has been completed. Unless an almighty figure makes a move, it's impossible to break the formation." Okay. Marquis Bayun also wanted to know if Qin Shujian's words were true or false. He only saw Qin Shujian strike out with his palm, and a terrifying force instantly erupted, bombarding the sealing altar of the octagonal starlight formation. The formation that was personally set up by a formation grandmaster shattered with a bang in the face of this force. The moment the formation shattered, monstrous demonic chi surged out, and a huge demon walked out of the seal. Its body was thousands of feet tall, like a huge mountain, and it gave off an endless sense of impact. However, when the demon broke out of the seal and came out, no lightning condensed in the sky. This was because Qin Shujian's formation directly isolated the phenomenon of the demon's appearance. "I'm finally out." The 1,000-feet demon roared toward the sky, and monstrous demonic chi swept out in all directions. Qin Shujian directly retreated to the side, then looked at it with his Dharma eye. The demon's attributes also appeared in his sight. 5th-tier celestial being, and it was not seriously injured. In other words, the demon in front of him was a terrifying existence whose strength had reached the 5th-tier celestial being in its peak state. Noisy. Marquis Bayun struck out with his palm, and the black energy turned into a long saber that slashed down, tearing through the void and making the evil demon feel the threat of death. Human. The evil demon was furious as it punched out, colliding with the long saber. Boom, the fist cracked, and blood splattered everywhere. The anger on the evil demon's face quickly turned into fear. At this moment, an invisible wave spread out in all directions with Marquis Bayun as the center. Everything within the range of the wave became stagnant. The evil demon felt its body sink as if a huge mountain was pressing down on it. Its bell-sized eyes were filled with shock and anger. Domain. Human mighty figure. At this moment, the evil demon no longer had the intention to fight with Marquis Bayun. Human mighty figure. He was a powerhouse comparable to the demon gods of the demon abyss. Although it was at the 5th level of the heaven-human realm, it was still far inferior to such a powerhouse. It did not dare to hesitate. The evil demon turned around and ran. However, just as it was about to escape, countless runes appeared, and terrifying lightning fell from the sky, forcing the evil demon back. Grandmaster Array Formation. Boom, without waiting for the evil demon to come back to its senses, Marquis Bayun took a step forward, and the great underworld dark sky had already slashed down. The evil demon wanted to resist. However, with the huge gap in strength, it had no ability to resist at all. The black saber slashed down, causing its body to crack, and it coughed out blood. In the next moment, Marquis Bayun stepped into the air with his hands behind his back and executed the 9 steps of immortal ascension. He took 5 steps in the air. The evil demon was directly suppressed. Its 10,000 feet tall body crawled on the ground like a huge mountain. Its hard skin cracked, and blood gushed out like a stream. Qin Shujian was now like a spectator, watching Marquis Bayun easily suppress a 5th-level Heaven-Human Realm evil demon. That kind of strength. It was the first time he faced a mighty figure directly. How powerful was he? Mighty figure? Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. He did not use his Dharma eyes to see Marquis Bayun's realm. After all, it was too eye-catching to see his attributes. If it was an enemy, it would be fine. However, the problem was that Marquis Bayun was an ally. If they were to look around at this moment, it would not look good on either side. However, even the weakest mighty figure was at the 7th stage of the Heaven-Human Realm. According to the information he had obtained, Marquis Bayun was less than 1,000 years old. He had broken through to the Heaven-Human Realm a few hundred years ago and had taken over the position of Marquis Bayun. A few hundred years. Being able to break through to become a mighty being was already a shocking feat. He should not have reached a limit yet. Therefore, in Qin Shujian's opinion, Marquis Bayun should be at the 7th or 8th level of the Heaven-Human Realm. The 5th level of the Celestial Being Realm was only 2 or 3 levels away from the 7th or 8th level of the Celestial Being Realm. However, the difference was so great that it was surprising. Looks like the gap between Celestials grows larger the further one goes. Breaking through to the 7th level of the Celestial Human stage allows one to condense their own domain, making one's strength even more terrifying. If I break through to the 7th stage of the Celestial Human stage, how long would it take to suppress a 5th stage Celestial Human stage evil fiend? Thinking about it from another perspective, Qin Shujian realized that if he were to break through to the 7th level of the Celestial Human Realm, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to suppress a 5th level Celestial Human Realm evil fiend. Or rather, if he could break through to the Saint Realm, he would be able to suppress this demon. In terms of foundation, Qin Shujian was much stronger than ordinary celestial beings. While he was thinking, he didn't miss the changes in the field. In front of Marquis Bayun, this evil fiend had no power to fight back. However, whenever it wanted to escape, Qin Shujian would control the array formation and force it back. Boom, an ancient and vast aura came, and in the next moment, a shocking killing intent appeared. The void distorted violently and cracked. A stone spear appeared from the cracked void. There were some bloodstains on the spear, and it seemed like a god fiend was roaring angrily. The moment he saw the stone spear, Qin Shujian was shocked. Zhu Bing, the stone spear in the human emperor's hand back then was indeed Marquis Bayun's Zhu Bing. The reason why Marquis Bayun followed the human emperor to the demon clan was that he had borrowed Zhu Bing. But fortunately, Qin Shujian had already known about these things, so although he was shocked when he saw Zhu Bing, he recovered in an instant. However, although he was fine, some evil fiends were going crazy. Zhu Bing. The evil fiend's ferocious face was full of fear. Waves of demonic qi burst out, trying to break through Marquis Bayun's suppression, but it was useless. The evil fiend wasn't too afraid when it was suppressed by Marquis Bayun earlier. But now that Zhu Bing had appeared, it was really terrified. If possible, this evil fiend wanted to go back to the original seal and bury himself. Zhu Bing, that would really kill the evil fiend. The gentle smile on Marquis Bayun's face was no longer gentle. The moment he held the stone spear, he had already slashed at the evil fiend. He stabbed out with the spear. The void shattered. It seemed like a simple spear, but it showed the shadow of a god fiend falling. A terrifying murderous aura erupted in an instant, causing everyone who felt this aura to be shaken to their core. I won't, the evil fiend was frightened and roared crazily. Powerful demonic qi condensed in its body, trying to resist Zhu Bing's attack. However, compared to Zhu Bing's power, the demonic qi was too weak. In front of Zhu Bing, the condensed demonic qi was easily torn apart. Then, with a flash of blood, the evil fiend's body stiffened and then fell to the ground powerlessly. Rumble. The earth shook. In Qin Shujian's sight. Earlier, when the ancestral armament killed the evil spirit's blood essence instantly withered. Even its spirit deity's consciousness withered. At the same time, the aura of the stone spear also became stronger. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's expression changed again. He's become stronger. Could it be that Zhu Bing can increase his power through killing? Qin Shujian wasn't sure. Because he didn't have Zhu Bing, the sect had been worshipping the blood of 1,000 mountains, but it didn't have much effect. It was difficult to make Zhu Bing. With the tens of thousands of disciples, even if they worshipped day and night, it was impossible to make one Zhu Bing in a few years. Otherwise, with the hundreds of millions of people in the Great Zhao country, Zhu Bing could be mass-produced. In the past, Qin Shujian didn't know the difficulty of making Zhu Bing, so he spent time carving stone statues for the disciples to worship. If he had known, he would never have wasted this time. At this moment, the evil fiend was killed by Marquis Baiyun, and its body turned into yuan-corroding bone powder and scattered on the ground. Qin Shujian praised, "Zhu Bing's power is really shocking. The immortal evil fiend was killed so easily. If the human race had thousands of Zhu Bing, they wouldn't be afraid of the threat of the demon abyss. It's difficult to make Zhu Bing. Since ancient times, there haven't been many Zhu Bing in the human race." Marquis Baiyun also understood Qin Shujian's thoughts regarding this. He only said it in his heart that it was naive. During the ancient heavenly court, the myriad races were at their peak, and there weren't many supreme treasures that could kill evil fiends. Otherwise, even if the heavenly court couldn't resist the demon abyss, they wouldn't have ended up in such a state. After putting away Zhu Bing, Marquis Baiyun said, "This place has been corroded by demonic qi. I hope Sect Master Qin can set up a purification array to purify the demonic qi here." "It's a small matter," Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. A purification array was just a matter of thought for him now. After the array was set up, Qin Shujian also removed the array formation that covered the fortress. Marquis Baiyun rose into the air and looked at the army stationed outside the fortress. He said loudly, "The evil fiend here has been killed today. Quickly return to the imperial court to report." "Yes, General." At the front of the army, a general cupped his hands and accepted the order. Marquis Baiyun nodded slightly and then looked at Qin Shujian. The two of them directly left this place, turning into streams of light and fleeing to other places. In Baiyun Mansion, there were a total of 20 sealed evil fiends. Now that one had been killed, there were still 19 left. If 19 evil devils were to gather together, then even a supreme expert would have to retreat. After all, although mighty figures were strong, the evil fiends weren't weak either. Any evil fiend was at least a powerhouse at the first level of the heaven-human realm. Among them, there was no lack of powerful evil fiends at the 4th level of the heaven-human realm and below the 7th level. With such strength, even mighty figures couldn't contend with them. The strength of a cultivator at the 7th level of the heaven-human realm was much stronger than a cultivator below the 7th level of the heaven-human realm. But seriously speaking, both of them were at the heaven-human realm. Fortunately, the remaining 19 evil fiends were scattered and sealed in various places. In this way, things were much easier to handle. With Marquis Baiyun's strength and Zhu Bing in his hands, a single evil fiend was no match for him at all. Even an ordinary demon god might not be able to contend with him. Under such circumstances, Qin Shujian was completely reduced to a spectator. During the battle, with Marquis Baiyun around, he was responsible for watching from the side to prevent any evil fiends from escaping. Besides that, there was nothing else to do. Boom, another evil fiend fell. Qin Shujian's eyes turned red. Every evil fiend. They all represented a large amount of life source and luck value. But with Marquis Baiyun around, it wasn't his turn to collect the heads at all. At this rate, the evil fiends in Baiyun Mansion should be cleaned up in a few days. Marquis Baiyun put away the stone spear with a faint smile on his face. In a few days, he and Qin Shujian walked through half of Baiyun Mansion and killed as many as 13 evil fiends. The two of them didn't stop. After settling one place, they immediately went to the next place. Marquis Baiyun's strength is amazing. Otherwise, the evil fiends wouldn't be killed so quickly. Qin Shujian smiled and then set up a purification array. "Let's go." Marquis Baiyun didn't say much. Afterward, the two of them left this place. While Marquis Baiyun was killing the evil fiends, the imperial court began to recruit a large number of manpower and resources to the end of the Skyend mountain range to build a huge city that could resist the other 3 continents. At the same time, The demon beasts in the Xianxia mountain range were also wiped out by the Imperial Court's army. Then, many people moved to expand the territory of the human race. At this point, the entire eastern continent was completely occupied by the human race. In a hidden mountain forest, a group of players gathered together, led by Wang Renbin. Compared to the high-spirited Wang Renbin before, the current Wang Renbin was much more embarrassed. He was no longer handsome. What's the Imperial Court doing now? Wang Renbin looked at the people around him and asked coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a young player replied, the Imperial Court's army is sweeping the demon beasts in the Xianxia mountain range and preparing to open up the territory of the demon race. They've also sent a large number of manpower to build a huge city at the end of the Xianxia mountain range. In my opinion, they won't have time to pay attention to us in a short time. Bang! Wang Renbin smashed a rock beside him with his fist. His face was full of gloominess. Damn the Imperial Court. We can't go on like this. Now, there are still rewards for us everywhere. Even if they don't pay attention to us, it's difficult for us to have a chance to develop. Speaking of this, Wang Renbin's face became even gloomier. The human emperor faked his death. Not only did he cheat the vassals and the demon race, but he also cheated the players. When the human emperor fell, the system prompt said that the vassal mode would be activated. Many rich and powerful players tried their best to recruit troops and buy horses, wanting to take the opportunity to conquer the world. Among them, the Wang family, where Wang Renbin was from, had invested a lot of manpower and resources, almost emptying the Wang family's assets. In the end, the human emperor didn't die. If the human emperor didn't die, the human race would be in internal strife for a long time. They might not be able to fish in troubled waters, but at least they would have a chance to withdraw. In the end, as soon as the human emperor appeared, the rebels were gone. As for the demon race, they didn't even dare to fart. They hid in the Xianxia mountain range and didn't come out until now. In this way, the other players who entered the vassal mode were miserable. The human emperor came back and swept through the wilderness with the force of thunder. All the rebel forces were uprooted in just a few days. Among them, there were many cities occupied by players. After a great battle, all the players who participated in it died at least 2 or 3 times. That wasn't all. Later, the Imperial Court issued a wanted order, and all the masterminds of the rebellion were wanted. There were also the Imperial Court's army sweeping back and forth in various mansions, specifically looking for the rebels. For a time, the rebellious players were having a hard time. Not to mention the drop in realm, they were also wanted by the Imperial Court. They had no chance to show up in front of people. It should be known that the game world now had a lot to do with reality. If one's realm fell here, it would also be affected in reality, and their cultivation would slow down. And excluding this factor, a large number of players died, and these vassal players also had to pay a lot of money. The Wang family, where Wang Renbin was actually considered good. After all, they had a deep foundation. Even after such twists and turns, they just suffered some damage and didn't go to the end. However, some of the weaker clans had declared bankruptcy and perished in this turmoil. Thinking of this, Wang Renbin was angry, but also a little relieved. At this time, the players gathered around him were all the team cultivated by the Wang family in reality. Wang Renbin was a direct descendant. Now that he was being hunted by the Imperial Court, he naturally had guards around him. Young Master Wang, what do you plan to do now? A player asked with a worried expression. It couldn't go on like this. They were suppressed to the point that they couldn't level up, but the other players were constantly accumulating strength. 10 days to half a month was okay. Now that everyone's realm had risen, such a short time wasn't enough to open up a big gap. But if it continued for a year and a half, or even 3 to 5 years, the gap would be too big. And they would also be officially eliminated by the other players. Wang Renbin's expression was gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, now the Imperial Court won't stop until they kill us all. If we want to fight against the Imperial Court's army, we have to gather all the players together. Otherwise, no one can fight against them. The only way now is to wait for the Imperial Court to open up the 3 major continents, and we can take this opportunity to sneak out. In his opinion, this was the last way. What was in the three major continents, he didn't know, but the imperial court definitely didn't know too much. The human emperor was powerful, but he only controlled the eastern continent. When the time came, the players would escape to the other three major continents. No matter how powerful the imperial court was, there was no way to find them. When the other players heard this, they all fell silent. Wang Renbin's idea was the only way out they could think of at the moment. In this situation, they could either fight to the death with the imperial court, or they could only escape. It was obviously impossible to fight to the death with the imperial court, so the only thing left was to escape. Wang Renbin said, "You guys contact some of the other aristocratic families and see what they think. It's best to persuade them to come over and leave together. The imperial court is now building a city there. In my opinion, when the time comes, even if they open up the three major continents, this entrance will definitely be firmly controlled by someone. It won't be easy for us to sneak out. If they also have ideas, it will be much easier for us to get out when the time comes." The imperial court's purpose of building a giant city was to defend against the three major continents, and to control the entrance to prevent others from entering and leaving at will. When the time came, if they wanted to force their way to the three major continents, it would be inevitable that there would be another big battle. After that, Wang Renbin continued, "Send some people out and pay close attention to the movements of the imperial court's army. As for the rest, stay here in the Skyend Mountains and raise the level that they have dropped first. We may spend the next year here. You guys should be mentally prepared. Young Master Wang, don't worry. We know what to do." "That's good." Wang Renbin was also somewhat relieved. Fortunately, the Wang family still had some people who were trained in reality. They would not betray him at this time. After all, if they betrayed him, it would not be as simple as dying once in the game. With the Wang family's means, it would not be a problem to kill a few people in reality. In the real world, with the recovery of the spirit chi, more and more people stepped into the cultivation world. The spirit mountains and rivers of the various earth veins were gradually recovering. Many powerhouses who had retreated from the world were also showing their talents. In a mountain forest, a lot of spirit chi of heaven and earth gathered here. A person was sitting there cross-legged. As he breathed in and out, a large amount of spirit chi of heaven and earth poured into his body. After a long time, the Blade Master's breathing suddenly stopped. Invisible energy spread out from his body, and the spirit chi of heaven and earth that gathered here suddenly retreated. He opened his closed eyes, and light shot out from them. Whoosh! A tree that would take 3 or 4 people to encircle broke from the middle and fell to the ground. Rumble! The loud noise startled a large number of birds. 7th level of the true martial realm, physical invulnerability. The Blade Master got up, exhaled softly, and then checked his condition. Immediately, he shook his head regretfully. Physical invulnerability. In his heyday, such strength was no different from an ant. He could kill thousands of them with just a breath. But a real man would not boast about his past glory. The Blade Master was now only a physical invulnerability cultivator. Although he was confident that he could kill people of the same level as easily as eating and drinking, it could not change the fact that his cultivation was not high. What a pity. I can only reach this level now. If I go any higher, I will attract attention. The Blade Master looked at the sky with a touch of coldness on his face. The strongest person in this world now was only a physical invulnerability cultivator. Although he was not sure which level they were at, he was sure that they had not reached the spiritual martial realm. Now that the spirit chi has recovered, the group of people who cultivate the fastest will always be watched by heaven and earth. I'm just a stowaway. If heaven and earth watch me now, I will be in big trouble. In the Blade Master's view, the rules of this world were too perfect. Compared with his original strength, they were not at the same level at all. It took him a lot of effort to sneak in with his means. Now he did not dare to show his face easily. In order to enter this world, the Blade Master had waited for too long. It wasn't that he hadn't experienced death before, but if all his previous efforts were wasted, it wouldn't be so easy for him to enter again. He took a deep breath. A palm-sized cyan token appeared in the Blade Master's hand. On top of the token, there were 2 mysterious characters. At this moment, 3 cracks had appeared on the token, occupying 1/5 of it. I just broke through to the physical invulnerability stage, and now there is one more crack. If I were in the first realm now, the token would have been broken. It seems that I have to slow down my cultivation. But now that the spirit chi has just recovered, the physical invulnerability stage is enough for now. There is no need to continue improving my strength. He put away the token solemnly. The Blade Master glanced at the surroundings, then wiped away all the traces he had left behind before leaving. He walked in the forest. The Blade Master would not deliberately attack, but anyone who dared to attack him would be killed by him. Especially now that the spirit chi had recovered, many beasts had become more bloodthirsty and ferocious. The forest where ordinary people could step into freely had gradually become a dangerous place where ordinary people could not approach. The forest was lush with vegetation. Mountain peaks of various sizes were scattered all over the place, forming a natural scene. There was smoke rising up ahead, proving that there were traces of people there. The Blade Master stopped in his tracks and looked at the mountain beside the smoke. There. He sensed a weak spiritual aura. Cultivator. The Blade Master murmured. He originally wanted to walk towards the smoke, but now he changed his direction and walked towards the mountain. In the eyes of others, as long as one reached the first level of the martial arts realm, they could be called a cultivator. But in the eyes of the Blade Master, only those who had reached the real martial arts realm were qualified to be called a cultivator. Strictly speaking, the basic martial arts realm was not a cultivation level at all. It was just a process of laying the foundation. The so-called 1st to 10th levels of the basic martial arts realm were all like that. Only when one broke through to the real martial arts realm and condensed true essence in his body could he be considered a real cultivator. In the yard, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the dilapidated Taoist temple, breathing in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. He now spent a certain amount of time playing games every day. The rest he cultivated in the Taoist temple to improve his cultivation. At this moment, all of a sudden, Xianxia had an idea. When he opened his eyes, he saw that there was already another person outside the courtyard. Seeing this scene, Xianxia looked calm, but his heart was uncontrollably shocked. Immeasurable Lord of Heaven, may I know who you are? Why did you suddenly come to my small Taoist temple? While speaking, Xianxia had been secretly sizing up the newcomer. Since the spiritual chi recovery, he had stepped into the real martial arts realm. Now, his cultivation had reached the 6th level of the real martial arts realm, which was close to the physical invulnerability stage. Even if Xianxia didn't easily get involved in the mortal world, he knew that there were not many people in the world who were stronger than him. But the person in front of him gave him a strange feeling. He couldn't see through it. He couldn't figure it out. If he didn't see it with his eyes, he wouldn't even notice that there was a person standing here. About this, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and his expression turned solemn. Such an expert came to his place for no reason. He was definitely not just passing by. The 6th level of the real martial arts realm, the peak of the inner invulnerability stage. It's only been a year since the spiritual chi recovery, but you've already reached such a level. You're amazing, the Blade Master said with a smile, cupping his hands. Seeing this, Xianxia also got up, cupped his hands, and asked, "May I know where you're cultivating?" This was a Taoist gesture. Some people could do it, and some couldn't. But it was the first time he saw such a correct gesture like the Blade Master's. Even he might not be able to do it as perfectly as the Blade Master. The Blade Master said with a smile, "I'm just an ordinary individual cultivator. I came here to take a look because of the spiritual chi. I didn't expect to see you cultivating here. I'm Xianxia. I haven't asked for your name. My name is a thing of the past. If you want a name, just call me Dao." Dao? Xianxia frowned imperceptibly. Such a name was a bit strange. However, judging from the other party's appearance, he might also be an expert from some hidden sect. These sects were secluded from the world all year round, so they were very different from ordinary people. It was normal for them to have strange names. Xianxia also felt relieved. The Swordmaster did not explain further. Instead, he took out a jade stone and threw it at Xianxia. the jade broke through the air. His aura was quite astonishing. Tai Chingzi's heart skipped a beat. He infused his energy into his palm and caught the jade stone. Looking at the jade lying quietly in his palm, he frowned again. Brother, may I ask what this is? This is the jade talisman of the Heavenly Alliance. You can make it recognize you as its owner by dripping your blood on it. You can communicate with other members of the Heavenly Alliance through the jade talisman. You can exchange for whatever you want as long as you can pay a sufficient price. Similarly, if you help others to complete their missions, you can also get a corresponding reward. In the Heaven Alliance, these are called Heaven Dao points. The Blade Master explained. Heavenly Alliance? Tai Chingzi looked puzzled and his heart turned heavy. He had never heard of this name before. The Heavenly Alliance was founded by you. What's the purpose of this organization? If it were an ordinary person, Tai Chingzi would have driven him away. But the Blade Master was different. He felt that the Blade Master was too powerful. In Tai Chingzi's opinion, the Blade Master was at least a physical invulnerability realm practitioner above the 7th level of the martial realm. It was even possible that he was above the true martial realm. He would not offend such a strong person if he could. Tai Chingzi was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die without knowing why. Spiritual Qi had just recovered, and he was already a practitioner at the 6th level of the martial realm. He had a chance to reach the divine martial realm or even the celestial being realm in the future. The future was still bright. He could not waste it. The Blade Master said, the Heavenly Alliance has existed since ancient times. No one knows who founded this organization. The purpose of the Heavenly Alliance is to provide a platform for practitioners in the cultivation world to communicate and help each other. You have to understand that with the recovery of spiritual Qi, we humans can enter the cultivation world, and so can other things. Besides, you only need to know that the recovery of spiritual Qi is just the beginning. There are still many things waiting for us. The purpose of the Heavenly Alliance's existence is to improve the overall strength of the human race as much as possible and cultivate strong practitioners who can deal with future disasters. Brother, do you mean that the recovery of spiritual Qi is a disaster? Tai Chingzi's expression changed. He had never heard of what the Blade Master just said. However, with the Blade Master's strength, there was no need to deceive him. Unless he had a bigger purpose. However, Tai Chingzi could not figure out what the Blade Master's purpose was. Anyway, the human race would really face a great disaster. In the past, Tai Chingzi would not have believed such nonsense. But it was different now. The recovery of spiritual Qi had caused many changes in the world. No one could tell whether these changes were good or bad. It's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a disaster, an opportunity or a disaster. The Blade Master tried his best to fool him. He did not care whether it was a disaster or not. He just said it as mysteriously as he could. If the human race is strong enough, what will appear in the future will be an opportunity. If the human race is not strong enough, what will appear in the future will be a disaster. There are some things that I can't tell you too much about now. If you can grow to that level one day, everything will be clear. It's meaningless to say too much before that. Hearing that, Tai Chingzi lowered his head slightly and fell into silence. He could no longer tell whether the Blade Master was telling the truth or not. And what kind of organization was the so-called Heavenly Alliance? Had it really existed for a long time, or had it just been created? It was hard to say. Everything was hard to say. Soon, Tai Chingzi woke up from his thoughts. He looked up at the Blade Master and said, "Brother, why did you come to me?" "I've already told you the reason. It's because you have the potential to become a top practitioner." The Blade Master put his hands behind his back and looked proud. Those who can join the Heavenly Alliance can't be mediocre. You can break through to the physical invulnerability realm within a year of the recovery of spiritual Qi. Your talent is not top-notch, but it's top-notch. As long as you don't die in the future, it won't be a problem for you to reach the God martial arts realm. You even have a 30% chance of becoming a diviner. You should know that in the heyday of the Heavenly Alliance, only diviners were real members. Those below diviners were not qualified to come into contact with the Heavenly Alliance. Although the Heavenly Alliance has declined after the Dharma ending age, now that the spiritual chi has recovered, the Heavenly Alliance will eventually return to its former peak. If you didn't have the potential to break through to the diviner realm, I would never give you this Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman. After that, a terrifying aura emanated from the Blade Master. At that moment, Tai Chingzi felt as if he was in a purgatory of knives. The pure and terrifying killing intent made his firm Taoist heart tremble a few times. But very quickly, this feeling disappeared. However, at that moment, Tai Chingzi's expression changed. If he had suspected that the Blade Master might be an expert above the true martial realm, he was now sure that the Blade Master's strength had reached the spiritual martial realm. As for whether it would be higher, Tai Chingzi wasn't so sure. The Blade Master knew that the strongest person in the real world would not enter the spiritual martial realm, but Tai Chingzi did not know that. After all, there were so many cultivators in the world. It was possible that some of them had been hiding in the mountains and forests, and had silently cultivated to an unfathomable level. In Tai Chingzi's opinion, he could cultivate to the 6th level of the true martial realm. It was not impossible for those geniuses or the older generation experts in the Dharma ending age to break through to a terrifying level while the spiritual chi was recovering. He ignored Tai Chingzi's thoughts. The aura he had just released had a deterrent effect. At least, in the Blade Master's opinion, he had already created a mysterious and powerful image in Tai Chingzi's mind. I've already said that the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman will only be given to the Destined One. I hope you cherish it. After the Blade Master finished speaking, he took a step forward and disappeared from the courtyard. Seeing this scene, Tai Chingzi's pupils shrank again. Distance shrinking. So close, yet so far. He was not sure what method the Blade Master had used. However, Tai Chingzi was sure that the Blade Master must be an expert who lived in seclusion. Thinking of this, he looked at the jade stone in his hand. The Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman. Normally, the most appropriate way to deal with an unknown object was to throw it away. However, Tai Chingzi thought of the Blade Master's method and what he had said. He hesitated again. It was easy to throw away the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman. However, it would be a big deal if he missed an opportunity because of this. Moreover, what really made Tai Chingzi hesitate was the great calamity that the Blade Master had mentioned. Is the spiritual chi recovery really a calamity? Tai Chingzi's expression changed again and again. If the recovery of spirit chi was a disaster, then would it be a disaster when the world fell into the age of Dharma ending, or, the Dharma ending age was not a calamity but a means of self-protection? For a moment, Tai Chingzi thought of many things. He felt that he seemed to have come into contact with some kind of truth. However, there was a thick fog in front of him that blocked his vision. He wanted to dispel the fog. However, he could not dispel it. In the end, Tai Chingzi looked back at the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman in his hand. After hesitating for a while, he bit his left index finger and smeared a drop of blood on it. The blood fell on the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman. It immediately seeped into the talisman like water touching soil. Then, a faintly discernible connection appeared in his mind. Tai Chingzi pressed the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman against his forehead. A huge amount of information appeared in his mind. Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman, Heavenly Path Points. He could accept corresponding missions to earn Heavenly Path Points. Heavenly Path Points could be used to exchange for resources, including cultivation methods, elixirs, and even weapons. Apart from that, if the Heavenly Alliance members had corresponding information, they could also communicate in the Heavenly Alliance chat group. Heavenly Alliance chat group. When Tai Chingzi saw the words, he took down the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman and was dumbfounded. The Heavenly Alliance is keeping up with the times. The chat group had even appeared. How could they not keep up with the times? However, although he was speechless, Tai Chingzi was still surprised by these methods. At the same time, he was deeply afraid of the Heavenly Alliance's existence. After a short period of shock, he pressed the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman against his forehead again. There were a total of 3 interfaces in the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman. One was a mission interface, one was an exchange interface, and one was a chat group interface. First was the mission interface. There were not many missions in the mission interface. There were only a few in total. However, Tai Chingzi was shocked when he saw the mission content. Mission 1, seek a Yin-Yang 9 rotation mixed energy elixir, level 9 elixir pill. Mission reward, 100,000 heavenly path points. Mission 2, kill a ferocious beast in the ancient land. Its strength is suspected to be around the 3rd level of the heaven-human realm. Mission reward, 500,000 heavenly path points. Mission 3, seek help from a senior to break through the God martial arts realm. Mission reward, 10,000 heavenly path points. Mission 4, seek Tianluo star iron. Mission reward, 20,000 heavenly path points. There were a total of 13 missions, but each of them left Tai Qingzi dumbfounded. He did not know what the Yin-Yang 9 rotation mixed energy elixir was. However, the level 9 elixir pill at the end made him understand how precious it was. There was also something about killing a ferocious beast in the ancient land and being at the 3rd level of the heaven-human realm. What ancient land? Is there a place called the ancient land in this world that even has ferocious beasts at the 3rd level of the heaven-human realm? Tai Qingzi was completely stunned. He suddenly realized something. The world had become so strange. Among the 13 missions, none of them were easy. Before he got the Heavenly Alliance Jade token, he thought he was strong enough. But now, Tai Qingzi, on the other hand, realized that he was really weak. There were so many unknown things in this world. Calamity. For some reason, Tai Qingzi thought of this word again. He looked at the missions above. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he did not suspect too much. The Heavenly Alliance Jade token was already very unusual. He suppressed the shock in his heart. Tai Qingzi exited the mission area and went to the exchange area. It was also divided into several sections. There were mainly 6 sections, including cultivation methods, martial arts, elixir pills, divine weapons, precious armors, and tools. Tai Qingzi browsed through them one by one and then exited with a dull look. During this day, he had been shocked too many times and became a little numb. Finally. Then, Tai Qingzi entered the chat group. Please set a nickname for your name. A prompt appeared in his mind. Tai Qingzi instinctively wanted to use his Taoist name as a nickname. But he did not know why. He paused when he was about to set it. Then, he typed a few words and then chose to confirm. Then, the image changed again. A more modern chat window appeared in Tai Qingzi's mind. There was another prompt. Little Taoist joined the group chat. 9 Heavens Immortal Emperor, welcome newcomer, Boundless Holy Man, another newcomer, not bad, Xianxia, welcome. Darkness Emissary, welcome. Then, there was a row of welcome words. There are so many people. Tai Qingzi looked at the constantly refreshed chat history and was stunned. He knew that the Heavenly Alliance was not simple, but he was still surprised when he saw so many people. However, when he saw the nickname, his expression became strange again. 9 Heavens Immortal Emperor, Boundless Holy Man, these people were really good at bragging. He looked at his nickname, Little Taoist. It seemed too low-key. Just when Tai Qingzi was about to send a message. Boundless Holy Man, Brother Jiutian, I heard that an ancient beast appeared on your side. How have you been? Has it been resolved, Jiutian Immortal Emperor? Sigh, if it had been resolved, I would have cancelled the mission long ago. Let it be arrogant for now. I will become a heavenly being in 2 days. I will kill it then, Mouth of Darkness, Pht, Jiutian, can you do it? Don't ask us to collect your corpse after you are killed by the beast. Jiutian Immortal Emperor, shut your dog mouth. I will go over and smash your dog head. If it were not for the decline of my strength, I would not have allowed a small beast to behave so atrociously. Jiutian Immortal Emperor, now that the spiritual chi has recovered, my strength will recover quickly. I will kill it in 2 days. Mouth of Darkness, keep bragging. I will become a heavenly being soon. Do you want me to go over and help, Jiutian Immortal Emperor? Get lost, Xianxia, stop arguing. I think Jiutian will have no problem dealing with the beast. Let's cancel the mission. It seems that a holy land will appear in a month's time in the Great Holy Region. Do you want to go and take a look, Mouth of Darkness? Are there any restrictions on the appearance of a holy land, Xianxia? There should be some restrictions, but they are not big. Those below heavenly being able to enter. Little Taoist, Tai Qingzi mechanically sent a message and then fell into silence. At this moment, there was only a big F*CK in his heart. He originally thought that the other party came up with these nicknames casually to scare people. But looking at those chat records, he realized that it did not seem to be the case. What about breaking through to heavenly being? What about the decline of strength due to the decline of thousands of years? What about the great holy region and the appearance of a holy land? These words all revealed the aura of a big shot. Could it be that these people are really hidden powerhouses, or existences before the age of chaos? Xianxia was shocked by the thought that emerged in his mind. It had been thousands of years since the age of chaos. If that was the case, then what level of existences were these people at? He was suspicious. But after looking at the chat records, Xianxia fell silent again. At this time, in the chat group, after Xianxia revealed the news of the Holy Land, many people had already joined in the conversation. There was no lack of big shots among them, as well as some questions from newbies. Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but send a message. Little Taoist, big shots, may I ask what the Holy Land is? Boundless holy man, oh, so it's a newbie. Usually, this kind of question requires heavenly Tao points. But seeing that you just came, you probably don't have much to gain, so I'll tell you for free. Little Taoist, thank you, Tao Master. Boundless holy man, the so-called Holy Land is a secret realm created by powerhouses above the diviner level. But with the advent of the age of chaos, many holy lands have sealed themselves off, waiting for the spiritual energy to recover before they reappear. Boundless holy man, in addition to abundant spiritual energy, there are also some precious treasures in the Holy Land. If you're lucky, you can also obtain some cultivation techniques. But generally, for safety, the Holy Land will have some restrictions. Boundless holy man, for example, it restricts powerhouses above the diviner level from entering, to prevent the Holy Land from exploding when fighting. Little Taoist, so it's like this. Thank you for your explanation. Boundless holy man, what level are you? Little Taoist, true martial stage 6. Boundless holy man, a series of ellipses. Xianxia saw a strong sense of disdain in them. Suddenly, he fell silent. Xianxia was no longer proud of his strength at the 6th level of the martial realm. Because just a few seconds ago, he had been despised by someone. Soon, Xianxia calmed himself down and immediately took advantage of his newbie's advantage to ask all kinds of questions. He gained a lot in an instant. On the other side, after Xianxia dripped his blood to become his master, the Blade Master sensed it. As expected, no one can resist the temptation of opportunity. The Blade Master shook his head and laughed. Then, he took out a heavenly Tao Jade talisman and placed his divine thought on it. After a long while, the Blade Master was speechless. Because he found that the person he had just fooled had a lot of questions. He thought that the other party would keep a low profile since he was so old, but the truth was completely opposite. It's okay. Let's chat if you want. I have many alt accounts, so I'll chat with you slowly. Soon, the Blade Master collected himself and continued on his way while answering Xianxia's questions with all kinds of alt accounts. Now, only a piece of the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman had been distributed, so it didn't have much effect. Although the Heavenly Alliance was just something he made up. But to be honest, the Blade Master had his real purpose for creating the Heavenly Alliance. In the following period of time, every time the Blade Master went to a place, he would give a Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman to a true martial realm cultivator who had some cultivation. Then, he would use the same trick he used on Xianxia to trick others. In less than half a month, dozens of people appeared in the Heavenly Alliance chat group. Like Xianxia, these people were the cultivators the Blade Master had fooled. However, he had a requirement for the people he chose. They had to at least break through to the true martial realm, but not the physical invulnerability realm. In general, among these dozens of people, the lowest cultivation was LV1 of the true martial realm, and the highest was LV6 of the true martial realm. As for those with higher cultivation, they would easily attract the attention of the Heavenly Tao. The Blade Master wasn't ready to expose himself yet. As more and more people appeared in the Heavenly Alliance chat group, most of the time, these newcomers were chatting with each other. In this way, the Blade Master had a lot of free time. He didn't need to use a bunch of alt accounts to chat with one or two people and liven up the atmosphere of the chat group. Now, he only needed to let a few of the big shot smurfs appear once in a while and chat casually. The matter of the Heavenly Alliance had just begun, so it did not attract much attention. The Swordmaster did not spread the Heavenly Alliance in one place. Instead, he found suitable people in each city, throughout hundreds of jade talismans, and then moved on to the next city. One had to know. The population in a city was at least 1 million. Throwing hundreds of jade talismans into a city was no different from throwing stones into the sea. The Swordmaster was not in a hurry. Haste makes waste. Moreover, he was a stowaway. With the recovery of spirit chi, the heavenly Tao had also awakened. The heavenly Tao. The Swordmaster had always been wary of it. Especially since he was a visitor from the foreign realm. Even if he was at his peak in the past, he still had to be careful when facing the heavenly Tao of this world. There's no hurry. There's still a long time. Take it step by step. Sooner or later, it will blossom. The Swordmaster smiled and looked at the crowd in front of him with a calm expression. Being able to sneak into this world was the greatest victory. The rest. He was no longer in a hurry. This is the only chance in the endless years. I can't mess it up. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Suddenly, the Blade Master let out a sigh. He had forgotten how long he had existed. As time passed, some of his memories had become blurry. If it were not for the fact that the past was engraved in the depths of his divine soul, the Swordmaster would have long forgotten about it. Then, the Swordmaster thought, I've already reincarnated. I wonder how many of those guys have been revived and how many have been drowned by the river of time. Although he had thoughts in his mind, he did not have the intention to go back and take a look. Every time he returned to his original world and came out again, his body would be tainted with a trace of aura. For others, being tainted with this trace of aura was not a big deal. Because these people's essence was still engraved with the imprint of this world. However, the Swordmaster was different. Even if he had occupied Ping Qing's body and devoured everything of him, his divine soul did not belong to this world. If he was tainted with too much of the aura of the foreign realm, it would be easy for the heavenly Tao to detect it. The Swordmaster estimated the gap between his current strength and the heavenly Tao. In the end, he shook his head. No hurry, no hurry. The Swordmaster murmured softly and then disappeared into the vast crowd. There were too few people in the Heaven Alliance. If he wanted to achieve his goal, he would need a long time to accumulate experience. Even though there was still a lot of time left, no one could be sure that there wouldn't be any changes along the way. If something went wrong, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Boom! The stone spear shattered the void, and gods, demons, immortals, and saints fell. Marquis Bayun held the Zubing in his hand and nailed a fourth-tier celestial being evil devil to the ground. No matter how the other party wailed and struggled, it was useless. It didn't take long for Zhu Bing to absorb all of the evil spirits. Qin Shujian said enviously, Zhu Bing can absorb the power of the demons he killed. If he could kill all the demons in the demon abyss, how strong would Zhu Bing become? The current Zhu Bing was already this strong. If it continued to rise, it would be too terrifying. Marquis Bayun shook his head and said, You're thinking too simply. If Zhu Bing could rise without restraint, how could the demons dare to enter this world so easily? Marquis, do you mean that Zhu Bing's rise has a limit? Yes. Marquis Bayun stroked the stone spear with his palm and sighed. Zhu Bing is a real divine weapon created by heaven and earth. After reaching this level, Zhu Bing doesn't have a specific level. However, there are also differences in strength among Zhu Bing. The more living beings one killed, the more energy the ancestral armament would be able to absorb. Thus, the strength of the ancestral armament would also increase. However, there's a limit to this absorption. Marquis Bayun looked at Qin Shujian curiously. Marquis Bayun smiled faintly and said, If Zhu Bing's power rises to a certain level, it will usher in its own tribulation. If it survives, Zhu Bing will become stronger. If it fails, it will die in the tribulation. Does Zhu Bing also have a tribulation? This time, Qin Shujian was really surprised. Zhu Bing was going through a tribulation. If Marquis Bayun hadn't said it himself, he really wouldn't have known. Not to mention him, even the Bow of the Cosmos might not know about this. No matter what. The Bow of the Cosmos was only a spiritual weapon. Even if it had some imprints of heaven and earth, it couldn't know too many things. After owning the Bow of the Cosmos for so long, Qin Shujian often chatted with it. Many of these topics were related to Zhu Bing. Unfortunately, the Bow of the Cosmos only knew how to cast Zhu Bing. Other than this, it knew nothing else. Marquis Bayun said, under the rules of heaven and earth, all living things have a tribulation. It's just a matter of whether it's big or small. If you want to get more power, you have to endure a corresponding tribulation. Strictly speaking, this shouldn't be considered a tribulation, but a test. If you want to control more power, you need to have enough strength. Otherwise, you can't be superior to others. Was there ever a Zhu Bing who was destroyed in a tribulation? Yes. Was there ever a Zhu Bing who survived a tribulation? Yes. In the end, Marquis Bayun added, but compared to Zhu Bing who was destroyed, there are very few Zhu Bing who survived a tribulation. Hearing this, Qin Shujian finally understood something. Ever since he found out that the ancestral armament could absorb the power of the evil demons, he had always been curious as to why the Marquis of Northern Cloud didn't use the ancestral armament to kill the evil demons, and instead left the ancestral armament for him to handle. In the beginning, Qin Shujian thought that Marquis Bayun didn't want Zhu Bing to be exposed. But now it seemed that Marquis Bayun might have this concern, but there was another factor, which was Zhu Bing's problem. The power Zhu Bing absorbed was too strong. Then it would suffer a tribulation. If it could survive the tribulation, it would be fine, but if it couldn't, it would suffer a great loss. Qin Shujian knew very well how difficult it was to forge a Zhu Bing. There were only 2 Zhu Bing in the entire human clan, so one could imagine how difficult it was. Once a Zhu Bing was destroyed, the human clan would lose an arm, but it wouldn't be far from it. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian said with a solemn expression, Marquis Bayun is now using Zhu Bing to kill enemies. Aren't you afraid that Zhu Bing will transcend a tribulation? It's not easy to accumulate enough power to transcend a tribulation. The Marquis of Northern Cloud shook his head and explained, even if it's just an ancestral armament, it still needs to kill dozens or even hundreds of celestials in order to gather enough power to pass through the tribulation. Moreover, after passing through a tribulation, the ancestral armament will be able to withstand even more power. However, no matter what, there is still a limit. If it weren't for the current situation, I might not have killed these demons. If it was sealed, then so be it. If it weren't for the fact that he had no other choice, Marquis Bayun would rather these demons be sealed for thousands of years. It was just that the current situation was different, so he had to kill these demons. Originally, Qin Shujian was a little envious of Zhu Bing's power. But now it seemed that it wasn't the case. Zhu Bing might bring about a tribulation when he killed the demons, but he didn't have this hidden danger when he used the Red Lotus of Purgation to devour them. Perhaps the Red Lotus of Purgation also has this problem, but the limit it can withstand is definitely not something that Zhu Bing can compare with. Qin Shujian thought for a moment. There were at least hundreds of demons who had died in his hands. Even so, the Red Lotus of Purgation didn't have any problems. This alone was enough to prove that this ability was more powerful than he had imagined. In fact, Qin Shujian was thinking about a problem. Should he secretly train a group of men of sacrifice who specialized in cultivating the Guiyuan Ancestral Classic? This Guiyuan Ancestral Classic was not the abridged version in the library, but the complete version, the kind that could cultivate the Red Lotus of Purgation. In this way, it was equivalent to having a group of people who could kill demons. For short, human Zhu Bing. However, as soon as this idea appeared, Qin Shujian extinguished it. The Guiyuan Ancestral Classic was of great importance. Once it was spread out, it would do him no good. Unless he was 100% sure, Qin Shujian would never take out this trump card. The principle of keeping a tiger in one's bosom was applicable everywhere. If the demons failed to refine him and he was refined by someone else, it would be a disaster. Qin Shujian said, Marquis Bayun's ancestral armament, how many calamities did it undergo? 3. Marquis Bayun said with a smile. Zhu Bing, who had survived 3 tribulations, was already considered a very powerful existence among Zhu Bing. Every tribulation was a metamorphosis. Surviving one tribulation was strength. Surviving 2 tribulations was strength. Surviving 3 tribulations was even more strength. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was also a little jealous. After overcoming 3 divine tribulations, one could very well imagine how powerful the ancestral armament was. The biggest trump card in his hand was the 7-seal Taoist artifact, the 13-grade golden lotus. This was his means to contend with a powerful figure. But now it seemed that Qin Shujian suspected that the 13-grade golden lotus might not be able to withstand a blow from Zhu Bing. I do have something I'd like to ask you about. What is it? Is Zhu Bing really completely superior to Taoist artifacts? Can a Zhu Bing who has not transcended a tribulation easily crush a 9-seal Taoist artifact? Qin Shujian asked the question that had been in his heart. He had always wanted to know. Was Zhu Bing really so powerful that it could completely crush a Taoist artifact? If it was true, Qin Shujian would be lying if he said that he was not discouraged. He had worked so hard to improve a Taoist artifact, but in the end, he was told that Zhu Bing could easily break it. Even a 9-seal Taoist artifact would have to call Zhu Bing daddy in front of it. If that was the case, it would be heartbreaking. At the same time, Qin Shujian also had to consider whether to fight or flee if he encountered a powerhouse who was holding a Zhu Bing in the future. Marquis Bayun took a deep look at him and then said, Zhu Bing and Taoist artifacts are on 2 completely different levels. They are either above Taoist artifacts or Zhu Bing. There is actually no comparison between the 2. Qin Shujian nodded secretly. The Bell of the Cosmos had said that Zhu Bing was completely superior to Taoist artifacts, but it didn't seem to be the case after hearing Marquis Bayun's words. Compared to the half-baked Bow of the Cosmos, he was more willing to believe in Marquis Bayun. Marquis Bayun said, not all Zhu Bing are more powerful than Taoist artifacts, but there is an essential difference between the 2. It's very difficult for an ordinary Taoist artifact to contend with Zhu Bing. Marquis Bayun's stone spear versus a 9-seal Taoist artifact, which side is more powerful? A 9-seal Taoist artifact is already considered the pinnacle of Taoist artifacts, and it is also an existence that is close to Tao transformation. However, in front of my Zhu Bing, it can withstand 3 rounds. Marquis Bayun thought for a moment and gave an answer. A 9-seal Taoist artifact could withstand 3 rounds. Qin Shujian was a little speechless. At the same time, he was also shocked. Zhu Bing was really too powerful. A 9-seal Taoist artifact couldn't withstand a few rounds of Zhu Bing's attacks. A 7-seal Taoist artifact could already withstand the attack of a mighty figure. If it was upgraded to a 9-seal Taoist artifact, it was still unknown whether an expert at the heavenly being limit could compare to it. Is Zhu Bing really that powerful? Sect Master Qin, you're mistaken. The powerful one is not an ordinary Zhu Bing, but a Zhu Bing who has transcended a tribulation. The difference between a 3-tribulation Zhu Bing and a 2-tribulation Zhu Bing is much greater than the difference between a 3-seal Taoist artifact and a 2-seal Taoist artifact. A 9-seal Taoist artifact is already a creation of heaven and earth. With the power of a 9-seal Taoist artifact, it is enough to suppress a 1-tribulation Zhu Bing and confront a 2-tribulation Zhu Bing. I see. Qin Shujian nodded thoughtfully. Fortunately, it was still okay. The 9-seal Taoist artifact wasn't as weak as he thought. Although it couldn't withstand a 3-tribulation Zhu Bing, it was enough to confront a 1 or 2-tribulation Zhu Bing. A 3-tribulation Zhu Bing, even though Qin Shujian didn't know much about Zhu Bing, he could guess that there were very few Zhu Bing who could reach the 3-tribulation level. In this way, if the Taoist artifact could be upgraded to a 9-seal Taoist artifact, it would be very useful. When he thought of the 7-seal Dao artifact that he had on him, Qin Shujian felt a little more confident. A 7-seal Taoist artifact. In that case, they should be able to withstand the attacks of ordinary ancestral armaments. Marquis Bayun said, there's still a sealed evil spirit in the Bayun mansion. There's no time to lose. Let's go there first. No problem. Qin Shujian nodded. After setting up a purification array that covered the stronghold, he left with Marquis Bayun. Boom, a stream of light tore through the sky. Half a day later, the 2 of them arrived at a majestic fortress. In the stronghold, Marquis Bayun showed his identity token and then ordered all the troops to withdraw. Then, he followed Qin Shujian to the seal altar. He looked at the seal altar on the ground. Qin Shujian's pupils constricted slightly. 9-star array? No, 10-star array. At a glance, the array was mysterious and obscure, emitting a terrifying power. To be honest, Qin Shujian had killed so many evil spirits, but this was the first time he saw the 10-star array. All along, he thought that the strongest evil spirit seal in the human race was the 9-star array. But now that the 10-star array had appeared, it meant that the evil spirit sealed under the array must be very terrifying. Could it be a fiend celestial sealed under it? Qin Shujian looked a little shocked. He could tell that the array master who set up the 10-star array was definitely not as simple as the first realm. Even with his current vision of the peak of the second realm, he still felt that it was obscure. It could be seen that the person who set up the array might be a third realm master. Third realm master, Qin Shujian had comprehended the enlightenment crystal given to him by the human emperor some time ago, which was left by a third realm master. The comprehension of the power of crystals was hard to understand and mysterious. It also made him understand that the gap between the second realm and the third realm was much bigger than the gap between the first realm and the second realm. Marquis Bayun shook his head and said, I don't know. Maybe it's a fiend celestial or there are several sixth realm celestial beings sealed inside. You don't know? Qin Shujian was stunned. Was there anything in the Bayun mansion that Marquis Bayun didn't know? Were you kidding me? Marquis Bayun glanced at him and said calmly, do you really think that the Great Zhao is the entire history of the human race? Before the Great Zhao was established, humans and demons existed side by side in this world. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, there are many things that no one knows. The seals of the spirit realm and the other major realms were almost all set up by the powerhouses 10,000 years ago. Some of the seals left by the human race will be passed down by the powerhouses. Some of them may not be set up by the human race, or the powerhouses who set up the seals did not leave behind any information. Therefore, not everyone knows what's inside the seals. Marquis Bayun's words enlightened Qin Shujian. That's right. The spirit realm and the other major realms had existed long before the Great Zhao had established the world. Furthermore, the surroundings of these realms had been surrounded by a large number of true dominion and mortal realms, which had existed for countless years. In that case, the evil demons sealed inside had to have a long history as well. At this thought, Qin Shujian said solemnly, Marquis Bayun, are you sure you want to open the seal here? If there's a powerful fiend celestial, the problem will be troublesome. Or do you have the confidence to kill the fiend celestial? Even if I can't kill the fiend celestial, I still have sect master Qin, right? Qin Shujian was speechless. Marquis Bayun really thought highly of him. If it was really a battle between the fiend celestial and the Almighty, how could he, a first realm celestial being, intervene? Although he had a grade 13 golden lotus with him, it was used to resist attacks. Besides, Qin Shujian was not 100% sure how long the grade 13 golden lotus could resist the Almighty. Upon seeing his speechless expression, Marquis Bayun smiled and said, Sect Master Qin, you don't have to worry. This seal has existed for at least 50,000 years. After 50,000 years, even if the fiend celestial is sealed below, it won't have much strength left. After all, although the fiend celestial is strong, its strength needs the support of fiendish qi. Although spirit qi seeped into the array formation, spirit qi is highly toxic to the evil demons. They won't absorb spirit qi to cultivate. Just 50,000 years is enough to make a fiend celestial without fiendish qi enter a weak state, let alone a long time. 50,000 years. The Almighty of the human clan had endured for 50,000 years and died countless times. The evil demons had a long lifespan, which was why they could hold on. However, although they were alive, it was hard to say how much strength they had left. Qin Shujian felt a little helpless as he said, Marquis Bayun, you can finish your words in one go next time. Don't leave half of your words unfinished. It's quite tiring. Hearing this, Marquis Bayun smiled slightly and immediately changed the topic, saying, but there's one thing you still have to pay attention to. The evil demon sealed by the 10 stars array is not simple. Even after 50,000 years, it's hard to say what kind of tricks it has left. Before I break the array, please set up the array first to ensure that the evil demon won't escape. Otherwise, the people of Baiyun Mansion will be plunged into misery and suffering. At the end of his words, his expression was extremely solemn. This was not a joke. Marquis Baiyun also had a hunch that there might really be a fiend celestial sealed inside. It would be fine if such a powerhouse was killed, but once it escaped, there would not be many people in the world who could keep the fiend celestial in check. After all, if such a powerhouse wanted to escape, who could stop it? If a fiend celestial went out and caused a demon disaster, at least half of Baiyun Mansion would fall. Even Marquis Baiyun had to treat such a problem seriously. Qin Shujian took a deep breath and said, "Give me some time." He had to set up an array. And it was an array that could resist the fiend celestial, so he had to use all his strength. In fact, he even had to participate in the battle. Qin Shujian did not dare to ignore this possibility. If a powerful fiend celestial really appeared, Marquis Baiyun would really drag him along. In that case, Qin Shujian also had to be fully prepared. After saying that, he spread out his divine thought and engraved array patterns in the void, densely packed like a large net. An invisible wave spread out from it, which made Marquis Baiyun's heart skip a beat. Domain? Only a mighty figure could condense a domain. But Marquis Baiyun had already felt the power of a domain in the array set up by Qin Shujian. Array Dao Grandmasters are blessed by nature. Marquis Baiyun sighed with emotion. A Grandmaster at the second realm could touch the power of a domain, although there was still a certain gap between such power and a domain set up by a mighty figure. But a domain was a domain. In a domain, there were rules. It could be said that Array Dao Grandmasters were walking in front of ordinary cultivators. Only when a cultivator broke through the celestial being and reached the saint realm could they control the power of heaven and earth. Only when a mighty figure could they turn the power of heaven and earth into the power of their own domain. But Array Dao Grandmasters were different. A Grandmaster at the first realm could borrow the power of heaven and earth to set up an array, and a Grandmaster at the second realm could directly have the power of a domain. In terms of power, the first realm of the Grandmaster could only correspond to the third level of the Transcendent Realm, and the second realm could only correspond to the third level of the Saint Realm. This also led to, as long as Array Dao Grandmasters were well prepared, they could suppress experts of the same realm. Of course, the strength of the array also had a lot to do with the cultivator himself. Qin Shujian was only at the first level of the celestial being realm, and with the means of the second realm of the Grandmaster realm, he could only set up a weakened version of a domain. But when the other party broke through to the level of a mighty figure and combined with the array domain, he would definitely be able to suppress a mighty figure of the same level. Marquis Baiyun felt the changes in his surroundings and suddenly had an idea. Should I also learn about array formations? With one more method, my strength will definitely become stronger. However, he quickly dispelled this thought. Array Dao was strong. But he had to reach the second realm of the Grandmaster realm to be of help to his current cultivation. Even if Marquis Baiyun thought that he was amazing, he was not confident that he could reach the second realm of the Grandmaster realm. Talent in cultivation was different from talent in array formations. Even someone as strong as Marquis Baiyun was not confident that he could reach the height of Qin Shujian. It was foreseeable. Once Qin Shujian reached the level of a mighty figure, combined with the other party's array formation methods, he would definitely be one of the strongest among the mighty figures. Marquis Baiyun was very confident about this. Become stronger, there are still too few human powerhouses. Buzz, fluctuations spread out like waves. The void was slightly distorted. Marquis Baiyun said, "Is your array stable enough? Can it withstand the full power of a mighty figure's domain?" "Try it first," Qin Shujian said. Hearing that, a vast domain rose from Marquis Baiyun's body, and immediately, the array trembled violently. Countless array patterns appeared in the void, and then it collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Stop, stop." Qin Shujian's expression changed, and he quickly stopped Marquis Baiyun's action. He was also cursing in his heart. Qin Shujian knew that the domain of a mighty figure conflicted with the array. After all, Marquis Baiyun's domain had caused a reaction in the array during their previous cooperation. But at that time, Marquis Baiyun didn't display the entire domain like now. Now that the domain had spread out, it almost burst the array. No. It wasn't a close shave, but it could really cause the formation to explode. Marquis Bayun frowned and said, if it's really a fiend celestial, I'm afraid I'll have to use all my strength. In that case, it will clash with your array. I'll try again. After Qin Shujian said that, he immediately repaired the broken array patterns, and then took out the spirit stones from his storage ring. He originally wanted to take out 100 spirit stones. However, after thinking about it, he decided to take out 365 of them to make up the number of heavenly cycles just to be safe. Then, a 13th grade golden lotus was placed in the array to support and suppress the entire array. Qin Shujian said painfully, Marquis Bayun, if the spirit stones are used up, the imperial court will have to reimburse us. After all, there are tens of thousands of disciples in the Yuan sect waiting to be fed. We don't have much food left. When setting up an array with spirit stones, the origin power inside would be extracted if one wasn't careful. This was a completely different concept from rushing in to cultivate. Marquis Bayun said, don't worry, the imperial court will pay for you. That's good. Qin Shujian breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, Marquis Bayun, try again and see if you can shake the array. Hearing that, Marquis Bayun immediately expanded his domain. This time, although the formation trembled, it showed no signs of collapsing. Qin Shujian said, it looks like there won't be much of a problem using your domain within the array formation. But, unless it's absolutely necessary, I still don't recommend that you fully utilize the strength of your domain. Alright, I got it. Marquis Bayun nodded. To be honest, when he sensed the strength of the formation, he was also slightly shocked. A mighty one's domain was the strongest technique of a mighty one. It might seem simple to open a domain, but its power was not weak at all. But even so, he was unable to break the formation. A well-prepared array Dao Grandmaster was much more powerful than Marquis Bayun had expected. Shortly after, Marquis Bayun calmed himself down and took out Zhu Bing, breaking the seal of the 10 stars formation. The seal was strong. However, the 3 tribulations Zhu Bing was even more powerful. As the seal was broken, a terrifying and decaying power was emitted from it, as if a sleeping powerhouse was awakening. Boom, this feeling only lasted for 1 or 2 breaths of time. In the next instant, a shocking fluctuation spread out. A human? A hoarse voice came from below. Endless black fog emerged from the broken seal, blocking the vision of others. Whether it was Marquis Bayun or Qin Shujian, they both looked solemn at this time, waiting for the other party to appear. Judging from the fluctuation just now, it was indeed a demon god sealed here. But it was not clear how strong it was. Even the Marquis of Bayun was not 100% sure how much power the other party had retained after more than 50,000 years of experience. In the next moment, black fog surged. A middle-aged man in black armor walked out of the black fog and appeared in front of the two. Black armor, a human. Seeing the middle-aged man in black armor, Qin Shujian was shocked. He had seen many demons, but it was the first time he had seen one like this. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but activate his Dharma eye. His eyes turned into stars and fell directly on the middle-aged man in black armor. Name, Bloodfire Demon God Realm, 9th level of the Heaven-Human Realm, seriously injured state. It was really a demon god, and it was a powerhouse in the 9th level of the Heaven-Human Realm. Qin Shujian's pupils constricted, and he was shocked again. At this moment, the middle-aged man in black armor, who was Bloodfire Demon God, seemed to have sensed something and looked at Qin Shujian with a hint of anger on his expressionless face. A human in the transcendent realm dares to covet the strength of a demon god. As soon as he finished speaking, Bloodfire Demon God struck out with his palm, and the void immediately collapsed. Qin Shujian did not need to say anything. The moment the other party attacked, Marquis Bayun stabbed out with the stone spear in his hand, and endless killing instantly erupted. Boom, with the two of them as the center, the space suddenly shattered. Bloodfire Demon God looked at Marquis Bayun, and his expressionless face became more solemn. An almighty of the human race. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the stone spear, and his expression finally changed greatly. Zhu Bing. Bloodfire Demon God was not afraid of an almighty of the human race. With his strength in the 9th level of the Heaven-Human Realm, he had killed an expert of this level when he was at his peak. Although he was not at his peak, he was still not afraid of an almighty. However, if an ancestral armament was to be added to the mix, the situation would be bad. An almighty of the human race was not afraid. But with an almighty of the human race and Zhu Bing, Bloodfire Demon God had to treat them seriously. Marquis Bayun did not say anything. While Bloodfire Demon God was still in shock, he had already charged over with Zhu Bing in his hand. They were both demon gods. Back then, the Azura Demon God gave him a threat, but it was not as powerful as the Bloodfire Demon God in front of him. This was an ancient demon god. He was so ancient that he had been sealed for at least 50,000 years and could still exert strength above the 7th level of the heaven-human realm. Even though he had expected it. Marquis Bayun did not expect that there would be such an expert sealed in the seal. But now that the seal had been broken, it was meaningless to think too much. The only way to solve the problem was to kill the demon god. Bloodfire Demon God gave him a lot of pressure. But Marquis Bayun was not afraid at all. No matter how many levels of the heaven-human realm the other party was, as long as he had not crossed the threshold, his strength and the power of Zhu Bing was enough to kill the other party. The moment Marquis Bayun attacked, Bloodfire Demon God also attacked instantly. As soon as he attacked, a monstrous demonic aura surged like the boundless hell. The stone spear shattered the vacuum and tore the boundless hell apart. The two exchanged blows at an extremely fast speed, and the terrifying power shattered the surrounding void. Demonic aura surged and murderous. If it were not for the array, the vast fluctuations would have spread out. So powerful. Looking at the two fighting, Qin Shujian's expression became solemn. After breaking so many seals, any evil demon that appeared was easily suppressed and killed by Marquis Bayun. It was the first time that such an intense battle had happened. Be careful, Marquis Bayun. He is a demon god in the 9th level of the heaven-human realm at his peak. Qin Shujian had to remind him. Although Marquis Bayun seemed to have a high chance of winning, if he really fell, he would be in a lot of trouble. What's there to be afraid of? Marquis Bayun laughed heartily, and his attacks became even more fierce and terrifying. However, deep in his heart, there was also a trace of seriousness and doubt. He could not see through Bloodfire Demon God's specific realm, but Qin Shujian could see that he was a 9th level heaven-human realm expert. Marquis Bayun really had a lot of secrets. That was just a thought. Marquis Bayun's attack did not stop. A large amount of true essence poured into Zhu Bing, constantly stimulating the power of Zhu Bing. The endless sharp power of slaughter stirred up the surrounding void. Bloodfire Demon God's palm crushed the void, and there seemed to be a grey river vaguely. The power of the collapse of heaven and earth caused the surrounding area to tremble continuously. Blood Demon Realm. Bloodfire Demon God roared at this moment, and a vast fluctuation swept out from his body. As the fluctuation spread, a monstrous sea of blood appeared in the void. The sea of blood surged and swallowed everything like magma. Marquis Bayun snorted coldly, "It's just a realm. It's the same as anyone else." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of energy spread out from his body and collided with the Bloodfire Demon God's Blood Demon Realm. The two realms collided. The void collapsed silently. In an instant, only the sea of blood was destroyed. However, Marquis Bayun's expression was grave. Bloodfire Demon God was a veteran heaven-human realm expert, after all. Even if he was not at his peak, the power of his realm could not be underestimated. Now that his own realm had completely erupted, it could only offset the opponent's realm. "Human, you're courting death." Since the realm was useless, Bloodfire Demon God's eyes were filled with killing intent. He blasted out a palm, and the palm aura directly expanded to thousands of feet in size, enough to cover the entire fortress. Fortunately, in the formation, Qin Shujian used the mustard seed sumaru technique. With the small fortress as the foundation, he directly derived a vast space. Therefore, although Bloodfire Demon God's attack was powerful, it was not to the extent of bursting the space. Boom! Boom! Both of them did not hide their strength, and the battle instantly entered a white-hot stage. Qin Shujian was constantly watching the changes in the battle. At this moment, he had a fierce expression and shouted, "Marquis Bayun, remember to reimburse me." After saying that, he did not wait for Marquis Bayun to answer. He stepped into the air and directly entered the core of the formation. Once he entered the core of the formation, the entire derived space was under Qin Shujian's control. Through the formation, he could see the intensity of the battle between the two. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's divine thought spread out and operated the formation. The 13th grade golden lotus swayed, and 365 spiritual stones erupted with powerful spiritual energy. Outside the fortress, vast and boundless spiritual energy surged toward the fortress, alarming the garrison stationed outside the city. In addition to that, the experts from various regions also noticed the changes in this place. Inside the formation, in the sky above the dome of heaven, laws appeared out of thin air. Subsequently, Qin Shujian's divine thought moved, and all the rules directly fell on Bloodfire Demon God. A mere formation, how dare you control me? The Bloodfire Demon God was enraged. When the rules fell, he felt his power being suppressed. A terrifying force erupted from his body, and it was about to force the rules out. In my formation, I am the master. I don't care if you are in the 9th level of the heaven-human realm. Just lie down. Qin Shujian gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger. The next second, 100 spiritual stones shattered, and the power of the origin was extracted. The rules of the entire formation suddenly became several times stronger. Demon Seal. Boom. The heaven and earth rules that should have been forced out by Bloodfire Demon God fell in an instant. I'll kill you. 100 spiritual stones shattered. Vein Seal. Another 100 spiritual stones shattered. Chi and Blood Seal. One after another, the heaven and earth rules fell, forming a terrifying imprisonment that made Bloodfire Demon God roar again and again. Even if it wasn't at its peak, such a formation couldn't do anything to him. But the problem was, now that Marquis Bayun was attacking fiercely from the side, Bloodfire Demon God's domain was completely offset by the other party's domain. Under such circumstances, Bloodfire Demon God no longer had the capital to fight against the rules. 300 spiritual stones shattered. In exchange, Bloodfire Demon God's strength was weakened by a whole 10%. Don't underestimate the 10% reduction. For Almighties, a 10% difference was enough to determine success or failure. Qin Shujian had also put in a lot of effort this time. The 300 spiritual stones shattered just like that. This wasn't a simple absorption of spirit chi, but directly shattering the origin inside. After that, whether Bloodfire Demon God died or not, these 300 spiritual stones would be permanently damaged. If Marquis Bayun hadn't promised to reimburse him, Qin Shujian would never have put in so much effort. Well done, kill him. I'll reimburse you when I go back. Marquis Bayun laughed loudly. He could also feel the weakening of Bloodfire Demon God. Marquis Bayun didn't expect that Qin Shujian, who was casually recruited to help him, could play such a role at such a critical moment. A 10% reduction. That was enough. After laughing, Marquis Bayun shouted angrily, "Today, I'm going to kill a demon god." Boom. Zhu Bing's power surged and instantly suppressed the demonic power of Bloodfire Demon God. The severely injured Bloodfire Demon God's strength was slightly weaker than Marquis Bayun's. Now that it was weakened by another 10%, the gap had widened to the extent that it could determine the outcome. Zhu Bing suppressed heaven and earth, and an immortal god appeared amidst the slaughter. Bloodfire Demon God roared continuously, but in the face of Zhu Bing's power, he could only passively resist. Bang! A stone spear broke through the void and directly bombarded Bloodfire Demon God's body. A terrifying power erupted and sent the other party flying. Along the way, he smashed through countless voids and even caused the formation to tremble incessantly. Qin Shujian hurriedly drove the 13th stage Golden Lotus to stabilize the array. Marquis Bayun, don't randomly attack. If you pull the demon god out, the array will be in trouble. He was arrogant. Marquis Bayun was really arrogant. If he had the strength, he could just kill him directly. What was the use of using Zhu Bing to attack him? If Bloodfire Demon God took this opportunity to break through the array in one fell swoop, it would be a big joke. Don't worry, he can't escape. Marquis Bayun took a step and disappeared on the spot. On the other side, Bloodfire Demon God took Zhu Bing's attack head-on, and the black armor on his body directly exploded. His sturdy body also cracked a lot, but it was quickly repaired by demonic chi. At this moment, Marquis Bayun stepped on the air, and a terrifying killing intent appeared. "Human, you really want to fight to the death with me? It's just catching a turtle in a jar. Don't overestimate yourself." Marquis Bayun chuckled and performed the 9 steps of immortal ascension, instantly suppressing Bloodfire Demon God. At this moment, Bloodfire Demon God finally felt what it was like to be a tiger in a plain. He was an expert in the 9th level of the heaven-human realm, but he was now forced to such a state by a human mighty figure. Bloodfire Demon God wanted to self-destruct. That way, he wouldn't die in the hands of Zhu Bing and could be reborn in the demon abyss. At the same time, he was confident that he could kill Marquis Bayun with the power of self-destruction. However, Bloodfire Demon God's bodies were too strong, so strong that they needed a certain amount of time to prepare for self-destruction. The human in front of him obviously wouldn't give him the chance. "I've never killed a Bloodfire Demon God before. Today, I'll use you as an appetizer." Marquis Bayun took a step forward and the 9 steps of immortal ascension suddenly landed. A terrifying power instantly erupted. Bloodfire Demon God coughed out blood continuously. At the same time, a vast amount of true essence surged into Zhu Bing, activating the power of the 3 tribulations Zhu Bing as much as possible. In an instant, the blood on the stone spear came to life. Rumble, Zhu Bing hadn't attacked yet, but the power had already suppressed the void to the point of cracking. That terrifying aura caused the Bloodfire Demon God's expression to change drastically. At this moment, he felt the threat of death. It wasn't a simple death, but a real death that even the demon abyss couldn't save him. "Human, why do you have to kill me? I can promise that I will never invade this world." Under the threat of death, Bloodfire Demon God finally lowered his head. He didn't want to die. Or rather, no one really wanted to die. Even though he had been sealed for tens of thousands of years, Bloodfire Demon God didn't want to die. For Bloodfire Demon Gods, they had eternal life. Moreover, as a 9th-tier heaven human, he was considered powerful in the demon abyss. Even if he was reborn and returned to the demon abyss, there were still not many Bloodfire Demon Gods that could threaten him. In this way, Bloodfire Demon God chose to lower his head. "If you kill me, Zhu Bing's power will definitely increase greatly. By then, he won't be far from transcending the tribulation. Once Zhu Bing fails to transcend the tribulation, the consequences can be imagined. I swear in the name of the demon abyss that as long as you let me go, I will never step into this world." "Are you serious?" Marquis Bayun was a little tempted. Zhu Bing's power was still activated, but he had no intention of attacking for the time being. Killing a Bloodfire Demon God was good. But just as Bloodfire Demon God said, the power given by a Bloodfire Demon God was much more than that of other demons. Once Zhu Bing transcended the tribulation, it would be a huge problem. Bloodfire Demon God saw that Marquis Bayun was tempted and said, "I will swear in the name of the demon abyss. I will never go back on my words." "Swear in the demon abyss." Marquis Bayun hesitated. Bloodfire Demon God was relieved. The other party hesitated, which meant that he still had a chance. Just as Bloodfire Demon God was about to speak, the ancestral armaments that had been accumulating power the entire time suddenly shot forth. "You're crazy!" Bloodfire Demon God screamed in horror. He didn't understand why this human wanted to kill him. Didn't he know how dangerous it was for Zhu Bing to transcend the tribulation? Only 2 or 3 of Zhu Bing's 10 tribulations could really make it through. Could it be that this human was really so confident that he could guarantee that Zhu Bing would succeed in transcending the tribulation, or did he really hate him so much that he wanted to kill him? Bloodfire Demon God searched through all his memories, but he couldn't find any grudges with Marquis Bayun. At this moment, Zhu Bing had already landed, and his terrifying power directly pierced through Bloodfire Demon God. Marquis Bayun said coldly, "I'm not used to negotiating with the demon abyss. It's better to kill you. Human, you'll regret it. I've already sensed the aura of the demon abyss. Soon, this world will definitely become the paradise of the demon abyss. I'll be waiting for you." The blood flame demon god smiled miserably. Soon after, he stared coldly at the Marquis of Northern Cloud as he threatened. Even though he was a demon god, he could only last for a while under Zhu Bing's fatal attack. Not long later, Bloodfire Demon God's entire body was absorbed by Zhu Bing, and his body turned into yuan corroding bone powder that scattered on the ground. After absorbing the Bloodfire Demon God's power, the ancestral armament's aura grew even stronger. The Marquis of the Northern Cloud had a calm expression as he put away his ancestral armament. Qin Shujian also walked out of the core of the array and landed beside Marquis Baiyun. "Why don't you agree with him?" Qin Shujian asked. If the Demon Abyss Oath was really useful, he would have one less opponent. Marquis Baiyun shook his head and said, "The evil demon tribe can't be trusted. Although the Demon Abyss Oath is useful, it doesn't have much binding power. If I let him go, Zhu Bing in my hands will be exposed." Only a few people knew that he had Zhu Bing in his hands. This matter couldn't be exposed casually. When the Demon Abyss attacked the human race in the future, one more Zhu Bing that the evil demons didn't know about would increase their chances of winning. Or else, once the evil demons knew that he had Zhu Bing in his hands, the Baiyun Mansion would definitely be the target of many evil demons when they attacked the human race. This wasn't a good thing for him. Hearing that, Qin Shujian also nodded slightly. It seems that this Qin has misunderstood. However, there is one thing that I would like to know. What is it? Marquis Baiyun asked. The other party had a lot of questions, but for the sake of Qin Shujian accompanying him to kill the evil demons, he answered them patiently. Qin Shujian said, "Marquis Baiyun's ancestral armament, how many more evil devils does it need to kill before its next tribulation? It's not a problem to kill dozens of demon gods." Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. He noticed the meaning of Marquis Baiyun's words. What he said was not to kill dozens of evil demons, but dozens of demon gods. There was still a big difference between evil demons and demon gods. In other words, Zhu Bing in Marquis Baiyun's hands still had a long way to go before the fourth tribulation. In Qin Shujian's opinion, this was also the reason why Marquis Baiyun killed the Bloodfire Demon God so easily. If Zhu Bing was really about to transcend the tribulation, Marquis Baiyun wouldn't kill the Bloodfire Demon God rashly even at the risk of exposing Zhu Bing's existence. Afterward, Qin Shujian removed the array and took back the 13th grade Golden Lotus, together with the remaining 65 spirit stones. Then, he set up a huge purification array in the surroundings. In order to increase the effect of the array, Qin Shujian put in another 5 spirit stones. The demonic chi of demon gods is extraordinary. I'll put in 5 spirit stones now to increase the purification effect. Plus the ones I used before, there are exactly 305 spirit stones. Qin Shujian reminded him faintly. 305 spirit stones was not a small number. Although the possibility of Marquis Baiyun going back on his word was not high, he felt uneasy as long as he didn't get the spirit stones. Marquis Baiyun said helplessly, "Sect Master Qin, don't worry. The Imperial Court will pay the spirit stones." Anyway, he wasn't the one paying the spirit stones. Although Marquis Baiyun was in charge of Baiyun Mansion, it actually belonged to the Imperial Court. Killing the demons. That was the Imperial Court's business. If there were any expenses during this period, it would naturally be paid by the Imperial Court. What Marquis Baiyun had to do was to report the matter truthfully. It was no big deal. Baiyun Mansion would pay the 300 spirit stones first, and then the Imperial Court would pay. If Qin Shujian hadn't used the power of the array, Marquis Baiyun wouldn't have been able to kill the Bloodfire Demon God so quickly and so easily. No matter what. It was also an expert at the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. No matter how weak it was, it couldn't be killed with a wave of the hand. The Imperial Court had a lot of business. Although 300 spirit stones was a lot, it wasn't a big problem for the Imperial Court to take it out. Moreover, Marquis Baiyun was sure that the human emperor must have received the legacy of the Heavenly Court. Not all the treasures of the ancient Heavenly Court fell into the hands of the human emperor, but he also benefited a lot. A few hundred spirit stones. That was just a small matter. After returning to the Marquis Baiyun's residence, Marquis Baiyun immediately took out 305 spiritual stones from the storeroom and handed them to Qin Shujian. "Sect Master Qin, here are 305 spirit stones. You can count them." "No need. I still trust Marquis Baiyun." Qin Shujian looked at the spirit stones on the table and put them into his storage ring with a smile. This time, he didn't get any profit from cleaning up the remaining demons in Baiyun Mansion. He was just going through the motions with Marquis Baiyun. Marquis Baiyun said, Sect Master Qin has contributed a lot to cleaning up the demons in Baiyun Mansion. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. I will definitely help if I can. With Marquis Baiyun's words, this trip was not in vain. Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said. Looking at the Marquis of North Cloud, he suddenly changed the topic and said, I have something that I would like to trouble you with. What's the matter? I want to experience the means of a mighty figure. Qin Shujian said word by word. The Marquis of Northern Cloud's expression turned solemn. He looked at Qin Shujian's expression and wanted to see if he was serious or just joking. After a while, Marquis Baiyun said, Your foundation is very strong. Although you are only at the first tier of the celestial being realm, I can feel that the power contained in your body is not weaker than the second or third tier of the celestial being realm. However, you must understand that regardless of whether it is the second or third layer of the celestial human realm, strictly speaking, they are only at the transcendent realm. After transcendence is sainthood. Above sainthood is almighty. He was telling Qin Shujian. Even if it was a transcendent at the pinnacle, in front of a mighty being, he could still be destroyed with a wave of his hand. Qin Shujian said seriously, Ever since I broke through to the celestial being realm, I've fought with Du Qingguo and Shen Hong. Du Qingguo's peak strength is very strong, and I'm not his opponent even with the help of the array formation. However, I didn't get to experience too much during that battle. Later, when I fought with Du Qingguo, he was seriously injured and was killed by me in the end. I've already experienced the strength of the transcendence and sainthood experts, but to be honest, I want to broaden my horizons with the Almighty. When the human emperor condensed the heavenly court, he had once transformed into the heavenly court's divine general and obtained power that far exceeded his own. But at that time, Qin Shujian didn't have time to give him too much insight. He didn't know how strong or weak that force was compared to the Almighty. The 3 continents were about to open. Qin Shujian was sure that there must be Almighty in the other 3 continents. Sooner or later, he would also encounter such a strong expert. When that time came, if he was no match for him, he would only be defeated. Therefore, Qin Shujian now wanted to experience the strength of Marquis Baiyun. It was also a good opportunity to understand the gap between him and the Almighty and whether it was really to the extent that he couldn't make up for it. If it was, then he had to be prepared to encounter such a strong expert in the future. His gaze fell on Qin Shujian for a long time. Marquis Baiyun finally nodded and said calmly, If you insist, then I'll fulfill your wish. Thank you, Marquis Baiyun. Let's go. It's too noisy when the Almighty attacks. Let's go outside and find a suitable place. Marquis Baiyun stood up and walked outside. Qin Shujian also stood up and left behind him. The 2 of them left the city without notifying anyone. However, when the stream of light streaked across the sky above Xianxia City, the people who sensed it were puzzled. Marquis Baiyun left Xianxia City again. In the past, when Marquis Baiyun stayed in Xianxia City, he might not even take a step out of the city for a few years. But now, he left the city one after another, which made many people surprised and puzzled. Marquis Baiyun left the city again. The last time Marquis Baiyun left the city, he wiped out all the demons in the Baiyun mansion. Why did he leave the city this time? I don't know. The one who left with Marquis Baiyun should be Qin Shujian. Many experts were whispering to each other with their divine wills. In the Baiyun mansion, apart from Marquis Baiyun, Qin Shujian was the only one who could ignore the ceiling array of Xianxia City. The others? They couldn't do that. After leaving Xianxia City, Qin Shujian saw the hideous head that was abandoned outside the city. Even now, the head was still filled with thoughts that didn't disperse, and blood was still seeping out of the wound. It was the head of a heavenly human demon. Qin Shujian immediately confirmed the identity of the head. In the past, Marquis Baiyun went deep into the Skyend mountain range and killed a heavenly human demon with lightning speed. He even threw the heavenly human demon's head outside Xianxia City, which shocked all the demon clans in the world. According to the law of heaven and earth, experts who were killed would usually return to heaven and earth. Now that the heavenly human demon's head was abandoned here, it meant that the head was Marquis Bayun's trophy. A heavenly human demon. Even if he was dead, he still had power and influence. An expert who had reached this stage was already very terrifying. Looking at the neat and smooth cut on the head, Qin Shujian felt a terrifying saber chi from it. This heavenly human demon was killed by a single saber strike. Qin Shujian thought to himself. If he remembered correctly, Marquis Bayun had a bronze saber, which was a six-seal Dao artifact. It was the Dao artifact of Bayun Mansion. After glancing at the head of the great demon, Qin Shujian followed behind Marquis Bayun. It didn't take long for them to appear in the wilderness. The two of them stood in the air, facing each other, less than 30 feet away. "Make your move," Marquis Bayun said calmly with his hands behind his back. Qin Shujian didn't hesitate. A powerful force was being nurtured in his body. "In that case, I'll make my move." As soon as he finished speaking, 397 acupoints vibrated at the same time. Blood flowed like a river of stars, and a terrifying force instantly erupted. At this moment, Qin Shujian no longer looked like a human. Instead, he looked more like a terrifying beast in human form. Boom, Qin Shujian took a step forward. The void distorted and vibrated. He struck out with a finger, and the sound of wind and thunder was heard. The finger energy shattered the air. Marquis Bayun looked calm. When the finger energy was 3 feet away from him, a gust of energy appeared out of nowhere and directly blocked Qin Shujian's attack. The two collided, and a powerful fluctuation erupted. When the finger energy was destroyed, the energy shield also shook a few times. "It's quite powerful." Marquis Bayun nodded. Then, he struck out with his palm. The palm energy turned into 1,000 feet in size. It sealed the surrounding heaven and earth and pressed down on Qin Shujian. It was a palm strike. He didn't use any martial arts. He only used the strength of an almighty to strike out with the simplest palm strike. But that was it. Even Qin Shujian felt a terrifying sense of threat. Before the palm energy arrived, the qi and blood in his body were already vibrating violently. An almighty. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. In the face of such an attack, the most appropriate thing to do was to retreat. However, this sparring session was to understand the gap between himself and an almighty. If he retreated, the sparring session would be meaningless. Therefore, Qin Shujian didn't retreat. Instead, he went forward and blasted out the great desolate devil suppression seal. It instantly collided with the palm energy. Boom, boom, Qin Shujian's body faintly cracked. He coughed up blood and retreated. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Logically speaking, at that moment, Qin Shujian had already lost. However, he had asked for a sparring session. If he lost with a single palm strike, he would be utterly embarrassed. Moreover, it was only until now. Qin Shujian did not use all his strength. An almighty is indeed powerful, however, it's impossible for you to defeat me with a single move. Qin Shujian's aura was high. He took a step forward and raised his strength to the peak. Astral myriad body, the 397 star acupoints seemed to have turned into stars at this moment, and an illusory river of stars flowed through the void. Great desolate devil suppression seal, a seal was blasted out. The galaxy surged, and the star acupoints rioted. In the face of this power, Marquis Bayun's expression changed slightly. He already knew that Qin Shujian's strength was not as simple as being at the first level of the heaven-human realm. Although Qin Shujian was at the first level, in terms of strength, he was definitely comparable to a second or third level expert. However, the attack at this moment, to be honest, it already had the power of a saint. Without drawing on the power of heaven and earth, this was the strength that a fourth-level heaven-human realm expert could exert. Although he was surprised by Qin Shujian's strength, Marquis Bayun was still an almighty. However, Marquis Bayun was an almighty expert after all. He stretched out his palm, and black energy spread out, turning into a long saber that slashed down. The galaxy descended. It shook the void and caused it to tremble. However, when the black saber slashed out, it caused the void to shatter and vanish. Boom, Qin Shujian's expression was extremely solemn. The moment the great desolation devil subduing seal was broken, the heavenly cloud god's sealing finger also blasted out. The power of destruction and imprisonment wreaked havoc in the void, forcibly shattering the black longsword. Then he disappeared on the spot. In the next breath, he appeared behind Marquis Bayun and blasted out a punch. Marquis Bayun did not turn around. He just turned his elbow and collided violently with Qin Shujian's fist. Bang! There was an explosion in the void. The force of the rebound almost caused Qin Shujian's body to collapse. But soon, under the surge of vast qi and blood, the rebound of the physical body was forcibly suppressed. Then, another great wilderness demon suppression seal was blasted out. Although this martial art disappeared from the attribute panel, Qin Shujian firmly remembered it in his mind. In terms of comprehension, even the creator of this martial art could only look at it in the dust. However, although the great wilderness demon suppression seal was strong, it was useless in front of Marquis Bayun. At this moment, an invisible wave came from the void. Marquis Bayun frowned. His divine thought spread out from his body, and a vast domain suddenly descended. When the domain descended, the long saber that had slashed at his spirit deity silently shattered. At the same time, Qin Shujian only felt boundless pressure surging from all directions, causing the vital energy and blood in his body to become stagnant. That was not all. Even the heaven and earth spirit qi in the surroundings was isolated at this moment. Domain. Although Qin Shujian had never experienced the power of a domain, after sensing the changes in the surroundings, he knew that he had fallen into Marquis Bayun's domain. As soon as he entered the domain, it was equivalent to falling into the other party's palm. Although he could not be crushed to death easily, his strength was also weakened a lot. Boom! The black saber slashed out. Qin Shujian blasted out with his finger. The finger aura collided with the black saber, but it was destroyed in an instant. At the same time, the dustless celestial robe shone brightly and finally shattered together with the black saber. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not make any more moves. When he stopped, the domain power that covered his body also disappeared. Marquis Bayun took a step forward with his hands behind his back and landed on the ground. I've finally experienced the power of an almighty today. Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said in admiration. From the beginning to the end, he had been suppressed by Marquis Bayun. The so-called counterattack was not worth mentioning at all in the eyes of the other party. Such a gap in strength, it made Qin Shujian feel a little uncomfortable. Although he still had the second realm of the Grandmaster realm and the 13th grade Golden Lotus that he had not used, Marquis Bayun had also held back. Not to mention Zhu Bing, the other party had not even used the 9 steps of immortal ascension. The dark heaven of the great underworld, which could fight with the fiend celestial, also did not exert much power. Even though Qin Shujian knew that there was a big gap between him and an almighty. But now that he had fought, he realized that the gap was no longer big. Seriously speaking, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. There was no comparison at all. If Marquis Bayun really wanted to kill him, it would definitely not take more than 3 moves. Even if he used the 13th grade Golden Lotus as a life-saving trump card, it would be the same. This was a gap in strength that could not be made up for by simple external objects. Marquis Bayun comforted him, Sect Master Qin's strength is not weak. Once the Almighty's domain is activated, unless it is an expert of the same level, it is almost impossible to resist. In terms of real strength, Sect Master Qin is actually not much weaker than the 4th level of the celestial being. In time, your strength will definitely become stronger. Marquis Bayun, you don't have to comfort me. Since I dared to ask for advice, I am also mentally prepared. Qin Shujian smiled and dispelled the haze in his heart. That's right. He was only at the 1st level of the celestial being realm now. If he used all his means, it would not be a big problem for him to fight with experts of the Saint realm, even if he could not match the Almighty. However, although Qin Shujian was not discouraged, his fear of the Almighty had increased by several levels. If I don't step into the 4th level of the celestial being realm in the future, it's best to run away when I see the Almighty. Qin Shujian made a rough estimation based on the exchange just now. If he wanted to fight with the Almighty, he would have to at least break through to the 4th level of the celestial being realm. If he was below the 4th level of the celestial being realm, he would have to stay as far away as possible. After all, once the domain was activated, the Almighty would have too much of an advantage when fighting against cultivators below the Almighty level. And even if he broke through to the 4th level of the celestial being realm, Xianxia was only confident that he could fight, but it was not 100%. This battle with Marquis Bayun also gave him a more realistic understanding of the means of the Almighty. I have benefited a lot from Marquis Bayun's guidance this time. There are still some things to deal with in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, so I'll take my leave first. Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said. He had no intention of returning to Zongyang City. This time, he had exchanged pointers with Marquis Bayun and had fulfilled one of his wishes. As for the rest, it was more important to go back. Marquis Bayun did not stop him. After the two of them left, other cultivators came here. That move just now is the dark sky of the underworld. I saw Marquis Bayun make a move more than 10 years ago. It was this move that killed a great cultivator at the peak of the divine martial arts realm. Who was Marquis Bayun fighting with? Could it be that a strong enemy has invaded the Bayun mansion? Hiss, this is the means of the Almighty. It's really powerful. These experts who came looked at the fluctuations in the void that had not dissipated, and their faces changed drastically. These people. They were all cultivators of the Bayun mansion. Those who had the guts to come here were all in the divine martial arts realm. In the absence of the celestial being, the divine martial arts realm was the peak. However, even such an expert was shocked when he sensed the energy fluctuations in the void that had not completely dissipated. An old man sighed and said, if I'm not wrong, the person who is fighting with Marquis Bayun should be Qin Shujian. Not long after the two of them left Zongyang City, a battle broke out here. As long as one was not stupid, one could guess something. Hearing that, many people's expressions changed slightly, but they soon understood. It seemed that the only person in the Bayun mansion who could fight with Marquis Bayun was Qin Shujian. In this way, the battle just now was not a life and death battle, but a simple exchange of pointers. The strength of the celestial being realm is really shocking. I don't know if I'll have the chance to step into such a mysterious realm in my lifetime. Someone sighed, then looked at a middle-aged man and said with a smile. Eldarin, I heard that your sect's supreme elder is preparing to break through to the celestial being realm. Is that true? After that, many people's gazes also landed on Eldarin. After Fang Xinglan successfully broke through to the celestial being realm, the Traceless sect also spread the news that Yin Banqing was about to break through to the celestial being realm. For this reason, they collected all kinds of treasures to prepare for the breakthrough. If Yin Banqing also succeeded in breaking through, then the Traceless sect would officially join the ranks of the top sections. There would also be a third celestial being realm cultivator in the Bayun mansion. And Peng said faintly, whether the news of the Supreme Elder's breakthrough is true or not, we'll know in a few days. Our sect has a good relationship with the Origin sect. When the time comes, we might even invite experts from the Origin sect to attend the ceremony. He knew what these people were thinking. Yin Banqing's breakthrough was a situation that many forces did not want to see. But Peng was not afraid. The strength of the Traceless sect was not weak, and its thousands of years of heritage was not just for show. In the Bayun mansion, there were only a few sects that could compete with the Traceless sect. As for the others, their eyes flickered when they heard this. They could hear the warning in Peng's words. The Traceless sect had a good relationship with the Origin sect. When the time came, there might be experts from the Origin sect coming to protect them. The other party was just short of directly saying that Yin Banqing's breakthrough was facilitated by the Origin sect. Anyone who wanted to stop Yin Banqing's breakthrough had to consider whether it would anger the Origin sect. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Peng also sneered in his heart. From the beginning to the end, the Traceless sect had never thought of hiding the news of Yin Banqing's breakthrough. This was because the breakthrough of a heavenly being would cause a phenomenon of heaven and earth, so it was impossible to hide it. So, rather than hiding it and waiting for the breakthrough to be noticed, it was better to announce it openly and show the confidence of the Traceless sect, making others feel apprehensive. For this reason, the Traceless sect also used the Origin sect's tiger skin. But these things, the Traceless sect had also privately greeted the Origin sect. They dared to do so because the other party did not object. Otherwise, if they angered a top sect, the Traceless sect would be in big trouble. When the Supreme Elder breaks through to the heavenly being realm, the traceless sect will also have such an existence. And Peng looked at the raging power in the void, which seemed like it could easily tear him to pieces. The gap between the heavenly being realm and below was really too big. If a heavenly being were to make a move, killing cultivators below the heavenly being realm was just a matter of waving their hand. However, the traceless sect would soon have such an expert. At that time, it would be the most prosperous time for the traceless sect in thousands of years. However, Peng still had some doubts in his heart. Can the Supreme Elder really become so strong after breaking through? He was a little uncertain. But soon, Peng dispelled this thought. Everyone, when the Supreme Elder succeeds in breaking through, I hope you will not be stingy and come to the traceless sect for a gathering. Peng said loudly and immediately flew away. Only the other cultivators were left standing there with gloomy expressions. Peng is so arrogant. Could it be that the traceless sect wants to invite the entire Bayun mansion? If Yin Banqing really succeeds in breaking through, then the traceless sect really has the confidence to do so. Some people were dissatisfied with Peng's attitude, but others were worried. One more heavenly being would mean one more unforeseen event. The emergence of the origin sect in the Bayun mansion had already damaged the interests of many sections. If there was another top sect, the situation of the other sects would be even more difficult. This was also the reason why the other mansions had always been dominated by one top sect. This was because, although a mansion was big, it could not accommodate a second top sect. Below the top sects, there were many sects of the Major Protectorate, the Spirit Protectorate, and the True Dominion. If these sects wanted to survive, they could not do without the support of resources. Someone sighed and said, Yin Banqing's breakthrough is unstoppable. Don't you see that the other sects of the Major Protectorate dare not speak up? What can we do? I really don't know what Qin Shujian is thinking. How foolish of him to tolerate the emergence of a top sect at this time. Elder Lu, be careful with your words. If the origin sect hears about this, that person will be unhappy. Upon hearing this, the complaining person immediately shut his mouth. Qin Shujian was famous for being petty. If the other party bore a grudge against him because of this, he would suffer a great loss. Fang Xinglan's breakthrough. It didn't affect the Fallen Moon Mansion much. Because the Celestial Array sect was a top sect, Fang Xinglan's breakthrough would only make the Celestial Array sect more powerful. It wouldn't change much. But the Traceless sect was different. Once the Traceless sect became a top sect, its power and territory would definitely expand. This would harm the interests of the other sections. No one wanted to see this happen. It was just that the Traceless sect was now backed by Yuanzong. Even if these people were unwilling, they didn't dare to challenge Yuanzong. This was the advantage of having a celestial being. As long as there was no powerhouse at the same level, they wouldn't be qualified to compete with the other party. Only a celestial being could deal with a celestial being. Now that the news of Yin Banqing's breakthrough has spread, it has caused dissatisfaction among many sections. Are we really going to intervene? In Yuanzong, Zhengfang asked in a deep voice. To be honest, he didn't want Yuanzong to intervene. Whether Yin Banqing failed or not had nothing to do with Yuanzong. If Yuanzong supported the Traceless sect, the sects in Bayun Mansion wouldn't say anything, but they would definitely be dissatisfied. For Yuanzong, this wasn't a good thing. After all, although Yuanzong was strong, it wasn't to the point of completely suppressing the cultivation world in Bayun Mansion. If this caused dissatisfaction, over time, there would definitely be unrest. Qin Shujian shook his head and said, the Traceless sect can afford this price. We're just doing this for money. As for these sects' concerns about Yin Banqing's breakthrough, to put it bluntly, they're afraid of the expansion of the Traceless sect's territory. It won't be long before the 3 continents are connected. The main battlefield of the human race won't be in the eastern continent, but in the other 3 continents. The Traceless sect won't interfere too much in the Bayun Mansion. This was one of the conditions that Yuanzong agreed to help the other party. The Traceless sect's breakthrough. They couldn't expand their territory in Bayun Mansion, but had to go to the other 3 continents. Apart from that, Qin Shujian didn't care too much about the dissatisfaction of the other sections. If they weren't strong enough, they would have to worry about what these sects thought. As long as Yuanzong was strong enough, any dissatisfaction could be suppressed. Just like the imperial court. As soon as the human sovereign appeared, it swept across the land, and all the voices of dissatisfaction disappeared. Because those who were dissatisfied had all been killed. The remaining people all submitted to the might of the Renhuang. Now, Qin Shujian hoped that he could be like the human emperor in the future. Anyone who was dissatisfied with him would be wiped out, leaving only those who had no objections. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was confident. With his life source, his cultivation speed was incomparable to others. Right now, he was only at the first tier of the heavens human realm. However, 3 to 5 years later, or even 20 to 30 years later, he would definitely not remain at his current realm. For other celestials, breaking through to the next realm in 20 to 30 years was basically an extravagant hope. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, it was not a big problem. Zhongfang said, "In your opinion, what are the chances of Yin Banqing breaking through?" "Half of it." Qin Shujian shook his head. Yin Banqing wasn't Fang Xinglan. His foundation wasn't as deep as Fang Xinglan's. The Traceless sect also lacked divine connection cultivation techniques. To have a 50% success rate was already the result of the other party's many years of accumulation. If he didn't guess wrongly, Yin Banqing's breakthrough this time was equivalent to forcefully breaking through. With his own strength and foundation, he forcefully broke through to the heavens human realm and then reverse-engineered the divine connection cultivation technique to perfect the Traceless sect's inheritance. This method was very common. However, there were more failures than successes. Originally, in Qin Shujian's opinion, if Yin Banqing wanted to break through, he should have exchanged for a divine connection cultivation technique in the Yuan Pavilion. However, it seemed that the other party couldn't wait that long. At this moment, Qin Shujian said, "How far has the recruitment of disciples progressed?" "Many people have already come to Liangshan City. In the future, there will be more people coming." "Don't you think Liangshan City is a little too small?" Qin Shujian suddenly asked. Zhongfang's expression froze. Small, he really hadn't thought about this before. Compared to the cities of other top sects, Liangshan City wasn't considered small. Of course, it wasn't big either. At most, it was of medium level. After all, Liangshan City wasn't big. When Liangshan City was first built, it was built with Liangshan City and a chaotic stone forest as the foundation. Thinking of this, Zhongfang said hesitantly, "Although Liangshan City isn't the top city among the sects, it's not small either. It's not bad. If you want to do something, you should do it to the best of your ability. Our sect's current strength is already in the top 3. However, our sect's city is a little small." After saying this, Qin Shujian pondered for a moment. "It seems that we need to find an opportunity to expand Liangshan City." "Expand?" Zhongfang frowned and said, "Now that Liangshan City's foundation has been laid, if we want to expand, many places will have to be rebuilt. The resources we need to consume won't be small. Great Elder, have you forgotten that Liangshan City isn't as simple as a city? Sect Master, what do you plan to do? If Liangshan City becomes a Dao artifact in the future, expanding it will be just a matter of words." Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. The current Liangshan City was a spiritual artifact. If they wanted to expand it, they would need to tear down more than half of the city. Tearing down a city was easy. However, tearing down a spiritual artifact wasn't an easy thing to do. If Liangshan City could be upgraded to a Dao artifact, then the problem of expanding Liangshan City would be solved. The power of a spiritual artifact was limited. Once it was upgraded to a Dao artifact, enlarging or shrinking it would be just a basic operation. This was also the reason why Heaven Realm cultivators would either use Dao artifacts or fight with their bare hands. A Heaven Realm cultivator's body could change its size. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem for a normal person to use a weapon. However, if it was enlarged, then it would be useless. Only a Dao artifact that could change according to the body could allow a Heaven Realm cultivator to display their true strength. When Jingfang heard this, he was also shocked by Qin Shujian's idea. Sect Master wants to upgrade Liangshan City into a Dao artifact. Upgrading a Dao artifact, If this news were to spread, it would be even more shocking than when Qin Shujian was upgrading the dustless immortal robe. After all, from ancient times until now, no one had ever managed to upgrade a city into a Dao artifact. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was that he couldn't do it. Even a Grandmaster blacksmith didn't have the confidence to upgrade a city into a Dao artifact. Qin Shujian said, "Why not? If I can forge a Dao artifact, I can forge a second one. It's not a big problem." After his array Dao entered the second stage of the Grandmaster realm, his forging Dao had also changed. When it came to forging methods, Qin Shujian was confident that even if he claimed to be second in the human race, there might not be anyone who could claim to be first. However, if possible, Qin Shujian would rather use his luck points to upgrade it. However, it was simply unrealistic to think about it. If he used his luck points to upgrade other Dao artifacts, he could still deceive others. However, if he directly upgraded Liangshan City, then even a fool would know that there was something wrong with him. Before fighting with Marquis Bayun, Qin Shujian was still a little confident in his own strength. However, after fighting with the other party, he realized that his strength was still lacking. If he wanted to be fearless, at the very least, he had to be able to suppress a mighty figure. Before that, it was better to keep a low profile. He would honestly use normal methods to forge a Dao artifact. While increasing his prestige, it would also increase his status in the human race. A powerful Grandmaster blacksmith. It was a scarce resource everywhere. Zhengfang didn't know what to say. To be honest, he was also a little helpless about Qin Shujian's confidence. Was it really that simple to forge a Dao artifact, or a city into a Dao artifact? Although he hadn't come into contact with the Dao of forging, he also understood how difficult it was to achieve this step. If Sect Master builds Liangshan City, it will cause a big commotion. At that time, all parties will definitely send people to observe. The meaning of Zhengfang's words was already very obvious. If the forging failed, then it would be a disgrace to the entire cultivation world. He felt that he had to stop it. Qin Shujian smiled and said, "Great Elder, don't worry. Don't worry about me doing things. I will never do things that I am not confident in." His words were filled with strong confidence. "Fine. Since Sect Master has already made his decision, I won't stop him. However, when does Sect Master plan to start?" Zhengfang sighed and asked seriously. Qin Shujian said, "If you want to forge a Dao artifact, you have to have a Khanate embryo. Khanate spiritual items should be born in the new district soon. It has been less than 2 years since the last exploration. It's about time." Qin Shujian looked into the distance. It was the new district close to the Liangshan spirit domain. In his senses, there were several dense auras that were being nurtured in the new area. Those auras, Qin Shujian was very familiar with them. They were characteristics unique to Khanate spiritual items. In a newly born area, innate spirit items would be born one after another within a few years after the birth of the area. As time passed, the chaotic heaven-earth law would become stable. When the heaven-earth law reached the mortal domain level, it would slowly absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth to increase the upper limit of the district. Then, it would slowly reach the true domain level and merge with the Liangshan spirit domain. If he wanted to forge a city into a Dao artifact, it was obviously impossible to rely on 1 or 2 Khanate embryos. Qin Shujian secretly estimated that he would need at least 3 Khanate spiritual items in order to forge the Liangshan city into a Dao artifact. It would be best to forge the Liangshan city into a Dao artifact before the 3 continents are connected. In the end, Qin Shujian had an additional thought. However, when the Dao artifact would be forged depended on when the Khanate embryos were born. Based on his senses, the Khanate spiritual items would be born in about half a year to 2 years. As for the exact time, Qin Shujian wasn't sure. The faster the Khanate spiritual items were born, the faster they would be forged. However, if the Khanate spiritual items were born slowly, there was nothing he could do. After instructing Zhengfang to pay close attention to the new district, Qin Shujian stood up and left. Inside the forbidden area, he took out all the remaining spirit stones. There were a total of 700 spirit stones. He originally had more than 1,400 spirit stones. First, he used 365 spirit stones. Now, he was still in the recovery stage. Then, he built the spatial mystic realm and placed another 365 spirit stones inside. At the moment, he only had about 700 spirit stones that he could use. Originally, Qin Shujian planned to keep these spirit stones and think of ways to use them for other things. Or, if he encountered a strong enemy in the future, he could use them to save his life. However, after sparring with Marquis Bayun, he had completely extinguished this idea. What's the use of keeping these spirit stones? If I don't improve my strength, no matter how many spirit stones I have, they won't be enough for me to save my life. Instead of wasting them in the future, I might as well convert them into my own strength. This way, even if I encounter an almighty in the future, I will have more confidence to escape. Yes, escape. Qin Shujian had no intention of fighting with an almighty at the moment. If he encountered one, he would just escape. As long as he could escape, it wouldn't be a problem. 700 spirit stones were embedded in the array formation, and a vast amount of spirit qi immediately swarmed over. Qin Shujian soaked in the spirit qi and prepared to circulate the Guiyuan ancestral cannon to absorb the power and then break through the acupoints in his body. After breaking through to the heavenly being realm, the treasures of the human body had been completely opened. Qin Shujian didn't know how many acupoints there were in the human body. According to other records, there were at most 365 acupoints in the human body, which was the number of Zhou Tian. However, when Qin Shujian transformed into the divine general of the heavenly courts, he saw that more than 10,000 acupoints had been opened in his body. It could be seen that the number of acupoints in the human body was definitely not that simple. Even though he had now obtained all the contents of the divine chapter of the Guiyuan ancestral canon and understood that the great perfection of the divine chapter was to cultivate 129,600 star acupoints, Qin Shujian wasn't sure. 129,600 star acupoints was really the limit of the human body. The human body is the greatest treasure and also the greatest reliance of a cultivator. If the human body can be developed to the limit, I'm afraid there will be no opponents. Qin Shujian thought to himself. He wasn't sure how powerful the great perfection of the Guiyuan ancestral canon was. However, just by looking at the 129,600 acupoints, he could guess that if he really reached that step, he would probably be able to suppress an almighty with a punch and a kick. After all, although an almighty was powerful, they definitely hadn't reached that level. When he fought with Marquis Bayun, Qin Shujian discovered that his strength might not be as strong as when he had opened 10,800 star acupoints. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, Marquis Bayun was hiding his strength. If he really used his full strength, it would be hard to say who was stronger between him and Marquis Bayun. However, to open 129,600 star acupoints, if it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to cultivate until the day they die. With more than 300 spirit stones, he could only open 30 acupoints at a time. How many resources would it take to cultivate to the great perfection? If he didn't rely on spirit stones to cultivate, it was still unknown whether he could open 1/10 of the star acupoints when his lifespan was exhausted. Qin Shujian murmured to himself, if the origin sect uses the Guiyuan ancestral canon as an inheritance, then it will be destroyed sooner or later if this continues. For ordinary people, it was basically impossible to cultivate such a cultivation method to the great perfection. In other words, if one used the Guiyuan ancestral canon as an inheritance, the early stage of the celestial being realm was already the limit. It could be said that it was an extravagant hope to cultivate to the saint realm, almighty, or even the limit of the celestial being realm. As for breaking through to the celestial being realm, that was even more of a joke. Even Qin Shujian himself, if he didn't rely on the source of life, he didn't have the confidence to cultivate this cultivation method. Just what kind of sick skill did I manage to fuse with? If I were to continue fusing with it, would it become even stronger? At this moment, Qin Shujian also had the idea of integrating the cultivation method again. Soon, this idea was forcefully dismissed by him. What kind of joke was this? What if he integrated the Red Lotus of Purgation and lost it? Moreover, the current Guiyuan ancestral canon was already difficult enough to cultivate. If he continued to integrate it and used this cultivation method as the inheritance of the origin sect, it would really cause the destruction of the origin sect. Sometimes, it wasn't a good thing to have a cultivation method that was too strong. Because the stronger the cultivation method, the more difficult it was to cultivate. If something went wrong, the inheritance might be broken. Qin Shujian didn't think too much about this issue. It was impossible to integrate the cultivation method. Now, he could only work hard to cultivate when he didn't have enough source of life and open a few acupoints to increase his strength. With this thought in mind, he abandoned the distracting thoughts in his heart and then entered a state of cultivation. As the cultivation method operated, every time Qin Shujian breathed, it would cause the 396 acupoints in his body to vibrate. A huge amount of heaven and earth spirit qi crazily poured into his body as he breathed. Rumble, the star river flowed and constantly impacted the acupoints. This time, Qin Shujian entered seclusion and didn't come out as soon as he did before. In a flash, 7 days passed. During the period when Qin Shujian was in seclusion, the Baiyun mansion was also not peaceful. As the Traceless sect continued to collect all kinds of resources and treasures, the news of Yin Banqing's breakthrough also spread to an extremely powerful level. It wasn't just the Baiyun mansion. Even the other matters also focused their attention on the Traceless sect. For the cultivation world, the addition of a celestial being would not only affect the Baiyun mansion, but also the entire cultivation world. For the other manners and sects, they also didn't want the Baiyun mansion to have another celestial being. This was because once the Baiyun mansion had another celestial being, the other manners would have to bear a lot of pressure. They also had to consider how to deal with it if the Baiyun mansion's cultivation world reached out. However, the Origin sect released the news that they publicly supported the Traceless sect. If the other sects wanted to attack the Traceless sect, they would have to consider whether they could bear the anger of the Origin sect. The Heavenly Corpse sect had been destroyed by the Origin sect long ago. At that time, the Origin sect didn't have a celestial being. But now, the Origin sect had 2 celestial beings, and its strength was not what it used to be. Such strength, it could already be said to be shocking. Some of the old top sects had to seriously consider in the face of such strength. It was also at this moment, the Heavenly Array sect of the Fallen Moon Mansion also released the news that they would support Yin Banqing's breakthrough. Because of this, it caused quite a commotion. The Heavenly Array sect was an old force. Although it had never had a celestial being, as the number 1 array sect in the cultivation world, it also had the combat strength of a celestial being. Now, Fang Xinglan had broken the shackles and become a celestial being in one fell swoop. The power of the Heavenly Array sect could be said to be at its peak. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for others to ignore the existence of the Heavenly Array sect. Regarding this, the other sects couldn't help but wonder if the 3 sects had reached some kind of alliance agreement. But that was just a thought. With the support of the 2 top sects, no one dared to attack the Traceless sect. Those who weren't strong enough didn't dare to. Those who were strong enough didn't think it was worth it. Especially when there was a powerful existence like Qin Shujian who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Not many people wanted to provoke him. The reputation of the Origin sect, it was established on the basis of the destruction of a large number of sects. Such a fierce reputation was enough to deter many people. Northern Spirit Region. The Traceless sect. At this moment, the Traceless sect was under martial law. All the disciples temporarily stopped going out to perform missions and training, and were waiting in the mountain gate to prepare for war. Sect Master, how confident are the Supreme Elder's breakthrough? In the main hall of the sect, an elder of the Traceless sect asked worriedly. Now that Yin Banqing had broken through, the Traceless sect had become the focus of everyone's attention. If the breakthrough was successful, it would be fine. But if the breakthrough failed, the sect would lack a peak divine martial realm expert to take charge. This would be a huge blow to the Traceless sect. On the main seat, an elegant middle-aged man shook his head. The Supreme Elder chose to break through. Naturally, he is confident. It's meaningless to guess so much now. Just wait for the result with peace of mind. As the sect master, Jing Bianyun was actually a little flustered. It was just that others could panic, but he couldn't. Once the sect master panicked, the entire sect would definitely fall into chaos. And Peng looked at the elder and said unhappily, "Elderly, what's there to worry about? The Supreme Elder dared to break through, so he must be confident of success. Now that he's panicking, wouldn't it be a joke to others? Yes, the Supreme Elder will definitely succeed this time. Su Yuan nodded and said. He would definitely succeed, he had to succeed. This time, whether or not the Traceless sect could rise and reach unprecedented heights depended on Yin Banqing's success. If the Supreme Elder failed to break through, the strength of the Traceless sect would be greatly reduced. At that time, the Sky Origin sect and the Sky Array sect would no longer care about the Traceless sect. Because these two sects were willing to support the Traceless sect. To put it bluntly, it was on the premise that Yin Banqing might break through to the diviner realm. Once Yin Banqing failed to break through, the Traceless sect wouldn't have the capital to cooperate with these two sects. Not to mention, this time, in order to let Yin Banqing break through, the Traceless sect almost emptied out. This was the tragedy of ordinary sects. The price to pay for the birth of a diviner realm expert was too great. Jing Bianyun said in a deep voice, "Now, pay close attention to the movements of the other sections. We can't let them disturb the Supreme Elder's breakthrough. The sects should behave themselves. Anyone who dares to cause trouble at this time will be severely punished." "Don't worry, Sect Master. We know what to do. That's for the best." Jing Bianyun nodded. It was also at this moment that a vast aura spread out, causing everyone's expression to change. The divine martial breakthrough. A vision of heaven and earth appeared. Just when everyone's attention was on the Traceless sect, a voice suddenly rang out. A vast aura erupted from the Traceless sect, shaking the sky and causing it to change color. Yin Banqing has begun to break through. A vision of heaven and earth. The experts from all sides were shocked. An expert from a large region said in a deep voice, "Once he enters the breakthrough stage, there is no way to stop halfway. If we want to make a move, now is the best time." The Traceless sect only has two great cultivators at the peak of the divine martial realm. Now that Yin Banqing has entered the breakthrough stage, only Jing Bianyun is left. He may not be able to compete with us. There were also experts with fierce eyes. Yin Banqing was breaking through to the divine martial realm. If they wanted to stop him, this was their last chance. Once Yin Banqing succeeded in breaking through, there would be no other way. For a moment, many people fell into deep thought. Especially the sects in the Baiyun mansion, they were even more conflicted. The emergence of the first top sect was a good thing. At least the cultivation world of the Baiyun mansion had the capital to contend with the cultivation world of the other mansions. But if there was a second top sect, many people's interests would be damaged. "Sect Master, should we make a move?" In the Giant Spirit sect, an elder looked solemn. "Let's wait and see." The one who spoke was a burly middle-aged man with a dignified face. He was the current Giant Spirit child of the Giant Spirit sect, and also the current sect master. The elder of the Giant Spirit sect said, "If we wait any longer and Yin Banqing succeeds in breaking through, our Giant Spirit sect will be in trouble." They were both sects in the Baiyun mansion. The Giant Spirit sect and the Traceless sect had always had a lot of friction. The previous Giant Spirit child died because of the Traceless sect. This kind of hatred was difficult to resolve. If the Giant Spirit sect was given a chance, they would definitely destroy the Traceless sect. Similarly, if the Traceless sect had a chance, they would not let the Giant Spirit sect go. Now that Yin Banqing had broken through, it was a huge nightmare for the Giant Spirit sect. Giant Spirit Child said with a gloomy face, "The Celestial Array sect and the Origin sect are now openly supporting the Traceless sect. If our sect makes a move, it is undoubtedly equivalent to offending the two top sections. The Celestial Array sect is fine, but the Origin sect is not to be trifled with." Although the Heavenly Array sect was a top sect, it was far away in the Fallen Moon Mansion. Even if they were offended, it would not be easy for the other party to make a move on the Giant Spirit sect. After all, if a top sect from a prefecture were to meddle in another prefecture, it would easily lead to a backlash from the entire cultivation world. However, Yuanzong was different. The Sky Origin sect was born and raised in the North Cloud Mansion. If they offended the Heavenly Array sect, the Giant Spirit sect still had room to maneuver. However, if they offended the Origin sect, it would be hard to say. The Great Spirit Sect elder disagreed and said in a deep voice, even if we don't offend the two sects, does Sect Master think that Yin Banqing will let our Great Spirit Sect go after breaking through to the Celestial Being realm? We'll die if we attack, and we'll die if we don't. At worst, we'll just fight. Anyway, my sect has a grudge with the Traceless Sect. This is a grudge between the two sections. Sky Origin Sect has no reason to intervene. You're discussing reasons with Yuan Zhong? Zhu Lingzi sneered, shook his head, and said, Qin Shujian has been famous in the cultivation world for so many years. Have you ever seen him do things for a reason? As long as there is a reason, he can directly take action. Are we just going to watch Yin Banqing break through? Is there any news from the Crimson Heaven Sect and the Yin Sect? Zhu Lingzi tilted his head and asked. The Great Spirit Sect elder was startled, but he quickly recovered and said, there's no news from the Crimson Heaven Sect yet. However, the Yin Sect is willing to help, but the price is a bit high. What price? 20 spirit stones. 20 spirit stones, they really dare to ask for it. Zhu Lingzi sneered. For the Great Spirit Sect, 20 spirit stones occupied 1/5 of their resources. However, after sneering, Zhu Lingzi said, tell the Yin Sect that if they can make Yin Banqing fail to break through, the Great Spirit Sect will give them 20 spirit stones. If they can kill Yin Banqing, the Great Spirit Sect will give them an additional 10 spirit stones. Sect Master, isn't this price too high? The elder frowned deeply. 30 spirit stones, this was a big price. Zhu Lingzi said, if Yin Banqing succeeds in breaking through, our Great Spirit Sect will lose more than just a few spirit stones. Also, send a message to the Crimson Heaven Sect. Okay. The elder immediately picked up the communication jade talisman. Zhu Lingzi stood at the peak of the Great Spirit Sect, looking at the various phenomena that constantly emerged in front of him. His expression was as calm as ever, but there was killing intent brewing in his eyes. With Yuan Zhong here, the Great Spirit Sect couldn't directly attack the Traceless Sect. Unless he was prepared to move the entire Great Spirit Sect, Yuan Zhong couldn't defend them openly. However, if the Great Spirit Sect couldn't attack, then he would find another sect that could. The Crimson Heaven Sect and the Yin Sect both came from the White Yong Prefecture. Even if they destroyed the Traceless Sect, Yuan Zhong couldn't directly attack the White Yong Prefecture in anger. Because inside the White Yong Prefecture, there was also a top sect guarding it. Zhu Lingzi believed that Yuan Zhong wouldn't be so reckless to offend a top sect for a Yin Banqing who had failed to break through. As long as the Traceless Sect fails to break through, then there won't be any problems. But once the breakthrough is successful, then all our efforts will be in vain. Zhu Lingzi looked in the direction of the Traceless Sect, and his expression became solemn. The other sects hesitated. He couldn't hesitate. Yin Banqing must not succeed in breaking through, even if the Great Spirit Sect had to pay a huge price for it. Subsequently, Zhu Lingzi took out another communication jade talisman and sent out several messages. Traceless Sect. Ever since Yin Banqing entered the breakthrough stage and the celestial phenomenon covered the sect, the entire Traceless Sect entered an absolute state of martial law. Jing Bianyan's expression was solemn as he said, send disciples to pay close attention to the movements of the other sects, especially the Great Spirit Sect. With the death of the previous Zhu Lingzi, the Great Spirit Sect will definitely not sit back and watch the Supreme Elder succeed in breaking through. With Yuan Zhong and Celestial Array Sect stepping in, would the Great Spirit Sect still dare to take action? Su Yuan disagreed. If the Great Spirit Sect dared to take action at this time, they would be digging their own grave. He couldn't wait for the Great Spirit Sect to take action. At that time, he could invite the experts of the two sects to uproot the entire Great Spirit Sect. Top sections. They valued face the most. If the Great Spirit Sect took action, it would be publicly slapping the faces of the two sections. How could the two sects sit back and watch? Jing Bianyan said, don't put all your hopes on others. If we really ask the two sects to take action, we will also have to pay a huge price. Which force that can become a top sect is easy to deal with. Since Yuan Zhong became famous, dozens of sects and forces have been destroyed in their hands. This time, in exchange for the resources for the Supreme Elder's breakthrough, our sect has already paid too much. If we ask the two sects to take action, our sect's foundation will be completely emptied. He wouldn't be so naive to think that. With the support of the two sects, Yin Banqing would be able to break through smoothly. There were too many things involved in this. Jing Bianyun said, Zhu Lingzi also knows that if the Supreme Elder succeeds in breaking through, our sect will definitely settle our grudges with the Great Spirit sect. The Great Spirit sect isn't weak, but they can't resist a celestial being. In this way, the Great Spirit sect may be driven to desperation. What sect master said is right. And Peng nodded and said with a solemn expression, our sect has enmity with the Great Spirit sect, and the other sects won't want to see the birth of a celestial being. I'm afraid that the Great Spirit sect will have a way to get the other sects to take action together. At that time, it will be the most troublesome time. When the other elders heard this, the smiles on their faces also disappeared. Driven to desperation. This possibility was very high. If the Great Spirit sect was really driven crazy, they might drag the Traceless sect down with them. If they were the Great Spirit sect, knowing that their sect would be destroyed if Yin Banqing succeeded in breaking through, they would definitely fight to the death in advance. Su Yuan said, what's your plan now, sect master? Send a message to Yuanzong. If possible, invite several experts of the God martial arts realm to come over. It would be best if we can invite sect master Qin. In addition, spread the news that if our Supreme Elder succeeds in breaking through, we will not touch the resources of the other sections. This will appease the people and avoid causing too much agitation. Jing Bianyun said calmly. The most important thing at the moment was to find someone to take charge. The other sects were afraid that Yin Banqing would break through. To put it simply, they were worried that the Traceless sect would encroach on their resources after being promoted to a top sect. Giving a promise in advance could also be considered as stabilizing the other sections. Speaking of this, Jing Bianyun looked at Su Yuan and said in a deep voice, let Elder Su contact Yuanzong. In our sect, besides the Supreme Elder, you are the one who has the most contact with Yuanzong. If others come forward, there might be some problems. Sect master, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Su Yuan nodded. He was familiar with Yuanzong. No matter what, he had been there twice. The last time he went there with Yin Banqing, he also met Qin Shujian. Speaking of which, he was also someone who had been personally received by a celestial being. This matter. When Su Yuan returned to the Traceless sect, he even bragged for a while. After Su Yuan left, Jing Bianyun looked at the other elders with a solemn expression, elders, the success or failure of our sect depends on this. As long as the Supreme Elder succeeds in breaking through, you and I will leave a deep mark in the history of the Traceless sect. But if it fails, everyone present may be the sinners of the Traceless sect. This sentence sounded serious, but in fact, it was the truth. If Yin Banqing succeeded in breaking through, the Traceless sect would usher in unprecedented glory. If Yin Banqing failed in breaking through, the Traceless sect would definitely decline because of this. Whether or not they could keep their current status was a problem. Therefore, the breakthrough this time, it was not only a tribulation for Yin Banqing, but also a tribulation for the entire Traceless sect. It was also a tribulation for the sect master and elders. Tiangang sect. In a courtyard, a middle-aged man and an old man were sitting opposite each other. The middle-aged man was the sect master of Tiangang sect, Xianxia. Giant Spirit sent a message, hoping that we can work together to deal with Yin Banqing. In Supreme Elder's opinion, should we agree? Xianxia looked indifferent and said with a chuckle. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder said calmly, Sect Master already has an idea in his heart. Why ask this old man? Supreme Elder is the pillar of our sect. Although Hongfei is the sect master of Tiangang sect, there are still some things that need to be discussed with Supreme Elder. Yin Banqing has no ambition, but Jing Bianyun is not the same. Once Yin Banqing succeeds in breaking through, it will be difficult for our sect to stay out of it. The Supreme Elder sighed and said. Xiang Hongfei said, then in Supreme Elder's opinion, should we agree with the Giant Spirit sect's proposal? From our point of view, this matter should be agreed. But from the point of view of the entire Tiangang sect, the sect master needs to think twice before acting. The great Supreme Elder stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, the Traceless sect is not a problem, but the origin sect behind the Traceless sect is the key. As for the Heavenly Array sect, they are just giving face to the origin sect, which is why they voiced their support. But if we really want to send experts to help, the probability of the Celestial Array sect is not high. On the contrary, the probability of the Origin sect is high. Origin sect. Xiang Hongfei furrowed his brows for a moment before relaxing them. He couldn't help but laugh. Speaking of which, Qin Shujian is really a troublemaker. Ever since he appeared, the cultivation world of Baiyun Mansion has never been peaceful. In his opinion, Qin Shujian was the troublemaker of the entire cultivation world of Baiyun Mansion. Or rather, the entire Origin sect was like this. Before the appearance of Origin sect, the cultivation world of Baiyun Mansion had never experienced so many twists and turns. Xiang Hongfei said, "We can wait, but the Giant Spirit sect can't. If I'm not wrong, the Giant Spirit sect won't appear in person this time. After all, they have to leave a way out for themselves. So I suggest that we should agree to Giant Spirit sect's proposal and see what other tricks they have. Since the sect master has thought it through, then it's fine." Supreme Elder said calmly. Since Yin Banqing entered the state of breaking through, the situation in the entire Baiyun Mansion had become tense. Many people wanted to stop Yin Banqing's breakthrough, but they were afraid of Origin sect. In this kind of entangled state of mind, time passed little by little. Rumble. In the void, a green lotus took root. The lotus bloomed and swayed, making people feel relaxed and happy. "It's the second day." Giant Spirit sect murmured softly. His hands behind his back involuntarily clenched. On the first day, the sun rose in the sky and drove away the jade rabbit. On the second day, a green lotus was planted in the blue sky and covered the sky. According to the normal situation of a breakthrough, the phenomenon would generally last for about 5 to 7 days. In other words, now, Yin Banqing was about to break through halfway. Moreover, the phenomenon did not collapse, which meant that he had not failed to break through. Compared to dealing with the Traceless sect, Giant Spirit sect hoped that Yin Banqing would fail to break through. In this way, many things would become simpler. And if Yin Banqing failed to break through, he would not attract the attention of Origin sect. And this time, the Traceless sect had paid a great price for Yin Banqing's breakthrough. Once the other party failed to break through, the Traceless sect would be weakened. At that time, they would be at the mercy of the Giant Spirit sect. At this moment, the elder of the Giant Spirit sect stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sect Master, the Yin Yang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect have both agreed, but they have to get the spirit stones first before they are willing to help. Tell them that the Giant Spirit sect can give 10 spirit stones as a deposit first, and the rest will be given later." "Sect Master, the two sects may not agree." "Don't worry, they will agree." Giant Spirit sect waved his hand. Yin Banqing's breakthrough. It was not just related to the Baiyun Mansion. Just as the elder was about to leave, Giant Spirit sect added, "Remember to keep this matter a secret. Except for you and me, no one in the Giant Spirit sect can know about it." "Sect Master, are you worried about a traitor?" "There's nothing wrong with being careful." Giant Spirit sect shook his head and said. It didn't matter whether there was a traitor or not. The important thing was that the Giant Spirit sect had contacted the two sects to help. At least, they couldn't let Origin sect get a hold of it. In this case, even if Origin sect had some suspicions, they couldn't do anything to the Giant Spirit sect without any evidence. Moreover, Giant Spirit sect muttered to himself, "The Crimson Heaven sect and the Yin Yang sect don't want to see another top sect in the Baiyun Mansion." His lips curled into a cold smile. Origin sect's deterrence was great. However, as long as the Giant Spirit sect paid a sufficient price, they could attract others to help. In the cultivation world, benefits would always be placed at the top. On the other side, Su Yuan had just arrived at the Cold Mountain Spirit Domain. He came to the Cold Mountain City again. As soon as he walked out of the teleportation gate, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. When did the Cold Mountain City become so crowded? Su Yuan revealed a stunned expression as he looked at the scene of people coming and going. It had already reached the point of being crowded. The last time he came, although there were many people in the Cold Mountain City, it wasn't to this extent. When a cultivator passing by saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Brother, you still don't know, right? It's not long before the Origin sect opens its mountain gate. Therefore, people from all over the world are constantly rushing over in order to not miss the opportunity to join the Origin sect. Thank you for your explanation. Su Yuan understood and at the same time, cupped his hands and thanked him. No wonder, now that there were so many people in the cold mountain city, it made sense. In fact, the Traceless sect also knew that the Origin sect was about to recruit disciples. However, during this period of time, they were busy with Yin Banqing's breakthrough and had forgotten about it. Now, after being reminded by other cultivators, Su Yuan finally reacted. Walking in the cold mountain city. At this time, Su Yuan was also secretly shocked. In his perception, there were already no less than 10 or 20 auras that were not weaker than his. There are still a few months before the mountain gate opens, but there are already so many God Martial Realm cultivators here. When the day comes, won't there be hundreds of God Martial Realm cultivators here? Su Yuan's understanding of the Origin sect's influence was once again refreshed. Hundreds of God Martial Realm cultivators, even the entire Baiyun mansion might not be able to gather so many. However, he also knew that these people were not here to join the Origin sect, but to escort their juniors. Su Yuan thought to himself, when will my sect be so powerful? The news of recruiting disciples could attract experts from all over the world. For so many years, the Traceless sect had never received such a treatment. However, in Su Yuan's opinion, as long as Yin Banqing successfully broke through, the Traceless sect would also reach this step sooner or later. With a celestial being in charge. It was completely different from not having a celestial being in charge. In addition to being shocked by the Origin sect's influence, Su Yuan was also jealous of the Origin sect's income. There were so many people in the cold mountain city now, and all of them were famous figures. Not every one of them was rich, but more than 90% of them were the kind that did not lack money. After a few months, the Origin sect had probably made a lot of money. After taking a deep look at the cold mountain city, Su Yuan directly headed towards the cold mountain. The most important thing now was to complete Jing Bianyun's instructions. Everything else. They all leaned back a little. In the martial inheritance hall, Su Yuan cupped his hands and said, Elder Zheng, I'm afraid I'll have to disturb you again this time. Elder Su is too polite. May I know why you're here this time? Zheng Fang smiled slightly. Qin Shujian was in seclusion. If someone came to visit, he would naturally receive them if they were of high status. If their status was ordinary, there was no need for him, the Grand Elder, to make a move. Obviously. As an elder of the Traceless sect, Su Yuan's status was relatively important. If Yin Banqing successfully broke through, the other party's status would not be much lower than his. Su Yuan went straight to the point and said, Our sect's Grand Elder is breaking through to the celestial being realm this time. Now that the Traceless sect is surrounded by wolves, I'm afraid something unpleasant will happen in the next few days. Elder Su, are you worried that someone will attack the Traceless sect? That's right. Our sect has already stepped forward. There are not many sects in the Baiyun mansion that dare to disobey. Zheng Fang chuckled and said unhurriedly, Don't you think your sect is a little worried? It's better to be safe than sorry. Su Yuan shook his head and said, I don't mean to question the Origin sect, but many sects are now unwilling to see the birth of a celestial being in our Traceless sect. Although we have the support of the sect's Grand Elder, there may be other sects that are desperate enough to interfere with the Grand Elder's breakthrough. If it's one or two sects, it's fine. But if there are too many sects, the Traceless sect can't do anything. Zheng Fang asked, What do you want, Elder Su? I hope that you can invite a few great cultivators in the God Martial Realm from your sect to guard the Traceless sect. It'll be best if nothing happens. If someone attacks, they can resist it. Of course, our sect will also give a corresponding reward. In the end, Su Yuan added one more sentence. He knew. No matter how much he said, it was better to be practical. It was the easiest to deal with such a sect, but it was also the most costly. If it weren't for the fact that there was no other way, Jing Bianyun would not be willing to let the Origin sect take action. Hearing this, Zheng Fang fell into silence. After a while, he said, Our sect can send at most 3 experts in the God Martial Realm, 2 in the middle stage and 1 in the late stage. That's enough. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled. 2 in the middle stage and 1 in the late stage of the God Martial Realm. This strength was enough. If the Origin sect sent out 3 experts at the peak of the God Martial Realm, the Traceless sect might not be able to afford it. Of course, in Su Yuan's opinion, the Origin sect could not send out 3 experts at the peak of the God Martial Realm. In fact, the fact that the Origin sect could send out 2 in the middle stage and 1 in the late stage was already beyond Su Yuan's expectations. Just as Su Yuan was smiling, Zheng Fang said lightly, 2 in the middle stage of the God Martial Realm will be 1 spirit stone each time. 1 in the late stage of the God Martial Realm will also be 1 spirit stone. 2 spirit stones in total will be enough. Immediately, Su Yuan's smile stiffened. Spirit stones again. Su Yuan wanted to pry open the skulls of everyone in Yuan's sect and take a good look to see if their heads were filled with spirit stones. Otherwise, why would everyone ask for spirit stones? Did they really think that spirit stones could be found everywhere? Although he was cursing in his heart, Su Yuan still accepted his fate. He nodded and said, after this matter, I will definitely give you the 2 spirit stones. No problem. This old man still trusts the reputation of the Traceless sect. Zheng Fang nodded and said. It was a good deal to earn 2 spirit stones every time he made a move. Moreover, they might not even fight. If it was just a formality, Traceless sect would not have the courage to go back on their word. After the matter was settled, Su Yuan immediately left Yuan's sect and rushed to Traceless sect. The difference was, when Su Yuan came, he was alone. But when he left, there were 3 people. One of them was the Formation Hall Master, Xianxia. He was a cultivator at the middle stage of the God Martial Realm. In addition to Xianxia, there was another guest at the middle stage of the God Martial Realm who followed him. As for the cultivator at the late stage of the God Martial Realm, it was Gong Mingzi. This old man who escorted Ningbo to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain chose to join Yuan's sect in the end. Qin Shujian and Ningbo played a part in this. But no matter what, Gong Mingzi's joining also allowed Yuan's sect to have its first cultivator at the late stage of the God Martial Realm. Elder Gong, where did you cultivate in the past? I'm a little blind and didn't recognize you for a while. Looking at Gong Mingzi, Su Yuan asked politely. A cultivator at the late stage of the God Martial Realm. It was impossible for him to be unknown in the entire cultivation world. But Su Yuan really didn't know Gong Mingzi. Which cultivator in the world who could cultivate to this level wasn't famous? Gong Mingzi smiled faintly and said, I used to be a rogue cultivator in the mountains and wasn't famous. It's normal that Elder Su hasn't heard of me. Elder Gong is too modest. On the 3rd day, the green lotus retreated and the stars hung in the sky. As Yin Banqing's breakthrough got closer and closer, the situation in Baiyun Mansion became more and more tense. Giant Lingzi's eyes were shining as he said, it's already the 3rd day. If it's fast, Yin Banqing should be able to break through in another 2 days. The longer the phenomenon lasted, the higher the probability of a successful breakthrough. If the success rate for the first 2 days was only 50%, then on the 3rd day, when the phenomenon appeared, the success rate increased to 70%. On the 4th day, it would be 90%. Once it reached the 5th day, the success rate would approach 100%. Therefore, now that the 3rd day had arrived, Zhu Lingzi no longer hoped that Yin Banqing would fail in his breakthrough. Sect leader, should we make a move? The Great Spirit sect elder standing behind Zhu Lingzi also had an abnormally solemn expression. Everything that needed to be prepared had already been prepared. The rest. There was only one last step left. Giant Spirit said softly, inform the Dark Spirit Guards to cut off the Traceless sect's eyes and ears. Then inform the Crimson Heaven sect and the Yin Yang sect to prepare to attack the Traceless sect and prevent Yin Banqing from breaking through. Alright. Remember, the Dark Spiritual Guards will only eliminate the eyes and ears of the Traceless sect. Don't do anything else. Zhu Lingzi exhorted. As long as they didn't directly attack the Traceless sect, it wouldn't be considered as interfering with Yin Banqing's breakthrough. Even if the Sky Origin sect wanted to pursue the matter, Zhu Lingzi had a way to escape. The elder said, I know what to do. Go. Yes. This simple conversation was destined to set off a bloody storm in the Bayun mansion. The dark spiritual guards. They were the men of sacrifice cultivated by the Great Spirit sect for generations. They were similar to assassins. The strength of the dark spiritual guards wasn't weak. For many years, the Great Spirit sect wanted to eliminate some opponents. When it was inconvenient to do so, they would let the dark spiritual guards do it. In a city, a shop selling sundries opened as usual. Many people came and went, making the business in the shop quite prosperous. When night fell, the flow of customers decreased a lot. When it was almost late at night, the shop officially closed. Several servants were moving things, preparing to close the door. At this moment, several cold lights cut through the night sky, splashing a lot of blood. As several people fell to the ground, someone in the shop suddenly shouted, "Sneak attack!" Swish! Swish! As soon as the voice fell, a dozen people appeared from inside. They drew out all kinds of weapons, and several auras that were not weaker than the spiritual martial realm burst out in an instant. This was a sudden change. Some of the people who were still walking around were frightened and fled in all directions. In the dark night, dozens of black-cloaked people stepped on the moonlight and tightly surrounded the shop. "Who are you? Why did you kill people for no reason?" The shopkeeper stood out and looked at the black-cloaked people around him with a dignified expression. At the same time, he asked sternly, "How dare you kill people in the city? Are you ignoring the imperial court?" Someone else shouted. Killing people in the city was not a trivial matter. This was a provocation to the imperial court. Unless one was 100% sure, no one dared to do so. Facing these people's questions, the leader of the black-clothed people said coldly, "End the battle quickly. Send people to intercept the imperial court's reinforcements. Remember to focus on fighting. Don't kill people at will. Also, kill them as soon as possible regardless of the cost." As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 black-cloaked people retreated. The remaining black-cloaked people went to kill the people in the shop. Kill, the battle began. At the same time, the experts of the imperial court who were guarding the city also noticed the movement here. They wanted to send people to investigate, but they were stopped by the 10 black-cloaked people. It was different from killing the people in the shop. These black-cloaked people mainly focused on fighting with the experts of the imperial court. "Who are you? How dare you kill people in the city? Hurry up and surrender, and we'll be lenient with you." The experts of the imperial court in the city were also furious. Killing people in the city was undoubtedly rubbing their faces on the ground. However, no matter how they shouted, the 10 black-cloaked people kept silent. Only their fierce attacks forced these people to stop. Similar situations were happening almost everywhere. The Traceless sect also received the news as soon as possible. "Our sect's spies in various places have been attacked. The attackers know our sect's movements very well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found most of our people so easily," Jing Bianyun said with a gloomy face. When the various places were attacked, he received the news. Although he had expected this result, Jing Bianyun still couldn't help but be furious when it really happened. This meant that those people finally couldn't hold back and were going to attack the Traceless sect. And Pung said in a deep voice, "Sect master means that there is a traitor among us. That's why the information was leaked." After that, he glanced at the other elders with killing intent in his eyes. Hearing this, an elder immediately said unhappily, "Eldarin, what do you mean? Are you suspecting us?" "Humph, it's not a simple matter for our spies to leak information for no reason. In that case, Eldarin may have betrayed us." An elder sneered. And Peng's attitude made them very dissatisfied. What did he mean? If there was a traitor, why did he look at them? Did they have the word traitor engraved on their foreheads? For a moment, many elders expressed their displeasure. In this regard, and Peng was angry, but his face became colder. "I was just saying. Why are you so anxious? Did I hit the nail on the head? How dare you? Onping, when this old man became an elder, you hadn't even entered the Traceless sect yet. Since when did a child like you have the right to question this old man?" An elder at the late stage of the god martial realm was furious. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the hall became solemn. "Enough!" Jing Bianyun shouted coldly. A terrifying aura swept out, making everyone's heart tighten. Eldarin just made a slip of the tongue. Elders, why don't you let it go? Our sect still prioritizes unity. If anyone dares to divide without permission, I'll be the first to kill him. The reprimand made the others' faces change slightly. Among the people present, Jing Bianyun was the strongest. Even the elder at the late stage of the god martial realm was shocked by the aura just now. Then, his eyes became gloomy. Jing Bianyun's strength had become stronger. After reprimanding these elders, Jing Bianyun looked at Ping and said coldly, Eldarin, don't talk nonsense. All the elders are loyal to the sect. I made a slip of the tongue. I hope sect master won't blame me. And Peng also admitted his mistake. In the Traceless sect, he only respected two people. One was Yin Bancheng, and the other was Jing Bianyun. Jing Bianyun said, our spies were attacked. It doesn't necessarily mean that someone betrayed us. Although our arrangement is tight, it's not difficult for some people who are always paying attention to our sect to find something. If I'm not wrong, the people who attacked this time should be the Dark Spirit Guards of the Great Spirit sect. Dark Spirit Guards. Many people were shocked. This name was not small at all. When the Dark Spirit Guards were at their peak, they had assassinated a great cultivator at the middle stage of the god martial realm. Because of this, many people in the Bayun mansion had heard of the Dark Spirit Guards. However, the Great Spirit sect had always hidden the Dark Spirit Guards. Therefore, although their reputation had spread, few people had actually seen the Dark Spirit Guards. And Peng said, the Great Spirit sect dares to attack at this time. Aren't you afraid that the Sky Origin sect will be angry? Why would the Sky Origin sect be angry? Jing Bianyun asked, the Great Spirit sect didn't attack our sect, nor did they interfere with the Supreme Elder's breakthrough. When did they go against the Sky Origin sect? The Great Spirit sect's approach was tantamount to skirting the boundaries. The Sky Origin sect didn't let others interfere with Yin Bancheng's breakthrough. The Great Spirit sect also didn't attack the Traceless sect. Instead, they attacked the Traceless sect's spies in various places. As long as these people were eradicated, even if the Traceless sect didn't completely lose its vision, it would still be at a loss. An elder said, what does the Great Spirit sect mean? It's hard to say. Jing Bianyun shook his head and said, but since the Great Spirit sect has taken action, this is just the beginning. In the next 1 or 2 days, the Great Spirit sect will definitely take action again. We must not take it lightly. For him, it didn't matter what the Great Spirit sect did. The Traceless sect's approach was to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. No matter what the Great Spirit sect's plan was, as long as Yin Bancheng succeeded in his breakthrough, all their plans would be useless. Soon, the Supreme Elder will definitely come out in 2 days at the earliest and 3 or 4 days at the latest. As long as there are no accidents, the breakthrough is already 100% successful. As long as he can survive this period, he won't die. Jing Bianyun comforted. It was almost the 4th day, and the vision hadn't ended yet. The probability of success was already very high. Hearing this, the other elders were also relieved. As long as they guarded the mountain gate and didn't come out, there wouldn't be a big problem. As for the other losses, when the Supreme Elder succeeded in his breakthrough, he would naturally make up for them one by one. Just when the Traceless sect was holed up, Zhu Lingzi said, let the people of the 2 sects take action. The spies of the Traceless sect have almost been removed. Let's end the battle quickly. As long as we interfere with Yin Bancheng's forced exit, it will be fine. Killing Yin Bancheng was just a thought. The possibility was not high. But as long as they forced Yin Bancheng to come out, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Boom! In the sky above the Traceless sect, endless flames suddenly appeared and turned into a giant sword, slashing toward the mountain gate. Who dares to behave atrociously in my Traceless sect? Jing Bianyun took a step into the air and blasted out with his palm, directly dissipating the flame giant sword. Something unexpected happened. Suddenly, many experts in the Traceless sect were alarmed. At this moment, nearly 10 figures appeared, each of them wearing a mask. The weakest aura was at the peak of the spiritual martial realm, and many of them had reached the god martial realm. And the leader's aura was not weaker than Jing Bianyun's. Sure enough, they came. Jing Bianyun looked at those people and said in his heart. However, he was furious on the surface. He shouted sternly, "Who dares to cause trouble in my traceless sect and stop my supreme elder from breaking through? Could it be that you want to go against the Yuan sect?" He, Jing Bianyun, don't use the Yuan sect to suppress others. I, Fenshan, have never been afraid of anyone. Today, Yin Banqing is destined to fail in his breakthrough. The leader, who was wearing a flame mask, sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, Fenshan instantly made his move. Raging flames erupted and turned into a sea of fire that swept across the sky, dispersing the darkness of the night sky. When he made his move, the people around Fenshan also rushed toward the other people of the Traceless sect. In an instant, a great battle broke out. "Kill the enemy!" Jing Bianyun roared and immediately blasted out a palm. The palm covered the sea of fire and rushed toward Fenshan. What Fenshan, in his opinion, it was just a fake name. Obviously, the other party was not willing to reveal his true identity to avoid being targeted by the Yuan sect. However, during the battle, Jing Bianyun kept guessing in his heart, wanting to know who the attacker was. Fenshan was not weak. At least, he was not much weaker than him. It was impossible for the experts who could cultivate to the peak of the divine martial realm in the world to be nameless, not to mention that so many of them had appeared at once. At first, Jing Bianyun thought that these people were from the giant spirit sect. But on second thought, he felt that it was impossible. Although there were many cultivation techniques in the giant spirit sect, there was no one like Fenshan who specialized in the raging flame's true origin. Boom, the great battle broke out, and terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions. The Traceless sect had long been noticed by other forces, so at this moment, the outbreak of the great battle attracted many people to watch in secret. It seems that someone finally can't help but want to stop Yin Banqing from breaking through. Someone gloated. Someone said coldly, the Baiyun mansion can't accommodate a second top sect. Hearing this, some people nodded in tacit agreement. That's right, the Baiyun mansion could not accommodate a second top sect. The cultivation world of a mansion could not be without a top sect, but it could not have too many top sections. There needed to be a balance. Obviously, the emergence of the Traceless sect broke this balance. Of course, if the Traceless sect became a top sect before the Yuan sect, then it would be the Yuan sect who was stopped from breaking through at this moment. Sometimes, a difference in order was enough to determine a lot of things. Are you able to tell which power the person who attacked is from? It's hard to say. There are many cultivators who cultivate the raging flame's true origin. Unless they reveal their true faces or have some trump cards, we can't tell. Do as you see fit. This is just the beginning. Someone said this, and the others also fell silent. Yes. This was just the beginning of stopping Yin Banqing's breakthrough. Everyone knew the strength of the Traceless sect. Although there were many experts in front of them, they were still a little weak to break through the Traceless sect. Needless to say, the attacker must have other backup plans. Jing Bianyun, I have no intention of becoming an enemy of the Traceless sect. As long as Yin Banqing stops breaking through now, we will retreat immediately. Fenshan condensed a long flame sword, cut through the night sky, and charged toward Jing Bianyun. The terrifying power was vast and mighty, showing the absolute strength of the peak of the god martial realm. Jing Bianyun struck out with his palm and said with a sneer, "Today, no one can stop the Supreme Elder from breaking through. Anyone who makes a move will be the mortal enemy of the Traceless sect. It's not too late for you to retreat now. Otherwise, once the Traceless sect finds out who you are, it will be an endless hatred." Stubborn. Fenshan shook his head and attacked even more fiercely. Inside the mountain gate of the Traceless sect, Gong Mingzi tilted his head and asked, "Should we make a move?" "No hurry. The foundation of the Traceless sect is more than this. Let's wait and see. It's also a good opportunity to understand the foundation of this force that is about to become a top sect." Xianxia shook his head and said. The battle had just begun, and neither side had revealed their real trump cards. It was true that they wanted to make a move. But not now. Only when the Traceless sect couldn't hold on any longer would the other party remember the kindness of the Traceless sect. Although it was not a problem to make a move now, it didn't mean much. Besides, Xianxia said, the people who attacked the Traceless sect must have other backup plans. I also want to see who dares to disobey the order of our sect and stopping Bansheng from breaking through. Alright. Gong Mingzi nodded. Although he was an expert at the late stage of the God Martial Realm, his status was lower than Xianxia's. Xianxia was a hall master and an inner sect elder. Gong Mingzi had only joined the sect for a short time and didn't have any achievements. He could only be regarded as a guest elder. His status was lower than that of an outer sect elder. As for the other guest elder, at this moment, he was like a transparent person and didn't express any opinions. In his opinion, it was good to make a move at any time. Anyway, for this guest elder, the person who made the decision was Xianxia. He just needed to follow his orders. Nothing else mattered. The battle was still going on. Jing Bianyun was worthy of being the sect master of the Traceless sect. His strength was superb, and he belonged to the top among the experts at the peak of the God Martial Realm. But even so, he couldn't gain the slightest advantage against Fenshan. The more the spectators watched, the more frightened they became. They were almost certain that Fenshan's identity was not simple. To be able to fight Jing Bianyun to a standstill, he must be a sect master. Boom! After crushing the sea of fire with one palm, Jing Bianyun suddenly clenched his fist in the void. At the same time, a shocking sword essence erupted from the mountain gate of the Traceless sect below. The next moment, a long sword flew up from below and headed toward the void. It was the sect's Taoist artifact. When Jing Bianyun held the long sword, his aura became as terrifying as an abyss. The expression behind Fenshan's mask also became solemn. The Taoist artifact of the Traceless sect was not simple. It was at the level of 3 seals. Coupled with Jing Bianyun's strength. For a moment, Fenshan felt a great threat. Ignoring Fenshan's thoughts, Jing Bianyun took a step forward and slashed the void with his long sword. The star-like sword light sprinkled down and easily tore the sea of fire apart, forcing Fenshan to retreat. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? When Fenshan condensed several raging flame longswords and cancelled out the sword light, he also shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the long river of yin and yang ran through the void. The palm encompassed heaven and earth as it charged toward Jing Bianyun. At the same time, 10 powerful auras erupted from the void. 10 masked men in black directly joined the battle. You're finally here. Jing Bianyun looked solemn. In the face of this palm, he didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward and shattered the palm and the long river of yin and yang. He had long known that there was a backup plan. But now, with the appearance of the other party, he also felt a certain amount of pressure. The peak of the God Martial Realm, another expert at the peak of the God Martial Realm. As for those who were hiding in the dark and watching the battle, when they saw the appearance of the experts, some of their faces changed. In less than half a day. Right now, there were already quite a number of experts who had appeared. 2 at the peak of the God Martial Realm and more than a dozen great practitioners in the God Martial Realm. Such a force. Ordinary large sects might not be able to take out such a force even if they used all their strength. As the long river of yin and yang shattered, a masked man in black appeared and stood beside Fenshan. Hey Yang, you're finally willing to come out. I thought you were waiting for me to die. Fenshan said angrily. The black-cloaked masked man, Hey Yang, said flatly, don't talk so much nonsense. Jing Bianyun has even brought out the Traceless sect guarding Dao artifact. Let's end this quickly, lest something unexpected happens. Kill him. I don't believe Yin Bansheng can hold back. Fenshan smiled cruelly and then attacked again. At the same time, He Yang also struck out with his palm. The grey qi turned into endless silence, and the void seemed to wither. For a moment, the pressure on Jing Bianyun increased greatly. It was true that he had a Taoist artifact in hand, but facing 2 experts who were not weaker than him, even with the help of the Taoist artifact, he still felt strained. Please help us, Origin sect experts. In this regard, Jing Bianyun had to ask for help. Below. Xianxia smiled and said, it's time for us to make a move. 3 powerful auras erupted from the Traceless sect's mountain gate. Then, the three of them flew into the air and directly joined the battle. P.S. I recommend a book, Invincible Vajra Master. Xianxia took a step forward and flew into the air. With his divine telekinesis, 27 spiritual swords flew out and formed a sword array, attacking one of the black-clothed men in the divine martial realm. He did not choose He Yang and Fengshan, the two peak divine martial realm cultivators. It was important to know one's own limits. Although he was a mid-stage divine martial realm cultivator, he could fight against a late-stage divine martial realm cultivator with the help of 27 spiritual swords. However, he was still not strong enough to fight someone at the peak of the divine martial realm. There was no other reason. His own strength was limited. Xianxia was only a third-stage divine martial realm cultivator. Now, he had barely reached the fourth stage. Although he was a mid-stage divine martial realm cultivator, he was at the bottom. As for the 27 spiritual swords, he had replaced some of them with mid-stage spiritual swords, increasing their power by a lot. With Xianxia's capital, he had the strength to replace all the swords with mid-stage spiritual swords. However, he could not control 27 mid-stage spiritual swords with his strength at the fourth stage of the divine martial realm. Therefore, Xianxia only replaced some of them. Now that the sword array was formed, its power was stronger than before. However, it was still not strong enough to fight someone at the peak of the divine martial realm. As Xianxia attacked, the other mid-stage divine martial realm guest elder also chose a cultivator at the same stage. As for Gongmingzi, he consciously attacked Fengshan. There was no other way. He was the only late-stage divine martial realm cultivator. If Gongmingzi did not attack Fengshan, no one else could. Boom! The flames retreated. Fengshan glared at Gongmingzi and asked, "Who are you? Why are you interfering in the grudge between us and the Traceless sect?" As he spoke, the expression behind the mask became serious. Late-stage divine martial realm, he was indeed a variable. Gongmingzi was forced to take a step back. He immediately took out a long spear from his storage ring and pointed it at the void. He said helplessly, "I'm Gongmingzi, a guest elder of the Yuan sect. I'd like to ask for your advice. Is the Yuan sect really going to protect the Traceless sect?" Fengshan's heart sank when he heard Gongmingzi's words. The people of the Yuan sect had attacked. He had to consider whether Qin Shujian was hiding in the dark. Gongmingzi shook his head and said, "It's not protection. My sect has already made it clear that no one is allowed to stop Banqing from breaking through. Your Excellency's attack on Traceless sect's mountain gate is equivalent to slapping my Sky Origin sect's face. In this old man's opinion, you'd better withdraw. Otherwise, you'll inevitably be killed." "What nonsense are you talking about? If we delay any longer, Gongmingzi will succeed in his breakthrough." He Yang stepped on the Yinyang River and was fighting with Jing Bianyan. When he saw that Fengshan was still arguing with Gongmingzi, he immediately became angry. What kind of situation was this? She was still blindly bragging. If he delayed any longer, even if he wasn't defeated, he would still be suppressed by Jing Bianyan. No, he was being suppressed now. With the Traceless sect guarding Dao artifact, Jing Bianyan's strength was close to that of a half-step celestial being. He Yang knew that his strength wasn't any weaker than Jing Bianyan, but the other party had a Dao artifact. He couldn't do anything about it. He also had a Dao artifact. It was just that it wasn't convenient to use it now. Otherwise, everyone would know his identity. The arrival of the people from Yuan sect had clearly exceeded the expectations of some people. They also didn't expect that Yuan sect would send people to station at the mountain gate of Traceless sect in advance. Suddenly, many people's expressions changed. Could it be that Yuan sect really valued Banqing that much? Inside the Giant Spirit sect, Giant Spirit Child's expression was also gloomy at this time. The battle in Traceless sect couldn't be hidden from him. Originally, with the help of Fengshan and He Yang, as well as the assistance of nearly 20 great cultivators in the divine martial realm, they could force Banqing to come out of seclusion. Although they couldn't destroy the Traceless sect, there was absolutely no problem. However, the appearance of Xianxia and the other two had alleviated the crisis of Traceless sect. Damn it, Traceless sect is really valued by Yuan sect. What is my Giant Spirit sect inferior to Traceless sect? Giant Spirit Child couldn't understand or guess. The elder next to him said, Jing Bianyun is powerful and has a sect-guarding spiritual artifact. If we continue to stand here, He Yang will undoubtedly lose. Sect Master, what should we do? The meaning of his words was already asking if Giant Spirit Child had any other tricks up his sleeve. If he did, then he should just use them. If this continued, they would be in more danger. Giant Spirit Child took a deep breath, then suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Don't worry, they have more tricks up their sleeves. Let's wait and see. Today, Yin Banqing has failed to break through. No one can stop him. In the void. The battle was still ongoing. Gong Mingzi relied on his high-grade spiritual artifact Long Spear to fight Fan Shan back and forth. He was a great cultivator in the late stage of the God Martial Realm and was only one step away from the peak of the God Martial Realm. In addition, Gong Mingzi's cultivation method was focused on killing, so his attack methods were even more astonishing. With the two of them working together, Fan Shan couldn't gain much of an advantage in a short period of time. The raging flames turned into a sea of fire, burning mountains and boiling the sea. The long spear shook the void, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. Every collision created a terrifying shockwave that swept out in all directions. At this moment, Fan Shan was above the sea of fire. As his thoughts rose, the sea of fire suddenly became violent. Golden Crow illuminating the world. Boom! A huge firebird rose from the sea of fire, and the surrounding air suddenly heated up. The burning space was slightly distorted, and a heat wave rushed toward them. Gong Mingzi's expression was solemn. Blood-red energy was attached to the long spear, and a murderous figure condensed in the void. Kill! The spear blasted out, and it was as if thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers were fighting. The blood-red energy spear cut through the sky and directly bombarded the huge firebird. The firebird let out a loud cry and instantly divided into 10, tightly surrounding Gong Mingzi. The battle situation changed rapidly. At this moment, an elder of the Traceless sect screamed and fell from the sky. The battle had been going on for more than an hour, and finally, someone couldn't hold on any longer and was defeated. Elder Gongsun. Su Yuan was furious. His long sword burst out with a biting cold energy, and he madly attacked the black-clothed man in front of him. As for Jing Bianyun, although his expression was calm, the killing intent in his eyes had already revealed his anger. I want all of you to die with me. As soon as he finished speaking, a star-like sword light rose and directly dispelled the night. Wherever the sword light touched, the Yin and Yang River collapsed. He Yang didn't dare to face it head-on, and could only retreat step by step, constantly consuming the power of the sword light. Seeing this, Jing Bianyun took a step forward and charged toward He Yang again. By now, he had some understanding of who the person was. However, since the other party was masked, he didn't dare to reveal his true identity. In order to hide himself, he couldn't use many methods. After all, ordinary cultivation techniques were easy to use, but there were also some unique methods. Once used, it would basically confirm one's identity. Obviously, these people didn't dare to offend Yuan Zong directly, so they chose to hide their identity. With the death of an elder of the Traceless sect, the people of the Traceless sect were furious. Jing Bianyun's attack was fierce and terrifying, and instantly suppressed He Yang. Boom! A pagoda shattered the void and came crashing down from the sky. The pagoda was thousands of feet tall, like a huge mountain, and its terrifying power made people's hearts tremble. Giant Spirit, how dare you attack my Traceless sect? Jing Bianyun roared and slashed out with his long sword. 100 feet long sword aura collided with the giant pagoda. The moment the sword aura collapsed, the pagoda was also shaken and shifted. The pagoda shifted, but Jing Bianyun was also shaken to the point that his blood and qi were surging. He Yang seized the opportunity, and the Yin and Yang River once again crossed the sky and directly blasted out with a palm. The protective aura was shattered, and Jing Bianyun coughed out blood and retreated. The sudden change also caused the spectators to be astonished. They recognized this pagoda. It was the mountain-suppressing pagoda of the Giant Spirit sect, a true three-seal Dao artifact. It was even stronger than the Traceless sect's Dao artifact. No one expected that the Giant Spirit sect really had the guts to attack Jing Bianyun with the mountain-suppressing pagoda. If the person who fought hid his identity, the mountain-suppressing pagoda was the symbol of the giant spirit sect, and there was no possibility of hiding it. Isn't giant spirit afraid of offending Yuanzhong? How dare he openly use the mountain-suppressing pagoda to attack Jing Bianyun? The giant spirit sect is desperate. Once Ying Banqing breaks through, the giant spirit sect will be almost destroyed. In the eyes of others, the appearance of the mountain-suppressing pagoda was a sign that the giant spirit sect was desperate. Otherwise, the giant spirit sect would not appear at this time. As for the people of the traceless sect, they were both shocked and angry. At this moment, a burly figure stepped on the sky and took back the mountain-suppressing pagoda with one hand. He then looked at Jing Bianyun, who was being beaten up by He Yang, with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry," the mountain-suppressing pagoda suddenly flew out of control. "I suspect that someone secretly played tricks to snatch the mountain-suppressing pagoda's master recognition mark from me, which led to this situation." While speaking, the mountain-suppressing pagoda shone brightly. Giant Spirit spat out a mouthful of blood and then shouted angrily, "Thief, how dare you snatch my sect's supreme treasure at this time? Today, I will break your divine sense. If we meet again in the future, we will fight to the death." Then, he put away the mountain-suppressing pagoda and cupped his hands towards Jing Bianyun. "Sect Master Jing, I'm really sorry. You guys have fun. I'm going to find the thief who stole my sect's supreme treasure. Goodbye." After saying that, Giant Spirit simply stepped on the sky and left. The rest of the onlookers were all in a mess. Now, there was only one thought left in their minds, and that was, F*CK, this is also possible. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Giant Spirit had obviously launched a sneak attack on Jing Bianyun. The mountain-suppressing pagoda was the Tao artifact of the Giant Spirit sect. How could it be snatched by others so easily? This was simply a joke. But Giant Spirit Z still did it. Not only did he do it, but he also spat out a mouthful of blood before leaving to show his sincerity. Seeing this scene, Jing Bianyun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Giant Spirit, I'm not done with you." It was just that no matter how he roared, Giant Spirit had already left. But the loss just now allowed He Yang to take advantage of the situation, causing the original advantage to disappear. Besides that, Jing Bianyun still had to be wary of the shameless Giant Spirit, who was hiding in the dark to launch a sneak attack. So when he attacked, he held back some strength just in case. In this way, he had no advantage against He Yang. Regarding this, Jing Bianyun was both angry and depressed. After dealing with the Giant Spirit sect for so many years, how could he not realize that Giant Spirit could be so shameless? In the distance, Giant Spirit's figure appeared. The mountain-suppressing pagoda had already shrunk to the size of a foot and was held in his hand. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth that had not been completely wiped away. However, he no longer had any plans to attack again. Using the mountain-suppressing pagoda to attack Jing Bianyun was already the limit of what he could do. As for attacking again, it was already impossible. Yuanzhong's orders could not be violated. Ying Banqing, who had broken through, was indeed terrifying, but the Giant Spirit sect still had a glimmer of hope. But if they offended Yuanzhong, it would be a real disaster. "I've done all I can. The rest is up to you. Let me see how strong the experts of White Yong Estate are." Giant Spirit looked at the battle in the distance, and his face became cold and stern. On the other side, when Tiangang Sec Xiang Hongfei saw this scene, he shook his head and clicked his tongue in wonder. "I never thought that Giant Spirit would even do such a thing." The mountain-suppressing pagoda attacked Jing Bianyun and even injured himself. Sky Origin Sect, what great power and influence! In the end, his face became solemn. With just one sentence, he forced an expert at the peak of the God Martial realm to find an excuse to injure himself. Such power and influence. It was something that other sects did not have. At this time, the situation was changing rapidly. Although Jing Bianyun was injured by He Yang, with the help of the Traceless Sect's Tao artifact, as time passed, the situation gradually stabilized. By now, the sky had already turned white. From the beginning of the battle until now, a night had passed. In the Traceless Sect, all the cultivators above the airborne realm had participated in the battle. Only the disciples of the spiritual god realm and below did not participate in the battle without permission. These people were the foundation of the Traceless sect. Although they were not high-end combat forces, they were the future of the sect. Even if a few god martial realm elders died in the battle, they could not let the disciples suffer too much damage. If a sect had a gap, then it was not far from destruction. Boom, the sword energy was vast and powerful. The long river of yin and yang shook the void. The moment the sword energy slashed down, He Yang took a step back. Blood splattered from his chest, and a deep wound appeared on his body. However, Jing Bianyun was not in a good state either. While he injured He Yang with a sword, he also suffered a palm strike from his opponent, and he coughed up blood. At this moment, Xiang Hongfei took out a seal, then wrapped it in spiritual ether and smashed it directly at Jing Bianyun. Who is it? Jing Bianyun was furious and immediately slashed at the incoming spiritual ether. When the sword energy slashed down, the spiritual ether directly shattered, and a seal appeared. It directly shattered the sword energy and smashed toward Jing Bianyun. When the seal was close to him, Xiang Hongfei's divine will moved, and the entire seal suddenly exploded. Boom, the power of a Dao artifact's explosion was not weaker than the explosion of an expert at the peak of the god martial realm. The void distorted violently. Terrifying fluctuations swept in all directions like the aftermath of death. Jing Bianyun never expected that someone would use a Dao artifact to self-detonate. He was caught off guard and directly suffered the power of the explosion. As soon as his protective aura rose, it shattered in an instant. Jing Bianyun held his sword with both hands, and all the spiritual ether in his body poured into the longsword. A sword energy hundreds of feet long swept out, vowing to annihilate the aftermath of the explosion. Rumble, a terrifying collision occurred, and the impact of the impact caused the void to collapse. The sword energy hundreds of feet long suddenly shattered. Jing Bianyun's body was stained with blood as he fell. On the other side, although He Yang was far away, he also suffered the attack. The Yin-Yang River was directly destroyed, and the sky was dyed red with blood. Apart from that, many of the people who were fighting were affected by the shockwaves and suffered injuries. For a moment, everyone's expression changed dramatically. The explosion of a Dao artifact was completely beyond their expectations. No one would have thought that at this critical moment, someone would launch a sneak attack and even self-destruct a Dao artifact. Blood flowed from the corner of Xiang Hongfei's mouth, and he quickly wiped it clean. This is all I can do. If it's still not enough, there's nothing I can do. Looking in the direction of the Great Spirit sect, Xiang Hongfei said softly. He had once obtained this Dao artifact from a sect in the spirit domain. Since he refined it, he had never used it in front of others. A two-seal Dao artifact was supposed to be his trump card. But now, in order to interrupt Ding Banqing's breakthrough, Xiang Hongfei had directly used it. The Dao artifact self-detonated. After severely injuring Jing Bianyun, he also suffered a considerable backlash. But compared to the other party, Xiang Hongfei was much better. On the Great Spirit sect's side, Giant Spirit seemed to have sensed something and looked in the direction of the Tiangang sect. At this time, if there was anyone who would make a move, it would most likely be the Tiangang sect's side. Xiang Hongfei, you are much more decisive than I thought. On the battlefield of the Traceless sect, Jing Bianyun was seriously injured by the self-detonation of a Dao artifact. It was comparable to the self-detonation of a peak divine martial realm cultivator. Even a heavenly realm cultivator would be injured if they were not careful. Although he was strong, he was not even a half-step heavenly realm cultivator. In the face of such a self-detonation, Jing Bianyun was lucky that he did not die immediately. Good, very good. In order to stop the Supreme Elder from breaking through, you really put in a lot of effort. Jing Bianyun's clothes were tattered, and his body was bleeding profusely. He looked at He Yang with eyes full of cold and crazy killing intent. Seriously injured, since he reached the divine martial realm. This was the first time he had suffered such a serious injury. As for He Yang, he was not feeling well either. He was not sure if the person who had just detonated the Dao artifact was Giant Spirit. A Dao artifact that no one knew, coupled with the fact that the other party had attacked from afar, it was too difficult to capture the traces. But compared to Jing Bianyun, he was much better. Jing Bianyun, you are already seriously injured. Why do you still want to fight to the death? Tell Yin Banqing to stop breaking through, and I will immediately take him away. Jing Bianyun's eyes were crazy and tyrannical as he shouted angrily, anyone who stops the Supreme Elder from breaking through must die. My Traceless sect will definitely step into White Yong Prefecture in the future and wipe out your Yin Yang sect. Boom. A terrifying sword aura was activated and slashed directly at He Yang. He Yang frowned and sneered, stubborn. The battle broke out again. But compared to before, the battle now was even more tragic. The self-detonation of a Dao artifact caused Jing Bianyun and He Yang to be seriously injured, but neither of them retreated. Instead, they fought desperately. Jing Bianyun swore that he would not stop until he killed He Yang. The experts watching the battle secretly smacked their lips. Jing Bianyun is really crazy. If he continues to fight like this, isn't he afraid that his foundation will be damaged and he will never be able to move forward? At this point, what else can he do but fight to the death? Obviously, the Traceless sect has placed all their hopes on Yin Banqing. Everyone's face was very heavy. The world was really going to change. Whether Yin Banqing succeeded or not, the world of Baiyun Prefecture was going to change. Fighting to this extent, both sides were clearly fighting with real fire, to the extent that they would not rest until one of them was dead. Boom. A loud noise shook the sky. Gong Mingze coughed up blood and retreated. The hand holding the spear cracked. In terms of strength, he was still inferior to Fenshan. As time passed, the gap became bigger and bigger. Until now, he was still unavoidably injured. Fenshan looked at Gong Mingze and said coldly, I don't mean to be enemies with the Origin sect. If you retreat now, I can pretend that nothing happened. If the Traceless sect becomes a top sect, it won't be a good thing for the Origin sect. Why do you want to fight to the death for the Traceless sect? He really didn't want to kill Gong Mingze. In other words, Fenshan didn't dare to kill him. If he didn't kill the people of the Origin sect, there was still room to maneuver. Once he killed the people of the Origin sect, it would be useless even if he hid his identity. Qin Shujian was a vengeful person. If the Origin sect really attacked the White Yong Prefecture, the top sect of the White Yong Prefecture might not be able to stop them. Such a lunatic sect. Unless he had no other choice, Fenshan didn't want to become enemies with them. Buzz. At this moment, a shocking sword cry sounded. Xianxia had finally killed his opponent with his sword array. Then, 27 spiritual swords streaked across the sky and surrounded Fenshan. Deacon Gong, this guy isn't weak. Why don't the two of us work together? Gong Mingze said, then I'll have to trouble Elder Xiang. You're welcome. Seeing this, Fenshan's face suddenly darkened. Xianxia, who had a sword array, wasn't any weaker than a late-stage divine martial realm expert. Now that Gong Mingze was added, he also felt that it was troublesome. Xianxia said, if I'm not wrong, you should be from the Crimson Heaven sect. In the world, only the Crimson Heaven scripture and a few other cultivation techniques have such power. My sect has never had any grudges with the Crimson Heaven sect. Now that you've come with your face covered, you don't want to be enemies with my sect. Yin Banqing's breakthrough is irresistible and no one can stop it. If you retreat now, our sects won't hurt each other. If we continue to fight, things won't be so simple. Fenshan was silent. Xianxia continued, you can see the current situation clearly. Although you're strong, it's obviously impossible to destroy the Traceless sect in a short time. As for the backup, even the Dao artifact has self-destructed. The person in the dark hasn't shown himself. Obviously, he doesn't dare to offend my sect. It won't be long before Yin Banqing succeeds in his breakthrough. If we continue to fight, it won't be so easy for Yin Banqing to leave after he succeeds in his breakthrough. I've been in the cultivation world for thousands of years. I'm not scared. Fenshan said gloomily. Xianxia said, you should know whether it's true or not. Now that the phenomenon is about to reach its peak, the celestial being's momentum has been formed. If the celestial being makes a move, do you have the confidence to escape? Hearing this, Fenshan's face turned even uglier. At this moment, the vision was getting stronger and stronger, indicating that Yin Banqing was about to break through. Shan looked at the situation. By now, the people he brought had already been injured, and the Traceless sect had also suffered a lot of casualties. Jing Bianyun was also seriously injured. If they wanted to stop Yin Banqing from breaking through, now was the best time. However, when Shan looked at Gong Mingze and Xiang Haogan, he hesitated again. With his strength, he was definitely not afraid of the two. But there was one thing that Shan had to admit. That was, if the two of them joined forces, their strength was enough to fight against an ordinary peak god martial realm expert. Even if he wanted to break through their blockade, it would not be an easy task. But if they retreated just like that, they were unwilling to do so. After all, in order to get to this point, they had paid a heavy price. If they retreated now, all their efforts would be in vain. Thinking of this, Shan's face turned fierce. In an instant, raging flames surged into the sky, turning into dozens of golden crows that pounced toward the two. Seeing this, Xiang Haogan also showed a look of regret. Then, he had to activate the sword formation and launch a killing move. Boom! Boom! Now, the sky above the Traceless sect had turned into a battlefield. Dozens of god martial realm experts were fighting, and the fluctuations were not much weaker than that of an ordinary heavenly being. At this moment, no one intervened. For the spectators, it was time to decide the fate of the Traceless sect. In the sky, a sea appeared in the sky. Above the overwhelming waves, a bright moon slowly rose from it, competing with the sun for brilliance. The bright moon rose from the sea, a terrifying aura surged from the bright moon, causing the void to tremble violently. In everyone's mind, the same thought emerged at the same time. Yin Banqing is about to break through. He Yang shouted angrily, Shan, don't hold back anymore. If Yin Banqing breaks through, neither of us will have a good ending. Both he and Jing Bianyun were seriously injured, and the two of them were fighting bitterly. Hearing this, Shan's face darkened. In the end, he stared coldly at Xiang Haogan and Gong Mingze and said, "You forced me to do this. You can't blame anyone if you die." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a jade stone from his storage ring. Seeing this scene, Xiang Haogan's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Retreat." After speaking, he did not wait for Gong Mingze to react and immediately fled to the side. Although Gong Mingze did not know what was going on, he did not dare to hesitate. Seeing this, Shan could not be bothered with him and directly used his hand to crush the jade. Rumble! A vast aura spread out, and a massive amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi condensed into a finger pointing at the mountain gate of the Traceless sect. There were thousands of Taoist rhymes circulating around the spirit chi finger. The terrifying aura made everyone's heart palpitate. Heavenly human decree, many people looked at the finger descending from the sky in disbelief. The aura made them feel a little suffocated. On the other side, Shan's eyes revealed a crazed look. In order to obtain this David decree, he had paid a hefty price. Originally, Shan was not prepared to use this trump card. After all, if he were to use his trump card, putting aside the fact that he would have to consume a lot of energy, if he were to kill someone from Yuan Zone, he would have to bear a grudge that would not rest until he was dead. Unfortunately, Xiang Haogan and Shan were too forceful, and Shan had no choice but to do so. However, the escape of the two made him heave a sigh of relief. Since they had escaped, he could attack the mountain gate of the Traceless sect without any scruples. At this moment, the spirit chi finger descended. Many of the Traceless sect's disciples exploded under this terrifying pressure. The powerhouses who stayed behind all unleashed powerful attacks. The energy gathered together like a long river and directly bombarded the spirit chi finger. However, compared to the power of a heavenly human, the strength of these disciples was too weak. Pft, pft. Another group of disciples coughed up blood and fell to the ground in front of this power. Some of the weaker ones even exploded into clouds of blood mist. Before the heavenly human's attack landed, the Traceless sect's disciples had already suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, the bright moon in the sky shone brightly, and a terrifying power erupted from it. Then, the entire Traceless sect shook. Next, an old man in luxurious clothes appeared in front of the giant finger. He stretched out his hand and clenched it in the air. The surrounding spirit chi suddenly exploded, and a vast wave of energy condensed in the palm of his hand. Immediately, it collided with the spirit chi finger. Boom, the terrifying aftermath spread out, and the spirit chief finger was annihilated inch by inch. Not good. The moment he saw the old man in luxurious clothes appear, the face behind Xianxia's mask suddenly turned pale. Retreat, everyone, retreat. As he spoke, he had already unleashed all his true essence and fled toward the distant sky. As he fled, Xianxia cursed in his heart. Damn it, how could Xianxia succeed in breaking through at this time? In addition to his anger, he also bore a grudge against Xianxia and Gongmingzi. If it weren't for the two of them, how could Xianxia succeed in breaking through? On the other side, after seeing this scene, He Yang also abandoned Jing Bianyun without thinking and fled with his men. Jing Bianyun shouted angrily, "The Supreme Elder has succeeded in breaking through. Everyone, listen to my orders and stop them." How could it be so easy to leave after killing someone? Xianxia's appearance directly gave the people of the Traceless sect a shot of confidence. It was obvious. The Supreme Elder's appearance at this moment, coupled with that terrifying aura, was obvious that he had succeeded in breaking through. A heavenly human, the Traceless sect finally had a heavenly human cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Bianyun activated his long sword and slashed at He Yang. He knew that He Yang was the sect master of the Yin-Yang sect. If he killed him, there would be a lot of trouble. However, for Jing Bianyun, no trouble could stop his desire to kill. Pick up the Yin-Yang. He must die. Feeling the killing intent behind him, He Yang didn't stop. He took Jing Bianyun's sword and disappeared into the distance. Xianxia looked at the many disciples who had died and then stepped into the air. "Since you're here, don't leave." The spirit chi of heaven and earth fluctuated. A huge palm condensed in the air and directly covered two great cultivators in the god martial arts realm. Then, it squeezed hard, and a bloody mist suddenly burst out of the palm. Then, Xianxia waved his hand again, and the spirit chi palm suddenly spread out, turning into endless spirit chi arrows, bombarding in all directions. Ah! Oh no! Many people who had left the Traceless sect's territory were pierced by the spirit chi arrows and fell to the ground. Some of the stronger cultivators withstood the spirit chi arrows' attack and didn't slow down at all. It had only been 2 breaths since Xianxia appeared. Nearly 10 cultivators who besieged the Traceless sect had died. Xianxia and He Yang fled with the remnants of their defeated troops. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Seeing that the others were still preparing to chase after them, Xianxia shook his head and said lightly. Then, he landed. He had arrived. He glanced around, causing the hearts of the onlookers to tighten. Xianxia had successfully broken through. The cultivation world of Baiyun Mansion officially had a second heavenly human cultivator. Not only that. As soon as Xianxia broke through, he killed nearly 10 great cultivators in the god martial arts realm. The supreme means of a heavenly human were fully displayed. Some cultivators who had only heard of the name of a heavenly human but had never seen one in action were extremely shocked. After Xianxia disappeared, someone let out a sigh of relief and murmured, "Is this the power of a heavenly human expert? Killing a god martial arts realm cultivator is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables?" Looking at the fallen people, he also felt a wave of sadness in his heart. It wasn't that he was shocked by the fall of these people, but that he felt sad that he was not worth mentioning in front of a heavenly human even though he had worked so hard to cultivate to such a level. "If you don't become a heavenly human, you will always be an ant," someone muttered under his breath. When the others heard this, they all fell silent. If you don't become a heavenly human, you will always be an ant. In the past, they didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but now that they saw it, they truly understood what it meant. At this moment, many people had the urge to break through to the heavenly human realm. But they also understood. It was not easy to break through to the heavenly human realm. "We failed." Giant Lingzi sighed. Seeing Xianxia and He Yang leave in defeat, he knew that the Traceless sect had won this time. The elder next to him asked, "What should we do now? What else can we do?" "Let's talk to Yuan Zong." Giant Lingzi shook his head and laughed. He had long been mentally prepared for this failure. If they lost, then so be it. He had already done enough, but he still couldn't stop Xianxia from breaking through. This was something that couldn't be helped. Giant Lingzi said, "There will be news from the Yin-Yang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect. Ignore it for now. If you want to talk, ask if you can return the 10 spirit stones. 10 spirit stones for one sect, 20 spirit stones for 2 sections. Originally, this was just a deposit, and there would be more after the matter was completed. But now that Yin Banqing had successfully broken through, the Yin Yang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect could be considered as incompetent. I'll try my best, the elder said hesitantly. This time, many people from the 2 sects had died. He was sure that if he really went to ask for the spirit stones, the 2 sects might directly attack his giant Lingzi sect. Sometimes, he felt helpless about the willfulness of this sect master. However, he also knew that giant Lingzi was just joking. Once the deposit was given, there was no possibility of getting it back. Subsequently, giant Lingzi shook his head again and said, "Forget it, I will go to Yuanzhong in a few days. Pay attention to the situation and don't let the Traceless sect come knocking on our door." Don't worry, the Traceless sect has suffered a lot. Even if Yin Banqing breaks through, it will take time to stabilize the unstable hearts of the people in the sect. Even if they want to make a move on us in a short time, it won't be so fast. Giant Lingzi said as his eyes signaled for him to calm down. Hearing this, the elder could only nod helplessly. He hoped that this was really the case. Otherwise, if giant Lingzi chased them away and the Traceless sect came knocking on their door, he would have to consider whether to escape or not. On the other side, Xiang Hongfei also sighed, looking a little melancholic. He failed. He had paid the price of a Dao artifact, but he still failed. However, other than the giant Lingzi sect, no one should be able to guess that it was his Tiangang sect who did it. TSK, if Jing Bianyun knew that I was the one who seriously injured him, I'm afraid he would drag Yin Banqing here to fight. Xiang Hongfei shook his head slightly. Then he raised his head slightly and saw that someone was approaching. The Tiangang sect's expert was about to intercept him, but he was instantly stopped by him. Soon, a person appeared in front of Xiang Hongfei. Xiang Hongfei said, "Giant Lingzi, how come you have time to come to my Tiangang sect?" "I'm just here to take a look. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you later." Giant Lingzi smiled faintly. While speaking, he sat down opposite Xiang Hongfei as if they were close friends. Xiang Hongfei poured him a cup of tea and laughed, "Your words are unpleasant to hear. Our sects are so close to each other. If you want to come and see me, you can come and see me at any time. I'm just afraid that Yin Banqing won't agree." "Are you afraid?" "Humph, if I were afraid of him, I would have hidden with my tail between my legs when Yin Banqing broke through." Giant Lingzi sneered and said, "How about it? Are you interested in cooperating again?" Xiang Hongfei's expression also became serious as he said calmly, "What cooperation?" Giant Lingzi said, "Yin Banqing has broken through, and my giant Lingzi sect is a thorn in his side. It's inevitable that he will take action against my sect. However, it won't be easy for Tiangang sect to stay out of it. If our 2 sects join forces, with our heritage, we can't fight against the Traceless sect, but it shouldn't be a problem for us to protect ourselves. Yin Banqing is a heavenly being," Xiang Hongfei reminded. Giant Lingzi smiled and said, "So what if he's a heavenly being? Don't tell me that you, Xiang Hongfei, are really afraid of a heavenly being. Our 2 sects can put together 3 or 4 peak divine martial realm experts, plus some heritage. Even if a heavenly being comes, we still have the capital to fight back. If my giant Lingzi sect is destroyed, Tiangang sect will be helpless alone. My Tiangang sect has never had any enmity with the Traceless sect. No matter how overbearing Yin Banqing is, he can't control my Tiangang sect. Maybe, but if Jing Bianyun knows that he was seriously injured by the explosion of Tiangang sect's Dao artifact, this narrow-minded Traceless sect master might not let go of this grudge. If a top sect wants to take action against a force, they only need to have a legitimate reason. Yin Banqing's character is conservative, but Jing Bianyun's ambition is great. Does Tiangang sect have the confidence to fight against the Traceless sect alone?" Giant Lingzi raised his teacup, took a sip, and then looked at Xiang Hongfei with a smile. Now, the 2 sects were almost like grasshoppers tied to a rope. No one could escape. No one could break free. Whether it was giant Lingzi sect or Tiangang sect, as long as one sect was destroyed first, then the other sect would definitely not have a good ending. Xiang Hongfei's finger gently tapped, apparently considering something. After a long while, he looked at Giant Lingzi and said, "What other plans do you have? It shouldn't be as simple as cooperating with my Tiangang sect, right?" "Of course." Giant Lingzi didn't hide it and nodded. "Right now, there is only one force that has the right to speak in Baiyun Mansion, and that is Yuanzong. As long as our two sects get the protection of Yuanzong, then there will naturally be no problem. Even if the Traceless sect wants to take action against our sects, they will have to consider whether they can afford to offend Yuanzong. As far as I know, Yin Banqing's breakthrough this time is backed by Yuanzong. If you go to Yuanzong, you might be like a lamb entering the tiger's mouth." Xiang Hongfei glanced at him. Giant Lingzi was really bold. He had just refuted Yuanzong's face, and now he dared to send himself to the door. Wasn't he afraid that Qin Shujian would slap him to death in a fit of anger? Giant Lingzi said, if it were other sects, of course, they would have to worry about it. But for Yuanzong, there is no such problem. In Yuanzong's eyes, there has never been a distinction between friend and enemy. If he is an enemy, it only means that the benefits we offer are not enough. As long as we offer something that can move Qin Shujian's heart, then we will be Yuanzong's ally. Previously, when Yuanzong established Baiyun Mansion, no one was willing to submit to him. After all, isn't it good to dominate a place? Why would they want to find a father above their heads? But there is one thing that sect master Xiang needs to know. At that time, there was no threat from the Traceless sect, so we could ignore Yuanzong's existence. But now, we can't. If we want to deal with a top sect, only a top sect is qualified. What's more, the Traceless sect is supported by Yuanzong. No matter what, the Traceless sect has to bow its head in front of Yuanzong. Xiang Hongfei said, "So, you've already thought it through." Giant Lingzi said, "It doesn't matter whether I've thought it through or not. Because Yin Banqing has successfully broken through, we have no way out. Even if we move our sect, the Traceless sect will not agree. We can either fight or find a backer. Apart from these two options, there is no third option." Although the two sects joined forces, there was hope to resist the Traceless sect. But if they really fought head-on, the casualties wouldn't be small. If one of them wasn't good enough, thousands of years of foundation would be gone just like that. Although Xiang Hongfei and Giant Lingzi looked relaxed, they both knew the seriousness of this matter. Xiang Hongfei picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Then, he put down the cup and easily embedded it into the table. He chuckled and said, "Since brother Giant Lingzi has already thought it through, then I have nothing to say. If you want to go to Yuanzong, then I will accompany you." "Then let's go." Traceless sect. With Yin Banqing's breakthrough, the sect was also mixed with joy and worry. It was certainly gratifying to have one more celestial being in the sect. But in this battle, four divine martial realm elders had fallen. In the end, when Fan Shan used the celestial decree, hundreds of disciples were killed or injured. It could be said that, although such a loss wouldn't hurt the Traceless sect, it was definitely uncomfortable enough. In the main hall of the sect, Jing Bianyun sat on the main seat. His clothes were still stained with blood. Yin Banqing, who had successfully broken through, sat on the first seat on the left. Xiang Haogan and the other Yuanzong reinforcements sat opposite Yin Banqing. The rest of the people were the elders in the sect. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Yin Banqing. Jing Bianyun asked, "Has the Supreme Elder successfully broken through?" "Yes, from today onwards, our Traceless sect will officially be promoted to a top sect." Yin Banqing nodded slightly and said with a faint smile. In one sentence. It lifted most of the haze in everyone's heart. Jing Bianyun forced a smile on his face and said, "The Supreme Elder has successfully broken through. Our sect will have one more celestial being in charge. The sect will definitely reach an unprecedented peak. It's really worth celebrating." But, Jing Bianyun's smile disappeared, and his face turned ugly. The people who attacked the Traceless sect this time should be the Yin Yang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect of the White Yong Mansion. This time, several elders and a large number of disciples have died. This grudge must be avenged. The atmosphere in the main hall also fell silent. On the other hand, Xiang Haogan and the others sat there with their heads lowered, and they were like wooden statues. These grudges were the traceless sect's own business. They were invited to come here this time merely to be Yin Banqing's Dao protectors. Now that Yin Banqing had successfully broken through, their mission was considered completed. If it weren't for giving face to this newly ascended celestial being, the three of them would have left after the matter was over. Therefore, they turned a deaf ear to the internal conversation of the traceless sect, and had no intention of interrupting. Yin Banqing glanced at the three of them and said, "The Yin Yang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect came to attack our traceless sect. This is a provocation to the cultivation world of our Baiyun mansion. This matter is definitely not over." Seeing Yin Banqing's gaze, Xianxia could only smile. Provocation to the cultivation world of the Baiyun mansion, if that's the case, then so be it. He understood the meaning of the other party's words, but he had no intention of answering. Yin Banqing continued, "However, there are also top sects in the White Yong mansion, so it's not appropriate to act rashly. On the other hand, the giant spirit sect colluded with the outer sect to harm the cultivation world of the Baiyun mansion. This matter needs to be settled properly." Although he was breaking through, it didn't mean that he was unaware of everything. Every move that happened in the outside world was under Yin Banqing's perception. It was only because the breakthrough was imminent that he couldn't do anything else, so he didn't appear. This was also the reason why Yin Banqing was able to appear in time when the celestial law attacked. He had already succeeded in breaking through. It was just that at that time, he was silently consolidating his realm. However, Fenshan's backup plan forced Yin Banqing to come out of seclusion halfway. As a result, although he had broken through to the celestial being realm, his realm hadn't completely stabilized. Subsequently, Yin Banqing looked at Xianxia again and said, "The giant spirit sect once launched a sneak attack on the traceless sect when I was breaking through. They also secretly colluded with the Yin Yang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect. My traceless sect and the giant spirit sect are settling our grudges. Your sect won't interfere, right?" Elder Yin's words are difficult for me to answer. After all, I'm just a small inner sect elder of the Yuan sect. There are some things that I can't decide. I'm only here on the orders of the Great Elder. Elder Yin, I can't control what you do," Xianxia said with a faint smile. Yin Banqing frowned slightly. What he was most worried about now was that the traceless sect's attack on the giant spirit sect would cause the Yuan sect to intervene. If it was possible. Yin Banqing didn't want to have any conflict with the Yuan sect. Now that he had broken through to the celestial being realm, he wasn't afraid of Qin Shujian. After all, the other party had just broken through not long ago. In terms of strength, even if the other party was stronger than him, it wouldn't be by much. But there was one thing to know. In addition to Qin Shujian, the Yuan sect also had Jiang Feng. Even Yin Banqing had to be cautious when dealing with two celestial being realm experts. If he offended the Yuan sect because of this, that wasn't what he wanted. P.S. I recommend a book. Isn't it enough to cultivate with hands? If Xianxia agreed, then he would have a reason to make a move on the giant spirit sect. If Qin Shujian investigated later, the traceless sect would also have a reason to explain. But it was obvious. Xianxia had his own plans and would not go according to his plan at all. Yin Banqing could do nothing about it. Jing Bianyun said, "Our sect has a grudge with the giant spirit sect. These grudges have lasted for thousands of years. I think Sect Master Qin is also a reasonable person. There won't be any problems." "I think so." Xianxia chuckled. No matter what Yin Banqing said to Jing Bianyun now, he would give an ambiguous answer. He wouldn't give a definite answer, but he wouldn't reject it outright. In short, he was trying to smooth things over. There was no other way. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the traceless sect wanted to kill the giant spirit sect. But from Qin Shujian's perspective, it was a completely different story. Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. In the forbidden area, Qin Shujian withdrew from his cultivation state. The spirit stones placed there were dim in color. The spirit chi had almost been absorbed. 463 star acupoints. Looking at the acupoints in his body, a smile rose on Qin Shujian's lips. He had used up all his foundation in exchange for today's success. Before he went into seclusion, he only had 396 stellar acupoints. Now, he had 463. This time, he had opened a total of 67 star acupoints in his seclusion. Feeling the surging power in his body, the smile on Qin Shujian's face became more and more obvious. I've opened 67 acupoints, but my strength has increased by at least 50% on the original basis. As I guessed, the further I cultivate, the more my strength increases after opening the star acupoints. Although he had not broken through to the second layer of the heaven-human realm. But he had already walked a long way in the first layer of the heaven-human realm. Before he started cultivating, Qin Shujian did not have the confidence to deal with a cultivator at the third stage of the sky-human realm with his own strength and without using his array Dao cultivation. But now, he was confident that he could suppress an ordinary cultivator in the third layer of the heaven-human realm with his own strength. Realm was the foundation. The higher one's realm was, the longer one could live. However, when one's realm could not be raised, strength was the most important factor. However, looking at the gloomy spirit stones around him, Qin Shujian sighed again. The other sky-human stage cultivators probably don't need so many resources for their cultivation. Front and back. He had spent over 1,000 spirit stones. Under such circumstances, he was still unable to advance from the first level of the sky-human realm to the second level of the sky-human realm. Any other cultivator at level 1 of the sky-human stage would have succeeded in breaking through to level 2 of the sky-human stage, given the support of so many spirit stones. Regarding this, Qin Shujian felt helpless. There was nothing he could do about it. Opening the stellar acupoints and condensing the myriad manifestations astral body required too much spirit chi. They were much stronger than cultivators of the same level. Similarly, they had to pay a corresponding price. There were gains and losses, and it all depended on how one weighed it. Qin Shujian did not want to destroy the Gui Yuan ancestral canon, cultivate a new cultivation method, and then become a celestial being. Or else, he had done so long ago. There was no need for him to work so hard to synthesize a cultivation method. The reason why he did so was because he hoped to have unparalleled combat strength while having a realm. It's good to challenge someone of a higher realm. I just hope that I won't be the one to be challenged. Qin Shujian shook his head, then took out the communication jade token and read the message inside. He ended his cultivation this time. Firstly, it was because the spirit stones were almost used up, and secondly, there was a message that disturbed him. Qin Shujian was not in seclusion, so he would still receive the message. Usually, if there was nothing urgent, no one would send him a message. However, if there was a message, it was basically something important. Getting up from the forbidden area, Qin Shujian looked at the spirit stones scattered around him and set up a spirit gathering array to cover these spirit stones. In the next few years, these spirit stones would not be used. At least, he would not use the spirit stones here before the spirit chi inside was completely replenished. The myriad manifestations astral body had advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was, as long as there was enough spirit chi, the breakthrough would be a piece of cake. After all, the star acupoints could be opened all the way. Unlike other cultivation methods, even with the help of spirit stones, the cultivation needed to be done step by step. However, the disadvantages were also obvious. If there were not enough spirit stones, the breakthrough would be much slower than others. After placing the spirit stones properly, Qin Shujian turned and left the forbidden area. In the Chenggu Hall, Giant Spirit Zi and Xiang Hongfei looked at Qin Shujian in front of them and both stood up and cupped their hands. Giant Spirit Sex Giant Spirit Zi, Tiangang Sex Xiang Hongfei, greets Sect Master Qin. Both of you, please take a seat. Qin Shujian said calmly. Thank you, Sect Master Qin. The two also sat down. After sitting down, Giant Spirit Zi and Xiang Hongfei also secretly sized up Qin Shujian. It was also their first time seeing this diviner supreme cultivator who was famous in the cultivation world. Qin Shujian casually picked up the teacup beside him and looked at the two of them, saying, "Why are the Giant Spirit Sect and Tiangang Sect here this time? I don't remember having any contact with the two sects." Sect Master Qin, you must be joking. Sect Master Qin's name is famous in the cultivation world, and you deserve to be the #1 person in the cultivation world in Baiyun Mansion. The two of us also know about your reputation and regret not having the chance to meet you normally. This time, we heard that Sect Master Qin is in Yuanzhong, so we specially came to visit you. Giant Spirit Z smiled. Qin Shujian nodded as if he understood something, then said, since you're just here to see me, now that you've seen me, can the two of you leave? Giant Spirit Z's smile froze, and the words he was about to say were all rebutted back. He never thought that Qin Shujian would refuse so straightforwardly. To put it bluntly, this was already a slap to his face. But, with Qin Shujian's identity and status, even if he publicly slapped his face, he, Giant Spirit Z, had to accept it. This was not Traceless Sect, and the other party was not Bansheng. When it came to domineering and ruthless. In the cultivation world of Baiyun Mansion, if Qin Shujian claimed to be second, no one would claim to be first. Xiang Hongfei, who was on the side, also had a solemn expression at this time. The meaning of Qin Shujian's words had already revealed his dissatisfaction with the two sections. He had to think about it. Was it because of Traceless Sect that caused the other party's dissatisfaction? However, Xiang Hongfei glanced at Giant Spirit Z, but still did not interrupt. Since the other party wanted him to personally go up, then he would just watch. Anyway, this trip to Yuanzhong was just a formality, and the one who really made the decision was still Giant Spirit Z. Just when Giant Spirit Z was about to reply, Qin Shujian said, my sect released the news that no one can stop Bansheng from breaking through, but now it seems that some people did not put this sentence in their eyes. But it's fine if they just don't put it in their eyes. I'm just afraid that some people don't even put Yuanzhong in their eyes. That would be troublesome. Sect Master Qin's words are reasonable. According to my investigation, the people who took action this time should be Yuanzhong Mansion, Crimson Heaven Sect, and Yinyang Sect. If Yuanzhong wants to find trouble with Yuanzhong Mansion, Giant Spirit Sect and Tiangang Sect will definitely follow. Giant Spirit Z did not hesitate to sell out the two sections. Qin Shujian was obviously going to condemn him at this time. If he did not sell out the two sects, then he would have to take the blame himself. It was better to die than to die. Giant Spirit Z was very frank and direct. Fine, then the Giant Spirit Sect and Tiangang Sect will take the lead and destroy Yinyang Sect and Crimson Heaven Sect first. If Nine Palace Sect takes action, I will naturally resist. Qin Shujian nodded. Nine Palace Sect was the top sect of Yuanzhong Mansion. Every prefecture had a top-notch sect that suppressed the cultivation world. Before Yuanzhong appeared, Baiyun Mansion was the only one that did not have a top sect in the cultivation world. Therefore, in terms of strength, Baiyun Mansion was the weakest among the 13 manors. It was only until Yuanzhong's appearance that this situation was broken. Giant Spirit Z said seriously, if Sect Master Qin says so, we will naturally obey. It seems that Giant Spirit Sect and Tiangang Sect really give Yuanzhong face. Qin Shujian smiled faintly before his face turned cold. If I remember correctly, you, Giant Spirit Z, also took action a few days ago to sneak attack Jingbianyun. Although Yinyang Sect and Crimson Heaven Sect are hateful, your Giant Spirit Sect is not any better. Originally, I didn't plan to take action against the Giant Spirit Sect so soon, but since you have delivered yourself to my door, then don't blame others. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying murderous intent filled the hall. Giant Spirit Z and Xiang Hongfei's hearts tightened. In front of this killing intent, the two were like drifting boats in the sea that could be swallowed up at any time. Giant Spirit Z squeezed out an ugly smile and said, Giant Spirit Z is willing to admit his guilt. If Sect Master Qin really wants to punish me, then I will accept it. Even if I die, I am willing. Qin Shujian looked at him deeply and said calmly, you disobeyed my orders. It would be unreasonable if you were not punished. However, seeing that your attitude is good, I will give you a chance to live. If you can take one move from me and not die, then this matter will be over. If you die, then it is because you are not strong enough. You can't blame others. Not strong enough. How dare you go against Yuanzhong? You deserve to die. Giant Spirit Z's smile disappeared, and his face was unprecedentedly solemn. He could hear that Qin Shujian really wanted to kill him. One move, hearing this, not only did he not relax, but he became even more solemn. One move of a diviner. It was absolutely extraordinary. Qin Shujian dared to say this. If he did not deal with it seriously, Giant Spirit Z did not doubt that he would die in the inherited martial hall. He came to the door confidently and was killed cleanly. If this spread out, it would be a joke. Just as Giant Spirit Z was about to speak, Qin Shujian's finger was stained with tea. Then, with a flick of his finger, a drop of tea instantly shattered the void and flew towards Giant Spirit Z. It was obviously a drop of tea that could not be any more normal. At this moment, it exploded with a fatal killing intent. Giant Spirit Z did not even have time to think and hurriedly used his trump card. A shadow of a pagoda had just condensed around his body, but it was quickly smashed into pieces. Boom! Giant Spirit Z's chest burst out with blood, and he was directly sent flying. A sudden change of events. This made Xiang Hongfei, who was sitting at the side, stand up in shock. His face was full of disbelief. His body smashed onto the floor of the hall, and the entire inherited martial hall trembled slightly. Pfft! After Giant Spirit Z landed on the ground, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The clothes on his chest exploded, and his flesh was badly mutilated. One could even see his faintly beating heart. Soon, Giant Spirit Z took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. The wound on his chest eased and recovered a lot. His originally pale face also had a bit of rosy color. He struggled to stand up from the ground and said, "Sect Master Qin's strength is earth-shattering. I admire you." In his words, his weak state was obvious. Qin Shujian glanced at him and said indifferently, "There are some things that you don't have to pretend too much. What I said naturally counts. Since you didn't die after receiving one of my moves, then the matter of disobeying orders will be forgotten." "Thank you, Sect Master Qin." Giant Spirit Z's pale face suddenly became much rosier. Then, he returned to his original position and sat down. If not for the change, he would have thought that he was going to die just now. This scene. Xiang Hongfei's expression did not relax. Regardless of whether Giant Spirit Z was seriously injured or not, he was definitely injured. A single drop of tea was able to injure a cultivator at the peak of the divine martial realm. This kind of strength was shocking. To be able to become the sect master of a large territory. Giant Spirit Z's strength was a bit stronger than the average peak divine martial expert. Not to mention half a step. But it was not much different. But even so, Giant Spirit Z was still injured by Qin Shujian. Even if Giant Spirit Z did not use his true strength, Qin Shujian just casually made a move. Qin Shujian said, "Even if the matter of Giant Spirit Sect making a move is over, there was still someone who secretly made a move and drove the Dao artifact to self-destruct. Does Sect Master Xiang have any explanation for this matter?" I hope Sect Master Qin can understand. My Tiangang sect did not know about the self-destruction of the Dao artifact," Xiang Hongfei said seriously. "It doesn't matter whether you know or not. There has to be an explanation for this matter. If you take one of my moves like Giant Spirit Z, this matter will be considered over." Qin Shujian said indifferently. Whether it was Tiangang sect or not, it was not important in his eyes. No matter what, he had to find a scapegoat to vent his anger. Xiang Hongfei sent himself to the door, and Qin Shujian did not let the other party escape so easily. In his opinion, the person who secretly made a move was basically Xiang Hongfei. Giant Spirit Sect made a move. Tiangang Sect had no reason to stand by and do nothing. Xiang Hongfei heard this, and the corner of his mouth twitched a few times. He finally knew. This Sect Master Qin did not need any evidence at all. He did things based on his own preferences. In this regard, Xiang Hongfei was also very helpless. "May I ask Sect Master Qin, can I change the form?" "Huh?" "Tiangang Sect is willing to contribute 2 spirit stones to make up for this crime. I wonder if Sect Master Qin has agreed?" Xiang Hongfei said sincerely. Qin Shujian's originally tense face also smiled slightly at this time and nodded, "Since Sect Master Xiang has said so, if I refuse, it will be a bit of a disgrace to you." "It's settled then." "Thank you, Sect Master Qin." Xiang Hongfei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately felt some pain. 2 spirit stones. For Tiangang Sect, it was also a large sum of money. But compared to his own injuries, this price was still bearable if he gritted his teeth. Giant Spirit on the side looked up at the top of the hall and was speechless for a while. Why didn't he think of this? Spirit stones to buy a life. Xianxia really thought of it. If he could think of it earlier, Giant Spirit would almost choose the same approach. Qin Shujian's move just now. Although it did not seriously injure him, it was not light either. It would take at least a few months of recuperation to fully recover. Qin Shujian said, "The small things are done, let's talk about business. What is the purpose of you coming here? Don't rush to answer me. Think clearly. If you continue to beat around the bush, I don't have time to waste with you." Giant Spirit sect and Tiangang sect came to the door for no reason. To say that nothing happened, Qin Shujian would never believe it. Even if the two didn't say it, he could guess a little. The two looked at each other and Giant Spirit said, "Banching broke through to the celestial being realm. Our Giant Spirit sect and Traceless sect have always had a lot of grievances. Now that Traceless sect's strength has greatly increased, Giant Spirit sect admits that we don't have the capital to resist. So I implore Sect Master Qin to lend a helping hand and protect our Giant Spirit sect." Xianxia also echoed, "Tiangang sect also has the same intention." "Protection?" Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, "What price are you willing to pay? Sect Master Qin can speak as long as we can do it. Every sect will receive 30 spirit stones. In addition, 30% of the annual profits from the various industries will have to be given to the Sky Origin sect. If you agree, as long as you don't deliberately cause trouble, and if the Sky Origin sect is able to do so, I will guarantee your sect's safety." Qin Shujian said. As soon as these words came out, both of their faces changed. 30 spirit stones were still acceptable. The two sects could grit their teeth and take it out. But 30% of the annual net income of various industries was unacceptable to the two. Because once they agreed, then the Giant Spirit sect and Tiangang sect would be regarded as Sky Origin sect's vassals. And 30% of the net income was also not a small amount. It was fine in the short term. But if it continued for 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years, this number would accumulate and it would be terrifying. This was not an alarmist talk. How old was Qin Shujian now? According to the rumors, he was only about 30 years old. As long as a celestial being didn't die, he could live for at least 5,000 years. As long as Qin Shujian didn't die, the chance of the two sects resisting Sky Origin sect was almost zero. In other words, as long as they agreed to Qin Shujian, then in the next few thousand years, the Giant Spirit sect and Tiangang sect would be Sky Origin sect's vassals. Right now, Zhu Lingzi's expression was also fluctuating. He had long expected Qin Shujian to ask for an exorbitant price. But he never thought that the other party would be so ambitious. As soon as he opened his mouth, he wanted the two sects to become his Sky Origin sect's vassals. As for Xianxia, he was not much better at this time. Looking at the conflicted expressions of the two, Qin Shujian said, "You two can think about it carefully. The problem now is not just the Traceless sect. In the future, when the eastern continent connects to the three major continents, there will definitely be trouble again. At that time, it might even affect the entire human clan of the eastern continent. If you agree, when the Baiyun mansion is in turmoil, Sky Origin sect can still protect you." The eastern continent, the three major continents, hearing this, the expressions of the two changed again. Although the imperial court had publicized the matter of the three major continents, the news of the three major continents did not cause much of a stir before the heaven and earth restriction was truly opened. Even when the news first spread, it caused an uproar. However, in the next few months, this news gradually died down. Now that Qin Shujian mentioned it again, the two of them remembered it again. Giant Spirit sect was silent for a while and said, 30% of the profit is fine, but there is one thing that I hope to change. If our two sects are in danger, Sky Origin sect needs to do everything you can to help." He could hear the loophole in Qin Shujian's words. What do you mean by doing everything you can? At that time, Sky Origin sect could casually find an excuse and say that he couldn't leave, 50%. Qin Shujian stretched out a hand and said, 50% of the net profit of the two sections. Under the condition that it doesn't harm the foundation of Sky Origin sect, if the two sects are in trouble, Sky Origin sect will definitely help. 50% is too much. If we give out so much profit, our sect will stop moving forward. In another 1,000 years, even if there are no foreign enemies invading, we will be destroyed. Giant Spirit Sect frowned and said, 40% at most. Sect Master Qin, this is the biggest concession we can make. In his opinion, if Sky Origin Sect was really so ruthless, then he would rather join forces with Tiangang Sect to fight against Traceless Sect. As for the so-called 3 major continents, everything was unknown. Whether or not he could really threaten them was another matter altogether. Now they agreed. It was equivalent to investing in some things in advance to have a guarantee in the future. But if they invested too much, they would rather take the risk themselves. Seeing this, Qin Shujian nodded slightly and said, okay, 50%. That was just nonsense. He never thought that the other party would agree. Even to be able to get 40% of the profit was already beyond Qin Shujian's expectations. Originally, he thought that under the other party's argument, 30% would also be agreed. After all, to be able to become a major sect of a large region, the foundation of the 2 sects was really not shallow. Now that there were 2 more sects to supply, Sky Origin Sect had another stable source of income, which was very beneficial for the development of the sect. After the matter was finalized, the rest of the things were much simpler. Qin Shujian gave the 2 of them a deadline, which was to send 30 spirit stones to Sky Origin Sect within a month. As for the other income, it would be settled once a year. After the matter was settled, Giant Spirit Sect and Xiang Hongfei also got up to leave. The 2 of them didn't want to stay in Sky Origin Sect for a moment longer. The more they stayed, the more they felt that they would lose. After leaving Sky Origin Sect's territory, the 2 of their faces became gloomy. Giant Spirit Sect sighed. This time, we really suffered a double loss. We misjudged him. Originally, he thought that no matter how shameless Qin Shujian was, there would be a limit. After all, as a heavenly supreme cultivator, he still paid attention to face. In the end, Giant Spirit Sect found that this was completely different from what he had thought. In terms of shamelessness, he found that he was still a lot worse than Qin Shujian. If he didn't know the other party's identity, he almost thought that he was dealing with a hooligan. Xiang Hongfei also sighed. This time, I've been screwed over by you. Giant Spirit Sect deserved to be screwed over. He was screwed over because he was implicated. Thinking of how he didn't stay in Tiangang Sect and had to accompany Zhu Lingzi to go crazy and come to Yuanzhong, he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. But now, not only did he lose 32 spirit stones, but he also had to cut a part of Tiangang Sect's income to Yuanzhong in the future. Although it was 40%, Tiangang Sect could still reduce part of it. But no matter how much it was reduced, it was impossible to reduce it too much. A 40% reduction meant that he still had to give up about 30% of the income. If the difference was too much, Yuanzhong would definitely see through it. So there had to be a limit to the reduction. Thinking about it, Xiang Hongfei was a little depressed. But at that time, it was obviously impossible to refuse. Qin Shujian didn't say anything, but if he refused, he would also offend Yuanzhong. However, Xiang Hongfei nodded in agreement. He had his own considerations. For the current Tiangang Sect, it was naturally not easy to take out this amount of resources. However, it would be a different story once the 3 continents were connected. The 3 continents had not opened yet. But from the eastern continent, one could guess the situation of the other 3 continents. Not to mention anything else. At least there were a lot of resources. If Tiangang Sect could get a share of it, they would definitely earn a lot. Then, Xiang Hongfei and Zhu Lingzi looked at each other. After the 2 left the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, they went back separately. Yuanzhong, Zheng Fang said, Traceless Sect and Giant Spirit Sect have been entangled in grudges for a long time. Now that Yin Banqing has successfully broken through, he is preparing to attack Giant Spirit Sect. If Sect Master agrees to Zhu Lingzi's request at this time, I'm afraid Yin Banqing will be dissatisfied. The current Traceless Sect was not the same as before. With a celestial being in charge, Yuanzhong had to treat it seriously. Qin Shujian chuckled and said, Great Elder, you have too many concerns. Send a message to Traceless Sect and ask them to stop their plans against Giant Spirit Sect, lest the two sects become too ugly. In his eyes, it didn't matter if Yin Bancheng broke through or not. A cultivator at the first level of the celestial being realm could not threaten Yuanzong. It was precisely because of this confidence Qin Shujian dared to let Yin Bancheng break through. Or else, how could he give the creation pill to the other party so easily? Subsequently, Qin Shujian took out another piece of spirit paper and dipped his finger in some tea. Then, he started writing on the spirit paper. He used his hand as a pen. Water was used as ink. The spirit chi of heaven and earth followed his movements and gathered in the spirit paper. Very soon, the word saber appeared on the paper. Zheng Fang only glanced at it, and he felt as if a terrifying long blade was slashing at him. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked, causing his spirit to tremble. This feeling, it forced him to avert his gaze, not daring to look at the word blade again. At this moment, Qin Shujian had already folded the spiritual paper and handed it to Zheng Fang. He said, Don't let anyone open the spiritual paper without permission. Hand it over to Yin Bancheng and tell him about my Yuanzong's intentions. Zheng Fang stretched out his hand and took it. Although the spiritual paper was as light as a feather, it felt as heavy as a mountain. It forced him to circulate his true essence in order to hold the spirit paper. Sect Master, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Zheng Fang nodded. He knew very well what this piece of spiritual paper meant. Since Qin Shujian had made a decision, Zheng Fang could only acquiesce. Then, Zheng Fang got up and left with the spiritual paper. Not just anyone could hand this thing over to Yin Bancheng. Although Qin Shujian wrote a simple word blade, seriously speaking, this could be considered an alternative heavenly decree. In terms of preciousness, it was not something ordinary things could compare to. There was even some of Qin Shujian's thoughts attached to it. Therefore, Zheng Fang did not dare to let others do it and decided to make a trip to the Traceless Sect personally. Only Qin Shujian was left in his original position, slowly sipping tea. Fan Xinglan and Yin Bancheng have both broken through. This small alliance finally has some form. However, if we want to expand it, we still need to polish it carefully. Fan Xinglan's last visit gave Qin Shujian a new idea. That was to take advantage of this opportunity to integrate the power of the cultivation world. Not to mention controlling the entire cultivation world, just borrowing a part of the power would be of great benefit to the origin sect. Alliance, it was the hub of borrowing this power. Since they were allies, there would naturally be someone in charge. If they were uneasy and joined forces with a few sects, what was the difference between them and a plate of loose sand? As for the position of the head, Qin Shujian was confident that no one could compete with him. Or rather, for the time being, he would not accept anyone who could compete with him. Soon, Qin Shujian looked into the distance again. That was the territory of the demon race, at the end of the endless mountain range. What exactly is there in the three major continents? The three major continents, combined with the current eastern continent, should be the four major continents. Qin Shujian's expression froze. The four major continents. He was a little familiar with this. However, this place was called the Eastern Continent, not the Dongxing Divine Continent, and there was no Huagua Mountain or Ally Nation. No. Qin Shujian quickly reacted and muttered to himself, maybe there really is a Huagua Mountain here, or maybe there was a Huagua Mountain here before. I remember that outside the human race of Great Zhao, there is an endless sea. If there is a Huagua Mountain, then is it in the sea? For a moment, Qin Shujian's mind raced. This was not a small matter. If it was really proven that the four continents here were the same as the four continents in his imagination, then this was the legendary earthly immortal realm. Earth God realm, game world, all of a sudden, Qin Shujian had a strong desire to find out more. The entire eastern continent was huge. Whether it was the human race or the demon race, their forces were only on land. However, in addition to land, the eastern continent also had an endless sea. The sea was as vast as the land. I should have thought of this earlier. Qin Shujian realized that he had neglected this matter. There was no other way. After entering this world for so long, He had been working hard to survive and did not have the time to think too much. Although there was an ocean in the eastern continent, there was none in Bayun Prefecture. It was different from what he knew in his previous life, where the continent was surrounded by the sea. The sea and the land here were more like a world that was divided into two halves. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian could not sit still. No, I have to investigate the situation. If there really is a Huagua mountain here, then this is not a game world at all, but the Earth God realm that I used to know. In other words, this place has something to do with my previous life. The more Qin Shujian thought about it, the more excited he became. Of course. The reason why he was excited was not because of whether this was related to his previous life, but because of the excitement of solving the mystery. As for his previous life, to be honest, Qin Shujian did not miss it. In his previous life, he did not do well, but no matter how well he did, it was useless. No matter what, the lifespan of a mortal was only 100 years. Qin Shujian used to think that 100 years was a long time, but in his opinion, 100 years was too short. Not to mention 100 years, even if he had a lifespan of 5,000 years, he still felt that it was not enough. Not to mention, now that he was a heavenly man and the master of a sect, his words and actions could determine the fate of others. It could be said that this was a completely good situation. Abandoning these and returning to the past, working hard for 3 meals a day, Qin Shujian felt that unless he was crazy, otherwise, he would definitely not want to go back. Wait, Qin Shujian thought of another thing, then he put down the teacup, got up, and walked towards the forbidden area. Inside the forbidden area, the bow of heaven and earth was working hard to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now, it had been upgraded to the level of a 5-seal Dao artifact by Qin Shujian. But for the bow of heaven and earth, a 5-seal Dao artifact was both an achievement and a starting point. As a Dao artifact with aspirations, after becoming a 5-seal Dao artifact, it wanted to be able to upgrade to a 9-seal Dao artifact one day. Although this process, it might take tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. But it did not matter. A Dao artifact existed forever. As long as the spiritual energy was not exhausted, the Dao artifact would exist forever. The bow of heaven and earth believed that one day, it would become a 9-seal Dao artifact that could suppress heaven and earth. A 9-seal Dao artifact, thinking about it, the bow of heaven and earth was a little excited. But soon, it stopped absorbing the spiritual energy. The bow trembled and an old voice came from inside, "Sect Master. Not bad, you've cultivated very hard." Qin Shujian nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, he valued the bow of heaven and earth quite a lot. A 5-seal Dao artifact was nothing. However, a 5-seal Dao artifact with sentience was a completely different story. Although the bow of heaven and earth's knowledge might not be all right, there were still many things that could be used as a reference. It was said that having an elder at home was like having a treasure. The bow of heaven and earth could barely be considered half a treasure. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian's smile became even brighter. "Oh heaven and earth, how long have you been in the Yuan sect?" "It's been 3 or 4 years. The bow of heaven and earth stuttered when it spoke. It could not be helped. Qin Shujian's current state was really a little scary. After being in the Yuan sect for so long, when had the other party ever smiled at him like this, if it weren't for the confidence of the 5-seal Dao artifact supporting him? The bow of heaven and earth would have suspected that Qin Shujian wanted to refine it. Qin Shujian said with a smile, "I think I've been good to you over the past few years. Of course, I was originally just a small spiritual weapon. Now I can become a 5-seal Dao artifact thanks to the help of the sect master." The bow of heaven and earth's old voice came out. Then, it said with some fear and uneasiness, "Sect master, if you have something to say, you can just say it. If I know, I'll definitely tell you." At this moment, the bow of heaven and earth could also guess something. After all, its only use was probably this bit of knowledge. Or else, Qin Shujian would not have such an attitude. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression also turned serious as he said in a deep voice, "Since you've said so, then I won't beat around the bush. Among all the Dao artifacts, you're the most knowledgeable, so I can only ask you. Sect Master, please speak. Have you heard of the Dongxing Divine Continent?" Qin Shujian asked the question in his heart. The Bow of Heaven and Earth said, Dongxing Divine Continent, I've never heard of it. What about the Aparagodania continent? No. Nanjan Section Continent? No. What about the North Continent? No. Qin Shujian frowned. These names were the names of the 4 major continents that he used to be familiar with, but the Bow of Heaven and Earth did not know anything about them. However, Qin Shujian did not give up and continued to ask, have you heard of Huagua Mountain? Forgive me for my shallow knowledge, but I've never heard of anything that the sect master said. The Bow of Heaven and Earth was a little confused now. The only thing it could show was this little bit of knowledge. But now it did not know anything. The Bow of Heaven and Earth wondered if this would lower its position in the other party's heart. Then, Qin Shujian asked a few more questions one after another. For example, the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong, the uproar in heaven, the sea-calming divine needle, and so on. The Bow of Heaven and Earth's answer was that it did not know and had never heard of it. Qin Shujian stood still and said after a while, what about Pangu? Huh? The Bow of Heaven and Earth exclaimed and asked, what did sect master say? I didn't hear you clearly just now. Pangu. Sect master, please speak louder. I can't hear you clearly. The Bow of Heaven and Earth was going crazy now. Qin Shujian either asked it a question that it had never heard of, or said something that it could not even hear clearly. At this moment, Qin Shujian took a deep breath and said, it's nothing, I was just saying casually. Cultivate well. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving the Bow of Heaven and Earth standing there in confusion. I've never heard of the 4 major continents, but I turned a deaf ear to the words Pangu. It's not that the Bow of Heaven and Earth doesn't know, it's that it can't hear these 2 words at all. It was not the first time Qin Shujian had mentioned Pangu. Last time, he mentioned these 2 words in front of the Bow of Heaven and Earth, but it could not hear him clearly. At that time, he did not think about it carefully and only thought that the Bow of Heaven and Earth really did not hear him clearly. Then, he thought of the 4 major continents. Only then did Qin Shujian think of the strange behavior of the Bow of Heaven and Earth before. Now, after some questioning and probing, the result was as he had expected. This world is definitely related to the 4 major continents, or it might really be the legendary 4 major continents. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. He found that he was very close to something. The 2 words Pangu could not be heard. Without a doubt, Pangu did exist here, but for some reason, this name could not be heard. As for the reason that he could say it, Qin Shujian guessed that it should be because of his previous life. Then, Qin Shujian thought about it again. But I have to confirm this matter. If that is the case, then the other 3 major continents are not simple. The Dongxing Divine Continent, the Aparagodania Continent, the Nanjan Department Continent, and the North Continent. Together, they were known as the 4 major continents. This was the famous Earth Immortal Realm. If that was the case, then the so-called immortals must exist. After all, if there were no immortals in the Earth Immortal Realm, how could it be called the Earth Immortal Realm? However, judging from the current situation of the disappearance of immortals in the Eastern Continent, if this was really the Dongxing Divine Continent, there must have been a huge change that caused there to be no immortals. Qin Shujian felt that his thoughts were a little messy again. At this moment, he came back to his senses and happened to see the plaque of the Sundry Hall. Why did you walk all the way here? Qin Shujian was a little speechless. However, he did not turn back. Instead, he walked into the Sundry Hall and directly found Su Yuanming, who was dealing with things. Seeing Qin Shujian arrive, Su Yuanming immediately put down the things in his hands and led the sect master into the inner hall. After they sat down, Su Yuanming asked, Sect Master, is there anything you need today in the Sundry Hall? Nothing. I just have some things to ask you, Elder Su. Sect Master, please tell me. I wonder if Elder Su has heard of Pangu? Qin Shujian asked this question again. Su Yuanming looked puzzled and said, Sect Master, who are you talking about? I didn't hear you clearly just now. Nothing, I just want to ask, how is the investigation of the pursuer I asked you to investigate? Qin Shujian thought to himself, as expected, and then changed the topic. Su Yuanming could not hear him, so it was not the problem of the Heaven-Earth Bow. The real problem was It was the name Pangu. Su Yuanming did not think too much and replied, I have been sending people to investigate the pursuer, but there has been no news during this period. Then what about the token of the unknown cave abode? There is no result for the time being. Increase your efforts and investigate carefully. The token of the unknown cave abode can be considered from the side of the inhumans. Qin Shujian instructed. The bronze token he had obtained had been dropped by a player. In Qin Shujian's opinion, if there were other bronze tokens, then it was very likely that they were in the hands of other players. He also wanted to find the player who had the token. It was a pity. Hundreds and thousands of players had died at that time. It was not an easy task to find the player with the bronze token. Moreover, Qin Shujian did not want to be too wantonly publicized. The bronze token was not of great importance, but it also contained a huge treasure. If it was possible, he did not want too many people to know about this matter. Su Yuanming nodded and said seriously, Sect Master, don't worry, I will find out as soon as possible. It had been almost a year or two, and there was still no clue. To be honest, he was a little ashamed. If there was no so-called pursuer and the unknown cave abode token, it would be fine. If there really was, then there was a problem with his ability if he couldn't find out after so long. Qin Shujian said, don't be too flamboyant. Don't let too many people know about this matter. I understand. On the other side, Zheng Fang also personally came to the Traceless sect. As the great elder of the Yuan sect, his visit naturally attracted the attention of the Traceless sect. In the cultivation world, Zheng Fang also had a great reputation. The great elder of a top sect, in some sects, had a status that was 3 times more honorable than the sect master. In addition, the Yuan sect was now very famous, so some of the elders in the sect were also known by others. In the main hall, Yin Banqing personally received Xing Fang. Jing Bianyun was seriously injured and was now healing. Yin Banqing came out at this time, just in time to appease the people, reorganize the sect, and eliminate the impact of the war. Elder Jing, you've come a long way. This old man didn't come out to greet you. Yin Banqing said with a faint smile. Zheng Fang cupped his hand slightly and said, Elder Yin, you're too polite. May I know why Elder Jing is here this time? Yin Banqing stroked his beard and asked. He instinctively felt that Zheng Fang came to visit at this time. As far as he knew, since the establishment of the Yuan sect, the number of times this great elder left the sect could be counted on one hand. Every time he left, it was to exterminate the entire sect. Now that he suddenly came to the Traceless sect, Yin Banqing couldn't help but think. But thinking was just thinking. Yin Banqing didn't have too many concerns. After breaking through to the celestial realm, he already had the confidence to face the Yuan sect. Although he was still in awe of the Yuan sect, he was no longer as fearful as before. Zheng Fang said, this old man came here for 2 things. First, to congratulate Elder Yin on your successful breakthrough and let the cultivation world of the Baiyun Mansion have another celestial realm expert. Second, to connect the 3 continents. The cultivation world of the Baiyun Mansion needs stability. I hope the Traceless sect can support us. Elder Jing, what do you mean by this? Yin Banqing frowned and his face didn't look too good. Although the other party hadn't said it clearly, he had already guessed something at this time. Zheng Fang said, I heard that the Traceless sect has always had some grudges with the Great Spirit sect, but the Great Spirit sect is a big sect after all. If there is a problem, it will definitely cause unrest. My sect master hopes that the Traceless sect can put aside the previous grudges and forget about the past. After all, the Traceless sect is now a top sect. Why should we be angry with the Great Spirit sect and lose our status for no reason? Yin Banqing said, this old man was able to break through to the celestial realm because of Sect Master Qin's help. If Sect Master Qin asked, the Traceless sect should have agreed. Hearing this, Zheng Fang's face also changed a little. But, Yin Banqing continued, the grudges between our sect and the Great Spirit sect have lasted for thousands of years. These accumulated old grudges can't be cleared up with a few words. The hatred between the disciples of the 2 sects can't be let go so easily. Even if this old man agrees, the disciples of the Traceless sect will still be furious. However, this old man can guarantee that the Traceless sect will only destroy the Great Spirit sect and won't touch any other sect in the cultivation world of the Bayun Prefecture. In his words, Banqing showed his determination to destroy the Great Spirit sect. Zhongfang shook his head and said, "This old man can't make the decision on this matter. I'm just a messenger to inform Elder Yin of the sect master's intention. If Elder Yin insists, I can only report it truthfully. But the friendship between our sects is not shallow. This old man doesn't want to ruin our friendship because of a small Great Spirit sect. It's easy to destroy the Great Spirit sect, but there are some things that I hope Elder Yin can consider clearly. After all, the cultivation world of the Bayun Prefecture still needs to preserve some strength in the face of foreign enemies." After that, Zhongfang took out the folded spiritual paper, then covered it with his true essence and placed it directly on the table beside him. "Sect Master asked this old man to give this thing to you. Please accept it, Elder Yin. This old man has nothing else to do, so I'll take my leave first." Zhongfang got up and cupped his hands. Without waiting for Banqing to reply, he directly left the hall. In his seat, Banqing's face was completely gloomy. Looking at the back of Zhongfang, a cold light flashed in his eyes. But soon, this cold light disappeared. But his gloomy face was a little dark. At this moment, the vital essence attached to the spiritual paper suddenly dispersed, and the table holding the spiritual paper was suddenly crushed into powder. Boom! The main hall shook, and a big pit suddenly formed. Banqing's face was gloomy, and he directly took the spiritual paper in his hand. It felt heavy. But to him now, this bit of weight was nothing. He spread out the folded spiritual paper, and a word saber appeared on the paper. Then, the word saber came to life, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from it. In an instant, Banqing felt that the environment around him suddenly changed, and he didn't know when he was in a destroyed world. Above the broken sky, a terrifying saber light was swallowing everything. Illusion. Banqing's face was dignified, and a powerful divine mind erupted, about to collide with the saber light. Boom! The world collapsed. Banqing only felt a pain in his mind, as if he had suffered some kind of terrible attack. When his gaze returned to the main hall, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The spiritual paper in his hand also turned into flying ashes. However, Banqing didn't care about the survival of the spiritual paper at all. At this time, he was completely immersed in the saber light that swallowed the world. After a long time, Banqing came to his senses, and the blood at the corner of his mouth disappeared. His calm eyes contained deep fear. Qin Shujian. Banqing muttered this name. He thought that after breaking through to the celestial being level, even if his strength was not as good as Qin Shujian's, it was not much worse. But now Banqing realized, compared to Qin Shujian, he was still too far behind. That spiritual paper was only attached with a wisp of the other party's divine mind, and at most, it was 1/10 of the other party's strength. After all, a piece of spiritual paper could not carry the power of a celestial being. But even so, this time Banqing had also suffered a crushing defeat in their battle across space. Suddenly, Banqing's complacent attitude after breaking through to the celestial being level was restrained a lot. He realized, even if he broke through to the celestial being level, there was still a big gap between him and Qin Shujian. They were both top sections. If there was a ranking, Yuan sect was at the top, and Traceless sect could only be regarded as the bottom. Thinking of this, Banqing sighed again. Being a celestial being is just a new starting point. If you want to truly control a region, you are still a little lacking. Originally, he was prepared to destroy the giant spirit sect. But now that Qin Shujian had done this, Banqing could only suppress the impulse in his heart. Unless he really wanted to sever ties with Yuanzong. Or else, he couldn't touch giant spirit Z. At this moment, Su Yuan also walked in from outside. Supreme Elder, our sect's injured disciples have almost been pacified. Everyone is ready to attack the giant spirit sect. When can we start? As Su Yuan spoke, his face was filled with radiance. Attacking the giant spirit sect was the wish of many people. The grievances between the two sects had accumulated for a long time. In the past, the Traceless sect wasn't much stronger than the Great Spirit sect. Wanting to resolve their grievances was just wishful thinking. But things were different now. Now that Banqing had broken through to the Deva realm, he alone was enough to suppress the entire Giant Spirit sect. Once the Giant Spirit sect was destroyed. If the Traceless sect absorbed the resources of the Giant Spirit sect, its strength would definitely rise to a whole new level. Banqing said, inform everyone to stop all actions against the Traceless sect. Okay, What did Supreme Elder say? Su Yuan was about to accept the order and leave, but he quickly reacted and looked at Banqing with astonishment in his eyes. Banqing said, our sect is temporarily recuperating and is not allowed to take action against the Giant Spirit sect without permission. You can inform everyone about this matter. Our sect is now in full swing, why don't we take action? There is no reason, just do as this old man says. Banqing's face turned cold as he looked at Su Yuan with a chill in his heart. Seeing this, Su Yuan could only cup his hands and say, I will obey Supreme Elder's orders. After saying that, he left. After leaving the main hall, Su Yuan's face was also very ugly. Now that he cancelled the plan to attack the Giant Spirit sect at this time, it would have a big impact on the sect. On second thought, Su Yuan's attention fell on Jingfeng. Before the other party's arrival, Banqing was determined to take action. But now, he wanted to stop the action against the Giant Spirit sect. If he guessed correctly, there must be other factors in Banqing's change of mind. Yuanzong. Su Yuan instantly thought of this name. It was not that Banqing did not want to take action. It was Yuanzong who did not allow the Traceless sect to take action. Thinking of this, Su Yuan shook his head helplessly. In this battle, the Traceless sect had suffered a lot of casualties. It was the time when the crowd was agitated. Taking action against the Giant Spirit sect was not only to settle their grudges but also to vent their suppressed emotions. But now that the plan to attack the Giant Spirit sect was cancelled, it was bound to arouse the dissatisfaction of many disciples. Alas, in the end, this matter still fell on my head. Su Yuan was a little helpless. He was angry at himself for having nothing to do just now and having to go in and ask a few questions. In the end, this troublesome matter fell on his head. Su Yuan could foresee. Once he announced this news, he was afraid that many disciples would bear a grudge against him. However, this matter had to be done by someone after all. Banqing obviously did not want to come forward, so he threw this trouble to him. Sure enough, after Su Yuan announced that he would stop taking action against the Giant Spirit sect, it immediately aroused the anger of many people. It doesn't matter why. The Giant Spirit sect killed so many of our people. How can we swallow this anger if we don't take revenge? My senior brother died in the hands of the Giant Spirit sect. This hatred must be avenged. I think Elder Su is too timid to go to war with the Giant Spirit sect. Our sect has the Supreme Elder. It's easy to destroy the Giant Spirit sect. Why don't we fight? Many of the disciples were enraged. The grudges between the two sects had been going on for a long time, and there were often conflicts and deaths. For some disciples of the Traceless sect, the people of the Giant Spirit sect were life and death enemies. Many of their seniors and friends had died in the hands of the Giant Spirit sect. If they did not take revenge at this time, many people would be resentful. Regarding this, Su Yuan could only smile bitterly in response. He could not say that this was the Supreme Elder's decision. Otherwise, he would throw the blame to Banqing and he would not have a good ending. In general, Su Yuan still had to take the blame himself. Inside the inner hall, Peng walked in angrily. As soon as he saw Su Yuan, he immediately questioned, why didn't you do it? Looking at this posture, it seemed that if Su Yuan did not give an explanation, he would attack in anger. Su Yuan said, Elderin, don't be angry. Sit down first. As he spoke, his face was also a little helpless. Other disciples were unreasonable, but an elder was also so short-sighted, which made Su Yuan feel very tired. Peng sat down directly and said angrily, now is a good opportunity to take revenge. The Giant Spirit sect definitely can't resist our sect. If we don't take action now, are we going to give them a chance to breathe? Su Yuan chuckled and said, Eldarin, don't be impatient. Why don't you have a cup of tea to calm down? Drink? Drink what? Even if you give me bejeweled nectar now, I can't drink it at all. The more Peng thought about it, the angrier he became. Su Yuan, if you don't give me an explanation, I won't let this matter go. Hearing this, Su Yuan's face also became serious. He shook his head and sighed, Eldarin, don't you understand? I'm just a little elder. How can I decide whether to fight or not? Is it the Supreme Elder's idea? And Peng's anger also subsided a little. After hearing the news, he immediately came to Su Yuan and didn't have time to think too much. Now that he heard Su Yuan's words, and Peng reacted. That's right. Su Yuan was just an inner elder. He was not qualified to decide such a thing. The people who could make the decision were either Yin Banqing or Jing Bianyun. But Jing Bianyun was seriously injured and was in seclusion. The only one who could really take charge of the overall situation was Yin Banqing. Thinking of this, and Peng immediately stood up and said, I'm going to find the Supreme Elder and have a good talk. Eldarin, please sit down first. You don't have to find the Supreme Elder. It's useless. Su Yuan hurriedly stopped Peng. And Peng reluctantly sat down and said unhappily, Elder Su, what else do you want to say? Su Yuan said, Eldarin should understand that if you want to destroy the giant spirit sect, the Supreme Elder will definitely support it. But if you don't do it now, you have your own difficulties. What do you mean? Su Yuan said, you have to understand that the Northern Cloud Mansion's cultivation world is not our traceless sect. The Supreme Elder was able to break through because of Yuan's own. There are some things that our traceless sect wants to do, but we also have to consider many things. And Peng frowned and said, you mean, Yuan Zong wants to protect the giant spirit sect? Something like that. Su Yuan nodded. Hearing this, and Peng's face also turned gloomy. This time, he didn't clamor to ask Yuan Zong for an explanation because there was no need to. Su Yuan said, although our sect has become a top sect after the Supreme Elder's breakthrough, it's still Yuan Zong who can make the decision in the cultivation world of Northern Cloud Mansion. Yuan Zong stopped us from attacking the giant spirit sect this time because he wants to beat us up. The reason why the Supreme Elder swallowed his anger is that he doesn't want us to confront Yuan Zong head-on. After all, once the two top sects start a war, the casualties will not be small. If we really fight to the end, maybe the foundation of the Traceless sect will be destroyed. And Peng still remained silent. Su Yuan continued to persuade him, it's fine to endure for a while. Right now, our sect doesn't have the capital to compete with Yuan Zong. Moreover, the attention of the other sects is now focused on the three major continents. If our sect rashly fights with Yuan Zong, our strength will inevitably suffer a lot. At that time, we won't be able to invade the three major continents, which will not be good for the future development of our sect. The last sentence was made up by Su Yuan himself. Anyway, and Peng didn't have much of a brain. He was really afraid that the other party would directly go to Yuan Zong to ask for an explanation in a fit of anger. So, Su Yuan also found a random excuse to gloss over it. He barely managed to brush it off. But as he spoke, Su Yuan found that the matter seemed to be reasonable. As for Peng, he also calmed down at this time and nodded. Elder Su is right. I was a little impulsive. Eldarin, you're too serious. The grudges between our sect and the giant spirit sect will be settled sooner or later, but not now. If there's a chance in the future, we will definitely not let them go. Su Yuan casually comforted him again. At the same time, the changes in the Traceless sect also attracted the attention of other sections. Inside a sect, naturally, there would be spies from various sections. So once the news was passed, it basically spread out. Zhu Lingzi put down the communication jade talisman in his hand and revealed a smile on his face. It seems that Yuan Zong is really good. He was able to intimidate the Traceless sect so quickly. However, 40% of the profit is not a small amount at all. Thinking of the things he had to give to Yuan Zong, Zhu Lingzi felt a heartache. However, he had no intention of going back on his words. To be precise, it wasn't that he didn't, but he simply didn't dare to. Zhu Lingzi looked at an elder beside him and said, "Immediately send 30 spirit stones to Yuanzong." "Yes, sect master." On the other side, the Tiangang sect also did the same. After this incident, the two sects could be considered to have officially relied on Yuanzong, this towering tree. Liang Mountain Spiritual Domain. When Yin Banqing opened the spiritual paper, Qin Shujian sensed it. "I hope you know what's good for you. Otherwise, the Baiyun Manor will have one less heavenly being." Qin Shujian shook his head and said to himself. He knew that stopping the Traceless sect would cause the other party to be dissatisfied. But dissatisfaction was dissatisfaction. Qin Shujian didn't expect that the Traceless sect would stand on his side wholeheartedly. All he needed was an ally to share the pressure. As for the rest, it didn't matter much to him. If Yin Banqing knew what was good for him, then Qin Shujian would still keep the Traceless sect for future plans. If Yin Banqing really didn't know what was good for him, then he would personally take action and wipe out the entire Traceless sect. After all, once the Traceless sect insisted on going against him, keeping such a sect alive would only add to his troubles. In the next few days, the Baiyun Manor also calmed down a lot. The commotion caused by Yin Banqing's breakthrough didn't fully spread before it was forcibly calmed down. Some people originally thought that after Yin Banqing's breakthrough, he would set off a bloody storm in the cultivation world of the Baiyun Manor. But after a few days, the Traceless sect didn't make any moves. This also allowed them to understand that their original guesses had come to nothing. The Traceless sect didn't make a move. Behind this matter, some people also guessed that it was Yuanzong behind it. Now that Yin Banqing had just broken through, the Traceless sect was in the limelight. Only Yuanzong could suppress the Traceless sect. Baiyong Manor. Yin Yang sect. Sect Master Shi Yin Yang sat on the main seat, and below him were a group of Yin Yang sect elders. Compared to the past, the number of elders now was a little less. Everyone's expression was a little ugly. Shi Yin Yang said, "Yuanzong sent a message, asking us to compensate for the loss of 30 spirit stones. Otherwise, he will attack us." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, an elder slapped the table heavily and said angrily, "Yuanzong must be crazy for spirit stones. Compensation of 30 spirit stones? What did Yuanzong lose this time?" "That's right. If it weren't for Yuanzong, how could Yin Banqing succeed in breaking through? Damn it, how dare he blackmail us now?" Another elder was enraged. In this battle, the Yin Yang sect lost 5 elders, 2 of whom were at the peak of the prominent divine realm and 3 in the god martial realm. It could be said that the losses in this battle were too much for the Yin Yang sect to bear. What made them even angrier was that, after the giant spirit sect gave a deposit, there was no news. They didn't give a single cent of the reward. If the Yin Yang sect took out 30 spirit stones at this time, they would have lost everything in this operation. They would have lost the lives of 5 elders and 20 spirit stones. Thinking of this, many people were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Shi Yin Yang said calmly, "We don't know if Yuanzong is crazy or not, but since Qin Shujian opened his mouth, it's obvious that he has taken note of our Yin Yang sect. If this matter isn't settled, there will be endless trouble in the future." "So what if there's trouble? Our Yin Yang sect is far away in Baiyong Manor. No matter how powerful Yuanzong is, he can't reach in. Don't forget, there's still the 9 Palace sect above us." The Yin Yang sect elder sneered. Baiyong Manor's cultivation world wasn't a place where anyone could reach in. As the top sect in Baiyong Manor, the 9 Palace sect naturally had the responsibility to protect the cultivation world in Baiyong Manor. If Yuanzong made a move against them, the first one he would have to face would be the 9 Palace sect. If the 9 Palace sect allowed Yuanzong to deal with them, their reputation would be ruined. They might even be ostracized by the entire cultivation world in Baiyong Manor. When that time came, even if they didn't lose their title as a top sect, they would definitely not have an easy time. Shi Yin Yang fell silent. After a long time, he said, "Contact the Crimson Heaven sect and see what they plan to do." Other than the Yin Yang sect, the Crimson Heaven sect was also attacking Traceless sect. As for compensation, to be honest, Shi Yin Yang didn't even have this thought in his heart. 30 spirit stones wasn't a small amount. Moreover, if news of a sect in Baiyong Manor bowing to a sect in Baiyun Manor spread, it would be a laughingstock. Therefore, no matter what, the Yinyang sect wouldn't agree. Therefore, in Shinyang's opinion, Yuanzong's message was more of a threat and warning. Yuanzong. In the sundry hall. Qin Shujian took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Is there any news from Baiyong Manor?" "No." Su Yuanming shook his head. Qin Shujian laughed and said, "In that case, the Yinyang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect don't plan to pay a price. After all, the two sects are under Baiyong Manor. Our Yuanzong is located in Baiyun Manor, so it's not easy to reach over. There's also the Nine Palace sect above Baiyong Manor, so it's normal that they don't care." "Yes." Qin Shujian nodded and said, "Find a few people to go to Yuan Pavilion as rogue cultivators and issue a few missions to kill the spirit of the two sections." The Nine Palace sect was a big trouble. Although they were both top sects, the Nine Palace sect was much stronger than the Celestial Array sect. Of course, that was the Celestial Array sect before Fang Xinglan broke through. Now that Fang Xinglan had successfully broken through, even if there was a gap between the Celestial Array sect and the Nine Palace sect, it wasn't much. As for Yuan Pavilion, it had been developing well during this period of time. Although other sects had effectively imitated them, Yuan Pavilion was still the most influential in terms of influence. The rogue cultivators in the world. At least 60% to 70% of them had registered their identities in Yuan Pavilion. If they issued missions against the two sects, even if they didn't destroy them, it would definitely be enough to make them suffer. However, there were also some hidden dangers in doing so. After all, once Yuan sect frequently issued assassination missions in Yuan Pavilion would become an exclusive assassin organization of Yuan sect. This would make some sects and even rogue cultivators feel afraid. Therefore, Yuanzong rarely issued missions in Yuan Pavilion. Even if it was an assassination mission, it was mostly done with the identity of a rogue cultivator. And the people who issued the missions were basically traceable. If they investigated further, they would know that there was indeed a grudge between the two sides. Regarding this, Su Yuanming also had a deep understanding. "Sect Master, don't worry. I know what to do." "Yes." Qin Shujian nodded, a cold light faintly appearing in his eyes. He wasn't a magnanimous person. The Yinyang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect had ignored his words. In Qin Shujian's view, this was a provocation to him. It was inconvenient for him to take action now. Or else, Qin Shujian had already led people to the White Yong prefecture and destroyed the two sections. However, this was just a thought. Let's not talk about whether the Nine Palace sect was easy to provoke. If Yuan sect made a big move, the imperial court might intervene and stop the fight between the two sections. The disputes between the other sects were fine. Strictly speaking, in the eyes of the imperial court, it was just a small fight. However, the disputes between the top sects were a big deal. Because it involved the celestial beings. What the imperial court wanted now was for the human race to be stable internally and to face the three major continents in a flourishing state. At this moment, if there was a battle between the celestial beings, it was not what the imperial court wanted to see. Therefore, even if Qin Shujian didn't care about the Nine Palace sect, he had to be wary of the imperial court. However, in Qin Shujian's view, Yuan Pavilion's missions were enough to annoy the two sects for a long time. As for the remaining matters, he would slowly settle them in the future. Su Yuanming said, "During this period of time, there have been frequent small-scale anomalies in the new area. I'm afraid a supreme treasure is about to be born. It's not that fast. In my opinion, it will take about 1 or 2 months for an innate spiritual item to be born." Qin Shujian said, "However, we can also make some preparations. When the innate spiritual item is about to be born, we can let some disciples go in and explore. At the same time, we can also take advantage of it." Qin Shujian added another sentence in his heart. During this period of time, the disciples of Yuan sect had made a lot of money. Everyone had a lot of contribution points. In his opinion, these contribution points were useless to him. It was better to contribute them to the sect. When the innate spiritual item was born, It was time to start refining Cold Mountain City. By that time, the time would have almost passed and it would be time for the mountain gate to open. After that, in a few months, he would have to break the restrictions of heaven and earth and connect the three major continents. However, before connecting the three major continents, Xianxia still hoped that he could go overseas to make some money and see if he could find some clues about the Dongxing divine continent. He didn't know. However, he was shocked. Xianxia realized that a year was actually not much time. With so many things piled up together, it was not an easy thing to do. Thinking of this, he also sighed. A year is really too short. Short, Su Yuanming was puzzled. During this period of time, Xianxia would always inexplicably sigh with emotion, which confused him. He wanted to ask, but he didn't know how. He could only suppress the confusion in his heart. How many disciples does the sect master plan to recruit this time? As long as they meet the requirements, we'll take as many as we can. However, we only need those above the 7th tier of the true martial realm. We don't need anyone below that. Moreover, once they enter the sect, they'll all become outer sect disciples. Only after they accumulate enough contribution points can they be promoted to the inner sect. Xianxia said without hesitation. Su Yuanming was startled and asked, all of them? All of them. If so, there'll be a lot of people. Su Yuanming looked hesitant. Not to mention others, there were nearly 100,000 people in Cold Mountain City. 70% of them were going to join the sect. Excluding those who didn't meet the requirements. There were at least 30 to 40,000 people who were qualified. Not to mention, many more people were coming to the Cold Mountain spiritual domain one after another. If they wanted all of them, the Sky Origin sect would recruit at least 100,000 disciples this time. 100,000 disciples, this was not a small number. Su Yuanming felt that his sect master was a little crazy. Xianxia said, there's no need to worry about more disciples. In the future, the human race will need more and more experts. As long as they meet the requirements and have a certain degree of loyalty to the sect, we'll accept them if they dare to come. 100,000 disciples was nothing. If possible, even if there were 1,000,000 disciples, Xianxia would accept them without hesitation. Since the human emperor was so open, he wasn't a timid person. If he wanted to play, then he would play big. The players were above the 7th tier of the true martial realm because a long time had passed. Those above were the mainstream. As for those below, they were either salted fish or trash. These people would be useless to the Sky Origin sect. Only those above the 7th tier of the true martial realm could be trained and used. Xianxia was very clear. The players and he were from two different worlds. No matter how harmonious they got along, they wouldn't be of the same mind. He could truly trust and train them. Only the natives of this world. As the saying goes, those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions. In Xianxujian's opinion, this was the truth. Now, the amount of life force he needed to raise his cultivation by one level could be said to be massive. If he did not have enough disciples, when would he be able to accumulate enough life force? What if the experts from the 3 continents attacked Bayun Mansion and the demons from the demon abyss pooped on his head while he was not even a mighty being yet? That would be awkward. Therefore, for Xianxujian, the most important thing was to raise his cultivation base. The advancement of one's realm was inseparable from the source of life. The collection of life sources was inseparable from the disciples of the sect. In conclusion, the disciples of the sect were equivalent to the source of life. It was just that Su Yuanming couldn't understand these things yet, so he had some misgivings in his heart. If there are too many disciples in our sect, it will be hard to explain to the imperial court. Don't underestimate the human emperor. Xianxujian said. If it was Xiyang, he wouldn't have dared to do this if he wasn't strong enough. But Xianxujian was confident that he could defeat the Renhuang. Regarding this, Su Yuanming didn't raise any objections. Since his sect master had made the decision, then he had nothing to say. At the end of the endless mountain range. This was once a forbidden area of the demon clan, and also one of the real hinterlands of the demon clan. Now all the demon clan here had been evacuated, and any demon beast who dared to step into this place had been killed. portals were being built one after another. From time to time, materials would be transported over. Nearly 1 million people gathered here, working in full swing. In just a few months, the outline of a majestic city could already be seen. Feng Jiao flew into the air and looked down at the city that was being built below. His divine sense spread out from time to time, guarding against any unexpected situations. As the inspector of the city in front of him, he didn't dare to relax at all. Everyone knew that. The city was built here to deal with the experts from the 3 continents in the future. When the city was built, it would be the gateway to the entire eastern continent. Once the gateway was damaged, as the inspector, Feng Jiao couldn't escape the death penalty, and his family would be implicated. After a long time, Feng Jiao descended from the sky. There was already someone waiting for him there. A young official said with a smile, "Lord Feng, you're conscientious in your duties. You really make me blush with shame." Feng Jiao glanced at him and said lightly, "Who dares to take things lightly when His Majesty has instructed us to do so? Don't tell me you feel that your head is too stable and want to test the sharpness of the guillotine? Lord Feng, you must be joking." The young official smiled embarrassedly, then changed the topic and said, "Speaking of which, apart from the imperial city of the Central State Prefecture, no other city can compare to such a majestic city wall. Even the prefectures and cities are very different." The city wall in front of them was 100 feet tall. Although it was called a city wall, it was actually an insurmountable natural moat. Even the city wall of the imperial city of the Central State Prefecture was much taller than this. However, no one dared to criticize the imperial city, and no one dared to say that the imperial city was inferior to this place. Everyone knew that trouble came from the mouth. Feng Jiao said, "Yes, the city wall is so majestic. Only someone like His Majesty can summon the world to build such a city wall. Once the heaven and earth restriction is broken, this city will be the gateway to the eastern continent. No matter how many experts there are in the 3 major continents, it's just wishful thinking to break through this city." The young official nodded, then said in a low voice, "Lord Feng, I heard that people from the imperial astronomer have come. Is this true?" What are you trying to say?" Feng Jiao nodded instinctively, then looked at him suspiciously with a displeased expression. The young official smiled embarrassedly and said, "Lord Feng, please don't misunderstand. I'm just curious. After all, everyone in the Imperial Astronomer is a big shot. Why would they suddenly come here?" Feng Jiao stared at him and said coldly, "It's better not to be too curious about some things. Otherwise, you'll inevitably get into trouble." "Lord Feng, you're right." The young official lowered his head. Feng Jiao turned around and said slowly, "Actually, this isn't a secret. The city wall in front of us is 1,000 feet tall. For ordinary people, it's naturally an insurmountable moat. But for some experts, 1,000 feet tall city wall is nothing. Spiritual martial force, divine martial force, and even celestial being cultivators can flip mountains and seas with a wave of their hands. If it's an ordinary city wall, no matter how high it is, it'll be easily trampled by these experts." Feng Jiao paused and said, "This time, the Imperial Astronomer has come for 2 reasons. First, to set up a powerful formation for the city so that it can better defend against the enemy. Second, to refine this city." "Refine?" The young official was stunned. He knew about setting up a formation for a city. In any city, there was a powerful defensive formation. Some important cities even had formation patterns carved on every brick and stone. Even if a celestial being cultivator wanted to break into the city, it would not be an easy task. Among the cities of the human race, the imperial city was the most famous. In the past, when the rebels besieged the imperial city, even the powerful cultivators could not destroy the imperial city at all. Among all the cities in the world, if the imperial city claimed to be second in terms of defensive power, no city would dare to claim to be first. But the refinement that Feng Jiao mentioned, this made the young official puzzled and puzzled. Feng Jiao said, "You should have heard of the Cold Mountain City in the Cold Mountain spiritual region of the North Cloud Mansion, right?" The young official asked, "Lord Feng, are you talking about the Cold Mountain City of the Yuan sect?" "That's right." Feng Jiao nodded and said, "The Cold Mountain City is not a simple city. It's a huge spiritual weapon. It was personally refined by the sect leader of the Yuan sect, Xianxia. With an entire city as a spiritual weapon, even without the protection of a formation, its defense is still strong. With the help of a formation, its defense is unparalleled. When mentioning the cold mountain city, Feng Jiao's words were full of admiration. Before Qin Shujian, no one had ever refined an entire city into a spiritual weapon. It was not that it was impossible. It was that no one had thought of it. Throughout history, the human race did not lack master blacksmiths. However, these master blacksmiths had never set their sights on cities. Until the birth of the cold mountain city. Only then did the others realize that refining weapons could be done in this way. When the young official heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Lord Feng, you said that the cold mountain city is a huge spiritual weapon. His Majesty sent people from the imperial astronomer over to refine this majestic city into a spiritual weapon?" He was really shocked. If Feng Jiao did not mention it, he would never have thought of this. Feng Jiao said, "That's right. The imperial astronomer came over to refine this city into a spiritual weapon. A spiritual weapon that has never been seen before and has unparalleled defense." At this moment, Feng Jiao's face was filled with pride. If the refinement was successful, this city would definitely leave its name in the annals of history. It might even go down in the annals of the human race. As the supervisor of the city, Feng Jiao would definitely let the future generations know and remember it. Either his name would go down in history after he died, or his name would go down in history after he died. Regardless of which achievement he achieved, it was worth looking forward to. Because it meant that even if he died, the traces of his existence would not be drowned out by the river of time. Instead, it would be passed down for generations to come. The young official at the side fell into a daze at this moment. He did not expect the imperial court to be so generous. Refining an entire city into a spiritual weapon was simply shocking. Just as the two of them were talking, there were also people in the city talking. 2 old men, 1 old man and 1 old woman. If Qin Shujian was here, he would realize that the old woman was the hidden powerhouse of the imperial astronomer, Fan Yilan. "Su Zhan, are you confident that you can refine it successfully?" As Fan Yilan spoke, she spread out her perception and directly covered the entire city. Her perception spread everywhere. The city covered an area of 1,000 miles. It was 100 feet tall and covered an area of 1,000 miles. The city was surrounded by walls on all sides. Even if millions of people were mobilized, after several months, they could only see the outline of the city. And a huge city like this. There were 4 such cities in the entire endless mountain range. The 4 cities were the corners of each other and served as the gateway to the human race in the East continent. The old man in luxurious clothes, who was also Su Zhan, looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "It's hard to say. We have to try before we know if it will work." A man could not say no. Su Zhan wanted to say loudly that he could do it, no problem, he could do it. However, when he saw the vast city, he fell silent. It did not matter if he blew water. Su Zhan used to do this when he was in the imperial astronomer, but he could not do it now. This was the gateway to the human race in the East continent in the future. He could not afford to lose anything. If he guessed wrong, he would die with regrets. Fan Yilan glanced at him and sneered, "Su Zhan, if you can't do it, you should say so earlier. Don't force yourself. If you admit that you can't do it now, you'll just lose face in front of me. If you really fail during the refining, you'll lose face in front of everyone. Shut your stinky mouth." Su Zhan was so angry that his face turned green. What did she mean by he could not do it? When it comes to forging, I'm second in the human race. Who dares to say that they're better than me? If I can't refine it, no one else can. Toward the end, Su Zhan's voice became weaker. When he saw Fan Yilan's mocking smile, he became angry again and said in a shrill voice, "In the past, I only forged weapons and armors. They were all small objects. I've never refined a city before. How can I say that I'm 100% successful?" Yes, that was the reason. Who would be so free as to forge a city for fun? All the forgers in the world forged weapons and armors, or other things that normal people could use. Who would play with something like a city? Fan Yilan restrained her smile and said, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. you took on the task yourself. If you can't do it, you should tell His Majesty as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you wait until the matter is exposed, even if His Majesty is easy to talk to, you won't be able to escape punishment. Su Zhan gritted his teeth and said, I know. I don't need you to remind me. Humph, I'm not reminding you. I'm just afraid that you'll implicate me. Fang Yilan shook her head and said. If you can't do it alone, you might as well find someone from the Sky Origin sect. Qin Shujian can refine Cold Mountain City on his own. His methods are also extraordinary. If you can invite him, the two of you might have a chance if you work together. Fang Yilan had a good impression of Qin Shujian. He was an expert in the second realm of formation grandmaster. He was also the youngest diviner cultivator in the Great Zhao dynasty. If she didn't see his age, Fang Yilan would have thought that Qin Shujian was an old monster in disguise. Even if he was the reincarnation of a powerful being and had a strong foundation, his talent was undeniable for him to reach this step. Su Zhan said, Qin Shujian? What a joke. When did I ever need the help of a junior? He was also a person who cared about his face. If he asked for the help of a junior, Su Zhan felt that he would lose a lot of face. Fang Yilan glanced at him and said, it's hard to say who's junior. He's the reincarnation of a powerful being. In the past, you might have had to call him ancestor. Now that he's just a reincarnation, you should be proud. Fang Yilan, do you really want to fight? Su Zhan was furious. What ancestor? Did he really not care about his face? Fang Yilan heard this and didn't argue with him. She could tell that this sentence had really angered Su Zhan. If they really fought, she naturally wouldn't be afraid of him, but there was no need for that. They were all members of the Imperial Astronomer and had a good relationship. If they fought over a small matter, it would be a joke if word got out. In the end, Fang Yilan said, since we've already said this, it's up to you whether you agree or not. I don't care about other things. Hearing this, Su Zhan restrained his anger and fell silent. Then he looked at the people around him who were constantly building the city and sighed in his heart. The gateway to the human race, this wasn't just a saying. If it was built successfully, this would be the most important place for the human race. Once the gateway was broken, the entire human race would be plunged into war. Qin Shujian also received some news about what was going on in the Endless Mountains. But for him, these things had little to do with him. The human emperor's construction and gathering the craftsmen of the world to build the city were the imperial court's business. During this period of time, there were also many things that Qin Shujian had to think about. The most basic thing was that if he really recruited 100,000 disciples, how would he settle so many people? Although the main sect was quite big now, it could only accommodate 20,000 to 30,000 people at most, and this was the time when it was at its fullest. But obviously, it was impossible for the main sect to fill up all the people, which meant that it could accommodate 10,000 people at most. The rest would have to be found from the various branches. Sometimes too many people can be troublesome. Qin Shujian was a little melancholy. Although he hadn't started to recruit disciples yet, he had to prepare for a rainy day. Otherwise, it would be too late to find a way when that day came. After thinking for a long time, Qin Shujian felt that this matter had to be started from the various branches. In the Chenggu Hall, Qin Shujian gathered many elders for a discussion. This was the first time in months that he had solemnly gathered everyone for a discussion. So this time, those who came were all branch heads of the various branches. Greetings, Sect Master. When Qin Shujian arrived, everyone stood up and saluted. After Qin Shujian sat down, they sat back down. Looking at the many elders, Qin Shujian said, I gathered you here for only one thing, and that is the recruitment of disciples this time. Zheng Hong said, Sect Master, please speak clearly. Here's the thing. The main sect may not be able to accommodate the disciples recruited this time. As for the various branches, I don't know if they can be accommodated. Qin Shujian didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Hearing this, the people of the several branches looked at each other. At the same time, they said in their hearts, that's it, just for this matter, he gathered everyone here. Doesn't he know that everyone is very busy? Although they complained in their hearts, no one really came out to annoy him. Xinghong coughed and said, "Don't worry, sect master. We don't have many disciples here, but we can accommodate a lot. If possible, you can give all of them to us." Elder Zeng, you're wrong. It's not a good habit to eat alone. Your heavenly lineage lacks people, and so does my Xian lineage. In my opinion, if sect master wants more people, why don't you give all of them to my Xian lineage? Fu Gang interrupted. Chaoxing said, "Sect master, the earth vein also lacks people. There are already a lot of people in the heaven and Xian veins. I think it's better to give them to the earth vein." Elder Chao, you're quite ambitious. Xinghong sneered. Among all the elders, Chaoxing was the one he disliked the most. In the past, Chaoxing was just a lackey in his mountain of chaos, but now he became an elder of the earth vein and was on equal footing with him. This made Xinghong feel uncomfortable. However, Chaoxing's strength was not weaker than his, and he was also the head of the same vein. Although Xinghong was unhappy, there was nothing he could do. However, since Chaoxing had spoken, it was not a problem for him to vent his anger with a few words. Chaoxing glanced at him and sneered, "Elder Zeng is quite ambitious. You want everyone as soon as you open your mouth. You really think you're the head of the heaven vein?" After saying that, Xinghong's eyes suddenly turned cold. He was just mocking Chaoxing to vent his anger. In the end, Chaoxing still wanted to mock him back. This made Xinghong unhappy. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Shujian directly interrupted everyone and said, "There's no need to fight. If one vein can accommodate all of you, I wouldn't have called you here. Not to mention one vein, even if all the veins are added together, I'm afraid the current situation can't accommodate all of them." Xiao Ping, who had been silent, asked, "How many people do you want to recruit this time?" 100,000. Qin Shujian said and added, "At least 100,000 disciples." 100,000 disciples. Hearing this, other than Su Yuanming, the others looked at each other in disbelief. Recruit 100,000 disciples? Was he serious? There were only about 20,000 disciples in Yuan sect. After several battles, they might not even have 20,000 disciples left. If they recruited 100,000 disciples, it would be 5 times the number of disciples now. Not to mention, it would be at least 100,000. In other words, it could be 120,000, or 200,000. That wasn't an impossibility. With Yuanzong's current power and influence, if he really wanted to take in all the people who had joined the sect, the number would still increase. This time, Xinghong really choked. He cried out involuntarily, "Sect master, isn't 100,000 disciples a little too much?" Not much. With the sect's current resources, not to mention 100,000 disciples, even 200,000 disciples would be more than enough. Qin Shujian shook his head. Not only 100,000, but he also wanted to recruit 1 million disciples in the future. By then, Yuan sect would be the leader of all the sects in the world. After confirming that Qin Shujian was not joking, Xinghong became serious and said, "Given the current situation of the vein of heaven, it can accommodate 3,000 disciples at most. Any more and we won't have a place to stay." Fu Gang nodded and said, "The Xian vein can only accommodate 3,000 to 4,000 disciples. The same goes for the earth vein. The same goes for the wind vein. The same goes for the yang vein." Of the 6 branches, apart from the demon clan, which was dispensable and impossible to place disciples in, the other 5 branches could only hold about 10,000 to 20,000 people. This was similar to what Qin Shujian had expected. Qin Shujian said, "The goal this time is to recruit at least 100,000 disciples. If it can't accommodate all of you, as the vein masters of the various veins, you will have to think of a way. Of course, let's not talk about expanding the veins for now. Currently, the number of experts in the sect is limited. If we expand the veins, the power will be too scattered, which is not good for the development of the sect. Don't even think about expanding the branch." Qin Shujian spoke right away, stopping them from saying anything. After all, to expand the branch, they would need many experts to maintain it. And with the current situation of the branch, they would definitely need to arrange a few elders and deacons in the future to strengthen the sect's defenses. For the Sky Origin sect, what they lacked the most now was experts who could take charge. At this moment, Zheng Fang said, "Cough cough, sect master, can this old man say a few words?" Great Elder, if you have something to say, please say it. Currently, our sect has established branches in Liang Mountain, Stone Forest, Lion Tiger Plain and Xining Plain. In terms of area, this is about 1/3 of the ordinary realm. This territory was enough for my sect in the past. But according to Sect Master's current plan, the territory that our sect occupies is far from enough. Xianxia slowly opened his mouth and said. So in my opinion, we should not directly expand the branches and move them to other areas, and then use the method of one city per branch to strengthen the foundation of each branch. Moreover, the disciples of the main sect can all be assigned to the branches. In the future, the branches will also have a foundation and send talents to the main sect through an annual assessment. In this way, the problem of having too many disciples will be basically solved. The Qinggu Hall fell into a short silence. Everyone's expression was different. If they really did this, it would be equivalent to establishing the supreme status of the main sect. Each branch would have to respect the main sect and send outstanding disciples to the main sect every year. On the contrary, the main sect would no longer teach ordinary disciples. Xinghong and the others looked at each other, but no one spoke up to oppose. Regardless of whether they did this or not, the main sect now had a supreme status. So. Moments after Xingfang finished speaking, an elder nodded and said, Great Elder's words also make some sense. If we do this, the problem of disciples will be alleviated. However, there were also elders who spoke out their concerns. Each branch has already established a foundation. If we rashly move, years of hard work will be wasted. It will also be a big loss. The various branches nurtured the earth veins and buried spirit stones, spending a lot of resources. Although spirit stones could be dug out, some things could not be taken away. If they were to really expand the territory of the large sects, the various branches would have to move, and they would also suffer a lot of losses. At this moment, some people were already looking at Qin Shujian. Fu Gang smiled faintly and said, the main sect should be able to bear the losses of the subsidiary sections. Our subsidiary sects are already in dire straits. If there are any more losses, we won't be able to eat. Chaoxing also nodded, that's right, I wonder if the main sect will provide any subsidies? At this moment, the opinions of the elders of the various branches were surprisingly unanimous. Everyone knew that Qin Shujian was a real miser. He was not stingy, but he was close to it. It wasn't that easy to get money from the other party. Qin Shujian said, Great Elder's words are not false, our sect is a top sect, if we stay in the ordinary realm then we will lose a bit of face. Now is a good time to expand our sect. As for the issue of subsidies for the various branches, you don't have to worry too much. The main sect will take care of this. Sect Master is so righteous. The elders looked at each other and then said in unison. After the matter was finalized, the elders of the various branches got up and left. The relocation of the subsidiary sects was not a small matter, there were still many things to deal with. In Qin Shujian's opinion, there were also many problems on the side of the main sect. The first problem. That was, the original disciples of the main sect would be sent to the various branches. In other words, the main sect would not take in those ordinary disciples in the future. Only the top disciples of the various branches would be qualified to enter the main sect. If they really did that, the main sect would become the holy land of the disciples of the other branches. As the elders of the various branches left, Qin Shujian did not get up. Instead, he looked at the others and said, after this matter is confirmed, the disciples of the main sect will be distributed to the various branches. Elders, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Niao Feng said, it's not a problem to distribute the ordinary disciples, but some of the elders' disciples can stay in the main sect. After all, those who are chosen by the elders are not bad. Moreover, these disciples are used to following the original elders. If they are separated rashly, it will not be good for their cultivation. Now in the sect, except for Xingfang who had not taken in any disciples. The other elders, whether they had or not, would take in 1 or 2 disciples. These disciples naturally had the intention of inheriting their legacy. Those who could be chosen by them were basically not bad in terms of talent. Su Yuanming said, Elder Niao is right. Subsequently, the other elders also chimed in. Qin Shujian was also very clear about their thoughts. Absolute fairness and justice could not be guaranteed in any place. If the water was too clear, there would be no fish. Therefore, Qin Shujian also kept silent about these things. The disciples are not a big problem, but if the disciples of the main sect are separated, the number of deacons and elders in the main sect is a bit too many, and they will need to be distributed to various branches. Qin Shujian moved on to the next topic. When he saw the slightly changed expressions of the others, he continued, "All of you here are elders of the inner sect. Naturally, you are in the inner cultivation world of the main sect. This time, some outer elders and deacons of the inner and outer sect will be transferred. In my opinion, the elders of each division can recommend a list of names, and then the first elder will distribute them." Qin Shujian did not intend to intervene too much in this matter. He simply explained the framework and left the rest to Xingfang to deal with. After leaving Chengwu Hall, Qin Shujian returned to the courtyard alone. The osmanthus tree had not changed. Except for the lush branches and leaves, and the osmanthus fragrance, there was nothing else. Qin Shujian sat down on his stone stool and brewed a pot of tea. Then, he turned his attention to himself. On the attribute panel, there was not much change. The source of life was about 35 billion, and there was still a long way to go to 40 billion. This time, Qin Shujian's attention was completely focused on the divine ascension martial arts. He had a lot of means, but ordinary martial arts were useless for a celestial being. Only the divine martial arts could really improve the strength of a celestial being. What was martial arts? For example, a person's body contained 200 kilograms of strength. But under normal circumstances, 100 kilograms of strength was sealed, and only 100 kilograms of strength could be used. After practicing martial arts, the sealed strength would be less, and more strength could be used. This was the function of martial arts. Powerful martial arts could even use 100% of one's strength. But for a celestial being, when the body broke the shackles and became a transcendent, it could naturally use 100% of the strength, and there was no such thing as sealing or unsealing. And the divine martial arts, as the name suggested, was connected to the God of heaven and earth. For example, a celestial being could use 10,000 tons of strength. Then when using the divine martial arts, on the basis of 10,000 tons, he could borrow 20,000 tons of strength from heaven and earth. This was the means of the divine martial arts. At the celestial being stage, it was about borrowing the power of heaven and earth. When a person's strength was limited, only the power of heaven and earth was endless. Although Qin Shujian didn't agree with this saying, he understood that it was correct for him at this stage. In the status panel, there were 4 divine martial arts. Spirit severing, 9 tribulations immortal body, lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, and heavenly cloud god sealing finger. Among them, heavenly cloud god sealing finger was already at the maximum level, and there was no possibility of improvement. The other 3 divine martial arts were at the first level. These 3 divinity realm martial arts were quite useful. Among them, lawful embodiment of heaven and earth would increase the strength when improving the body. The first tier of the 9 tribulations stainless indestructible body was the Thunder Blast, which had greatly increased his defensive capabilities. His protective aura chi also possessed a certain amount of power. As for spirit severing, it was the method that Qin Shujian used the most. Spirit severing, spirit severing. Back then, the spiritual paper that Xingfang brought to the Traceless sect had been imbued with spirit severing techniques. Now that he had 35 billion life sources in front of him, even divine martial arts had room for improvement. At this stage, there is no way to improve my strength, but I can improve my martial arts and further enhance my strength. Qin Shujian muttered to himself. He was completely immersed in the demonic barrier of improving his realm. If he had enough life sources, he would improve his realm. If he didn't have enough, he would continue to save them. When he had enough, he would improve his realm. Realm was the foundation. But under the premise that there was no hope of improving his realm, improving his martial arts was also a way to enhance his strength. His consciousness swept back and forth on the 3 divine martial arts. Finally, Qin Shujian's attention fell on the divine martial arts, lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. There was no other reason. Just the name alone made him like it. With a thought, lawful embodiment of heaven and earth jumped and transformed from the first level to the second level. When he looked at the life sources again, the 35 billion life sources had become 34.9 billion. Qin Shujian said, it consumed 100 million life sources to improve by one level. It seems that the threshold to improve divine martial arts is much lower than I thought. Subsequently, he improved another level of lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, consuming 200 million life sources. The third level, consuming 400 million life sources. The fourth level, consuming 800 million life sources. The fifth level, consuming 1.6 billion life sources. The sixth level, consuming 3.2 billion life sources. The seventh level, consuming 6.4 billion life sources. In the blink of an eye, 12.6 billion life sources were consumed. The original 34.9 billion life sources were only 22.3 billion. Seeing this, Qin Shujian immediately stopped what he was doing. Every time I advance, it's twice as fast as the previous level. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. Originally, he thought that with 100 million as the base, the improvement would not consume too much. But now, as it increased, he found that something was wrong. Just from the 6th to the 7th level, it required 6.4 billion life sources. If it was cultivated to perfection, it would be tens of billions of life sources. In Qin Shujian's view, his more than 30 billion would stop at the 8th level at most. Looking at the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth that had been promoted to the 7th level, Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. Although he did not really use it, he could understand that the 7th level of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth was definitely not comparable to the first level. Subsequently, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on spirit severing. In for a penny, in for a pound. Since the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth had been upgraded, he might as well upgrade spirit severing, which was quite useful. 12.7 billion life sources were used. Spirit severing also soared from 10% to 70%. 70% of spirit severing, Qin Shujian was confident that he could kill a diviner. However, being confident was one thing. Before he really did it, he could not be 100% sure. At this time, there were only 9.6 billion life sources left. Qin Shujian hesitated for a moment. Then, he consumed another 6.3 billion life sources to upgrade the 9 tribulations immortal body to the 6th level. Boom! In the instant of the upgrade, Qin Shujian felt as if his body was exploding. Waves of mysterious power constantly surged from heaven and earth and then poured into his body. As this power surged in, his physical body, which was already strong to begin with, became even stronger at this moment. That was not all. Stimulated by this power, the Guiyuan ancestral cannon began to slowly operate again. One star acupoint after another opened up in his body. 1, 2, 10, 20, in less than half an hour, 500 of the original 463 star acupoints had been opened under the impact of this energy. There were now 37 star acupoints. His strength had naturally increased by a lot. Qin Shujian let out a long breath. I never thought that upgrading the 9 tribulations immortal body would allow me to use this power to nourish my body and open up star acupoints. But it makes sense. Opening star acupoints requires physical strength. The 9 tribulations immortal body also strengthens the physical body. The two complement each other. Perhaps I found a new way to ascend to the next level. Qin Shujian's mind lit up. If the 9 tribulations immortal body could open star acupoints. If that was the case, would other body refining methods be able to achieve this as well? But according to Qin Shujian's thinking, even if it was possible, it would need to be at least at the deity level. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to increase the strength of a deity. If I have the chance in the future, I should collect body refining methods at the deity level. Who knows, I might have an unexpected gain. Qin Shujian made up his mind. It was just that deity-level martial arts were too rare. It was already good enough for each top sect to have a few, and they might not necessarily be body refining related. So although he had this idea in mind, Qin Shujian quickly dismissed it and turned his attention to himself. Another 3 billion of the 6 billion life force source was consumed, leaving only 3 billion life force source. Spending money like water. This was the only feeling Qin Shujian had. The life force source that he had painstakingly accumulated for so long was almost exhausted in less than an hour. Of course, his success was also remarkable. 2 deity-level martial arts had reached the 7th level, and 1 had reached the 6th level. And he had also gained an additional 37 star acupoints. Even if he had not broken through at the moment, Qin Shujian felt that if he used all his means, his combat strength would at least go up a level. If I had the chance, I should find someone to practice with. After improving his strength, Qin Shujian also lived in seclusion and continued to enter a state of cultivation. The cultivation of a celestial being required a long period of time. Now that there was not much life force source, Qin Shujian also understood the principle of saving money. If he could ascend to the 2nd level of the deity level, he could also save a lot of life force source. While he was cultivating, there was a big commotion in the Yuan sect. The first was the matter of the main sect's disciples being assigned to the various branches. For the main sect's disciples, being assigned to the branches was no different from being sent to the border. There was not enough spiritual qi in the branches, and there were not many resources. How could a place like the main sect, which was called a paradise, compare, however? How could the main sect's disciples object to these matters that had been decided? Even if there was some trouble because of this, it was quickly suppressed. Some disciples were dissatisfied with this, but they did not say anything and did not plan to leave the sect. What a joke! No matter how bad the branches were, it was not something that other sects could compare to. Furthermore, although they were only branch families, they were still a part of Yuan Zone. Just this foundation alone was enough to intimidate others. Not to mention the martial arts manuals in the branches, as well as the various resources provided by the main sect, were not lacking at all. In fact, the identity of a disciple of the Yuan sect alone was enough to make some people scramble. It could be said that these disciples were dissatisfied because they were unwilling to change from the main sect, which was a holy place for cultivation, to other places. It was not that the branches were bad, but the main sect was obviously better. But now that they had no choice, they could only go to the branches. Compared to the disciples' dissatisfaction, the deacons and outer sect elders were much calmer. This was because they knew more about Qin Shujian's means and understood the current status of the Yuan sect. Either they did not want to stay here, or they just had to listen to orders. Unlike the main sect's movements, the movements at the branches were much quieter. For the people of the branches, moving was fine as it would not harm their interests. But this time, the actions of the Yuan sect. It did not just affect the main sect, but also some nearby sections. Everyone wanted to know where the branches of the Yuan sect would move to. If they moved to a place near their own sect, should they pretend that they did not see it or not, any sect would feel pressured if a top-notch sect were to sit right next to them. However, if this was really the case, the safety factor of the sect would increase exponentially. After all, a top sect's branch was right at their doorstep. Who would dare to find trouble with them and not be afraid of angering their own neighbors? Therefore, some of these sects were nervous and anxious, while some were looking forward to it. Time passed slowly while they were in such a complicated mood. 1 month later, after the main sect's disciples were allocated, the various branches of the Yuan sect had also found a place to settle down. What was left was to move the branches. In the Chenggu Hall, many elders gathered again. Fu Gang said, "Sect Master, now that the Xian vein is ready, we can move out of the original branch at any time, but I wonder when the resources will be in place." After saying that, Li Zhongyi also said, "It's the same for the Yang vein. The earth vein is ready. The wind vein is fine. The sky vein is ready." The elders of the other branches all reported their work and then looked at Qin Shujian with shining eyes. Now that everyone had found a place, they were just waiting for the main sect to allocate some resources. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, "Elders, don't be anxious. Since we have found a place, we can choose a day to move." "What about the resources?" Fu Gang asked tentatively. Qin Shujian said, when the relocation is completed, you can report to the sect how many resources you have lost. I will give you all less. Thank you, Sect Master. Fu Gang breathed a sigh of relief. Although he couldn't get it immediately, it was the same to get it after the relocation. Qin Shujian said, of the 5 branches, which one should move first? Shouldn't all the branches move together? Someone asked doubtfully. Qin Shujian said, it's too troublesome to move all 5 of them together. Let's do it one by one. Which branch should move first? After saying that, Fu Gang, Xing Hong and the others all looked at each other. Which branch should move first? In fact, there was nothing to argue about. Anyway, it didn't matter if they moved earlier or later. In the end, Xing Hong cupped his hands and said, Sect Master, then the Sky Vein should move first. That's good. Come with me. Qin Shujian nodded, then stood up from his seat and walked out of the hall. Hearing this, the others looked at each other, their faces full of doubts. However, doubts were doubts. Everyone got up and left behind Qin Shujian. Led by Qin Shujian, the crowd directly left the mountain gate and headed for the Sky Vein. Several branches were very close to each other. In less than a quarter of an hour, the crowd arrived in front of a mountain peak. They only saw clouds lingering on the mountain peak. Even standing at the foot of the mountain, they could feel the rich spirit qi. This was where the Sky Vein was located. Seeing Qin Shujian stop, Xing Hong said, Sect Master, do you want to go to the Sky Vein? He didn't know why his sect master came to the Sky Vein. Could it be that he came to help? Thinking of this, Xing Hong said, let us do the relocation. Sect Master, you have a noble status. You don't have to work for this. Qin Shujian waved his hand, motioning him not to speak. Seeing this, Xing Hong also closed his mouth. Then, Qin Shujian took a step forward and said loudly, all disciples of the Sky Vein are not allowed to leave the branch without permission from now on. His voice was not loud, but it was heard by all the disciples of the Sky Vein. After hearing this voice, the elders who stayed in the Sky Vein were all puzzled, but no one dared to hesitate and immediately shouted. The person who spoke is the sect master. No one is allowed to disobey. After that, although the disciples of the Sky Vein were puzzled, they didn't dare to disobey. At the same time, Qin Shujian waved his hand and said to the others, all of you, step back. The others stepped back as they were told. Some people were puzzled, while others were deep in thought. Soon after, shock appeared on their faces. At this moment, Qin Shujian directly activated the law phenomenon, and a huge amount of spirit qi of heaven and earth surged. His body became 30,000 feet tall, like a giant that could hold up the sky. At this moment, a terrifying aura swept out in all directions, causing the clouds in the sky to retreat. Everyone was shocked. What is the sect master doing? Level 7 of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. At this moment, Qin Shujian was 3,000 feet tall. A terrifying power was born from his body, making him feel like he could tear the sky apart with his bare hands. At this moment, almost half of Mount Liang's spirit realm could see that towering figure. In the cold mountain city, all the experts were speechless. What the hell was that? Even the great cultivators of the god martial realm were stunned when they saw the 3,000 feet tall figure. They fell into a great shock. Second uncle, is there an invasion of demons? A young man swallowed hard and pulled the sleeve of a middle-aged man beside him. His face was full of fear. He had only seen such a situation in the written records of his family. Every single one of the evil spirits that were born in the earth domain had a humongous body that was incomparable to that of an ordinary person. Hearing this, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and suppressed his wildly beating heart. He said in a deep voice, this is the head of the Yuan sect, Qin Shujian. He is the strongest cultivator in the Baiyun mansion. When you enter the Yuan sect, if you can become Qin Shujian's disciple, you will be the next head of the family. The strongest cultivator in the Baiyun mansion. The Yuan sect, Qin Shujian. The young man looked at the terrifying figure. The power that overflowed made him feel as small as an ant. At this moment, he was in awe and desire. If he could become the disciple of such a powerful cultivator, even if he didn't say that he would be able to step into this realm in the future, even if he only learned half of it, no one in his family would be his opponent. In the cold mountain city, many people came for the opening ceremony of the Yuan sect. At this moment, Qin Shujian suddenly showed such power, which immediately attracted many people's attention. As for Zheng Hong and the others, they were not much better. They were the closest to Qin Shujian. His abyss-like aura was the strongest. In front of this aura, they did not seem to be at the peak of the spiritual martial realm. They were more like mortals who only had the strength to truss a chicken. Qin Shujian opened his mouth and his voice shook the area. Where is the new residence of the heavenly lineage? In the Blue River region. Zheng Hong stammered. Following the upgrade of the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate, the Blue River True Dominion could no longer be called a True Dominion. It was now just an ordinary realm in the Spirit Protectorate. Qin Shujian said, "You lead the way." After that, he bent down and wrapped his arms around the entire mountain. At this moment, the earth shook violently. Rise! With a furious roar, Qin Shujian forcibly uprooted the several hundred zhang-tall mountain peak from the earth vein. Boom! Everyone fell into a daze when they saw the mountain peak that was several hundred feet above the ground. Although it had always been said that a certain expert had the power to destroy mountains, split rivers, and split seas, it was impossible for him to do so. But this was just a metaphor. Among them, there was no lack of exaggerations. No one had ever done what Qin Shujian had done, lifting a mountain off the ground. As for the disciples of the heavenly faction, their legs and stomachs trembled in fear when they saw the mountain beneath their feet suddenly grow taller. But for some people, the scene in front of him was frightening, but he couldn't help but feel excited. Yes, excited, uprooting the mountain and holding the peak. What kind of great power was this, they didn't know. However, there was one thing that was clear. It was very, very difficult to achieve this step. At least in the knowledge of these people, they had never heard of any expert who could do this. Now, Qin Shujian had done it. As a disciple of the Yuan sect, a sense of pride rose from the bottom of his heart. At this time, Qin Shujian hugged the mountain peak and shouted again, "Hurry up and lead the way." The deafening sound directly awakened the others. Zheng Hong quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Sect Master, please come with me." After that, he rose and flew toward the boundary of the Blue River region. Seeing this, Qin Shujian, who was originally hugging the mountain peak with one hand, held the bottom of the mountain peak with the other hand. Then, he immediately took a step forward and left the place. At this moment, the world was silent. They saw a towering giant, holding the mountain peak in his hand, crossing rivers and earth veins as if he was walking on flat ground. After a while, the others also came back to their senses. Then, they all rose into the air and followed closely behind Qin Shujian. They all wanted to see. What on earth was Qin Shujian going to do? Blue Cloud Sect. A black shadow covered the entire sect, but soon disappeared. An elder of the Blue Cloud Sect stammered, Sect Master, did someone just cross our mountain gate?" "Yes, he used to cross." The Blue Cloud Sect was 700 or 800 feet high. Unless it was by flying, no ordinary person could cross it. Qing Su's face was also dull. He said stiffly, "It seems so." Then, the people of the Azure Cloud Sect all turned their gazes towards the back of that towering figure, as well as the mountain peak he was holding in his hand. For a time, everyone in the Blue Cloud Sect was speechless. At this moment, everyone's heart surged with two words, F***ck, for the players who witnessed this matter, they fell into a state of shock. What was going on? A giant who was thousands of feet high, and he was holding a mountain peak. They knew that this would be a world of cultivation, but when they really saw the scene of a giant holding a mountain, these people were still in a trance. "That just now, why do I think it looks a little familiar?" a player murmured. Even if Qin Shujian's face was magnified, at first glance, it still looked familiar. Hearing that, immediately, a player complained, "Familiar my *SS. That's the leader of Liangshan village. F***ck, who said before that they would wait to attack this boss in the future. Now, you can stand up and express your thoughts." I also want to know what the big boss thinks. The players crazily complained. As for those who were still thinking of attacking Qin Shujian and killing this boss in the future, they had all given up on the idea. Powerless, very powerless, with a body that was thousands of feet high, the other party could probably kill hundreds of thousands of players with a fart. How many people would have to die to attack such a boss? In addition, this game didn't have a forced deduction of health points. If they really wanted to attack, it would really be full of corpses. Not to mention the possibility of success. Just the fact that they had to pay such a huge price to raid a single boss was enough to make others flinch. This was not other games, where the most important thing was to increase one's realm. Because this was related to the real world. To kill a boss, no matter how many good things were given, it was just SOSO. Compared with the price to pay, it was not at all on the same level. The other players could foresee. Unless a player of the celestial level was born, otherwise, no one would think about attacking the leader of Xianxia village. Rumble, every step he took left an indelible footprint on the ground. Qin Shujian held the mountain with one hand and walked forward. Xinghong flew in the air and led the way in front. Not long after, Xinghong pointed to a wide plain and said, "Sect Master, this will be the base of the celestial lineage in the future." "Okay, you can step back," Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. Xinghong obeyed and retreated. Immediately after, they saw Qin Shujian throw the mountain that he was holding into the air. Then, he wrapped his arms around the waist of the mountain and steadily placed the mountain on the plain. Buzz, a dull sound was heard. The moment the mountain fell, a terrifying gust of wind spread out and raged in the surroundings. Facing this gust of wind, Xinghong had no choice but to activate his protective qi to resist. Even so, he was still forced to retreat repeatedly. The relocation of the celestial lineage has been completed. Next, let's start from the earth lineage. Qin Shujian turned around and looked at Xiaoxing, who was as small as an ant. After a brief moment of being stunned, Xiaoxing hurriedly came back to his senses and said, "Sect Master, please follow me." Then, the giant that was thousands of feet tall left this place and moved again, crossing rivers and mountains. During this day, Qin Shujian was moving the mountain. His method was simple and crude, but it gave people a strong visual impact. None of the elders thought Qin Shujian's method of moving the mountain would be like this. There were not so many fancy things, nor were there so many complicated things. He directly carried a mountain and moved. On this day, the entire Liangshan spiritual domain fell into a state of silence. But soon, this news spread like the wind, spreading to the entire Great Zhao. He turned into a giant that was 3,000 feet tall. He pulled a mountain and hugged it. He held a mountain in his hand. When these words were connected, it was as if they saw an incomparably terrifying expert moving the mountain. For a time, everyone in the cultivation world was astonished. Traceless sect. After Yin Banqing received this news, he fell into silence. His body became 3,000 feet tall. To be honest, although he could not do this, it was not too shocking. After breaking through to the celestial realm, he broke the shackles of the physical body. Growing his body was just a simple method. Even if it was Yin Banqing himself, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to grow 100 or 200 feet taller. As for the body becoming 3,000 feet tall, although it was powerful, if he cultivated a certain cultivation method or martial art, he might be able to achieve this step. However, the point was not to grow his body to 3,000 feet tall, but to pull a mountain and move the sex branch. Yin Banqing did not know how strong a celestial realm expert was before, but now that he had broken through to the celestial realm, he knew how strong he was after breaking through to the celestial realm. His physical body became stronger, but his strength did not increase by much. With his strength at the first level of the celestial realm, it was impossible for him to pull a mountain that was thousands of feet tall. Although it was not difficult for a celestial realm expert to destroy a mountain. But there was one thing to understand. Destroying a mountain and uprooting a mountain were two completely different concepts. Destroying a mountain was easy. But to pull up a mountain, the power needed was at least several times that of destroying a mountain, or more than 10 times. Qin Shujian is really so strong. Yin Banqing took a deep breath. With such power, to put it bluntly, it was only a matter of minutes for him to blow him up. Thinking of this, Xianxia was a little depressed. Becoming a celestial realm expert was his greatest obsession in this life. But after breaking through to the celestial realm, he found that he was not as happy as he expected. Until now. Xianxia had not made a move except for crushing a few divine martial artists when he came out of seclusion. Later, he was defeated by Xianxia in a remote confrontation. Now that he had heard about Xianxia, Xianxia felt even more vulnerable than before. He found that, as a celestial realm expert, he seemed to be too weak compared to other celestial realm experts. Could it be that I am really too weak? Xianxia fell into deep thought about this. He did not walk out of his room for 3 whole days. After 3 days, when he walked out of his room, Xianxia's hair became a little whiter. On the players' forum, a video appeared at the top of the forum. There were not many titles, but when they saw the words Xianxia Village Chief, some people were in a daze. Xianxia Village Chief. This name had been around for a long time. 4 or 5 years had passed in the game world, and almost 2 years had passed in the real world. For players, 2 years was enough time to forget a lot of things. Ever since Xianxia started to cultivate his moral character and rarely dealt with players, the name of Mount Liang's campmaster gradually died down. Until now. Except for a small number of players who still remembered who the Xianxia village chief was, most of the players had completely forgotten. However, this video once again reminded some players of the fear of being dominated in the novice village. Many people clicked on the video, but after watching it, they exited. Everyone's expression was different. But on this day, the name Xianxia village chief once again entered the hearts of all players. In the real world, the Blade Master casually threw down a Heavenly Alliance jade talisman. Then, he paused his steps and muttered to himself, Xianxia village chief? Pulling mountains and hugging mountains, tens of thousands of feet tall. Why does this sound like the law phenomenon? He knew who the Xianxia village chief was. From Ping Qing's memory, the Blade Master knew that such a person existed. The Blade Master even knew that this person had broken through to the celestial being realm. However, the Blade Master calculated the time and found that this person had only broken through to the celestial being realm a few days ago. There was a high chance that he was still in the first layer of the celestial being realm. As for how strong a person in the first layer of the celestial being realm was, he was very clear. It was fine if he could break mountains, but if it was pulling mountains and hugging mountains, then he should just take a bath and sleep. In the Blade Master's mind, to be able to do this, one had to be at least in the 7th layer of the celestial being realm. This was because this person did not rely on any means. It was the purest physical strength. TSK, it seems that I have to go back and see if there is really an old monster that has come back to life. The first layer of the celestial being realm, pulling mountains and hugging mountains. If it was not for the law phenomenon, the Blade Master swore that he would do a handstand. With his knowledge, he was not omniscient. However, he was not far from it. There were very few cultivation techniques in the world that could be used purely on the physical strength. However, there were even fewer cultivation techniques that could allow a person in the first layer of the celestial being realm to possess the might of a person in the 7th layer of the celestial being realm. Furthermore, the strength would increase with the physical body. The Blade Master thought about it. Only the law phenomenon met the requirements. However, the Blade Master's impression was that the law phenomenon should have been lost long ago. To be able to cultivate such a lost cultivation technique, one had to be an old monster that had reincarnated. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to have such means. Thinking of this, the Blade Master's lips curled into a smile. I already knew that I was not the only one who had made preparations. I wonder which old thing was reborn this time. He went to the celestial being realm for a few years. It seems that he left behind many means back then. Could it be that big guy who focused on cultivating the physical body? That's impossible. Back then, that big guy was chopped into 18 pieces. Even his divine soul was destroyed. He could not be more dead. However, it's hard to say. Who knows if someone who had cultivated to such a level would have left behind some life-saving means? Forget it. I'm too lazy to think about it. I'll focus on the matter at hand. There's not much time left for me. The Blade Master shook his head. He looked at the token that had a few more cracks on it. A helpless expression appeared on his face. When the token was destroyed, he would have to abandon this body and return to the world he used to live in. Otherwise, he would be detected by the heavenly path. At that time, even if his cultivation was extremely high, he would still die. Immediately after, he picked up another Heavenly Alliance jade token. Looking at the thousands of people chatting in it, he was in a good mood. There are already more than 1,000 people. If this continues, it won't be a problem to get tens of thousands of people. Moreover, there are relatives and friends in the Heavenly Alliance. If this is the case, the number of people affected is far more than this. The Blade Master's smile became even brighter. He raised his head to look at the sky. Lines of blood were continuously converging from all directions. Each line of blood represented a person under his control. It was just that the blood lines were between illusion and reality. Even a celestial being would not be able to see through the blood veins. To this, the Blade Master did not care too much. Judging from the situation in this world, it would take at least a few decades, or even a few hundred years, to produce such a powerhouse who could see through reality and illusion. Cultivation was not easy. Even with the help of the heavenly path, it would not really be done overnight. Origin Sect. Originally, when the sect opening ceremony was approaching, Sky Origin Sect had already attracted the attention of many people. However, after Xianxia's performance, it had become the focus of the entire cultivation world. The others did not know what level of strength was required to do this. However, as celestial beings, the core existences of the various top sects all had extremely grave expressions on their faces. Pulling up the mountain with pure strength was not something a first-tier divinity realm expert could do. Or rather, this was no longer something a transcendent expert could do. As for whether a saint could do it, no one knew. Although there were divinities in the cultivation world, the strongest was only a third-tier divinity realm expert at the peak of the transcendent realm. There had never been a powerful saint cultivator. Transcendent, saint, this was a threshold. Once a cultivator stepped into the saint realm, the sect they belonged to would be called the number one sect in the world. Speaking of which, it was a little laughable. There were many saint cultivators in the imperial court, but in the cultivation world, a saint cultivator could be called the number one. However, as laughable as it was, this was the truth. The cultivation world of the Great Zhao had always been weak. Although many people thought that the cultivation world was very strong, in reality, it was far from being comparable to the imperial court. In terms of strength, the cultivation world was not weaker than the imperial court. In fact, it was even stronger. However, in terms of top-notch experts, the world of cultivators was far inferior. Not to mention anything else. The imperial court had several powerful experts. In the past, the various feudal lords were also saint cultivators. Most of them were at the 6th tier of the divinity realm, the peak of the saint realm. The 5 generals were also saint cultivators. Looking at the cultivation world, at the 3rd tier of the divinity realm, the peak of the transcendent was really the peak. There was not a single saint cultivator. If the cultivation world really went to war with the imperial court would only need to send out 2 or 3 powerful experts to destroy all the top experts in the cultivation world. This was the difference. A difference that made people feel despair. Of course, these things were only known to those top sections. Apart from the top sects, the other sects were not aware of how big the difference between the cultivation world and the imperial court was. Fortunately, the cultivation world and the imperial court had never been on opposite sides. Seriously speaking, the two could be said to complement each other. The imperial court had top combat strength to suppress the entire human race, while the cultivation world nurtured mid-level combat strength to maintain the inheritance. However, the strength that Xianxia displayed now made these top sects fall silent. The supreme sect. Su Jing, who used to fly into a rage when talking about Xianxia, also calmed down at this time. Looking at the information in his hand, his expression kept changing. A body of 30,000 feet, and the strength to lift mountains. If I'm not wrong, this should be the heavenly corpse sect's lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Suzheng was not sure. As for whether Qin Shujian used lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, he was just guessing. Recalling his memory, Jiang Feng, who had a body of 3,000 feet and was comparable to the second tier of the divinity realm at the first tier of the divinity realm, looked at Qin Shujian, who was now 3,000 feet tall and had the strength to lift mountains. Su Zheng's eyes were also in a trance. If it was really lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, the gap was a little too big. The martial art that Jiang Feng used in the past was only 3,000 feet tall. At that time, the methods that Jiang Feng used were already shocking in Su Zheng's opinion. However, some things were afraid of comparison. Comparing Jiang Feng in the past with the current Qin Shujian, the gap between them was immediately apparent. It was also because of this that Su Zheng was not sure if Qin Shujian was using lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. If it was lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, then the gap was too big. As the previous sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Jiang Feng did not comprehend much of this martial art. However, not long after Yuan Zong destroyed the Heavenly Corpse sect, this martial art was cultivated to such a terrifying level by Qin Shujian. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Su Zheng also felt a great pressure. In the cultivation world, the strongest was the third tier of the divinity realm, an expert at the peak of the transcendent realm. And Su Zheng was that cultivator at the third tier of the divinity realm. The supreme sect, as the name implied, was a supreme existence in the cultivation world. Among all the top sects, the supreme sect was ranked first. But now, Su Zheng did not have the confidence. For Qin Shujian to be able to do this, his strength could no longer be explained by simply being transcendent. If there was nothing wrong with the matter of lifting mountains, then the other party's strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. This was a real method. Soon, Su Zheng thought of another rumor, a rumor that Qin Shujian had already reached the second tier of the array formation Grandmaster. Previously, when he heard this news, he was also dubious. However, in his heart, he was not too afraid. Right now, the strongest in the cultivation world was the third tier of the divinity realm, but it did not mean that there were no experts in the cultivation world in the past. Many top sects had some hidden tricks up their sleeves. Once these methods were used, it was not impossible to deal with a saint expert. If it was only a second-tier array formation Grandmaster expert, it was not impossible to deal with him. However, judging from the current situation, after Qin Shujian abandoned the array formation Grandmaster techniques, his strength had also reached a shocking level. In terms of true strength, he had most likely reached the level of a saint. The strength of a saint coupled with the methods of a second-tier array formation Grandmaster, even if he used the Supreme Sect's foundation, Su Zheng was not confident that he could deal with the combination of the two. His thoughts paused. Su Zheng took a deep breath, his tone inexplicable. The number one expert of the great Zhao cultivation world, from now on, does Yuan Zong want to suppress my Supreme Sect? The strongest person in the cultivation world, ever since Qin Shujian pulled out the mountain and hugged the peak, this name had been faintly circulating. To this, some people scoffed. They thought that the cultivation world was vast and boundless. Qin Shujian had just broken through to the sky-human realm not long ago. What right did he have to be called the strongest? However, there were others who deeply agreed with him. Most of the people who agreed were from the top sections. The higher one's position was, the more things one could see. However, no matter what the outside world said, Qin Shujian turned a deaf ear to it. To him, as long as he had enough strength, he did not need to worry too much about reputation. With his current strength, he had already passed the point where he needed to build up his reputation. After a while, Qin Shujian lived in seclusion and cultivated silently. It was not that there were no changes brought about by this name. The biggest change was that Cold Mountain City was currently overcrowded. Indirectly, it caused many people to gather in other cities of the Cold Mountain spiritual domain. Although these cities were not close to the Yuan sect, they had teleportation doors that were connected to Cold Mountain City. If anything happened, these people could use the teleportation doors to reach Cold Mountain City immediately. In the secret cultivation room, Ningyu was sitting cross-legged, circulating her cultivation technique. As an outer sect disciple, he cultivated the common cultivation method of the Yuan sect, the martial arts chapter of the Gui Yuan ancestral scripture. After an unknown amount of time, a buzzing sound came from Ningbo's body. Then, the sound of his bones and tendons exploding could be heard. It was as if he had opened some hidden gate. Then, a surge of boiling qi and blood surged. After a while, Ningbo opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. 6th level of the basic realm, qi and blood at its peak. Ningbo knew the changes in his body like the back of his hand. It had been almost 4 months since he had entered the Yuan sect. Ever since he had swallowed the marrow cleansing pill made by Qin Shujian, Ningbo seemed to have been reborn. His cultivation speed had soared. In just a few months, he had reached the 6th level of the basic realm, the peak of qi and blood. 1 year of the genuine force, 3 years of the spiritual martial force. Thinking of this, Ningbo took a deep breath. In the past, he did not know what true martial arts represented. However, now that he had entered the Yuan sect, he understood the division of cultivation levels. Entering the martial arts world was merely laying the foundation. Only then could Jinwu be considered to have reached a higher level and truly crossed the threshold of cultivation. According to Ningbo's understanding, breaking through to the true martial realm in 1 year was not an easy task. Many outer sect disciples had to spend 2 or 3 years to slowly step into the true martial realm. It was so much so that for some people, even before they had entered the Yuan sects, they had already possessed powerful cultivations. After entering the Yuan sects, they had to spend a year or 2 to reach the true martial realm. You have to know. Every single person who was able to enter Yuan sect was not weak in terms of talent. Even so, it would take at least 3 years to break through to the true martial realm, or even longer. Regarding this, Ningbo had only been in the Jinwu realm for a year. How difficult would it be, however, now that he had broken through to the peak of his qi and blood? Ningbo let out a sigh of relief. There are still about 8 months before the 1-year deadline. I am now at the 6th level of the rudimentary martial realm. There are still 4 levels and 1 hurdle before I reach the true martial realm. According to my current progress, it would take about 7 or 8 months to reach the 10th level of the rudimentary martial realm, even if I cultivate step by step. The most difficult part should be the transformation from the rudimentary martial realm to the true martial realm. The joy in Ningyu's heart because of the breakthrough had been greatly restrained. The transformation from the rudimentary martial realm to the true martial realm was the most difficult. As far as he knew, some people who had reached the 10th level of the rudimentary martial realm had spent months or even a year to break through this threshold. Although Ningbo believed that his talent was not bad, he was not 100% sure that he could break through in a fixed amount of time. Immediately, he thought about it again. 1 year to reach the true martial realm is only a requirement. There is also the disciple competition next year. It is not that easy to stand out among the many disciples and take first place. Thinking of this, Ningbo immediately came out of seclusion and walked towards the outer sect deacon. Along the way, he had also met quite a number of people. To this, Ningbo passed by most of them. Only those he was familiar with would nod and greet. In the inner hall where the outer sect deacon was, Bai Chong was sitting there drinking tea. As the outer sect deacon, he had nothing to do. Drinking tea. That was just the normal process. At this moment, Ningbo walked in from outside. He cupped his hands and said, "Disciple Ningbo greets Deacon Bai." "Oh, Ningbo is here. Sit down." Bai Chong raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. When his gaze fell on Ningbo, he was surprised again. "You broke through to the 6th level of the rudimentary martial realm?" "I broke through by luck." "A breakthrough is a breakthrough. There is no such thing as luck. Sometimes, being too modest is meaningless," Bai Chong said, and then he sighed. "You broke through to the 6th level of the rudimentary martial realm from nothing in 4 months. Your natural talent is extraordinary indeed. Broke through to the 6th level of the rudimentary martial realm in 4 months. Bai Chong thought about his past and noticed that it was slightly unbearable. At that time, he seemed to have spent 4 months and was still at the 1st level of the rudimentary martial realm. His natural talent was so poor that it made one's hair stand on end. It was all thanks to Yuan Zong's advancement that he was able to attain his current accomplishments. He had forcefully pulled a pig to the spirit god realm. Cough cough. Of course, Bai Chang didn't think that he was that pig. However, it was a fact that his natural talent was poor. At least when compared to Ningbo, Bai Chang was so ashamed that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. However, he quickly recovered. As a spirit god realm expert, a cultivator at the 6th level of the rudimentary martial realm could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. What Bai Chang truly cared about was Ningbo's natural talent. After that, Bai Chang said, "But there's something I have to tell you. A person's bitter cultivation might not be a good thing. Besides his own cultivation, a cultivator needs to have the ability to deal with his enemies. If you blindly cultivate without any real practice, you may end up dying once you encounter a strong enemy." That's right. You have a high cultivation level but no corresponding strength. Ningbo nodded in deep agreement and said, "Deacon, you're right. I came here this time precisely for this matter. Tell me about it. Disciple has been in the sect for so long, yet there are many things that I don't know as clearly as Deacon. I wonder what I should do now. I hope Deacon won't be stingy with your guidance." Ningbo cupped his hands and spoke sincerely. When he heard this, Bai Chang pondered deeply in silence. He'd always wanted to find an opportunity to form a relationship with Ningbo. After all, Qin Shujian had brought Bai Chang here. If nothing unexpected happened, then Bai Chang would have a high status in Yuanzong in the future. Now he saw Bai Chang's cultivation talent. Bai Chang was almost 100% sure that Ningbo would become Qin Shujian's disciple. This was no small matter. If he had a good relationship with the future disciple of the sect master, he would be able to sit comfortably in his position as deacon. Therefore, when Ning Rua asked, Bai Chang was also seriously considering this problem. He was thinking about how to give the best suggestion so that the other party would owe him a favor. After thinking for a while, Bai Chang didn't answer first. Instead, he asked, "Does the sect master have any requirements for you? Break through to the real martial realm in 1 year and win the first place in the disciples competition next year. Break through to the real martial realm in 1 year and win the first place in the disciples competition." Bai Chang was stunned for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. This requirement might be difficult for others, but for Ningbo, it might not be impossible. Moreover, since Qin Shujian had made a request to Ningbo, needless to say, it must be a request for him to accept a disciple. Right now, the sect master was known as the strongest person in the cultivation world. For such a person to accept a disciple, he naturally wouldn't accept just anyone. Bai Chang thought for a while, then said, "If I remember correctly, you should have entered the sect in August. It's already December now. Next year's disciples competition should be held around May." The disciples competition is divided into several levels. The basic martial realm is one group, and the real martial realm is divided into several levels. If you have a year, you only need to break through to the real martial realm before August next year, and there won't be any problems. Therefore, my suggestion is that after you reach the 10th tier of the basic martial realm, don't rush to break through your realm. Suppress it a little and let yourself stay in the basic martial realm. After the competition, break through to the real martial realm. This way, your chances of winning first place in the competition will be very high. But if you want to compete in the true martial realm, to be honest, you've only been in the cultivation world for less than a year. It won't be easy to beat them." Speaking of this, Bai Chang was stunned for a moment. What did he mean? He seemed to be 100% sure that Ningbo would break through to the real martial realm before the competition. Bai Chang couldn't help but wonder if Lin Fan's talent was so high that he had absolute confidence in it. Just as Bai Chang was doubting himself, Ningbo nodded as if he had understood something. He said, "Deacon Bai's words are correct. If he did that, he would be suspected of taking advantage of the situation. But if he really did that, his chances of winning the competition would be much higher." Ahem. Bai Chang coughed twice, interrupting Lin Fan's thoughts. He said, "Don't underestimate those in the 10th tier of the basic martial realm. There are many cultivators in the sect who are stuck at the limit of the basic martial realm and are only one step away from the real martial realm. Some of these people have problems with their talent, and some deliberately suppress their realms. When it comes to true strength, even if they challenge those in a higher realm, they still have a chance. Deliberately suppress their realms? Ningbo was astonished. He suppressed his realms in order to become Qin Shujian's disciple. Then why did the others suppress their realms? It couldn't be for the grand competition. As if he could read Ningbo's mind, Bai Cheng said, "You guessed right. The reason they suppress their realms is for the grand competition." Without waiting for Ningbo to speak, Bai Cheng continued, "Perhaps you don't know what the rewards of the grand competition are. The first place or the top 3 in each level of the grand competition will be given a chance to enter the secret realm. Other than entering the secret realm, there are also cultivation methods, martial arts, and various resources as rewards. These rewards are generous. If it wasn't for the grand competition, it would take a long time to complete missions to obtain these resources." Secret realm? Ningbo was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of this name. Bai Cheng smiled and said, "You just came to the sect not long ago. It's normal that you haven't heard of the secret realm. The secret realm is a space treasure created by the sect master himself. That day, it attracted many experts to come and observe. After the secret realm was created, it has been sealed and no one has ever entered it. But according to the news from the sect, the spiritual qi in the secret realm is extremely rich. Cultivating for a day in the secret realm is better than cultivating for a month outside." Seeing the shocked look on Ningbo's face, Bai Cheng continued, "And because of the rich spiritual qi, if you encounter a bottleneck in your cultivation, the success rate of breaking through in the secret realm is much higher than outside. Besides the spiritual qi, it is said that there are other benefits in the secret realm. In short, there are many people who want to enter the secret realm. But there is only one way to enter the secret realm, and that is to get a ranking in the grand competition. Speaking of which, I believe you understand how important the grand competition is. It is normal for some people to suppress their realms in order to get a place in the secret realm." Hearing this, Ningbo finally understood why some people would suppress their realms. The secret realm, when he thought of this, his eyes lit up. Others wanted a place in the secret realm, so did Ningbo. And he had to get the first place in the grand competition. Otherwise, he would lose the opportunity to be Qin Shujian's disciple. If he couldn't be Qin Shujian's disciple, then he might as well have been Gongming's disciple. So, either he didn't do it, or he did it to the best of his ability. Bai Cheng said, "I won't say much about the disciples above the basic realm. I just want to tell you one thing. Don't underestimate anyone in the basic realm grand competition. The level of danger is not much lower than that of the true martial realm. I see that you have been cultivating wholeheartedly for the past few months. Although you have reached a certain realm, you can't really use much of your strength. To put it bluntly, a cultivator of the 3rd or 4th stage of the new martial realm who has been through hundreds of battles would have the chance to kill you. Even a disciple of the 5th stage of the new martial realm could defeat you." Bai Cheng said, "Don't think that I am fooling you. A cultivator's strengthened realm are one aspect, and battle experience is another aspect. Both are indispensable. If the gap between realms is too big, then no amount of battle experience can make up for it. Similarly, if the difference in cultivation level wasn't too great, it wouldn't be difficult for a cultivator with rich combat experience to kill a cultivator with no combat experience. On the day of the grand competition, you will face many cultivators of the same realm. At that time, your shortcomings will be infinitely magnified. Not to mention first place, you might not even have a chance to be in the top 3. Ningbo's expression kept changing. After a long time, he suddenly stood up, bowed deeply, and said sincerely, "I hope that Deacon can help me." Since Bai Cheng had said so much, he must have a solution. So, Ningbo also hoped that Bai Cheng could give him some pointers. Ningbo had been in the outside world for so many years. Although he was young, he had seen all kinds of people. He had a way of figuring out people's hearts. Bai Cheng's actions today also meant that he wanted to do him a favor. As for why he wanted to do him a favor, it was because of Qin Shujian. Bai Cheng also hoped that he could become Qin Shujian's disciple. At that time, he would benefit, and so would Qin Shujian. Because of this, After Nyingbo spoke, he immediately added, if Deacon is willing to give me some pointers, I will not forget Deacon's kindness. If there is a chance in the future, I will repay you generously. Haha, you are too polite. Bai Chong was in a good mood. Why did he say so much? Wasn't it because he was waiting for Bai Chong to say that Nyingbo was good, so Bai Chong would not be stingy? You should know about the book collection pavilion. I know. Nyingbo nodded. He knew a little about the book collection pavilion. After all, it was a place to learn cultivation methods and martial arts. How could Nyingbo not know about it? Bai Chong looked around and then said, outer disciples have a second chance to enter the book collection pavilion by spending a certain amount of contribution points. Generally speaking, the second floor of the book collection pavilion contains cultivation methods and martial arts of the real martial arts realm. Deacon, you want me to go to the book collection pavilion to practice martial arts? Yes. With my current strength, I am afraid it will not be easy to master martial arts of the real martial arts realm. Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. Bai Chong smiled mysteriously and said, on the second floor of the book collection pavilion, the 18th row of bookshelves is the third floor from the bottom to the top. Then from left to right, on page 67 of the 23rd book, there is a sword movement. If you can master this sword movement, no one will be your opponent in the grand competition next year. Deacon, are you serious? Haha, of course. Bai Chong said mysteriously, let me tell you, there is no third person who knows this secret. I saw it by accident when I went to the book collection pavilion in the past. Plus, this sword movement is hidden. I am sure that no one else knows about it except me. Now at most, you are the only one who knows about it. After saying that, Bai Chang's face became serious and he said, but this is only between you and me. You can't mention it to others without permission. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you when your enemy fails miserably in the future. Deacon, don't worry. I understand. When he saw how serious Bai Chong was, Nyingbo replied solemnly as well. He wasn't an idiot. If there really was such a sword movement, then it would definitely be better if fewer people knew about it. At the very least, he couldn't allow others to find out about it before the competition came to an end. If someone else learned it and defeated him instead, then he wouldn't even have a place to cry. However, Nyingbo was curious in his heart as well, and he couldn't help but ask. May I know the rank of that sword technique? Truthfully speaking, I don't dare confirm its rank, but it's at least at the divine rank. No, it isn't just at the divine rank. It's probably at the high grade of the divine rank or perhaps an incomplete god rank martial technique. Bai Chong shook his head because he didn't dare confirm it as well. That sword technique was too profound. Even a cultivator at the domain enlightened spirit god realm like him only knew a little about it. High grade of the divine rank, god rank, Nyingbo revealed a bewildered expression. Regarding this, Bai Chong explained patiently and said, the martial techniques cultivated at the basic rank are at the mortal rank. The true rank corresponds to the truth rank, the spirit rank corresponds to the spirit rank, the divine rank corresponds to the god rank, and the diviner rank corresponds to the god rank. Now, you should understand how important the sword technique is, right? Nyingbo nodded in deep agreement. He finally understood why Bai Chong spoke so mysteriously about it. He felt that the level of that sword technique was actually so high. After his pleasant surprise, Nyingbo quickly recovered from his shock. If it's really like that, then I'm unable to cultivate such a formidable martial technique with my current strength, right? What do you know? Bai Chong glanced at him and said with disdain, a martial technique at this level relies on comprehension. Even if you're able to comprehend a tiny portion of it, it's an extremely important matter. The amount you comprehend is your own. Even if you're unable to bring forth its entire might, even 1/100th of it is sufficient to easily annihilate those cultivators at the basic rank. As they spoke, Bai Chong said, hand over your identity token. Although Nyingbo did not understand, he still handed over his identity token respectfully. He only saw Bai Chong take out his own identity token and put the two together. Then, he returned Nyingbo's identity token. To enter the second floor of the library, you'll need 100 contribution points. I saw that you've just entered the sect not long ago, so it's impossible for you to obtain any contribution points. So, I've transferred some contribution points to you. Remember, this is only a loan to you. You'll have to return it in full in the future. Ningbo reached out and took the identity token. Seeing that the contribution points on it had increased from 0 to 100, he immediately said gratefully, "Deacon, I'll definitely repay your kindness in the future." 100 contribution points, to him now, was like charcoal in snowy weather. During this period of time, Ningbo had been cultivating. He did not have the time to complete any missions, let alone the opportunity to obtain any contribution points. Bai Chang said, "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. There's one more thing I have to tell you." "Deacon, please speak." According to the rules, if a disciple has been in the sect for half a year and has not been promoted to an inner disciple, he'll have to pay 100 contribution points to the sect every month. Otherwise, he'll be expelled from the sect. Now that you've been in the sect for 4 months, you still have 2 months to enjoy yourself. After 2 months, you'll have to pay 100 contribution points per month according to the rules. I can't help you much with these contribution points. You'll have to figure it out yourself. If I can't be promoted to an inner disciple within half a year, I'll have to pay 100 contribution points per month. Ningbo almost thought that he had misheard. Was this a joke? He knew one thing about the requirements to be promoted to an inner disciple, that was, to break through to the real martial realm. From Bai Chang's attitude, he was already an amazing person to break through to the real martial realm in a year. What did it mean to break through to the real martial realm in half a year, all of a sudden? Ningbo felt the deep malice of the sect from Bai Chang's words. Bai Chang glanced at him, shook his head and said, "Some things are better understood in your heart. There's no need to say it out loud. Anyway, rules are rules. Everyone has to abide by them. Anyone who breaks the rules will not have a good ending. It's actually not difficult to earn 100 contribution points per month. If you're strong enough, you can spend some time and complete a few missions. You'll be able to get it. Thank you for your advice, Deacon. I know what to do." Ningbo took a deep breath and bowed again to express his gratitude. If Bai Chang hadn't spoken, he would have been completely blind in many things. Looking at Ningbo's back as he left, Bai Chang felt a little helpless. He secretly complained about the sect's rule that outer sect disciples couldn't be promoted within half a year and had to pay 100 contribution points every month. However, these contribution points couldn't be deducted to him, so Bai Chang couldn't be bothered. As soon as this rule came out, many outer sect disciples complained. But so what if there were complaints? The sect's rules were rules. It was obvious. This rule was just short of telling them that the sect was fleecing them. So there were many things that were tacitly understood. Bai Chang admired Qin Shujian's insanity to the extent that he wouldn't even let an outer disciple go. It was unprecedented to fleece to such an extent. Subsequently, Bai Chang picked up the teacup by the side and took a sip of the spiritual tea. A smile appeared on his face. This time, Ningbo came over and he did him a few favors. As long as he wasn't an ungrateful person, he would definitely be rewarded in the future. 100 contribution points were nothing to Bai Chang. Even if he lost it, he wouldn't feel any heartache. But for Ningbo, 100 contribution points were something that could change his fate. Thinking of this, Bai Chang couldn't help but sigh and said, "Boy, I won't ask too much from you. When you have money in the future, just give me 100 or 200,000 contribution points." After sighing for a while, he quickly shut his mouth. Then, he couldn't help but slap his own mouth with his hand. He didn't learn from his mistakes. He didn't talk to himself anymore. He couldn't change this bad habit now. If one day trouble came from his mouth, he would really be done for. But thinking of this, Bai Chang's smile didn't diminish. Gradually, his smile faded a little. There was something that Bai Chang didn't think much of before, but now he couldn't figure it out. Why did he tell the other party about that sword move out of the blue? After all, it was his biggest secret and also a great opportunity. Bai Chang had always held this secret in his hand and refused to tell others easily. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't take away or destroy the books in the library, he would have destroyed the book directly. But just now, in front of Ningbo. However, Bai Chang could not help but think of the sword move. Then, he could not help but say, "It's a sword move." Now that he thought about it, he felt that he was a little dizzy. "Don't tell me I'll get drunk from drinking spirit tea?" After muttering to himself, Bai Cheng gave himself another slap. "Who asked you to be so cheap?" On the other side, Ningbo left Bai Cheng's place with 100 contribution points in his pocket. He asked around as he walked, and then came to the front of the library. The one guarding the library was a middle-aged deacon. Just by looking at his attire, Ningbo knew that his status was higher than Bai Cheng's. Deacons were divided into inner and outer sect. Among them, the status of an inner court deacon was one level higher than that of an outer court deacon. Just like how the status of an inner sect elder was higher than that of an outer sect elder, it was the same for the deacons. Seeing the inner sect deacon, Ningbo said respectfully, "Disciple greets deacon. You want to enter the library?" "Yes." "Enter the first floor or the second floor?" The middle-aged deacon glanced at Ningbo, and the latter's cultivation level was exposed in his eyes. 6th level of the martial initiation realm, this was almost the lowest level in the entire sect. The sect had not recruited disciples for a long time, and most of those who were still in the outer sect had already broken through to the true martial realm. Those who were still in the outer sect were at least in the 6th level of the martial initiation realm. Although martial arts centers from all over the country would send people here from time to time, but those who could come from martial arts centers had some cultivation, and the lowest level was around the 5th level of the martial initiation realm. So speaking of which, the 6th level of the martial initiation realm was basically the lowest level. Seeing Ningbo's age, the middle-aged deacon shook his head inwardly. At such an old age, and still in the 6th level of the martial initiation realm, there was no future to speak of. At most, he would break through to the true martial initiation realm and then be sent outside. That was what he thought. But the middle-aged deacon still had professional ethics, and did not show the disdain in his heart on his face. Ningbo did not know what he was thinking, and replied respectfully, "Disciple wants to enter the 2nd floor." Seeing this, the middle-aged deacon frowned again and said, "Let me tell you, the 2nd floor may not be better than the 1st floor. Although there are many true rank martial arts on the 2nd floor, there are also some spirit rank martial arts mixed in. But for a cultivator in the basic realm, it takes a lot of time to cultivate high rank martial arts, and it is not beneficial to their own cultivation. Remember, cultivation is the foundation of everything, don't neglect the essentials." Ningbo said politely, "Deacon, you are right, but disciple still wants to enter the 2nd floor." "Fine, give me your identity token." The middle-aged deacon shook his head and did not try to persuade him anymore. He only said a few words because he saw that Ningbo was so old and his cultivation was so low. He did not wish for him to stop here. Since the other party did not want to listen, then he did not want to waste any more words. Good words could not persuade a damned ghost. After Ningbo handed over the identity token, the middle-aged deacon took the remaining 100 contribution points from him and handed the identity token back. "Go in, there is a time limit in the library. If you exceed the time limit, the identity token will automatically ring, and that will be the time to leave the library. Remember, if you don't leave when the time is up, then someone will personally come and kick you out," the middle-aged deacon warned. Ningbo took back the identity token and said, "Thank you for telling me, disciple already knows. Go in, it is not easy to earn contribution points, so cherish this time." The middle-aged deacon waved his hand, and the library that was originally closed also opened at this time. Ningbo bowed again and walked in. In the next moment, the door quietly closed. The middle-aged deacon looked at the closed door and shook his head. What a pity, he is somewhat polite, but cultivation depends on talent, and it will be difficult for him to achieve much. When he took the contribution points from Lin Fan, he saw his remaining contribution points. It was exactly 100 contribution points. In the middle-aged deacon's opinion, Lin Fan should be the kind of disciple who was at the bottom and worked hard to accumulate contribution points. When he finally accumulated 100 contribution points, he immediately came to exchange for a place to enter the library. The middle-aged deacon approved of such a person. At least, Lin Fan was indeed very diligent in cultivation. But his talent is too poor, and he is biting off more than he can chew. These 100 contribution points are destined to be wasted. The middle-aged deacon shook his head again, then went back to sleep on the recliner and closed his eyes to rest. On the other side. After entering the library, Ningbo saw a vast space with a large number of bookshelves. Every bookshelf was filled with books, and many disciples were quietly flipping through them. This is the library. It was Ning Fu's first time here, and she was also shocked by the scene in front of her. From the outside, the library was just a small attic. But when he walked in, he realized that it was a completely different world. Ningbo did not know how to describe such a method, and he was so shocked that he was speechless. But soon, he came back to his senses. He looked back and forth and finally found the stairs to the second floor, then he walked up. The second floor of the library was also guarded by deacons. When Ningbo came up, the deacon also asked him to show his identity token, and after checking it, he returned the token and let Ningbo in. He had already been shocked once. So when he entered the second floor, Ningbo was much calmer. 18th row. Recalling Bai Chang's words, Ningbo slowly walked forward. First row, second row, 16th row, 17th row, 18th row. When he walked to the 18th row, Ningbo stopped in his tracks. At the 18th row, there were also some disciples who were flipping through martial arts books. He pretended to sit down on the spot, then casually picked up a martial arts book and started reading. At first glance, he realized that it was a palm technique of the upper true level. Ningbo only took a few glances and felt that he could not take it. With his current realm, it was very difficult for him to understand upper true level martial arts, let alone upper true level martial arts. However, Ningbo was not really looking at this, but while he was flipping through the martial arts books, he constantly glanced back and forth at the 18th row. Counting from bottom to top, the third floor. Counting from left to right, the 23rd book. Ningbo firmly remembered Bai Chang's words. After finding the martial arts book he wanted, he did not immediately exchange for it, but pretended to read for a long time. Then, as if he had not had enough, he put the martial arts book back to its original place, and then as if he was randomly picking, he pulled out the 23rd book on the third floor. When he took out this book, Ningbo's heart seemed to beat faster. He remembered that Bai Chang said that he could not let others know. So Ningbo did not dare to directly take the martial arts book, afraid that he would attract the attention of some people in the past. When he saw the title of the book clearly, Ningbo was stunned for a moment. Detailed map of the Great Zhao dynasty, he wanted to ridicule. This kind of thing was placed on the second floor. Didn't it feel a bit deceitful? But ridicule was ridicule. Ningbo finally understood why no one knew of the existence of this sword move. Who would spend 100 contribution points just to look at a map? Thinking of this, Ningbo could not help but guess. How free is Bai Chang to spend 100 contribution points just to look at a map? Ningbo shook his head. He expressed that he could not understand the thoughts of this kind of person. But it was also because of this that the other party would have additional gains. He thought in his heart. Ningbo flipped through the book as if he was seriously looking at the things on the book, but because it was a map, he flipped through it faster than normal books. Page 67. Not long later, he flipped to page 67. Different from the other pages, page 67 was slightly floating, as if there was a faint spirit energy lingering around it. There wasn't much drawn on the page, only a shallow scratch on it. However, when Ningyu's gaze fell on this scratch, she felt a buzzing in her head, and the surrounding scene had suddenly changed. The void, the endless dark void, he could not tell up from down, left from right, and could not feel the passage of time. Just as Ningbo was panicking, a ray of light, a sword light cut through the darkness, tearing apart the void. Although the sword light was small, it replaced all the light in the world. In this sword light, he vaguely saw the movement of a sword being drawn. Very quickly, Ningbo woke up. The surrounding environment, from the collapsed void, returned to the library. At an unknown time, Ningbo was covered in a cold sweat. When he once again looked at the page, the scratch was still the same, but he did not have the same comprehension as before, as if everything that had just appeared was an illusion. But only Ningbo knew that this was not an illusion. In his mind, there was still the lingering sword light, as well as the vague movement. This is the sword move that Bai Chang mentioned. Ningbo's hands were trembling. Although he did not have much knowledge, he could feel endless mysteries from the sword light just now. Ningbo was sure that he had definitely obtained a great opportunity. Just as Ningbo opened the page, Qin Shujian, who was cultivating in the forbidden area, suddenly opened his eyes. This is strange. Just now, he had sensed a fleeting aura. If he was not wrong, that aura should belong to another celestial being. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's face was a little gloomy. Could it be that a celestial being dares to sneak into Yuan's sect at this time? Then, he stood up from the ground, took a step, and disappeared on the spot. In the library, the middle-aged deacon, who was taking a nap with his eyes closed, did not notice anything. There was another person on the second floor of the library. However, no matter who it was, they didn't even notice the presence of this extra person. They didn't even give him a second glance. Qin Shujian walked to the 18th row of bookshelves and took out the book that Ningbo had just put back. He could still feel the residual aura on it. This aura was a little familiar to him. Ningbo? Qin Shujian would never forget the people that he had personally interacted with. However, he was curious about why Ningbo would appear here and what it had to do with the celestial aura that had just appeared. He was a little puzzled. Qin Shujian opened the book and flipped to page 67. When he saw the mark on it, a faint smile appeared on his face. I thought that a celestial being would be so bold as to sneak into Yuan's sect. It turns out that it was a Dao rhyme left behind by a former celestial being. In Qin Shujian's eyes, the mark in front of him was not a simple mark, but a sword mark. However, what surprised him was that an extremely ordinary book with a detailed map of the great Zhao dynasty would hide the Dao rhyme of a celestial being. If the aura had not leaked out, Qin Shujian would not have noticed it. He put the book back in its original position and did not care much about this matter. It was fine as long as no one had sneaked in. As for the Dao rhyme of a celestial being in the book, it should have been left behind by a celestial being who wanted to give some blessings to others. Who was this celestial being? Qin Shujian was not sure. This was because the majority of the books in the library belonged to other sections. Yuanzong had destroyed dozens of sects in total. It was undoubtedly a fantasy for him to find which sect this map of the great Zhao Empire had come from. After putting the book back in its original position, Qin Shujian turned and left. Just as he had come quietly, he left quietly and no one noticed his tracks. After leaving the library, Qin Shujian did not return to the forbidden area but returned to his courtyard. He had just ended his cultivation and was not in the mood to continue cultivating. However, what he cared about was Ningbo. The first time I came to the library, I found the Dao rhyme left behind by a celestial being and obtained some of the celestial being's legacy. Could this be the benefit of having a flourishing providence? Qin Shujian thought about it and felt that this was the only explanation that could explain why Ningbo could discover the problem with the celestial being's legacy. As for whether anyone else had obtained the celestial being's legacy, he was not sure. At that time, he had not broken through to the celestial being realm. Even if someone had triggered it, he might not have been able to sense it. There was a more important point. Qin Shujian was not in the sect all year round. Even if someone had read it when he was not in the sect, he would not have known. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, the probability of others obtaining the celestial being's legacy was not high. These things depended on luck. To be honest, Qin Shujian had green providence, but he did not feel the benefits of having a flourishing providence. However, when it came to Ningbo, he was able to truly experience how strong one's luck was. It was truly strong. Qin Shujian even suspected that if Ningbo was given a system, he would definitely be the son of destiny. No. Even if he doesn't have a system, he is still the template of the son of destiny. After all, being able to enter the Yuan sect is a very good starting platform in itself. If he can also become my disciple and have a top expert like me to teach him, it would be more practical than any system. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian realized that Ningbo was indeed the son of destiny. At this point, Qin Shujian also paid some attention to this person who might become his disciple in the future. However, although he paid attention to him, he did not intervene too much. If he really had a flourishing providence, then he would naturally win first place in the competition and become his disciple. Otherwise, he would not be the son of destiny. Qin Shujian did not care about Ningbo's matter anymore. While the Yuan sect was developing step by step, time also passed by. Originally, it was decided that the sect would open its doors to recruit disciples in half a year. Now that he calculated the time, it had been more than 5 months since the news had spread. In other words, there was not much time left before the Yuan sect would leave the sect. Regarding this, a large number of experts had gathered in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain recently. Often, one could see God Martial Realm cultivators flying in the sky. The aura that leaked out made the hearts of ordinary cultivators tremble. As the Yuan sect's neighbor, the Blue Cloud sect was also under a lot of pressure. There was no other way. The strongest person in the Blue Cloud sect was Qing Su, a level 1 spiritual martial realm cultivator. In the past, the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain was guarded by the Yuan sect. Not many cultivators dared to casually step into this place. Even if they did, they would stay in the Liang Mountain City and would not run around. However, it was different now. Seeing that the Yuan sect was about to open its doors, experts from all over the place brought their juniors and rushed to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain like a swarm of bees. During this period of time, just the number of God Martial Realm cultivators flying over the Blue Cloud sect's head was no less than 20 to 30. The Blue Cloud sect was also very sullen about this situation. Sect Master, those cultivators are too presumptuous. They know that our sect is here, but they still flew over without any restraint. They simply don't put our Blue Cloud sect in their eyes. In the main hall, an elder with a white beard shouted angrily. As for the other elders, some of them were also angry when they heard this. Qing Su's expression was indescribable. He said faintly, "Then why don't Elder Qin Yang act and kill all those who dare to trample on our Blue Cloud sect?" When Qin Yang heard this, the angry expression on his face immediately stiffened. He was only a level 9 true martial realm cultivator. He hadn't even reached the peak of the true martial realm. If he encountered those God martial realm cultivators, he would be blown away in a breath. For a moment, Qin Yang's face was full of embarrassment. Qing Su glanced at him and said faintly, "There are some things that I don't need to say. You should all understand. Although our Blue Cloud sect is not weak, this is the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. Our sect used to be only one of the true Dominion sects. In the Spirit Domain, we are insignificant. If not for Yuan Zong's protection, our sect would have been destroyed in the previous few disasters." Qing Su's words echoed in the main hall. Many of the Blue Cloud sect's elders were silent. Qing Su said, "If you are not strong enough, then you should tuck your tail between your legs and behave yourself. If our sect had Yuan Zong's strength, who would dare to fly over our heads and trample on our dignity, not to mention God Martial Realm cultivators, even heavenly beings would not dare to disrespect Yuan Zong. In the end, it is because our Blue Cloud sect is not strong enough that we ended up in this situation." Elder Qin Yang was hesitant, but he quickly refuted, "Sect Master, although your words are true, we are cultivators. There are things that we can and cannot do. How can we resign ourselves to adversity? If you are unwilling to resign yourself to adversity, then you will die." Qing Su sneered and said, "If Elder Qin Yang wants to defend our sect's dignity, I will definitely not stop you. If Elder Qin Yang dies in battle, I will leave behind an ancestral hall for you. I will write about your great achievements for future generations to admire." Qin Yang really wanted to say, F***CKU. Why didn't he realize that Qing Su's words were so vicious in the past? He wanted to refute and even rush out to compete with those people, but the instinctive desire in his heart made Qin Yang calm down. Qing Su snorted and said, "You should also understand that dignity is not something that can be obtained with words. It is also not something that can be redeemed with hot blood. If you want to have dignity, you must have the corresponding strength." Now, the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain has been promoted for several years, but our sect still only has one Spirit God Realm cultivator. The remaining experts are only at the true martial realm. With such strength, we are practically at the bottom of the Spirit Domain. In this way, what qualifications do we have to make others respect us and give us dignity? If all of you really want to fight for our sect's dignity, then cultivate properly. At the very least, give birth to a few Spirit God Realm cultivators for our sect. That way, the situation wouldn't be as embarrassing as it is now. Otherwise, just tuck your tail between your legs obediently and don't do any proper work all day long. All of you have nothing better to do. The hall was filled with Qing Su's furious voice. The other elders lowered their heads, and none of them refuted him. It couldn't be helped. They were really guilty. As the neighbors of the top sections. Although the Blue Cloud sect and the other sects did not have much dignity, their safety was still guaranteed. For Qing Su, losing face was nothing. As long as the sect's legacy was still there, he would have the capital to turn things around. At this moment, Qing Su looked at the elders in front of him and wanted to shout, "Life is full of ups and downs." But, he looked at his white beard and dispelled the impulse in his heart. If he did not break through to the spirit martial realm, in another 30 years, he would be a person who would be buried in the ground. Just as the sects of the Liang Mountain spiritual domain were trembling because of the influx of experts, Yuanzong was also preparing for something. It was very simple. Now that the branches were moving, the first thing to do was to build a branch city to accommodate the 100,000 disciples that were about to arrive. The city was one of the foundations in the future. There was no room for carelessness in these matters. As for the permits to build the city, with Qin Shujian's current reputation, it was not a big problem to ask Marquis Bayun for a few. Although the land belonged to the imperial court, Marquis Bayun was the one who made the decision in the Bayun mansion. After getting the permits, Qin Shujian immediately arranged for people to prepare for the construction of the city. Because of the urgency of the construction this time, Yuanzong's mission hall issued some tasks to recruit some disciples to help. Qin Shujian also found a large number of craftsmen from outside. All the materials were purchased from the carrier trading company. Regarding this, Lin Wanyu was grinning from ear to ear. Since the Liang Mountain spiritual domain had advanced, coupled with his friendship with Qin Shujian, he had directly taken the position of chief steward of the spiritual domain. The entire branch of the carrier trading company was under Lin Wanyu's control. Elder Su, don't worry. The carrier trading company will be able to prepare these materials in 3 days. When the time comes, I will personally send them to you. In the inner hall, Lin Wanyu raised his teacup and toasted from afar. Su Yuanming also raised his teacup and took a sip. He said, "Chief Steward Lin, of course I am not worried about you. However, this construction of the branch city cannot be sloppy. The materials must be of high quality. After all, Chief Steward should know that the sect master values the construction of the city very much." Elder Su, don't worry. I understand. Lin Wanyu's face was solemn. When Qin Shujian's name was mentioned, he didn't dare to be careless. Qin Shujian was no longer the true Dominion Protectorate Lord of the past. Back then, Qin Shujian had been on equal footing with him because he had been the Protectorate Lord of the True Dominion. However, Qin Shujian was now a heavenly man and the #1 expert of the cultivation world. Regarding this, Lin Wanyu also changed his attitude. His title as the chief steward of Spirit Realm wasn't weak. In fact, his true identity was comparable to the sect master of a large sect in Spirit Realm. But in front of Qin Shujian, it was the difference between a firefly and the moon. It was important to know one's own limits. Lin Wanyu was very clear about this. Su Yuanming said, "Fortunately, it's best that the materials used to forge the city this time are mainly Tier 5. 5th stage." Lin Wanyu was shocked. For the construction of ordinary cities, the materials used were only ordinary materials. Some of the larger cities used mostly Tier 2 and Tier 3 materials. Because a city was very big, the amount of materials needed was also huge. If all the materials were used to forge the city, the amount of silver required would be astronomical. Lin Wanyu had originally thought that Sky Origin would only need Tier 1 and Tier 2 materials to forge the city. But even so, the amount that Yuanzong needed was worth several 100 million taels of silver. However, after hearing Su Yuanming's words, Lin Wanyu felt that his breathing was not smooth. Big order, super big order, the materials used to construct the 5 cities were all at least Tier 5. Lin Wanyu secretly estimated that the amount of silver that Yuanzong needed was at least 10 billion taels. When he thought of this, Lin Wanyu's breathing became sluggish again. Even his heartbeat slowed by half a beat. "Elder Su, are you serious?" "Of course." "Good." Lin Wanyu's fingers trembled slightly. This was a 10 billion order. Although he was the chief steward of Spirit Realm, the annual turnover of the entire Liang Mountain Spirit Realm was at most a few 100 million silver taels. Now, he was suddenly asking for 10 billion silver taels. Lin Wanyu realized that he could save 20 years of hard work. As the chief steward of Spirit Realm, he could take a cut of every transaction in the Qingyun Trading Company. Even if this cut was not much, it was enough to make one's limbs go weak. Lin Wanyu took a few deep breaths and said, "Your honorable sect wants too many materials, but I can promise you that within 7 days, no, within 5 days, I will be able to gather them all. However, Elder Su will need to pay a 20% deposit first. This is not something I can decide. This is the rule of the Qingyun Trading Company. After all, this transaction is too big." Su Yuanming said, "No problem. How much silver taels do you need?" "Wait a moment. I will get someone to calculate it," Lin Wanyu said. Then, he called someone over and whispered a few words in his ear. That person was also shocked, but he quickly bowed and retreated. Not long after, that person returned and whispered something in Lin Wanyu's ear before leaving again. Lin Wanyu said, "The materials that Sky Origin sect needs this time are worth about 12 billion silver taels. However, the exact amount depends on the actual cost of building the city. Considering the relationship between Sky Origin sect and Qingyun Trading Company, Elder Su only needs to pay 2.4 billion silver taels first. 2.4 billion silver taels." Su Yuanming's heart skipped a beat. Although he was in charge of the Sundry Hall, he could not remain calm in the face of so much silver taels. However, fortunately, although Su Yuanming was shocked, he maintained a calm expression and smiled. "I did not bring too much silver taels this time. How about this? I will return to Sky Origin sect first. Tomorrow, I will send the money that Steward Lin needs." "No problem." Lin Wanyu nodded. He did not doubt the authenticity of Su Yuanming's words. After all, Su Yuanming was an inner sect elder of Sky Origin sect. Sky Origin sect was one of the top sects in Baiyun Mansion. If it was any other small sect, Lin Wanyu would not have believed them so easily and would not have simply asked for a 20% deposit. After all, it was impossible to believe that a small sect could take out 10 billion silver taels. Subsequently, Su Yuanming stood up and bid farewell. On the other side, Lin Wanyu immediately began to gather the materials that Sky Origin sect needed. It was not an easy task to gather the materials needed to build 5 cities. Even with the Qingyun Trading Company's large business, they still needed a certain amount of time to gather the materials. The next day, Su Yuanming personally delivered the silver taels. In the next few days, the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain's Qingyun Trading Company abandoned all other businesses and focused all their efforts on gathering the materials that Sky Origin sect needed. In these few days, the smile on Lin Wanyu's face did not diminish at all. Everyone that he met was smiling happily. Those who did not know would think that he had made a fortune. However, to Lin Wanyu, he had really made a fortune this time. 10 billion silver taels. Even if it was only 1% or 2%, it would still be a few 100 million silver taels. I am now in the first level of the spiritual martial realm. If I can get this amount of silver taels and exchange them for resources, I can at least break through to the airborne realm. Lin Wanyu was already thinking about what he should do after he got the money. The most important thing for a cultivator was strength. After becoming the chief manager, Lin Wanyu had also received a lot of resources from the trading company. That was why he could easily step into the spiritual martial realm. However, if he wanted to go further, he would need to work hard. Now, with this deal, Lin Wanyu felt that he should be able to break through to the airborne realm. In addition, the trading company would definitely reward him for completing such a large order. With the combination of the two, Lin Wanyu was confident that he could step into the 7th level of the spiritual martial realm. Once he reached the spiritual martial realm, he would have a certain amount of authority in the entire Qingyun Trading Company and could be considered to be in the upper echelons. To this, Lin Wanyu had always been thinking about it. Now that he finally had the chance, he would definitely not let it go. 12 billion. Qin Shujian had already expected Lin Wanyu's price. The last time he built Liangshan City, Yuanzhong was still very poor. Therefore, the materials used to build the city were very ordinary. Even with his skills as a grandmaster blacksmith, he could only forge Xianxia city into a low-grade spiritual artifact. However, it was different this time. Yuanzong had destroyed a top sect. Qin Shujian was also pulling wool from everywhere. With the Yuan cabinet. As a money-making machine, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Yuanzong was filthy rich now. If I'm going to do it, I'll do it to the best of my ability. This was Qin Shujian's current thought. He had already planned to refine all of the cities and the various branches into high-grade spiritual artifacts. If not for the lack of innate embryos, Qin Shujian would have been able to forge all the cities into Dao artifacts. As for injecting luck, he had never thought of taking such a shortcut. More than 10 billion taels of silver was already enough to empty out a top sect. However, it was still within the range that Yuanzong could afford. At most. In the future, he would be a little more frugal. Moreover, he now had the support of Tiangang sect and Giant Spirit sect, so it was not a big problem. Subsequently, Qin Shujian got up and left the courtyard, arriving at the sect's treasury. After showing his identity token, the door of the treasury opened. Qin Shujian stepped inside and saw a vast space. A mustard seed containing a Mount Sumeru. This was a method that he imitated the Heavenly Corpse sect's library and simply made one in the treasury. The treasury was divided into a total of 3 spaces. One space was for spiritual herbs, one for various materials, and one for gold, silver, and jewelry. Yes. Qin Shujian put all the gold, silver, and jewelry into the treasury. This was because the amount was not small. If he did not put it in the treasury and lost it one day, he felt that he would cry. First, he went to the silver taels treasury. The silver taels that had been piled up in half of the space were now only 1/10 of it. Seeing this, Qin Shujian felt pain in his heart. However, he quickly comforted himself. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. It's just some silver taels. As a heavenly human and the sect master of a top sect, I must have the spirit of an expert. He comforted himself a few times in his heart. Qin Shujian reluctantly took a breath and decided not to look at the silver taels treasury. Instead, he stepped into the material treasury. Similar to the silver taels treasury, the material treasury was also very rare. This was because the materials that could be sent into the treasury were all high-level materials or precious treasures. Looking at the materials that were at least 8th or 9th level, Qin Shujian fell into deep thought. If he wanted to reforge Cold Mountain City, he had to at least improve the foundation of Cold Mountain City. If a lower-level spiritual artifact was merged with an innate embryo, then even if it was a refined Dao artifact, it would not be a powerful one. Since he was going to do it, then he had to do it well. However, Qin Shujian looked at the materials in front of him and sighed. Although there are many materials now, it is still not enough to merge into Cold Mountain City. No, it is not really not enough. Soon, Qin Shujian overturned his own opinion. How many materials were needed to reforge a city? Indeed, a normal city would require a lot of materials. However, if it was to refine a Dao artifact, then it might not be necessary. Qin Shujian realized that he had fallen into a wrong line of thought. Now that his thoughts were clear, the bitter expression on his face disappeared. Year 6787 of the Qin dynasty, the first day of the 10th month, the Yuan sect opened its gates and recruited disciples from all over the world. On this day, the teleportation gate of Cold Mountain City did not stop. People walked out from it one after another and headed towards Cold Mountain. Apart from that, there were also experts who flew through the air and brought their juniors to Cold Mountain City. On this day, many elders of the Yuan sect came out to deal with the matter of recruiting disciples. Niao Feng looked at the experts gathered in front of him. There were hundreds of divine martial realm experts. When their auras gathered together, even if they did not deliberately release it, it was still enough to make one's heart tremble. Therefore, he felt a great deal of pressure. To put it bluntly, Niao Feng was only a great cultivator at the peak of the vision divine stage. Moreover, he was very weak. Facing so many divine martial realm experts, it would be a lie to say that he did not feel pressure. However, Looking at the crowd in front of him, Niao Feng put his hands behind his back and secretly crushed a jade talisman. Immediately after, a vast aura exploded from his body and instantly swept across the entire place. It pressured the great cultivators of the divine martial realm to the point that their expressions changed. Celestial pressure, this was the method that Qin Shujian gave Niao Feng. After using it, one would gain the celestial pressure. Of course, other than pressure, this had no other use. Therefore, this jade talisman only had one use. Short name, pretentious. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Niao Feng nodded in satisfaction and said loudly, "Today, the Yuan sect is opening its gates and recruiting disciples from all over the world. I am very gratified that all of you are able to come. However, the sect has its own rules. The people recruited this time cannot be older than 16 years old and must have a suitable foundation to join the sect. If you are an otherworldly person, you must be at least at the 7th level of the true martial realm and complete the corresponding test before you can join the sect. If you do not meet these two conditions, you can go back now." After that, there was no change in the scene. The conditions for the Yuan sect to recruit disciples had been spread out. Those who came now basically thought that they met the conditions. Niao Feng did not say more about this. It didn't matter if these people really met the requirements or if they just wanted to fish in troubled waters. Because there were still tests later. Even if they wanted to fish in troubled waters, they would be screened out. If they really broke through layers of tests and successfully mixed in, it would be because they were capable. Qin Shujian didn't refuse any of these capable people, even if they were slightly less talented or older. People with brains. It did not matter if they were not talented. A marrow-cleansing elixir could make them become cultivation geniuses. What they were afraid of was that it did not matter if they were not talented or not smart. Such a person was truly terrifying. If they were in danger, it did not matter if they died. They could drag their teammates down with them. Hearing Niao Feng's words, the group of cultivators who came with their juniors did not say much. They just let their juniors participate in the test. The whole process. There was no disturbance at all. No one wanted to make trouble. Seeing this, Niao Feng also felt a little bored. In this regard, some people were also speechless in their hearts. Although the expression on Niao Feng's face was not very obvious, some sharp-eyed people could see it. They looked at the black-robed man standing next to Niao Feng. Those great cultivators of the god martial arts realm were all terrified. Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, a divine-level slaughtering beast, was standing there. At this time, no one dared to be presumptuous. Whoever dared to be presumptuous and provoke Jiang Feng to attack would be dead. Not only that, they would also offend the Yuan sect. Maybe the forces behind them would also suffer. So, from the beginning to the end, no one thought of making trouble. Even if they wanted to die, they had to consider whether they would implicate their own people. Just as the Yuan sect opened the mountain gate, Qin Shujian had quietly left the Yuan sect and came to the Heavenly Lineages station in the Xianxia region. Sect Master. Seeing Qin Shujian's arrival, Xinghong greeted him respectfully. After witnessing Qin Shujian's inhuman strength, the reverence in the Heaven Branch Master's heart grew stronger by the day. It didn't matter that the other party was a heavenly being. Before seeing the means of a heavenly being, even if there was awe in his heart, it would not be too strong. But after seeing the scene of Qin Shujian lifting mountains, no one dared to look down on him. That scene. It was really too shocking. At this time, Qin Shujian did not look at Xinghong, but his eyes fell on the city that was being built. How's the progress of the city? It will be completed in a day or two. Xinghong said. What he said was not really completed. He could only build the outline of a city. Qin Shujian said, hurry up. It's best to finish this before tomorrow. The main sect has now begun to recruit disciples. Soon, there will be disciples assigned to the heavenly lineage. If there are too many disciples and there is no place to settle down, it will be a joke. Xinghong said, don't worry, sect master. When the golden crow rises tomorrow, the city will be built. Well, go ahead. Qin Shujian waved his hand, indicating that Xinghong did not need to follow him. Xinghong did not leave immediately, but asked, Sect Master, why don't you come with me to the heavenly lineage to rest first? When the city is built tomorrow, we can come back to check it out. No need. I'll stay here. Qin Shujian shook his head and refused. Hearing this, Xinghong could not force anything. With Qin Shujian's personal supervision and a strict order, Xinghong immediately transferred all the manpower to complete the outline of the city as quickly as possible. The fifth-level cultivator material used to build the city was called gold rock. To cut it into a suitable shape, it required a strong cultivator in the spiritual martial realm with a powerful spiritual weapon. Fortunately, Yuan sect now lacked great cultivators in the divine martial realm, but they did not lack cultivators in the spiritual martial realm. Qin Shujian gave them one day. However, under the premise that Xinghong personally went to work, the outline of the city was built in the middle of the night. The city built by the heavenly lineage was not big, about the same size as Cold Mountain City, covering an area of about 50 miles. However, the purpose of this city was mainly to settle the disciples, so it did not need to be too big. After the construction was completed, Xinghong walked in front of Qin Shujian and said, "Sect Master, the city has been built. Ask everyone to evacuate. Don't come within 100 feet of the city." Yes. Xinghong nodded and then turned to give the order. Soon, all of the craftsman's disciples left the city in an orderly manner. The city, which had been quite lively, immediately turned into a desolate city of death. Coupled with the dim night, it was a bit eerie. After everyone had evacuated, Qin Shujian's body suddenly grew to a size of 30,000 feet. Then, with his divine thought, thousands of array patterns appeared from the void and attached to the city. Buzz, the entire city was shaking. Then, Qin Shujian stomped his foot forward and the earth shook violently. The city, which originally covered an area of 50 miles, directly broke away from the ground and flew into the air. At this moment, the people who had already retreated were shaken to the point that they lost their balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Qin Shujian deliberately controlled his power and did not let the vibration spread too much. Otherwise, the power of the stomp alone would have killed a large number of basic realm cultivators. Under everyone's horrified gaze, they saw the city flying into the air. The city, which should have collapsed, was firmly formed as a whole under the protection of the array patterns. Immediately, Qin Shujian activated his true essence and the void immediately turned into a vast sea of fire, enveloping the entire city. The sea of fire burned. The city shook crazily. A portion of the runes that were attached to every inch of the city crumbled under the burning of the flames, while a portion of them slowly merged into the city. An hour passed. The entire city was burning red. Qin Shujian had been controlling the temperature, allowing the pure gold rock to reach a critical point between melting and not melting. In the next moment, his boundless divine sense transformed into a gigantic hammer and smashed down on the city. Boom! As the hammer fell, heaven and earth shook. A myriad of Taoist runes erupted as the hammer fell, and the trembling of the entire city came to an abrupt halt. As for the others, when they heard the sound of the hammer, they felt a force cleansing their body and mind. Some of them even looked inexplicable, as if they had comprehended something. Xinghong shouted, "Everyone, guard your mind. This is a rare opportunity. How much you can comprehend depends on you." Without Xinghong saying anything, the knowledgeable disciples all calmed their minds and silently digested everything that Qin Shujian had given them. At this moment, another hammer fell. The dark clouds in the sky retreated, as if there was light dispersing the darkness. Boom! Casting a city. After casting a city spirit weapon in Cold Mountain City back then, Qin Shujian cast a city again today. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Qin Shujian didn't pay much attention to this at all. Instead, he focused all his attention on the city in front of him. His divine consciousness turned into a hammer and constantly hammered the city. It was different from when he cast Cold Mountain City. Today's him, whether it was casting techniques or cultivation realm, he was a lot stronger than before. Although he was now casting an upper-grade spirit weapon, a lower-grade spirit weapon couldn't compare to it. But with the strength of a diviner and the skills of a grandmaster forging after the second transformation, casting an upper-grade spirit weapon was just a casual matter. The real problem was, what was being forged was not an ordinary spiritual artifact, but a spiritual artifact forged from an entire city. However, no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shujian didn't think it was a big problem. Bang, the divine consciousness hammer collided with the city, making a deafening sound. At this moment, some experts who were accompanying the younger disciples to attend the Yuan sect Mountain Gate ceremony were also alarmed by the impact of Qin Shujian's casting and couldn't help but come over to observe. This is casting a city. An old man with a goatee saw the 3,000 feet tall body and the city that was burning in the sea of fire in the air, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He was also a strong forging master. He also had personal opinions on some casting techniques. But this was the first time the old man had seen a city cast in his life. When Cold Mountain City was cast in the past, he didn't have the chance to observe. When he learned about it later, he regretted it and beat his chest. He didn't expect that accompanying the younger disciples this time would give him the opportunity to observe Qin Shujian casting a city. To this, the old man was also very excited. If he could see an expert casting a city with his own eyes, he might have a chance to break through to the forging master realm. This was even more important than having their younger generation disciples enter the Yuan sect. Another hammer fell. The world was clear. Some experts were puzzled. After looking away, they happened to see the old man with a goatee and couldn't help but ask, "I didn't expect Old Master Zhua to also come. Old Master Zhua is proficient in forging, can he see some clues?" After saying that, the others also turned their gazes to the old man. Old Master Zhua, to be able to receive the title of a god martial arts realm cultivator, it was obviously impossible for him to be a nobody. Surnamed Zhua, moreover, he was proficient in the art of forging. This range had been greatly reduced. Soon after, someone reacted and said in shock, "Could it be that you're the South Wind Mansion Zhua clan's grand elder, Zhua Zhao?" After saying that, he also realized his slip of the tongue. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "It was a slip of the tongue. I hope Elder Zhua won't take offense." "Haha, you're being too serious." The old man with the goatee, also known as Zhua Zhao, stroked his beard and smiled. Hearing this, the expressions of the others also changed slightly. Clearly, the other party had admitted to it. Zhua Zhao, in the world of cultivation, this name was not small at all. The Zhua family was one of the top families in the Southwind Mansion. Although they were not as powerful as the top sects, they were not weak at all. Zhua Zhao was a late-stage divine martial expert and a high-grade blacksmith himself. Of course, compared to Zhua Zhao's strength, his status as a high-grade blacksmith was negligible. But seriously speaking, the Zhua family was also a famous blacksmith family. It was rumored that they had produced a grandmaster blacksmith, but that was a long time ago. Since the last grandmaster blacksmith passed away, the Zhua family's blacksmithing skills had gradually declined. Fortunately, although the Zhua family's blacksmithing skills had declined, the overall strength of the Zhua family was not bad. They had several great cultivators in the divine martial realm, and their strength was also very strong. However, Zhua Zhao was obsessed with the Tao of blacksmithing and wanted to restore the past glory. Or else, with Zhua Zhao's talent, he would not be as simple as a late-stage divine martial expert. He would have broken through to the peak divine martial expert long ago. But no matter what, in terms of fame, Zhua Zhao was not small at all in the cultivation world. After a simple modesty, Zhua Zhao also looked at Qin Shujian and the city that was being refined. He said, "If this old man is not wrong, Sect Master Qin is using his divine sense to turn into a hammer to temper the entire city from the foundation. And every time the hammer falls, his divine sense will turn into countless small hammers and pound the city at the same time. It's just that the intensity of the tempering is the same, so to you, there is not much difference." After that, Zhua Zhao did not say anything else and then focused his attention on the city that Qin Shujian was hammering. Hearing this, the others were also puzzled. Some great cultivators in the divine martial realm spread out their divine sense, wanting to see what was going on. However, before their divine sense could completely touch the city, it was smashed and destroyed as the divine sense hammer fell. Ah! Several great cultivators in the divine martial realm screamed and coughed up blood, instantly entering a state of serious injury. The sudden change caused the others' expressions to change greatly. Zheng Hong's eyes were cold as he warned, "You can watch, but don't do anything without permission. If you cause the sect master to fail, the Yuan sect will not rest until one of you is dead." Although he was only a cultivator in the spiritual martial realm, he was not afraid of threatening these great cultivators in the divine martial realm. So what if they were in the divine martial realm? There were dozens of divine martial realm cultivators who had died in the hands of the Yuan sect. They had really offended Qin Shujian. Even if a top sect came forward, it would be useless. They were warned. The injured cultivators hurriedly said, "Please don't take offense, Elder Zheng." "Humph." Zheng Hong snorted coldly but did not say anything else. At this moment, the others did not dare to spread out their divine sense to investigate. The few cultivators who had attacked earlier were all famous experts, but they had all been silently injured. At this moment, Qin Shujian turned a deaf ear to them as the divine sense hammer fell in an orderly manner, constantly hammering the city. Every time the hammer fell, runes were born from the void and then merged into the city. In the sky, black clouds gathered. Lightning flashed back and forth in the black clouds. Suizhao said, "It's condensing the lightning tribulation. It seems that this spiritual weapon is about to reach the stage of success." While speaking, he did not relax his attention for a moment. Every time the divine sense hammer fell, Suizhao felt that the hammer was not only tempering the city, but also hitting his divine soul. He was at the peak of the superior grade forging master level and was only one step away from becoming a forging master. Now as time passed, Suizhao found that the shackles that were blocking his breakthrough were slowly opening. Could it be that this is really my opportunity? Maizhua family has finally given birth to a forging master after hundreds of years? Suizhao was so excited that he couldn't take his eyes off Qin Shujian's forging. His mind was also immersed in the process. This was an opportunity. A very rare opportunity. If he did not seize it, it might take him a few decades to break through to the forging master level. Crack, lightning fell, the heavenly might was vast and mighty. But the cultivators who came to watch did not change their expressions. Although the lightning tribulation of a spiritual weapon was powerful, in the eyes of a great cultivator of the god martial realm, it was nothing. The first lightning fell. Qin Shujian did not stop and was still hammering the city with his divine sense. When the lightning passed through the divine sense hammer, it did not shake his divine sense in the slightest. Boom! The city trembled. With the bombardment of the lightning, the red city had a faint purple color. Bang! Another hammer fell. The purple color on the city dissipated and gradually merged into the city. When the first lightning merged, a faint aura was emitted from the city. Crack, the second lightning bolt struck once again. Qin Shujian hammered again. Bang, since the lightning tribulation condensed, the frequency of his hammering had slowed down. Every time a bolt of lightning struck down, the hammer would strike down at the same time, fusing the power of the lightning with the city. Soon, an hour passed. The burning sea of fire had already retreated, and in its place was a floating city. A vast aura was being emitted from the city. When they sensed this vast aura, many people's expressions changed. Judging by the aura, I'm afraid it's not just a spiritual weapon. Some people even believe that it's a doctrine weapon. Many people whispered to each other as they looked at the floating city. Their expressions changed again and again. If it were not for the fact that there was no doctrine seal on the city and the lightning tribulation was not so powerful, they would have suspected that Qin Shujian was not forging a spiritual weapon, but a doctrine weapon. It was because the aura was too powerful. A cultivator sighed and said, "This is a qualitative change caused by a quantitative change. It's also a spiritual weapon, but a spiritual weapon the size of a city is not comparable to those ordinary spiritual weapons. If I'm not mistaken, once this spiritual weapon is formed, it will be comparable to a doctrine weapon." Hearing that, some people's expressions changed slightly again. Comparable to a doctrine weapon, this wasn't a simple matter. Doctrine weapons were rare, and only innate spiritual objects had the capital to advance to a doctrine weapon. However, how many innate spiritual objects could there be? Every time an area was born, some innate spiritual objects would be born. However, these innate spiritual objects would need at least thousands or tens of thousands of years to grow to the level of a doctrine weapon. Moreover, during this process, they had to ensure that the innate spiritual objects would not be damaged under various factors. As a result, doctrine weapons were very rare, especially high-grade ones. Almost all the high-grade doctrine weapons left in the world were left behind tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. If a spiritual weapon could be tempered to the level of a doctrine weapon, then such a blacksmith would be famous in the world and even qualified to be called the best. But soon, these people were relieved again. Called the best? Ever since Xianxia started to forge doctrine weapons, he probably had the title of the best blacksmith. After all, no one in the world was qualified to forge doctrine weapons. The heavenly lightning kept falling. It was not until the east vomited white that the tribulation clouds dissipated. At this time, the city was already emitting a terrifying aura. Xianxia shouted, "Xinghong, drip blood and recognize me as your master." Xinghong was stunned at first, but he immediately reacted. Without any hesitation, he cut his palm and threw a pool of blood over. The blood fell into the city and quickly seeped in. At the same time, a faintly discernible connection was born between the two. At this time, Xianxia's body returned to its normal size, and the city fell to the ground as if it had lost its support. Rumble, the earth shook, but there was no dust or smoke. Because any dust or smoke was suppressed by the aura of the city. Xianxia said, "This city will be called Heaven City from now on, and it is the base of the heavenly veins. Although it is only an upper-grade spiritual weapon due to the limitations of the material, with your strength and Heaven City, if the opponent does not have a powerful doctrine weapon, you can suppress him even if he is at the peak of the divine martial realm." "Thank you for the treasure, sect leader." Xinghong was very excited. He only wanted to curse in his heart because Xinghong really did not expect Xianxia to give him such a precious treasure. Now, after dripping blood to recognize him as its master. Although Xinghong did not activate Heaven City, he could sense the power of the city. With his strength at the peak of the spiritual martial realm, it was not impossible to suppress someone at the peak of the divine martial realm. Hearing this, the others also had complicated expressions. Xinghong's strength could not be hidden from these people. He was only at the spiritual martial realm. Even if he was at the peak of the spiritual martial realm, he was only at the spiritual martial realm. In front of the divine martial realm, he could not do anything. However, looking at Heaven City in front of them, no one wanted to refute Xianxia's words. Although it was an upper-grade spiritual weapon, its power was comparable to a doctrine weapon. Moreover, the weight of the city itself was comparable to a mountain. With such a powerful force, even someone at the peak of the divine martial realm would have to kneel down. Looking at Heaven City, the others suddenly had the same thought. Perhaps, this was a real spiritual weapon. With it, one could suppress an enemy who was a whole realm higher. Xianxia glanced at the other people who were watching. His gaze lingered on Zhuo for a while, and then he looked away. He could see it. Zhuo had already gained some benefits from the method of forging spiritual weapons this time. Regarding this, Xianxia did not care too much. If there was a gain, there would be a gain. It would be better if he could break through on the spot, and he could also recruit more blacksmiths. As for whether Zhuo would be a threat to him after breaking through, Xianxia did not even think about it. You can all observe, but do not act rashly. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xianxia put his hands behind his back, said lightly, and flew away. On the spot, the injured cultivators were shivering all over. It was obvious that Xianxia's words were meant for them, and it was also a warning. No one doubted whether Xianxia's words were true or false. After all, since the establishment of Yuan's sect, any forces that went against them either obediently bowed their heads and apologized, or were destroyed. When it came to being ruthless, Xianxia was also very famous in the cultivation world. Everyone, the sect master's words are also the will of Yuan's sect. Do not harm yourselves or others. Xinghong said with a cold smile. Now that he was in charge of Heaven City, he was full of confidence. If possible, Xinghong hoped that a few reckless people would jump out and let him use Heaven City to suppress them. However, he found it a pity. No one jumped out to oppose. After Qin Shujian left, these people also cupped their hands at Xinghong and turned to leave. Cupped hands. That was because of the other party's identity as the leader of the Heaven faction. As for a cultivator of the spirit martial realm, how could they really be afraid? They couldn't beat him. Could they not outrun him? Everyone could tell what Xinghong was thinking, but no one wanted to argue with him. Xinghong was very regretful about this. However, after feeling regretful, a sense of pride rose from the bottom of his heart as he looked at Heaven City in front of him. From today onwards, he was not only the leader of the Heaven faction, but also the city lord of Heaven City. In Heaven City, unless a heavenly being came personally, Xinghong was not afraid of anyone. On the other side, Qin Shujian had already taken to the air and left. There was no other way. Yuan sect had a total of 5 branches. In his heart, the demon faction only existed in name. 5 branches represented 5 cities. Now that the city of the Heaven faction was settled, Qin Shujian still had to rush to the other 4 branches to build the cities. Now, the recruitment of disciples had already begun. 100,000 disciples. That was Qin Shujian's minimum estimate. With so many disciples, it would take at least 3 to 5 days to go through a process. If it was slow, it could even take 8 to 10 days. This would continue for a period of time. It would be enough for him to build the cities. Sigh, they are all born to work. They are all useless people. In the air, Qin Shujian sighed again. If not for the fact that there was no useful blacksmith in Yuan sect, he would not have to do it himself. Unfortunately, it was not easy to recruit suitable blacksmiths. It was still okay to recruit upper-grade blacksmiths, but once they broke through to the master level, it would not be so easy. Right, there are still alchemists. Array masters are not urgent now, but alchemy and blacksmiths must be put on the agenda. When I go back, I will think of a way to improve the strength of those people. If it still doesn't work, I can only be thick-skinned and recruit people. Qin Shujian was helpless. He thought of his methods that had already surpassed that of an ordinary alchemy grandmaster. He was prepared to invite all the alchemists in the world to come and observe when all the work was done. At that time, he could take the opportunity to recruit a few people. Yuan sect was now big and had a big business. No matter how powerful Shen Yuhua was, she could not support too much. Moreover, all the branches were separated. Each branch had to have at least 3 people in alchemy, blacksmiths, and array masters. The latter was not necessary. But the first 2 were definitely necessary. After thinking about it, Qin Shujian realized that every time he solved a problem, there would be more problems waiting for him. At the same time, the news of his sect master forging spirit weapons had also spread to the sect. In the casting hall, Shen Yuqing was about to go crazy. Qin Shujian did not let him observe when he was forging weapons. If this news had not spread and the aura was too vast, he would not have known at all. Originally, Shen Yuqing had already planned to observe. However, the recruitment of disciples was too complicated. Yuan sect did not have enough manpower and could only recruit people from the casting hall. At this moment, after calming down a little, Shen Yuqing immediately left the others and left. Out of the 5 branches, only 1 has been completed. There must be 4 more branches to complete. In the past, my realm was not high enough. Even if I observed the casting of the city with my own eyes, I did not gain much. Now that I have broken through to upper-grade blacksmith and stabilized this realm, I will definitely gain some benefits if I observe again. Shen Yuqing's eyes were firm. If he could take this opportunity to become a master blacksmith, even if the ancestors of the Pill Cauldron clan died, they could rest in peace. Although Shen Yuqing had joined Yuan sect, he had never forgotten that he was once a member of the Pill Cauldron clan. If he broke through to become a master, he could be considered to have reached the peak of the Pill Cauldron clan. After Shen Yuqing left, some people in the casting hall took the opportunity to stay. It was rare to see Qin Shujian forge weapons. How could these people give up this great opportunity? Rumble. Thunder clouds covered the sky and lightning constantly fell. The construction of each city would take about a day. Therefore, in the next 4 days, lightning could be seen everywhere in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. The vast heavenly might could not be blocked at all. In addition to the vast heavenly might, Qin Shujian's 3,000 feet tall body shocked everyone. 3,000 feet tall, every time they saw it, they would inevitably be shocked. After a long time, the lightning dissipated. In its place, the 5 branches each had an additional city. As branch masters, they were like Xinghong, dripping blood on the city to make it their master. With the help of the city's spiritual weapons, Yuan sect had 5 more peak divine martial realm experts. What a pity. The price to pay for these peak divine martial realm experts is too high. Qin Shujian shook his head and felt heartache. The materials for the 5 cities cost a total of 21 billion taels of silver. It was 9 billion more than the original estimate of 12 billion taels of silver. Such a large amount of silver directly used up all of Yuan sect's cash. But even so, it was far from enough. For this, Yuan sect also contributed a lot of materials. Through friendly negotiations, they also borrowed some money from the Big Dipper clan and the Giant Spirit clan. Not only that, Qin Shujian also asked for less spirit stones to repay the debt of the Celestial Array sect and the Traceless sect. Instead, he asked for some silver and materials to completely fill the hole. After the cities were successfully forged, 80% of Yuan sect's foundation was instantly emptied. Every time Qin Shujian thought about it, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Such peak divine martial realm experts were good, but it was too expensive. With Yuan sect's foundation, they could not support many of them. As for the other sects, it was even more difficult to have one. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian's heart ached as he said, "Sure enough, there are no shortcuts in cultivation. Any shortcut requires money." Heartache was heartache. Fortunately, out of sight, out of mind, he directly returned to Mount Liang. Almost 5 or 6 days later, the disciple recruitment was coming to an end. In the courtyard, the two sat opposite each other. Qin Shujian said, "How's the disciple recruitment now?" "It's almost done." "How many disciples do you have now?" "About 130,000. Zheng Fang thought for a moment and gave an answer. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. 130,000 disciples was about the same as he had expected. With such a batch of new blood, it was enough for Yuan sect to develop. Qin Shujian said, "Among the 130,000 disciples, how many are mutants and how many are local people?" Zheng Fang said faintly, "Sect master, you may have misunderstood. The 130,000 disciples are all local people. If you include the mutants, there are 210,000 disciples." "So many?" Qin Shujian was shocked. In other words, 130,000 local disciples and an additional 80,000 players added up to a total of 210,000 people. This number of people surprised him. Zheng Fang said faintly, "Sect master, you have underestimated the reputation of our sect. There are too many humans in the world. Even after screening, there are still so many disciples coming. If it weren't for the fact that many people can't afford to take the teleportation array, I'm afraid this number would be several times higher." Teleportation arrays were very expensive. At the very least, it was not something that ordinary people could afford. However, the Liang Mountain Spirit region was very remote. After all, it was originally an ordinary region, so how could it not be remote? The Great Zhao dynasty was very vast. There were millions of humans. With so many humans, even if one genius was born out of every 100 people, the number of geniuses was enough to make one's scalp go numb. Even if Yuan Zong's requirements were higher and reached the level of 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000, the number was still not small. There were many geniuses in the human race. However, there were only a few top sections. These sects would not open their doors for several years, and each time they opened their doors, they would only accept a few disciples. Therefore, many people who wanted to join the top sects could only look on and sigh. Who knew that a rash person like Yuan Zong would appear at this time? They would not reject anyone who came, and they would accept as many as they could. Therefore, the number of disciples would naturally be frighteningly high. This was also because Zheng Fang saw that there were too many people and privately raised the requirements. However, even so, the number of disciples did not decrease. After a short moment of shock, Qin Shujian quickly recovered and smiled. 210,000 disciples is also good. With my sect's current strength, I can nurture so many people. Moreover, it was not certain who would be nurturing who. After half a year, the outer sect disciples would be able to harvest wool. With so many disciples, how much wool would they be able to harvest each time? As long as they could endure for half a year, the rest would be earned. Many people joined the sect for Yuanzong's name. Once they put on Yuanzong's skin, they would be able to walk freely in the cultivation world. As for the sense of belonging, Qin Shujian was not afraid. Outer sect disciples did not need to develop any sense of belonging. To put it bluntly, those people were just servants in disguise. Only after they became inner sect disciples would they be considered one of them. At that time, it would not be too late to slowly develop a sense of belonging. As for the 80,000 players among these people, that would be even better. The locals needed to be nurtured. The players were cannon fodder. As long as they were given some benefits, they would be used to charge and break through enemy lines in the future as a suicide squad. Qin Shujian was already thinking about it. If there were so many disciples, how much life source could he obtain in a day? Back then, when there were 20,000 disciples, there were 2 to 3 million disciples in a day, and 5 to 6 million at peak times. Now, there were 210,000 disciples. Even though most of these people's cultivation bases were still low, and the amount of life force they could contribute would not be too high, with such a huge base, it was still extremely impressive. Not to mention, among these people, there were 80,000 physical invulnerability realm players and above. Qin Shujian calculated carefully. In that case, he would have at least 30 million life force sources in a day. Later, as the cultivation of these disciples gradually increased, the 30 million life sources would be fixed at 50 million to 80 million. If all of them reached the 7th level of the martial realm, it would not be a problem for them to reach 100 million. Hundreds of millions a day. That was more than 30 billion in a year. Qin Shujian silently estimated how much life source he would need to raise the origin returning ancestral canon to its peak. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. If it were in the past, it would take at least a dozen years to go from the first level of the heaven-human realm to the second level of the heaven-human realm. But judging from the current situation, it would take him more than a year to accumulate enough life source to break through the second level of the heaven-human realm. To break through to the third level of the heaven-human realm, it would only take him 2 to 3 years. Qin Shujian did not plan to rely on life source to break through to the second level of the heaven-human realm. Because to break through to the second level of the heaven-human realm, he only needed to open 512 star acupoints. 72 star acupoints to the first level of the heaven-human realm. 365 star acupoints to the peak of the first level of the heaven-human realm. 512 star acupoints to the second level of the heaven-human realm. 720 star acupoints to the peak of the second level of the heaven-human realm. Now Qin Shujian. He was only 12 star acupoints away from the second level of the heaven-human realm. It was just a step away. At this time, there was no need to waste life source to break through. Zhengfang was not clear about Qin Shujian's thoughts. He just reported the data as it was. If the sect master felt that there was no problem, then there was no problem with him. Qin Shujian said, now that the 5 branches have successfully established a city, 210,000 people will be distributed to each branch. Each branch only has 40,000 people, so it can accommodate them. Now it's not a problem of accommodation, but to guide so many disciples, I'm afraid we'll need a lot of manpower. There's no problem with manpower. Each branch has already nurtured a lot of people. If there's not enough, we can transfer some from the main sect. Some inner sect disciples or elite disciples can take on the responsibility of teachers. At most, we'll just give them some contribution points. Qin Shujian said calmly. Yuan sect had 20,000 people to begin with. Now, even if 30 to 40% of the 20,000 people were to be transferred, it would be enough to guide the newcomers. If it was a unified teaching, there would be no need for so many people. Hearing that, Zhengfang did not object. Indeed, he had fallen into the wrong mindset, thinking that only the deacon elders were qualified to guide the disciples. But now, there were many disciples in the true martial realm in Yuan sect. Were these people enough to guide the newcomers? Xianxia already had an answer in his heart. It was definitely enough. True martial realm. In the true dominion, they could be considered the sect master of a region. In the ordinary realm, they could be considered the top experts. How difficult would it be to guide the disciples who had not even started cultivating? Xianxia said, if we issue a mission and ask the disciples to guide the disciples, it won't be a big problem. However, some people have some skills and some foundations. These people will need the deacon elders to help them. These are all small problems. You can make the decision, Grand Elder. Qin Shujian waved his hand, not wanting to care so much. He was very tired now. It would be a lie to say that he had not used up any energy after establishing the 5 cities. Then leave everything to me. Xianxia said helplessly. He had no choice if Qin Shujian wanted to be a hands-off boss. However, Xianxia did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, he was the sect master of a top-notch sect. How could he do everything by himself? Not only would this lower his status, but it would also make the rest of the people in the Yuan sect look like trash. Just as Xianxia was about to stand up, Qin Shujian stopped him. After all the disciples have been confirmed, there is no rush to assign them. I need to take a look. All right. After Xianxia left, Qin Shujian was still sitting there, sipping his tea. In the martial arts practice field of the Yuan sect, a large number of new disciples stood in rows in an orderly manner. Among them, the mutants and the natives were divided into 2 different camps. Among the natives, there were teenagers and children of 7 or 8 years old. These people were not older than 16 years old. However, very few of them were really stuck at 16 years old. Most of them were slightly younger. These people were looking around secretly, as if they were very curious about everything around them. Nobody knew. At this moment, he was standing here to do something. On the side of the players, they were all silent. As players, they were very clear about how vicious the master of Mount Liang was. If they made a mistake at this time, they might be caught and beheaded by him. A breeze blew past. It instantly dispersed some of the heat under the scorching sun. A man in a green robe had appeared on the high platform without anyone noticing. When the young man appeared, all the disciples and elders of the Yuan sect bowed. Greetings, sect master. No need for formalities. Qin Shujian said lightly. Then, he looked down at the new disciples with his hands behind his back. Regarding this, many disciples also raised their heads secretly, trying to sneak a peek at this sect master's appearance. As for Qin Shujian, among the people present, not all of them had heard of his name, but at least 95% of them knew about him. The sect master of the Yuan sect, Qin Shujian, was a famous diviner cultivator. He even vaguely had the title of number 1 in the great Zhao cultivation world. Quite a number of people entered the Yuan sect because of Qin Shujian's name. Now that they saw him in person, these people were very excited and even a little nervous. Qin Shujian did not care about what others were thinking. When he looked at the disciples, he said, "How many people are gathered here?" "A total of 20,000 disciples," an elder replied. The martial arts arena was not big. It could only accommodate 20,000 people at a time. Hearing this, Qin Shujian did not waste any more time. He activated his Dharma eye. Everyone's attributes, even their luck, were exposed to his sight. Personal luck. Purple was supreme. Black was disaster. Ordinary people's luck was mostly gray and white. Now, in Qin Shujian's sight, everyone's luck rose. Most of them were pure white or light red. This kind of luck could be considered not bad. To be able to join the Yuan sect and pass the selection, it proved that they were people with good fortune. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, this kind of luck was just ordinary. It would not suddenly die, but it would also not be a great opportunity. Amidst the white and crimson light of providence, there were also some pure red luck that caught his attention. Apart from that, there were also more than 10 people who had reddish yellow luck. It proved that these people's luck was already at its peak to a certain extent. These people, Qin Shujian secretly looked at their attributes and memorized their names. If there were no accidents, people with great luck would be the backbone of the Yuan sect in the future. Of course, it did not mean that people who did not have enough luck would not be successful in their lives. It just meant that if they wanted to go further, it would be more difficult than others. Luck was innate. However, it could also change the day after. As for the players, Qin Shujian did not look at their luck because he could not see through it. For some reason, his dharma eye could not see the luck of the players. In Qin Shujian's opinion, this should be because the two sides were not in the same world. However, he did not need to look at the luck of the players. What he needed to look at was the loyalty of the other party. At a glance, Qin Shujian really picked out more than 10 people and asked them to stand at the side. Then, among the native people, 2 people were also selected. The people who had been selected were all very uneasy, especially the players. Their hearts were in a mess. If they remembered correctly, in the previous few times, there were players who were selected and then killed on the spot. At the thought of this, these players were even more terrified. They wanted to escape, but they were afraid that they would confess if they were not pressed. Therefore, they could only suppress the panic in their hearts and stand still on the spot. After one group of people finished looking, another group of people came. Very soon, all 210,000 people finished looking. There were many people with reddish-yellow luck and a few with light yellow luck. However, there was not a single person with rich yellow luck like Ningbo's. Qin Shujian also sighed in his heart. It is easy to find a genius, but it really depends on fate to find one with great luck. There was no lack of geniuses in the human race. What was lacking were geniuses with great luck. Right now, Yuan sect was recruiting 210,000 disciples. In the end, none of them could compare with Ningbo in terms of luck. Qin Shujian felt that luck was hard to come by. He also understood the importance of Ningbo. Subsequently, Qin Shujian let the people of the various branches finish dividing up all the disciples. In the martial arts field, there were still hundreds of people standing there trembling in fear. 36 native people. More than 400 players. Looking at these people, some of the elders and deacons of Yuan sect were solemn. They could foresee that there would be an unavoidable massacre. Qin Shujian walked down slowly. Looking at these people, he said with a faint smile, "Tell me, who sent you here? If you are honest, I may spare your lives." I don't know what the sect master is talking about. No one sent me here. A person forced himself to calm down and said. The person who spoke was a player. Qin Shujian looked at the other party's -50 loyalty and was speechless. It was so red that it was almost shining. How could he say that he wasn't a traitor? If he wasn't a spy, then he must have a grudge against him. No matter which one it was, in Qin Shujian's eyes, it was a hidden danger. It's fine if you don't want to talk. I won't force you. Qin Shujian shook his head. Suddenly, he pointed out a finger. His energy turned into thousands of illusions and landed on these people. In an instant, everyone's cultivation was sealed. Their bodies were confined to the ground and they couldn't move. Heavenly Cloud God Sealing Finger, this divine realm martial art that had reached perfection but hadn't had any earth-shattering power. This time, it finally had its use. With the means of a heavenly being, it was as easy as flipping his hand to seal these people. After doing all this, Qin Shujian looked at Zhang Tiniu and said, "Take these people away. Ask them who is behind them. After that, you don't need me to tell you what to do." "I understand." Zhang Tiniu said coldly. Sending people to infiltrate Yuan sect was obviously up to no good. There was no need to say what should be done. Those who went against Yuan sect naturally didn't have a good ending. As for these dozens of people, in his eyes, they were just like that. Ignoring the terrified expressions of those disciples, Zhang Tiniu directly took them away. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at the remaining players. Then, he wrapped them with true essence and disappeared. Inside the forbidden area. All the players appeared here. The Qiankuan Bao, who was silently cultivating, was shocked. "Sect Master, why did you bring so many people?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Qin Shujian said calmly. Hearing this, the Qiankuan Bao obediently took the cloud-piercing arrow and went to a farther place to cultivate. After following Qin Shujian for so many years, the other party's tone was clearly unhappy. At this time, if they acted like this, they would be waiting to be scolded. A Bao that can talk. Although the players' bodies were sealed, their five senses didn't disappear. They were very curious about the abnormality of the Chankuan Bao. Qin Shujian looked at these players and said, "You should know who I am. My name is Qin Shujian, the Langshan campmaster that you know. I don't care why you came to Yuan sect. However, since you came with evil intentions, we are all enemies." The players were speechless. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak. It was that they were completely sealed. They couldn't even speak. The Qin Shujian in front of them was clearly not in a good state. Although some of the players were panicking, they weren't too afraid. At most, they would just die once. Even if Qin Shujian killed them, it would be fine. If the other party were to seal them here, it would be a real nightmare. They couldn't move. They couldn't speak. If they wanted to starve to death, it would take a long time for these physical invulnerability cultivators to do so. This was because the spiritual energy here was too dense. At the thought of this, some of the players were in despair. The Langshan campmaster wouldn't really seal them, right? If that was the case, it would be better to just kill them. This was what the players thought. However, in front of Qin Shujian, they were completely exposed. He chuckled and said, "It's not hard for me to kill you. Anyway, I have no intention of sealing you. After all, there are too many of you. It's impossible to seal you one by one. However, what I'm really curious about is, are the Inhumans really immortal?" As he spoke, a fire lotus appeared in Qin Shujian's palm. The red lotus of purgation. It was the red lotus of delusion that could completely kill demons. Qin Shujian had always wanted to find an opportunity to test if the red lotus of purgation could kill players. If it could, then the player's advantage of being immortal would be gone. However, all this time, he didn't have the time to test it. It wasn't until these players came knocking on his door that Qin Shujian remembered. After hearing his words, Qin Shujian had already felt a sense of fear from some of the players. That was true fear. Qin Shujian said, "You don't have to be afraid. Maybe I don't have the means to really kill you." The more he was, the more the players were afraid. Now that the game world was more and more connected with the real world, all kinds of magic in the game could be displayed in the real world. More than once, someone raised a question. That was there a way to really kill players in the game? Regarding this question, it attracted the attention of many players. However, since the start of the game until now, the players' bodies could circle around the territory of the Great Zhao several times, and no one had really died. Over time, the players didn't think that there would be a way to really kill them in the game. However, subconsciously, there were still some people who had scruples. Now that they heard Qin Shujian say this, it immediately aroused the fear in the depths of some people's hearts. They only saw the red lotus break through the sky. In less than a breath's time, it swallowed a player. There were no screams or any struggles. In front of the red lotus of purgation, the player didn't even have time to react before he was swallowed. There was only a small red lotus floating where the player was originally standing. Seeing this, Qin Shujian shot out a stream of qi and directly destroyed the red lotus. Then, he fell into a short period of contemplation. The players had indeed been killed, but whether or not they had truly died was still an unknown. However, Qin Shujian had already remembered the player's name and planned to send people to search later. If they could find him, then they couldn't kill him. If they couldn't find him, then the probability of the player really dying was very high. Qin Shujian looked at the other players and said, "It's too hard to find one person. If I kill all of you, it should be easier for hundreds of people to find him." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for these players to react, the red lotus of purgation covered everything and turned everything into ashes. An average-sized red lotus floated in the air. Qin Shujian waved his hand and shot out a stream of qi to shatter the red lotus that was condensed. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought of absorbing the power of the red lotus. No matter what, Qin Shujian still had his own bottom line in his heart. Just as he was about to send people to investigate the whereabouts of these hundreds of players. Rumble, the sky shook. A golden cloud was born from the sky and then floated down towards Qin Shujian. Golden cloud? Qin Shujian frowned. He didn't feel any threat from the golden cloud, so he didn't resist the golden cloud's descent. As the golden cloud touched his body, a pure force flowed into his body from the cloud. Rumble, the star acupoints vibrated, but it wasn't to the point of opening. At the same time, Qin Shujian's luck value also jumped by 1 point. This is a reward from heaven and earth. A sense of enlightenment surged from the bottom of Qin Shujian's heart. The golden cloud was nothing else but a reward from the rules of heaven and earth. In other words, what he had just done was meritorious to heaven and earth. Qin Shujian's expression changed again and again as he muttered to himself, "There's a heaven and earth reward for killing players." In other words, players are a cancer to heaven and earth. Previously, I killed so many players, but there was no heaven and earth reward because those players weren't really dead. Now, there's a heaven and earth reward because those players are really dead. In just an instant, Qin Shujian figured out the crux of the matter. Killing players, no, it should be killing foreign demons. It was meritorious to heaven and earth. When he killed the demons, there was a luck value reward. Now, there was a luck value reward for killing players. This proved that in the eyes of heaven and earth, players were no different from demons. In fact, players were even more evil than demons. Otherwise, other than luck points, he wouldn't have been able to gain power. Originally, Qin Shujian had planned to send people to check if those hundreds of players were really dead. But now, he no longer had this thought. The hundreds of players were 100% dead. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a reward from the rules of heaven and earth. It's only a few hundred players and I'm only rewarded with 1 luck value. The energy rewarded by heaven and earth can't even open a star acupoint. It's too stingy. After Qin Shujian figured out the crux of the matter, he shook his head slightly. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. A few hundred players, no, a few hundred demons. The reward wasn't much, but it was still killing tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even more demons. The reward was very generous. Killing players would be rewarded by heaven and earth. Not only could it increase one's strength, but it could also obtain additional luck points as a reward. Qin Shujian's expression changed. How many players were there in the world? Billions. It was not inferior to the number of humans at all. If he could kill all these players, no, it should be the extraterrestrial demons, then the reward provided by heaven and earth would probably be able to directly raise him to the peak of the Guiyuan ancestral code. Moreover, it was far more than that. Qin Shujian murmured, "If I kill all the extraterrestrial demons, I'm afraid I'll become an immortal on the spot." When that time came, it would really be a huge profit. However, Qin Shujian also understood that killing players might seem tempting, but now it was not to the point of killing without restraint. Because there were too many players. Billions of players were scattered all over the Great Zhao. With his strength alone, it would undoubtedly be a difficult task to kill all these players. Moreover, with the number of players and the speed of improvement, once these players developed, there was no doubt that he would be dead for sure. Qin Shujian shook his head and suppressed the thought of courting death. It was fine to kill a few hundred players now. With so many people, the death of a few hundred players would not cause too much of a commotion. But if he massacred players wantonly, it would be difficult for people not to notice. For existences that could threaten them, the players would definitely spare no effort to eliminate them. It's true that the Celestials are strong, but if they are surrounded by a group of God Martial Realm, or tens of thousands of Spirit Martial Realm, or even a powerful army formation, they will only die. The Celestials were strong, but they were not invincible. In the world, there were many ways to kill a celestial being, even if they weren't everywhere. As long as one was willing to pay the price. Then killing the Celestials was only a matter of time. If his method of killing players was exposed, no matter how many sacrifices he had to make, the players would organize people to destroy him. Qin Shujian was very sure of this. Although the players were afraid of death and did not have any organization or discipline, most of them fought for themselves. But if they were really forced into a corner, these people would definitely join forces to prevent future troubles. The reward of heaven and earth is very tempting, but I have to be alive to take it. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. He didn't dare to gamble on the possibility of him being resurrected. And looking at the current situation, if he were to be killed, the probability of him dying would be very high. Therefore, in front of Qin Shujian, heaven and earth's rewards could only be seen but not touched. Unless it was done in secret. However, in terms of their own realm, a small number of players didn't have much of a reward. Only a large number of players could achieve a breakthrough in their realm. Even so, Qin Shujian was also in a good mood. At the very least, he knew that he had a way to keep the players in check. In the past, he faced players. Qin Shujian had always been wary of him. As for the reason why they were afraid, it was because players were immortal and could not be killed no matter how hard they tried. They were even more stubborn than cockroaches. Things were different now. The Red Lotus of Purgation could kill players, and that was enough. Qin Shujian sneered, "If you push me too hard one day, I'll spread the Red Lotus of Purgation's training method. Let's see if there are enough players to kill." After that, Qin Shujian restrained his emotions. If the Red Lotus of Purgation was spread out, it would not only be a problem for the players but also cause a lot of disturbances. Unless it was a last resort, he was still not prepared to spread these things out. However, I can secretly train a group of people to secretly practice the Red Lotus of Purgation. Maybe it will be of great use in the future. Qin Shujian had an idea. The people who wanted to practice the Red Lotus of Purgation must be 100% trustworthy and loyal. Such loyalty was not as simple as having a loyalty of 100. After all, even if their loyalty was maxed out, there was a possibility that their loyalty would decrease. The most appropriate way was to find a group of people who would not decrease their loyalty and would be loyal to him. After thinking about it, Qin Shujian found that the group of people from the original Cold Mountain Stockade was the most reliable. How many people from the original Cold Mountain Stockade are left now? Qin Shujian was lost in thought. One was Zhang Tiniu, one was Wang Taizhu, one was Zhang Ergu, there were not many people in the original Cold Mountain Stockade, only 60 or 70 at most. Now there were many expeditions and some people died in battle. Qin Shujian suddenly realized. There were less than 1/3 of the people in the original Cold Mountain Stockade now, and they were almost all dead. Qin Shujian could not help but swear, "Damn it, they can't really die, or there will be no fun." He immediately left the forbidden area and walked towards the sect. In the past, he did not know the importance of these lackeys. Now, as long as he knew the benefits of being loyal, they were all delicious cakes. In the courtyard, more than 10 people gathered. Wang Taizhu, Zhang Tiniu, Zhang Ergu, Lu Er, Chen Ergu, Chen Dainiu. Looking at the row of people in front of him, Qin Shujian's eyes paused for a while between Zhang Ergu and Chen Ergu. Sure enough, the people of the Cold Mountain Stockade were still very recognizable. Not to mention other things, just this name alone was not something that ordinary people could have. Qin Shujian glanced over and saw a total of 17 people in front of him. Everyone's cultivation was at the peak of the spiritual martial force. Zhang Tinia cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master, I wonder why you called us here today?" Hearing this, the others also looked puzzled. Suddenly, they were called here. It would be a lie to say that there was nothing important. And they all looked at each other and found that they were all familiar. Needless to say, these were all old brothers from the past. Qin Shujian said, "You are all the foundation left behind by the former Cold Mountain Stockade. These years, I have been busy with other things and did not take care of you too much. Speaking of which, I have been negligent." Everyone was speechless. Then, Qin Shujian showed a fatherly smile on his face and said, "Fortunately, you have all achieved something now. I am very gratified. In the entire Yuan sect, only you are worthy of my true trust." Zhang Tinia said, "Sect Master, if you have any orders, we will do anything. Don't talk about life and death. The reason I called you here today is because I have a cultivation technique to impart to you. But remember, without my permission, you are not allowed to impart this cultivation technique to others. You are also not allowed to reveal it to others." Qin Shujian waved his hand and said with a solemn expression, without waiting for the others to speak. A divine thought spread out and instantly divided into a dozen and entered the minds of Xianxia and the others. That was the cultivation method of the red lotus of purgation. After the divine thought fell, Xianxia and the others instinctively closed their eyes and silently digested everything that Qin Shujian had brought. After a long time, they opened their eyes again. Qin Shujian said, "This is the cultivation method of the red lotus of purgation. Combined with the Guiyuan ancestral canon on the 5th floor of the library, it will be the complete inheritance of the Yuan sect. But the Guiyuan ancestral canon can be leaked, but the red lotus of purgation will not allow it." "We understand." Xianxia and the others bowed. Although they did not know why Qin Shujian did this, the cultivation method of the red lotus of purgation in their minds was also very mysterious. Before this method was successfully cultivated, no one knew what the red lotus of purgation was used for. Qin Shujian would not deliberately say it. Subsequently, Qin Shujian waved his hand and asked Xianxia and the others to leave. The next day, he promoted several deacons to elders in the position of the sect master and then left them in the sect. 210,000 disciples were recruited. At this time, they had been sent to the various sects one after another. For this, Qin Shujian also went to the cities of the 5 lineages and built a teleportation gate in each city, making it easier for the branch lineages to communicate with the main sect. After these things were done, everything in the Yuan sect was back on track again. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian sat alone. What else have I not done? The recruitment of disciples had been settled, the branches had been relocated, and the city had been successfully built. Qin Shujian was thinking about what else he needed to do. That is, if everything is done, then it was time for him to leave and take a stroll overseas. Qin Shujian also wanted to know the secrets of the Eastern continent. During this period of time, he had asked Su Yuanming to collect information about the Eastern continent. Unfortunately, there was not much useful information. No, there was not much. There was nothing useful at all. Qin Shujian also gave up the idea of relying on others. The history of the human clan was too long. It was so long that many people did not know how long the human clan had existed. In the long years, many things were buried in the river of time and even decayed and disappeared. Therefore, in Qin Shujian's opinion, these things might have to be done by himself. What I need to do now is to wait for the birth of the connate spiritual object in the new area and then build Liangshan City into a Dao artifact. Apart from that, there is also the matter of the 3-sect alliance. After thinking about it, there were only 2 things left for him to do. No one knew when the connate spiritual object would be born. Qin Shujian gave himself a goal. If it was not born in a month, he would not waste any more time. As for the alliance of the 2 sects, it could be put on the agenda. The Heavenly Array sect and the Traceless sect already had heavenly humans. In addition, the strength of the 2 sects was not weak. If they formed an alliance, the situation of the Origin sect would be much better when facing the 3 continents in the future. At least, it was better than fighting alone. At the same time, it was time to rush his debt. After all, he owed the spirit stones for so long. It was almost due, but they had not been delivered yet. If it was overdue, he would have to pay extra. Falling Moon Mansion, Heavenly Array Sect. After Feng Xinglan broke through to the heavenly humans, the power of the Heavenly Array sect rose to another level. Some of the sects that secretly opposed the Heavenly Array sect also gave up at this time. There was no choice. These sects dared to secretly compete with the Heavenly Array sect because Feng Xinglan did not have much lifespan left and would pass away sooner or later. But now that Feng Xinglan had broken through to the heavenly humans, his lifespan had directly increased by a lot. These sects also extinguished this thought. After breaking through, Feng Xinglan might live longer than them. There was no need to talk about his strength. With his heavenly humans' cultivation and the means of an array master, once he broke through, his strength would be much more terrifying than an ordinary first-level heavenly humans. So, how would those sects dare to go against the Heavenly Array sect? Not only that, some sects even consciously sent gifts of apology and begged for the Heavenly Array sect's forgiveness. The Origin sect has sent a message and hopes that Uncle Master will go over. Mu Liang said with a respectful expression. After Fang Xinglan broke through, his position as the sect master had imperceptibly lowered by another point. But Mu Liang did not care too much. On the contrary, after Fang Xinglan broke through, the Heavenly Array sect had hopes of having a true heavenly human's inheritance. This was also a great thing for him. The current Fang Xinglan was no longer white-haired. Instead, he had turned into a handsome young man. His white hair had all turned black and stuck close to his back. Coupled with his green robes, he had the aura of a young master. Rejuvenation. After reaching the peak of the divine martial realm and breaking through to the heavenly humans, one would have a chance to rejuvenate. It was just that some people would return to their youthful appearance, while some people were used to their current appearance and did not choose to return to their past appearance. As for Fang Xinglan, he had already chosen the former. It seems that Qin Shujian can't wait any longer. Fang Xinglan smiled and said, "Prepare the spirit stones. When the time comes, I'll bring them over with me and this matter can be considered as settled." He originally wanted to address himself as an old man, but when he thought of his current appearance, it seemed to be inappropriate, so he changed his words. Mu Liang said, "There aren't many resources left in the sect now. If we give this batch of spirit stones to the Origin sect, it will be quite troublesome for us in the future." "You still want to swallow his spirit stones?" Fang Xinglan glanced at him indifferently and sneered, "Do you really think that the Heavenly Array sect can be unscrupulous after I broke through to the heavenly humans level?" "Martial uncle." Mu Liang wanted to say something but stopped. "I thought that after being the sect master for so many years, you would be able to see some things clearly. I didn't expect that I still overestimated you." Fang Xinglan shook his head and said with disappointment. "Qin Shujian is now known as the strongest person in the cultivation world. Even if this title is somewhat exaggerated, his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Although I've broken through to the heavenly humans level and am strong, I may not be a match for Qin Shujian. Not to mention, the Origin sect still has Jiang Feng. If the Origin sect really attacks, even if the Heavenly Array sect is not destroyed, we will definitely suffer heavy losses." Mu Liang's expression was ugly as he said, "At this time, the Origin sect may not have the guts to attack us." "Humph. Don't you know what kind of person Qin Shujian is?" Fang Xinglan sneered, "If he really attacks us, the imperial court may not say anything. Moreover, if he doesn't take action now, what about the future? It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but a villain takes revenge from morning to night." "Do you think Qin Shujian is a gentleman or a villain?" "A gentleman or a villain?" Mu Liang fell silent. Needless to say, in his eyes, Qin Shujian was a villain through and through. However, such a person was also the most difficult to deal with. Hearing Fang Xinglan's words, Mu Liang also knew how stupid his idea was just now. Fang Xinglan said, "It's just 100 spirit stones. The Heavenly Array sect is not going to take it out. Moreover, even if we can't take it out, can't we ask for help from other sects? At worst, we can pay it back in the future. I believe that those sects will be very willing to help us." At the end of his words, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mu Liang was deep in thought. Immediately after, Fang Xinglan stood up and said, "If you're not strong enough, don't make an enemy of the Origin sect for the time being. Moreover, we're about to open up the 3 continents, and there may be other variables. Although the Heavenly Array sect is strong, it's nothing to the human clan. Not to mention the human clan, even if the imperial court wants to destroy the Heavenly Array sect, it will be enough to send a heavenly humans. In the past, all the feudal lords of the various prefectures were powerhouses who could suppress the cultivation world. Now that we've opened up the 3 continents, even the human emperor has to treat it seriously. You and I don't have the qualifications to reverse this trend. We can only go with the flow to have a chance of survival." Mu Liang was stunned and said, "Could it be that it's really so dangerous to open up the 3 continents? If it's not dangerous, why would the human emperor treat it seriously?" Fang Xinglan said, "Since the 3 continents are the same as the East continent and belong to a complete world, then the strength of the human clan in the East continent is already so strong. How can the other 3 continents be much weaker? Maybe they're even stronger than the human clan." Before Mu Liang could speak, Fang Xinglan didn't speak too much of his thoughts in detail, and directly left swiftly. He did not go to the Origin sect, but to the Heavenly Array sect's treasury. After all, if he went, the spirit stones had to be in place. The next day. Origin sect, Chenggu Hall. There were only 3 people sitting in the hall. One was Qin Shujian, one was Fang Xinglan, and the other was Yin Banqing. The 3 of them were 3 heavenly humans. They each represented a top sect behind them. As soon as Fang Xinglan sat down, he threw a storage ring over and said, "The 102 spirit stones that the Heavenly Array sect promised to give are all here. Sect Master Qin can count them." On the other side, Yin Banqing did the same. Qin Shujian did not argue and took the 2 storage rings. Then, with a sweep of his divine telekinesis, he easily erased the master recognition mark of the 2 storage rings. To this, Fang Xinglan and Yin Banqing looked at each other and saw the serious look in each other's eyes. What the storage ring had was the mark of ownership. Although there was not much divine telekinesis attached to it, it was not something that ordinary people could get rid of. For someone like Qin Shujian to be able to erase the master recognition mark so effortlessly, that person's strength was definitely more than a level above theirs. For a time, although their expressions did not change, their hearts became a little more solemn. Qin Shujian scanned the 2 storage rings with his divine telekinesis. After seeing the spirit stones inside, a warm smile appeared on his face. "I didn't expect the 2 of you to be so punctual. I'm a little ashamed." Fang Xinglan and Yin Banqing turned a deaf ear. Ashamed? What were they thinking? They did not see the slightest bit of shame on Qin Shujian's face. Fang Xinglan coughed and said, "Sect Master Qin, there's no need to talk about other things. Why don't we get straight to the point?" "Sure." Qin Shujian glanced at Fang Xinglan, and a word emerged in his heart, "Show off." He really did not expect Fang Xinglan to be so showy. It was fine that he had regained his youth. And he was so direct. Qin Shujian felt a wave of disgust in his heart when he compared it to the white-haired old man. Then, he looked at Yin Banqing. He was much more normal. However, although he was complaining in his heart, Qin Shujian's expression also became serious. He said, "The 2 of you should also know that the human emperor will break the heaven and earth restrictions soon. At that time, the human race will have to face the 3 major continents. No one knows how strong the 3 major continents are. However, the human race of the East continent is already not weak. Then, no matter how weak the other 3 continents are, they can't be that weak." In the main hall, Qin Shujian spoke. Fang Xinglan and Yin Banqing both kept silent. Both of them knew what the other party said, but they also knew that this was just a stepping stone. The other party still had more to say. Anyway, this time, they were here for the alliance. Some things had to be made clear. Qin Shujian said, "I don't know how long the heaven and earth restriction has existed, but as far as I know, the human race was already living in the East continent hundreds of thousands of years ago, and there have never been any rumors of the 3 major continents. As for older things, unfortunately, many things have disappeared in the long river of history. Similarly, the East continent and the 3 major continents have been separated for countless years. In the eyes of the living beings of the 3 major continents, the East continent is also an anomaly. Therefore, once the 3 major continents are connected, a war is inevitable. Either the East continent submits to the other 3 major continents, or the other 3 major continents suppress the East continent. Of course, there's also another possibility, and that is, behind the heaven and earth restriction, there's only 1 major continent and not the 3 major continents. However, this possibility is not high. We have to prepare for the worst. Once the war starts, it will affect the entire human race. At that time, no one has the right to stay out of it. Similarly, the 3 major continents also represent many unknown resources. If we want to fight for these resources, we also need to be strong enough. Now that our 3 sects have joined forces, if a war really breaks out in the future, with the strength of our 3 sects, we have the capital to contend. At least, we won't be fighting alone without help. There's no problem with the alliance, but I have something to ask." Yin Banqing said. Qin Shujian said, "There's no harm in saying it. If our 3 sects join forces, how will the resources be distributed?" If the sects are in danger, how will we support them? Yin asked the question in his heart. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, Elder Yin, there may be some misunderstanding. The alliance between our three sects is only to resist the three major continents. If one sect is in trouble, then the other two sects must support it with all their strength if it's not a life or death situation. Once one sect violates the alliance, then the other two sects will join forces to suppress it. As for the so-called resources, each sect can fight for it with their own strength. If the three sects need to join forces to fight for it, we can divide it equally according to our contribution. I believe there won't be any objections. Hearing this, Fang Xinglan and Yin Banqing finally understood Qin Shujian's idea. The so-called alliance was only in times of crisis. The three sects would help each other and play their own game. When the time came for them to join forces, the three sects would stand on the same front. Neither of them had any objections to this. This kind of alliance was also the best. There was more freedom and there would not be too many restrictions. However, at this time, Qin Shujian said again, the alliance of three sects is not as simple as two sections. If there is a difficult decision to make in the future, there needs to be a unified decision maker. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to be the leader of the alliance. If anything happens to the alliance in the past, there will be someone to take charge of the overall situation. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and then said, if that's the case, we have no objections. In their opinion, there was no need to fight for this. The so-called leader was just a title. Everyone was on equal footing. No one could order the other. Since Qin Shujian wanted to do this, they might as well let him be happy. Immediately, the three of them looked at each other and showed what they thought was a kind smile. P.S. Today's update is 18,000. Please support. The matter of forming an alliance. The three parties hit it off immediately. Anyway, everyone had the same idea, so they didn't have any objections. Although the Celestial Array sect and the Traceless sect were both top sects, they were still weaker than the Origin sect. The strength of this sect. It depended on the level of top combat power. Yin Banqing didn't need to be mentioned. He had already suffered a loss in the hands of Qin Shujian. As for Fang Xinglan, he didn't think that he would be stronger than Qin Shujian. If that was the case, it wasn't a bad thing to have the Origin sect in front of him. After the two left, Qin Shujian directly entered the forbidden area. The Cosmos Bao didn't dare to go and greet him. Instead, he continued to cultivate. Qin Shujian took out the storage rings of the two sections. There were a total of 130 spirit stones inside. Originally, the two sects had a total of 204 spirit stones. Later on, in order to build the city, Qin Shujian took a portion of the resources from each sect. This portion of the resources was offset with spirit chi. Although it was a little painful to do so, he didn't have any money on him. There was nothing he could do. 130 spirit stones. I've already opened 500 star acupoints. I only need to open another 12 star acupoints to break through to the second level of the sky human realm. More than 100 spirit stones should be enough. Qin Shujian looked hesitant. In the past, more than 300 spirit stones only opened more than 30 acupoints. Moreover, the more acupoints were opened, the more energy they would need. Therefore, Qin Shujian wasn't sure if the current amount of spirit stones could support him to break through. However, it was just a thought. Qin Shujian wouldn't hesitate for too long. It didn't matter if he could break through or not. As long as he could improve his strength, that was enough. After placing the spirit stones properly, Qin Shujian used the most direct and violent method to absorb the pure spirit chi inside. City forging. The news of Liang Mountain Spirit Domain's forging city spread like wildfire, and Su Zhan also received the news. Fang Yilan said, Qin Shujian spent 5 days to build 5 cities. It seems that in terms of forging, you might not necessarily be better than him. If you can't do it, I suggest that you invite him over. She glanced at Su Zhan. After such a long time, there was still no progress. This was because the city was still under construction and it was not yet time to cast it. Others might not know, but how could Fang Yilan not know about Su Zhan's background? The other party wasn't confident either. Otherwise, they wouldn't still be wandering around. The others thought that the two of them were studying the terrain of the city, but only Fangyalan knew that they were just wandering around, trying to find a solution. If it was in the past, Su Zhan had already opened his mouth to refute. But this time, he fell silent. Face was important, but the gateway to the eastern continent was even more important. If he couldn't successfully forge the city, then even if he was an elder of the imperial astronomer, he would have to bear the consequences. Su Zhan frowned and said, "Let's wait a little longer. It'll take at least 1 or 2 months for the city to be completed. Moreover, you and I are both elders of the imperial astronomer. Although we're not famous in the cultivation world, we can still be called mighty figures." Two mighty figures couldn't solve the problem, so they went to invite a kid who had just entered the diviner realm. "Fangyalan, do you really want to lose face? Is face more important, or is the order of the human emperor more important? You have to distinguish clearly." Fangyalan replied mercilessly. Talk about face. Now that she knew that face was important, what did she do earlier? Thus, he took on the responsibility of handling this matter. Now, she only knew how to talk about face when she couldn't solve the problem. Su Zhan shook his head and laughed, and the sadness on his face disappeared. He said, "There's no hurry. Let's wait and see. It doesn't make sense that we can't do what Qin Shujian can do." Fangyalan was proficient in formations. She was proficient in forging. If the two of them worked together, there might be a chance of success. While speaking, Su Zhan also felt a little regretful. If he could see Qin Shujian forging the city with his own eyes, he might be able to see something. He wouldn't have to rely on his two hands. Fangyalan also kept silent. If she didn't have to ask for help, it was better not to. Although she complained about Su Zhan, she also had her own pride. No matter what, he was also a mighty figure. In terms of strength and status, he was at the top. Boom! As the last star acupoint was opened. At this moment, the 512 star acupoints bloomed with dazzling light. Immediately, the chi and blood turned into a galaxy, connecting all the star acupoints together. At the moment when the connection was successful, a terrifying and powerful aura spread out from Qin Shujian's body. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color. Qin Shujian shouted in a low voice, and the overflowing power was immediately sealed. The scattered spirit stones around no longer had the slightest luster. The spirit chi inside had been completely sucked out, leaving only a little bit of origin power, which was not enough to completely break them. With the breakthrough in cultivation, Qin Shujian was in a good mood. Second level of the celestial being. This breakthrough directly saved tens of billions of life source. However, when Qin Shujian saw the spirit stones around him, his face stiffened. It was just that the price of this breakthrough was a little too high. In total, he had consumed more than 1,000 spirit stones to succeed in the breakthrough, and it was also thanks to the 9 tribulations immortal body. Otherwise, even if he had consumed more than 100 spirit stones, he still wouldn't have been able to break through to the second level of the celestial being. The joy of the breakthrough had faded a lot at this time. Barely breaking through to the second level of the celestial being had consumed so many spirit stones. If he broke through to the second level of the celestial being, how many spirit stones would he have to consume? Moreover, there were the third level of the celestial being, the fourth level, and so on. Qin Shujian took a look at the subsequent skills of the Guiyuan Ancestral Classic. Opening 720 star acupoints was considered to be at the second level of the celestial being, but opening 1,800 star acupoints was considered to be at the third level of the celestial being. He made a simple comparison. Qin Shujian estimated that to reach the third level of the celestial being, he would need to consume at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. This was on the premise that opening the star acupoints in the future would increase the consumption. 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones could be said to be an astronomical figure. Given the current foundation of the Guiyuan sect, they had destroyed so many sects and killed many experts before they could gather more than 1,000 spirit stones. Right now, the possibility of getting so many spirit stones again was close to zero. Just thinking about it made Qin Shujian feel a little hopeless. One Marquis Moonfall and one Marquis Wuan contributed more than 1,000 spirit stones. If I count it that way, the spirit stones aren't that much. I'll have it after killing a few dukes. Qin Shujian felt like crying as he thought about it. Killing a few dukes. It was really just a thought. Each of the dukes were experts at the pinnacle of the saint level. If he were to take action, it would be hard to say who would kill who. Moreover, the human emperor would not sit by and watch him fool around. By then, the human emperor would probably kill him the moment he made a move. The more he thought about it, the more helpless Qin Shujian felt. The joy of breaking through to the second level of the celestial being had completely disappeared. There was still a long way to go. He was still far from it. Now that he had broken through to the second level of the celestial being, coupled with his other means, Qin Shujian had the confidence to fight against a saint-level expert. As for whether he could win or not, he would only know after he fought. But in the current situation where the Almighties were suppressing an area and the human emperor was overseeing the world, the second level of the celestial being, which was comparable to the combat strength of a saint, was not enough. If I can break through to the fourth level of the celestial being, I'll be considered to have joined the ranks of the top. By then, even if it's the Almighties, I'll still have the power to fight. As for the conditions for breaking through to the fourth level of the celestial being, Qin Shujian took a look and felt gratified. As long as he opened up 5,120 star acupoints, he would be able to break through to the fourth level of the celestial being. He looked at his current situation. 512 pills. Very good. The first three numbers were about the same. Comparing the two, the difference was only 0. Qin Shujian felt gratified again. Then, he casually set up an array and threw down the spirit stones that had been depleted of spirit chi. Then, he left the forbidden grounds without looking back. He was short of more than 4,000 star acupoints. If his disciples did not work hard, Qin Shujian suspected that Yuanzong might not be able to gather so many resources even if he were to save for 100 or 80 years or even 1,000 years. If he were to cultivate on his own, Qin Shujian believed that he would not be able to absorb so much spirit chi even if he were to become an idiot. The source of life is so fragrant. At this moment, that was the only thought left in his mind. There was nothing more fragrant than the source of life. There was no need to cultivate or do anything. He could increase his strength just by lying down. The prerequisite was that Yuanzong was not destroyed by others. Walking in the sect, the main sect, which used to be bustling with people, was now much quieter. All the disciples were assigned to the 5 branches. In the main sect, apart from some elders and deacons, there were only a few disciples left. As for the disciples of the various branches, if they wanted to enter the main sect to cultivate, they would have to obtain a corresponding ranking in the competition between the branches every year. Qin Shujian felt the spirit chi in the main sect and frowned slightly. The spirit chi in the main sect is still a little lacking. Although it is rich, it is not outstanding enough. The spirit chi here was rich. However, no matter how dense it was only slightly stronger than the various branch veins. Such a concentration of spirit chi would be sufficient in other sections. However, in Yuanzong, it was much worse. Since the various branch sects wanted to establish themselves in all directions, they wanted to turn the main sect into a holy land. The first thing to do was to increase the spirit chi to a tyrannical level. That was the only way. Only then could the other disciples understand the benefits of entering the main sect. If cultivating for a month was equivalent to cultivating for a year, then the disciples who wanted to enter the main sect every year would definitely rush like ducks. Not to mention that 1 month was equivalent to 1 year. 1 month was equivalent to half a year. 1 month was equivalent to 3 months. That was enough to establish the status of the main sect. However, to put it bluntly, it was still a problem of spirit stones. If there were not enough resources, everything would be in vain. If he were to sell it for 1,000 spirit stones, the spirit chi in the main sect would definitely reach a terrifying level. By then, every breath he took would be filled with spirit chi. Of course. To Qin Shujian, this was just an extravagant hope. In the Sundry Hall, Su Yuanming was much more relaxed during this period of time. The disciples were scattered to the various branches. There were not many people who came to his Sundry Hall to exchange things except for the people from the alchemy, casting, and array formation halls. Moreover, the people from the 3 halls were not there every day. Hence, as the Sundry Hall master, he was very relaxed. Seeing Qin Shujian enter, Su Yuanming stood up and congratulated him. Congratulations, sect master, your cultivation has improved. How could you tell? Just now, there was a vast aura that shot straight into the sky. Apart from the sect master, who else in the sect can have such an aura? Su Yuanming said with a smile. When Qin Shujian broke through. Although the overflowing aura was restrained very quickly, it was still there. But in any case, it had appeared before, so it was naturally captured by many people. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, let's cut to the chase. What's going on in the Lion-Tiger Plain now? Sect Master, are you talking about the Demon Vein? What do you think? The Demon Vein has been quite peaceful recently. As you know, Niao Dali has never had any desire to fight. I heard that in the past few months, the number of times he has even left the demonic bull cave can be counted on one hand. Su Yuanming said truthfully. Qin Shujian said, pay attention to the Demon Vein, but don't be too deliberate, so as not to ruin everyone's relationship. Sect Master, are you worried about Elder Niao? If I'm not wrong, he should be the reincarnation of a mighty figure and is very likely to be a demon. You know the grudge between the human race and the demon race. If he really awakens, it's hard to say whether he's an enemy or a friend. However, as long as he doesn't become our enemy, it doesn't matter whether he's a human or a demon. Qin Shujian said calmly. Su Yuanming's pupils constricted when he heard this. The reincarnation of a mighty figure of the demon race, if it wasn't for Qin Shujian, he would never have thought of this. Suddenly, Su Yuanming's face was solemn as he said, if he's really the reincarnation of a mighty figure of the demon race, I suggest that the sect master eliminate him. Our human race and the demon race have a blood feud for generations. Once he awakens, our sect will also suffer a great blow. Humans and demons could not coexist. The hatred between the two races had always existed. If Niao Dali was really the reincarnation of a mighty figure of the demon race, once the other party awakens the memories of his previous life, it was very likely that he would not care about the sex relationship. Qin Shujian said, don't be too anxious. Now that he hasn't awakened his innate wisdom, it's unknown whether he can awaken in the future. Everything can be left for the future as long as he doesn't harm the interests of our sect. Then Niao Dali is still the Demon Vein master of our sect. You must remember this. He was worried that Su Yuanming would act against Niao Dali privately. Originally, Qin Shujian did not intend to tell too many people about the reincarnation of a mighty figure of the demon race. But if one day he was not in the sect and Niao Dali suddenly awakened and killed the sect by surprise, it would be troublesome. Seeing that Qin Shujian was serious, Su Yuanming could only suppress his inner thoughts and said, don't worry, sect master. I know what to do. That's the best. Qin Shujian nodded and said, don't spread this news too much without permission. There are some things that only the two of us know. After explaining some things to Su Yuanming, he got up and left the Sundry Hall. After going around in circles, he came to the drill hall again. As the great elder, Zhengfang's residence was naturally his. However, he had always liked to stay in the drill hall, so Qin Shujian had no way to stop him. After all, it was his freedom to stay there. Even if he was the sect master, he could not interfere too much. Seeing that Qin Shujian had arrived, Zhengfang said calmly, sect master, are you preparing to leave? What does First Elder know? Qin Shujian was shocked. Zhengfang shook his head and said, it's just a guess. It seems that sect master is indeed going on a long journey. There are some things that need to be done. It just so happens that the Great Zhao is still peaceful. Even if I'm not there, there won't be any big problems. Qin Shujian admitted frankly and then sat down across from Zhengfang. Zhengfang poured him a cup of tea and said, sect master, do you have any other instructions? Qin Shujian did not beat around the bush and said directly, if a connate spirit item is born in a new area while I'm gone, try not to take it or let anyone enter. At the same time, send me a message immediately. I will rush back as soon as I receive the message. Originally, he had planned to wait for a while. If the connate spirit item was not born, then he would leave. Now, Qin Shujian did not plan to wait. Since waiting was a waste of time, he might as well leave first. After the Khanate spirit item was born, if it was not touched, it could maintain its embryonic form for a while. Qin Shujian was also prepared to rush back at the last minute. Zheng Fang nodded and said, "Okay." He did not ask Qin Shujian where he was going. As the sect master, there were some things that he could not ask about. Soon, Qin Shujian left the martial arts hall. After leaving the martial arts hall, he did not stay for long. He directly left Liang Mountain and headed toward Liang Mountain City. Compared to the past, it was overcrowded. Now, Liang Mountain City was much more normal. The main reason was that the disciples had already gone to the various branches. In addition, the mountain gate opening ceremony had ended. However, therefore, there were not many people in Liang Mountain City. Compared to the cities of the other top sects, Liang Mountain City was still number one. Walking into Liang Mountain City, Qin Shujian did not deliberately hide his appearance. But in fact, there were not many people who could discover him. After breaking through to the sky realm, some simple methods of shrinking into an inch were just at his fingertips. Although it wasn't as close as it could get, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could discover. Liang Mountain City, Teleportation Gate. When the two deacons guarding the teleportation gate saw Qin Shujian arrive, they bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Sect Master." "No need for formalities." "Thank you, Sect Master." The two deacons stood up. One of them asked, "May I know where Sect Master is going?" "Xuanxu Land," Qin Shujian said indifferently. The two deacons immediately accepted the order and then opened the teleportation gate. Qin Shujian stepped into it and disappeared from where he was standing. After Qin Shujian left, the two deacons stood up and said, "Why do you think the sect master is going to Xuanxu Land?" "How can you and I guess the sect master's thoughts? Anyway, the sect has been established for so long. Do you know when the sect master will stay in the sect?" "This time, he has stayed for a few months. I think it is already a miracle." "That's true." The other deacon nodded in agreement. Other sect masters were in charge of the sect and would not leave unless there was an important matter. Their own sect master was not at home all day. He would come back a few times and stay for a while before leaving very quickly. To be honest, although they were deacons, the number of times they had actually seen Qin Shujian could be counted on one hand. The two of them did not talk much. When they saw that someone else had come, they quickly shut their mouths. On the other side, Qin Shujian had already appeared in Baifeng City in Xuanxu Land. Xuanxu Land. This was the former Xuanxu True Dominion. This was the border of the Liang Mountain Spirit Dominion. After crossing the Xuanxu Land, one would enter the territory of the other True Dominion. The furthest place one could go from Liang Mountain City was Baifeng City. Only after reaching Baifeng City could one change to the teleportation gate and go to the other realms. After arriving at Baifeng City, Qin Shujian had no intention of catching up with Lin Wanyu. Instead, he turned around and stepped into the teleportation gate, heading to another place. East Pattern Prefecture. Strictly speaking, it was one of the more ancient big prefectures in the Great Zhao 13 prefectures. In terms of age, it was even older than the Central State Prefecture. The Central State Prefecture was in the center of the Great Zhao 13 prefectures, while the East Pattern Prefecture was at the border of the Great Zhao 13 prefectures. However, unlike the other prefectures, which were close to the Endless Mountain Range, the border of the East Pattern Prefecture was not the Endless Mountain Range. Instead, it was close to the vast ocean. The East Pattern Marquis, Fu Qing, who used to be in charge of the East Pattern Prefecture, was also a famous expert in the world. Unfortunately, Fu Qing rebelled and was eventually killed. The East Pattern Prefecture had also undergone a great purge. Even so, after the Great Purge, the East Pattern Prefecture did not cause much turmoil. Everything was still as usual. The Imperial Court had already sent new experts to take over the East Pattern Prefecture. As for the original followers of the East Pattern Marquis, Fu Qing, they were naturally all killed. The human emperor was benevolent and righteous. But this benevolence and righteousness were not on the rebels. In terms of iron and blood methods, Qin Shujian was also quite impressed. It took a total of half a day. Xianxia appeared in a big city of the East Pattern Prefecture. Walking out of the range of the teleportation gate, Xianxia walked slowly in the city, his eyes shuttling back and forth between the people in the city. Perhaps the East Pattern Prefecture was an ancient big prefecture. The clothes of the people were completely different from those of the Bayun Prefecture and several other big prefectures. In addition, there was also a big difference in their figures. Regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, they were generally taller. In addition, their bones were also a little thicker than the average person's, and their skin was darker. If these were ignored, compared with other people, the people of the East Pattern Prefecture were no different. Breathing in the air, a faint salty smell poured into his nose. Xianxia said with emotion, "Is this the East Pattern Prefecture? It's really an eye-opener." Xianxia looked at the others. Many people noticed him as well. For the people of the East Pattern Prefecture, it was easy to distinguish whether he was a native or not. However, these people just glanced at him casually and quickly looked away. In the city, there were teleportation gates connecting everywhere. From time to time, people from the outer prefecture also came to the East Pattern Prefecture. Although these people from the outer prefecture were a little strange in their eyes, they were not too curious. The teleportation gate is really convenient. Without the teleportation gate, it wouldn't be easy to cross from Bayun Mansion to Dongwen Mansion. Walking on the street, Xianxia looked at everything around him. If he hadn't come to Dongwen Mansion, he would have found it hard to believe that there would be so many differences between the people of the Great Zhao country. This also indirectly proved that the Great Zhao country was really big. It was so big that the people of the two mansions were very different. If ordinary people wanted to walk out of their own mansions, they might not be able to do so in their entire lives. Abandoning the distant road. Traversing through a prefecture, one would encounter even more dangers. Any of these things was enough to kill ordinary people. As for Dongwen Mansion, Xianxujian's deepest impression should be the top sect of Dongwen Mansion. I think it's called something else, Fu Hai sect. Xianxujian recalled the top sects of Dongwen Mansion before he remembered the name. Fu Hai sect, compared with other top sects, this sect was much more low-key. If not for the people of Dongwen Mansion, some cultivators of other mansions might not have heard of the name of Fu Hai sect. If he hadn't come to Dongwen Mansion this time, Xianxujian wouldn't have deliberately inquired about Fu Hai sect. Of course, he didn't mean anything. He just thought that since he came to Dongwen Mansion, he had to be more familiar with the local tyrant. Why did the Liangshan Fort Master come to Dongwen Mansion? F*CK, is he here to attack the cultivation world of Dongwen Mansion? Who knows? Maybe some treasure has appeared in Dongwen Mansion. Do you want to follow him and take a look? Okay. When many players saw Xianxujian, they wondered if they had seen the wrong person. Some time ago, the video of Xianxujian pulling up a mountain and carrying a mountain was posted on the forum, making this outdated fort master of Liangshan Fort popular again. For a time, many people knew Xianxujian. Although Dongwen Mansion was far away from Liangshan spiritual domain, the players were connected regardless of region. Xianxujian didn't stay in Bayun Mansion, but came to Eastwind Mansion. These players wouldn't believe that there was nothing wrong with him. Many people were secretly guessing the purpose of Xianxujian's visit to the Eastwind Mansion. Walking on the street, Xianxujian also knew that someone was secretly watching him. The perception of a celestial was no joke. But he didn't care. Xianxujian thought that since he was now a celebrity, it was normal for people to stare at him when he went out. However, he, Sect Master Qin, had never changed his name, nor did he have the habit of hiding his head and showing his tail. As long as they didn't go against him, it was fine. If they wanted to go against him, only death awaited them. Xianxujian did not deliberately hurry. Instead, he walked slowly on the street. Since he had come to the Dongwen Mansion, he was not in a hurry. To a certain extent, the Eastwind Prefecture was also considered a foreign land. No, it should be a foreign prefecture. It was not a bad idea to learn about the local customs of other prefectures. Along the way, Xianxujian, like an ordinary person, spent an hour or two to walk slowly to the city gate. On the way, he stopped in front of some stalls, looking curious. Behind him, many players secretly ridiculed. F***ck his uncle, is he really here for a vacation? Is he still going or not? Could it be that he found us? Do you think that even if he found us, he will deliberately delay time, or do you think that he will be afraid of us? A player looked at another player as if he was looking at an idiot. Don't be ridiculous. He was the ultimate big boss of the celestial realm. Why would he be afraid of you, a stinky fish and shrimp of the real martial realm? However, the probability of Xianxia noticing them was also very high. But since the other party did not respond, it was obvious that he acquiesced to their following. Seeing this, some of the players were also silently following behind him. Some of these people were brainless with fantasies, and some of them just wanted to know the whereabouts of Xianxia. When Xianxia walked out of the city gate, a group of people immediately followed him. Outside the city gate, Xianxia suddenly stopped and said faintly, "Enough is enough. If you continue to follow, don't blame me for being ruthless." After that, he walked away. Behind him, some of the following players involuntarily stopped and looked at the back of the other party. Their faces were a little conflicted. There were still many forces that wanted to buy Xianxia's whereabouts. If they could figure out the purpose of the other party in the east, when prefecture and sell it as information, it would be a lot of silver. But Xianxia's warning, however, made these people hesitate. They would not think that Xianxia was joking. In other words, if they continued to follow, they would die. In the view of the players, although they could be resurrected, they would lose a level each time they died. It would take at least a few months to practice again. This price was not small. Thinking of this, some players shook their heads and turned away regretfully. However, there were still some players who did not give up and wanted to continue to follow the other party. After walking for about 10 miles, Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Stubborn. Damn it, I can't persuade you. He did not do anything. The bodies of the players who followed in the distance suddenly exploded, as if they were squeezed by an invisible big hand. Immediately afterward, Xianxia's palm grabbed the void. Several figures fell from the space and fell in front of him. The aura of those people was not weak. The strong ones had even reached the god martial arts realm, and the weak ones were in the airborne realm. Being pulled out from the dark by Xianxia, these people's faces changed drastically. Sect Master Qin, please don't do anything. I'm from the Fu Hai sect. I mean no harm. Sect Master Qin, I'm from the Imperial Court. I'm just following orders to investigate. Sect Master Qin, as soon as these people opened their mouths, they immediately exposed their families. They were afraid that they would be killed by Xianxia if they were too slow to speak. Those mutants who followed him didn't even have the right to speak before they were all killed. Such powerful strength caused fear to rise in people's hearts. Xianxia looked indifferent and said, I've already given you a chance to not follow me without permission. Yet, you turned a deaf ear to my words. Sect Master Qin, the expressions of those people changed again. They could sense the murderous intent in Xianxia's words. The general in armor hurriedly said, Sect Master Qin, I'm from the Imperial Court, before he could finish his words. The surrounding spirit chi turned into a big hand and squeezed him. What Imperial Court? You talk too much. Xianxia looked calm, as if he was not crushing an airborne realm cultivator, but an ant. Run, the remaining few people ran in all directions at the same time. Xianxia killed people from the Imperial Court without hesitation, so there was no way he would let them go. Those people were also complaining in their hearts. Being sent to follow such a murderous god was indeed not a good job. Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the fleeing figures. He said with a faint smile, if I let you escape, then my reputation will be ruined. His divine consciousness turned into a blade. He slashed out in the air. At this moment, the spiritual deities of those fleeing cultivators were all destroyed. Their bodies fell from the air like weeds. At this point, all of the people who followed him were killed. Why bother? You're digging your own graves. Xianxia looked indifferent. He walked in front of these corpses and began to harvest the spoils. He was not affected by the deaths of these people. Whether it was the people of the Fu Seafeling sect or the imperial court, as long as they did not provoke him, they would be safe. If they provoked him, only death would await them. Although Qin Shujian had a good relationship with the imperial court, it was only with Marquis Baiyun, mortal Emperor Shanhao, and a dozen others. It did not mean that he had a good relationship with others. Now the imperial court of the East Pattern Mansion had sent people to follow him. Even if they had no malicious intentions, they could not blame anyone if they were killed. After all, they had followed a celestial being without permission. It was normal for him to attract a fatal disaster. Even in the face of a human emperor, Qin Shujian could stand firm. After Qin Shujian left, some people came here one after another. Looking at the corpses that had not been completely refreshed, their expressions changed. He is indeed a murderous god. He killed so many people as soon as he came to the East Pattern Mansion. Even the great cultivators in the god martial arts realm could not fight back in front of him. His strength is really terrifying. Qin Shujian's reputation is not made by words. It is made by killing. I told you not to send people to follow him, but you just had to send people to die. Several people shook their heads and sighed. They also felt the pain of losing so many masters. Immediately, a middle-aged man turned his head and looked at a man in brocade. He laughed and said, "City Lord Bai, it seems that your imperial court's reputation is not very useful." Qin Shujian killed people just like that. City Lord Bai's face was extremely gloomy as he replied coldly, "Mind your own business. Don't talk so much." Qin Shujian killed his people without saying a word, which made him feel that his dignity was trampled on. He was just concerned about Qin Shujian's strength. City Lord Bai did not dare to really go to Qin Shujian to reason with him. Although his status as a city lord was not low, the former Marquis Luoyue and Marquis Wuan were killed by him. City Lord Bai did not think that Qin Shujian would show mercy if he angered him. Hearing this, the middle-aged man laughed and said, "I was just saying. Forget it. Our Seafeling sect can't afford to offend Qin Shujian. Goodbye." After that, the middle-aged man flew away. He was an elder of the Seafeling sect, and he also came for Qin Shujian's matter. The leader of the top sect in Baiyun Mansion stepped into the East Pattern Mansion. As the local tyrant of the East Pattern Mansion, how could the Seafeling sect really not care, no matter what? They had to send someone to check the situation. Among the people who were killed just now, there were disciples of the Seafeling sect. However, this elder of the Seafeling sect did not intend to take action from beginning to end. It was not that he did not want to, but he did not dare to. Like City Lord Bai, the middle-aged man was also afraid of death. Qin Shujian was now known as the strongest master in the cultivation world. Unless the celestial being of the Seafeling sect took action, anyone who went up against him would be courting death. It was not easy to cultivate to the god martial arts realm. It would be too stupid to go up and court death. As the middle-aged man left, the others present hesitated for a moment and turned around to leave. They could not afford to offend him. Then they would hide. They originally wanted to inquire about Qin Shujian's purpose, but now they no longer had this idea. Because all the people who inquired about it were dead. Unless they wanted to die, they had to hide as far away as possible. When they left, these people only hoped that Qin Shujian would not make too much noise in the East Pattern Mansion, so as not to affect them. Alas, the East Pattern Mansion has been peaceful for 100 years. I hope there won't be too many disputes. Someone left behind a faint sentence and a helpless sigh. City Lord Bai stood in place, and his expression changed. After a long time. Only then did he turn back. Qin Shujian wantonly killed his people, and this matter had been remembered. Although he was angry, City Lord Bai also knew that this matter needed to be reported immediately. It was not to report that he was killed, but to report that Qin Shujian came to the East Pattern Mansion. Even Qin Shujian did not expect this. He came to the East Pattern Mansion and did not make much trouble, but the whole East Pattern Mansion was already surging with undercurrents, and the situation was tense both openly and secretly. The Seafeling sect, which had always been low-key, also became more active. On the other side, after Qin Shujian killed those who followed him, he left the city and went to the border of the East Pattern Mansion. The appearance of City Lord Bai and the others behind him was actually within his perception. But these people did not follow him, and Qin Shujian did not bother to pay attention to them. No one knew when. A Qinshui river had appeared in front of Qin Shujian. Downstream of the river, there were women washing clothes and children playing. In the distance, smoke rose in spirals, showing a quiet and peaceful scene. Upstream of the river, there was an old man wearing a bamboo hat, fishing with his back straight, like a motionless wooden man. When Qin Shujian walked over, he saw Qin Shujian. The old man slowly opened his mouth and said, "The East Pattern Mansion has been peaceful for 100 years. The people here are far away from the smoke of war and have never experienced fighting. Although I don't know why Sect Master Qin came to the East Pattern Mansion, I only have one request." Then this old man only has one request, and that is, I hope that Sovereign Qin will not destroy the peace and harmony of the Eastern Pattern Mansion. Qin Shujian stopped and said calmly, "I never intended to destroy the peace of the East Pattern Mansion. Some people don't know the rules and make decisions without permission. I don't know if it's their own problem or their lack of guidance. Even if it's a lack of guidance, Sect Master Qin can just teach them a lesson. Why kill them? Just kill them. Do you want to stand up for them?" Qin Shujian sneered with disdain. The old man was silent for a while and said, "I don't want to stand up for them. I just want to ask. In your opinion, those people really deserve to die? Those who violate my rules deserve to die?" The old man sighed and said, "Sect Master Qin is really as domineering as the rumors say." With his hands behind his back, Qin Shujian looked at the old man and said, "I heard that there was a celestial being in the sea-filling sect who proved his Tao 2000 years ago. I vaguely remember that his surname is Si, but I don't remember his full name." "I'm Si Hanhai," the old man said. "If you want to stand up for them, I'll also see the strength of the celestial being in the sea-filling sect." Qin Shujian stared at the old man with shining eyes. There was a long silence. The old man picked up his fishing rod and stood up from the lawn. For the first time, he looked at Qin Shujian and said, "I haven't fought for many years. I thought I would never have a chance to fight again in my life. However, Sect Master Qin is so aggressive. If I give in again, people will inevitably see the true strength of the sea-filling sect." While speaking, the aura of the old man had become as vast as the abyss. Qin Shujian was also dignified. "Si Hanhai. The strongest man in the sea-filling sect. He proved his Tao 2000 years ago, but his achievements were few. In the past 1000 years, Si Hanhai had disappeared. If it weren't for the fact that the lifespan of a celestial being was at least 5000 years, many people would have suspected that he had died." Although Si Hanhai hadn't fought for many years, Qin Shujian would not underestimate him. Because Si Hanhai was a true genius. He started cultivating at the age of 20, broke through to the true martial realm at the age of 30, broke through to the spiritual martial realm at the age of 50, broke through to the divine martial realm at the age of 100, and reached the celestial being at the age of 300. Qin Shujian was a little surprised by Si Hanhai's experiences as he recalled everything that had happened to him. He started cultivating at the age of 20. It could be said that he had a bad start. It took him 30 years to break through to the true martial realm and 10 years in the middle. His talent was a mess. However, he broke through to the spiritual martial realm at the age of 50 and the divine martial realm at the age of 100. With such talent, even if he wasn't a top genius, he wasn't someone ordinary people could compare to. But what really made Si Hanhai famous was he reached the celestial being at the age of 300. He stopped at the divine martial realm for 200 years and reached the celestial being at the age of 300. In the middle, he only spent 200 years to break through to the celestial being realm. In the world, many talented people had wasted thousands of years, and even when they reached the end of their lifespan, they still couldn't reach the celestial being realm. People like Fang Xinglan and Yin Banqing. When they were young, which one of them wasn't a talented person, but even so, they exhausted their qi and blood and didn't have a chance to break through. It was only when Qin Shujian gave them the cultivation pill that they luckily stepped into the celestial being realm. From this, it could be seen. Si Hanhai's talent was terrifying. Ever since Si Hanhai broke through to the celestial being realm at the age of 300, his name spread throughout the cultivation world. It was just that Xianxia was extremely low-key after breaking through to the celestial being realm. As time passed, many people gradually forgot that there was such a strong person in the world. If it wasn't for the news about the Fuhai sect, Qin Shujian also hadn't heard of Xianxia's name. A dog that bites doesn't bark. Now, in his eyes, Xianxia was a dog that didn't bite. Such a person either really didn't care about fame and fortune, or he had a great plan. No matter which it was, Qin Shujian would lower his guard. Make your move. Let me see how strong the famous Xianxia is. Qin Shujian clasped his hands behind his back. Although his heart was heavy, there was a faint smile on his face. The old man, who was also Xianxia, nodded and didn't refuse. Since Sect Master Qin has spoken, this old man will naturally do as you say. As soon as he finished speaking, the fishing rod extended forward, and the void shattered soundlessly. In Qin Shujian's eyes, the fishing rod was no longer an ordinary fishing rod, but a divine weapon that could destroy heaven and earth. That destructive aura was like a demon that had been sealed for a long time and finally broke out at this moment. However, Qin Shujian wasn't afraid. He pushed his right hand forward and activated 512 star acupoints. Immediately, it collided with the fishing rod. The two collided. There was no sound and no aftershock. There was. It was just shattered space and a pitch-black void. Xianxia's arm that was holding the fishing rod shook slightly. Then, the fishing rod turned and swept towards Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian stepped forward and counterattacked with his elbow to the right, shaking the fishing rod back. At the same time, his right hand pressed out towards Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes moved slightly. His left hand also stretched out and caught the attack. The terrifying power shattered the void and made his body retreat. The two of them didn't fight fast and didn't make much noise. However, every time they collided, it was accompanied by the collapse of space. After a long time, the two of them suddenly separated. Qin Shujian stepped back and said with a chuckle, as expected of the top cultivator of the Tuahai sect. Your strength is really extraordinary. It is rumored that the third tier of the celestial being realm is the top in the cultivation world. I once believed it. But today, it seems that I was just a frog in a well. I didn't expect the low-key Tuahai sect to hide a Saint Realm cultivator. Yes. A Saint Realm cultivator. The fight just now made Qin Shujian understand that Xianxia was not an ordinary celestial being, but a Saint Realm cultivator who had reached the fourth tier of the celestial being realm. As for what realm the other party was in, Qin Shujian didn't know. He didn't use the Dharma Eye to spy. With Xianxia's strength, it was impossible for him not to notice the existence of the Dharma Eye. Once he did, the two of them would be mortal enemies. After all, no one would easily let go of spying on their own secret realm. Qin Shujian wasn't afraid of Xianxia, but there was no need to fight a Saint Realm cultivator to the death. He didn't come to the East Pattern Mansion to start a war with the Tuahai sect. He really just wanted to pass by. Xianxia looked inexplicable and said, everyone knows that Sect Master Qin is the top cultivator in the cultivation world. Today, I see that you don't live up to your name. I just hope that Sect Master Qin won't cause too much killing in the East Pattern Mansion. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Qin Shujian's smile faded a little, and he said, if someone insists on offending me, they are seeking their own death. You are also a celestial being, so you should know the consequences of offending a celestial being. Celestials were noble. They were no longer comparable to mortals. Anyone who offended a celestial being was like insulting a divine being to a certain extent, and it didn't matter if they were killed. Xianxia was silent for a moment, and then he said, I will restrain the others and not disturb Sect Master Qin. That's the best. I have other things to do, so I will take my leave first. If I have time in the future, I will really come to learn from you. Qin Shujian said with his hands behind his back. Then he took a step forward and disappeared. He didn't intend to talk too much nonsense with Xianxia. If Xianxia hadn't come to stop him, Qin Shujian wouldn't have even thought of meeting him. At the same time, the fishing rod broke in the middle. Xianxia looked at the broken fishing rod in his hand and murmured, the top cultivator in the great Zhao dynasty, after that. He shook his head and let out a long sigh. He picked up the broken fishing rod on the ground, then put away the fish basket by the river, and quietly disappeared. Smoke was still rising, and the children were still playing. No one knew that a shocking battle had just taken place here. Qin Shujian floated away. Xianxia's move was beyond his expectation. The sea-filling sect had always been low-key. Xianxia, the top master of the sea-filling sect, had not made a move for a long time. This time, Xianxia, a master who had been silent for a long time, showed up directly. Qin Shujian shook his head and laughed. It seems that my influence is greater than I thought. But I just came to the Eastwind Mansion, and such a master came out to deter me. Is the Eastwind Mansion really so quiet and peaceful? He didn't believe it. None of the prefectures could have true peace. But along the way, Qin Shujian found that there were surprisingly few fights in the Eastwind Mansion. There were occasional fights, but they rarely hurt people's lives. Most of the people who made a move were players, and the local people could be ignored. While he was surprised, Qin Shujian's thoughts drifted to Xianxia. He originally thought that in the cultivation world, the strongest was the existence of the third tier of the celestial being. After all, for so many years, there had been no sage realm master who showed his power in front of people. However, Qin Shujian also wondered if there was an old monster who had lived for a long time in any sect. But this guess, it had never been confirmed. Until now, when Qin Shujian met Xianxia, he realized that the foundation of the cultivation world was not as shallow as it seemed. Let's not talk about anything else. Xianxia was a master of the sage realm. Although he didn't know which tier of the celestial being he was, if his strength was exposed, the sea-filling sect must be one of the top sects in the world. To be honest, if he broke through to the sage realm, Qin Shujian was sure that he would not be so low-key. It's a pity that I can't really make a move, and I can't test Xianxia's strength. But the top master of the sea-filling sect doesn't seem to be as aloof as I thought. As Qin Shujian walked, he recalled the scene of the fight just now. First of all, he also confirmed one point. Although he was only in the second tier of the celestial being, with the foundation of the Guiyuan ancestral scripture, even if he was a master of the sage realm, he still had a chance. The only difference was who would win and who would lose. However, Xianxia did not really use his full strength, and Qin Shujian also held back. In the battle just now, no one could do anything to the other. What really concerned Qin Shujian? In addition to Xianxia's strength, there was also the destructive aura when he attacked. In other words, Xianxia must have some unknown secret. Perhaps this had something to do with the fact that the other party had remained silent for so many years. It was just a small matter, but Qin Shujian thought of a lot of things. Interesting. If there is a chance in the future, I can test the strength of the Fuhai sect. If possible, it might be a good choice to pull the Fuhai sect into the alliance. Qin Shujian smiled. Xianxia's strength was worthy of his attention. At the very least, Xianxia was the strongest among the many experts he had met, excluding those from the imperial court. The title of the strongest cultivator in the world of cultivation is still up for debate. But when I break into the Saint Plane, there should be no more debate. In less than half a day, Qin Shujian was already far away from the original city and had crossed several regions. Eastwind Mansion. 3 sides were connected to the Great Jiao, and one side was facing the vast sea. The city that Qin Shujian walked out of before was already close to the sea. Now that he had spent half a day, although he had not yet reached the seaside, he had already felt the familiar aura. That was the aura of the sea. He had also been to the sea in his previous life, but he had never been here in this life. Now that he was about to arrive, Qin Shujian was a little excited. As time went by, in Qin Shujian's perception, there was already the sound of surging waves. An average-sized village appeared in his line of sight. At the entrance of the village, there were also many people coming and going. This place was by the sea. The desire and curiosity of the endless sea would still attract many people. Therefore, in addition to the people in the village, there were more outsiders here. Among these outsiders, there were people from the Eastwind Mansion as well as people from outside. After all, although Eastwind Mansion was an ancient mansion, it did not mean that it had a lot of resources. Instead, as time went by, it was a bit of a remote village. However, this remote village was also relative to other big mansions. But anyway, if it was not necessary, few people would come to Eastwind Mansion unless they wanted to retire. Therefore, they were not people who wanted to retire. 90% of the people who came to Eastwind Mansion came for the vast sea. When Xianxia walked to the entrance of the village, a middle-aged man directly greeted him and said enthusiastically, "Sir, I am a villager of this fishing village. You can call me Ali. May I ask if you are going to go to sea?" "If you are going to sea, I have a good ship here, and the price is not expensive. I guarantee that you will not be disappointed." Xianxia did not speak. The middle-aged man, Ali, had already said a lot. His tone was very fast, for fear that others would be impatient, but his speech was very clear and would not be blurred because of the speed. It was obvious that the other party had practiced this very well. Xianxia nodded and said, "I am going to sea." "Haha, may I ask your surname?" "Qin." "It turns out to be Master Qin. May I ask if Master Qin is going to sea alone or with several people? How long do you plan to go? If you tell me, I can give you an accurate introduction," Ali said with a smile. In his opinion, Xianxia was well-dressed and had an inexplicable temperament. Such a person was either rich or noble. Looking at his calm posture, he was almost sure that he was a strong person who had set foot on the cultivation path. Ali had been in the fishing village for so many years. Although he was also an ordinary person, he thought that he was very accurate in judging people. Xianxia said, "I am going alone. As for how long I will be going, it depends on the situation. You can arrange a ship for me here." "Master Qin, are you going alone, or do you need a helmsman, a deck sailor, and others?" "I can go alone." "Well, Master Qin, please come with me." Ali was shocked and his expression was much more respectful. He went to sea alone without a helmsman or other people's help. If he was not a strong person in the cultivation world, who would have such confidence? Moreover, the other party was not as simple as an ordinary strong person. They walked into the fishing village. Ali introduced everything around as if they were familiar with each other and said, "Master Qin, this should be the first time you have come to the Eastwind Mansion. The most famous thing in our Eastwind Mansion should be the products in the sea. These aquatic products are extremely rare in other places. Only our Eastwind Mansion has them. If Master Qin is interested, you can have a try." Xianxia shook his head slightly. Looking at the people passing by, he said, "Are there many outsiders coming to the fishing village every day?" "Yes. After all, although our fishing village is small, it is close to the sea. Many people will choose to stay here temporarily or prepare some materials for the sea." Ali nodded and said. Xianxia said, "In my opinion, with so many outsiders, will they break the peace of the fishing village or cause any fights?" In his perception, there was no strong aura hidden in the fishing village. Just like Ali, who was in front of him, was just a strong mortal. The fishing village was so weak. If it encountered some violent cultivators, it would be destroyed in minutes and people would die. Ali was not surprised when he heard this. He said with a smile, "Master Qin, you are not the only one who has asked this question. Although our fishing village is small, it has a background. The sign of the Fu Sea Covering sect has been hung at the entrance of the village. This also shows that our fishing village is protected by the Fu Sea Covering sect. Moreover, there have always been few disputes in our Eastwind Mansion. With the protection of the Fu Sea Covering sect, things like what Master Qin said generally don't happen." The sign of the Fu Sea Covering sect. Xianxia recalled that he did see a sign at the entrance of the village. But he knew a little about the Fu Sea Covering sect, but he really didn't know what the sign of the Fu Sea Covering sect was. However, Xianxia was confident enough that he didn't need to care about these things. If it were others who came to the Eastwind Mansion, they would not dare to be so presumptuous. No matter how low-key the Fu Sea Covering sect acted, it could not erase its reputation as a top sect. Such a force. Not everyone could be easily offended. Because only the existence of the celestial being level means could be called a top sect. The rest did not have this qualification. During the conversation, Ali had taken Qin Shujian to a dock. There were many boats docked at the dock. There were big sails more than 10 feet long and fishing boats less than 10 feet long. When he looked at the boats and cast his gaze into the distance, he only saw a vast sea in front of him. The sea was level with the sky and the earth, as if converging into a line. Many boats were floating in the sea, either going far away or returning. At this time, Ali had walked over to talk to a middle-aged man. After talking for a while, the two men walked over to Qin Shujian. The middle-aged man said first, "Master Qin, what kind of boat do you need?" "That one." Qin Shujian stretched out his hand. It was the smallest fishing boat. Seeing this, the middle-aged man did not show any abnormality. He only explained, "Master Qin, the hull of a fishing boat is relatively fragile. If you want to sail far away, it is easy to have unforeseen events. Moreover, if you encounter too much wind and waves, there is also the danger of sinking the boat." "No matter." Qin Shujian waved his hand and said, "How much silver? Do you want to buy or rent?" "Let's buy it." Qin Shujian replied without hesitation. "Rent my ass." Who knew that he would not come back from here? When the time comes, he would have to come back and withdraw the boat. Was he, Lord Qin, crazy? The middle-aged man's smile became warmer. He said, "If Master Qin wants to buy, just give me 3 taels of silver." After all, the fishing boat, no need to say more. Qin Shujian waved his hand and took out an ingot of silver and threw it over. The middle-aged man said 3 taels, but this ingot of silver was definitely more than 3 taels. Reaching out to take the silver, the middle-aged man said, "Master Qin, please wait a moment. I will give you the change. Give the extra money to him." Qin Shujian indicated to Ali who was standing by the side. Hearing this, Ali was instantly overjoyed. He repeatedly "Thank you Master Qin for your reward." Although he had not come into contact with that ingot of silver, but with his many years of experience, he could tell that it was at least 5 taels. 5 taels of silver, after deducting 3 taels of silver for the boat, there was still 2 taels of silver left. For Ali, 2 taels of silver was something that he had to work hard for a long time to earn. The middle-aged man kept the silver and then said warmly, "Master Qin, please follow me." Then, the 3 of them walked towards the pier. The middle-aged man pointed to the dozens of small boats and said, "Master Qin, you can choose any one of them." After saying this, Qin Shujian took a step forward. In the next moment, he had already appeared on one of the small boats. The sudden change. It made the middle-aged man and Ali extremely shocked. Before the 2 of them could react, they saw the rope that tied the small boat silently break. The small boat, as if it was being pushed by countless people, directly broke through the sea and sailed away. In this way, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. This, the middle-aged man stuttered, as if he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He had seen many cultivators, but there was no one who could do what Qin Shujian did. Ali also sighed and said, "Master Qin is really a strong cultivator in the cultivation world. It makes people yearn for him." After sighing with emotion, Ali chuckled again and looked at the middle-aged man. He remembered that there were still 2 taels of silver left on the other party. At this time, there were also many cultivators on the pier. Some people saw Qin Shujian driving the small boat away in the wind and waves, and suddenly some competitiveness rose. They saw that a group of 5 people had originally bought a large boat and had a lot of people on it. Now they drove these people out. The 5 of them activated their vital essence and slowly drove the big boat away from the pier. However, there were also some people who recognized Qin Shujian's identity. Their eyes flashed again, and they immediately passed the news out. The news that Qin Shujian had come to the Eastwind Mansion. It was both a secret and not a secret at the same time. For those at the bottom, they naturally couldn't come in contact with such things. But for some powerful cultivators, the arrival of the strongest cultivator in the cultivation world was already known to everyone. The mountains were covered in clouds and mist. Occasionally, red-crowned cranes flew by, and the trees were verdant, presenting a scene like a fairyland. Compared to the quiet and peaceful Eastwind Mansion, this place gave people a kind of tranquility like a paradise. For the people in the Eastwind Mansion, this place was the holy land in their hearts. Because this was where the Fu Hai sect was located. As for why the Fu Hai sect didn't establish a sect on the sea but in the mountains, this was unknown. On the peak of the mountains, two people sat opposite each other, with a chessboard in the middle, and were playing chess. If Qin Shujian was here, he would find that one of them was Xianxia, who he had met before. In the entire Fu Hai sect, only the sect master could sit opposite the strongest cultivator of the Fu Hai sect. The sect master of the Fu Hai sect, Qi Tianxing, while the two were playing chess. The jade talisman at his waist flashed, and Qi Tianxing's movement paused for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Martial uncle, Qin Shujian has gone to sea." "Yes." Xianxia said softly and didn't say anything else. While they were talking, the chess pieces were already counted. The two didn't seem to need to think while playing chess. With each passing breath, they could think of many countermeasures. Qi Tianxing said, "Martial uncle, you have fought with Qin Shujian. What do you think of him? His cultivation is profound. If you don't have complete confidence, you can't be his enemy." Xianxia pondered for a moment and said. Qi Tianxing looked surprised, "Martial uncle, you can't defeat Qin Shujian with your means?" Others didn't know the truth, but he knew it very well. His martial uncle had broken through to the 4th level of the celestial human realm 1,000 years ago, becoming the first Saint Realm cultivator in the cultivation world. This number 1 was not the number 1 from ancient times to the present. It was the first in the current cultivation world. As for now, although Qi Tianxing didn't know if other sects had hidden Saint Realm cultivators, in his opinion, even if there were, they couldn't be his martial uncle's match. Xianxia hadn't shown his strength for many years. But based on his own intuition, Qi Tianxing was sure that his martial uncle's strength was enough to deserve the title of the strongest cultivator in the cultivation world. Xianxia said, "Don't underestimate the people in the world. Qin Shujian's reputation is not unfounded. Although he hasn't reached the Saint Realm, his strength is no weaker than a Saint Realm cultivator." The result of this fight was not clear. Although the fishing rod in his hand was broken, it was just an ordinary fishing rod. It couldn't withstand the power of a celestial being. It didn't mean that he lost because the fishing rod was broken. But in Xianxia's opinion, Qin Shujian's strength was not to be underestimated. If they really fought, Xianxia showed an unfathomable smile and said, "I can see that Qin Shujian didn't come to the Eastwind Mansion this time. He might not be here for the Eastwind Mansion. Maybe he was just passing by. Since he has gone out to sea, it seems that there is something in the sea that he needs." What could be in the sea that he needs? Qi Tianxing frowned. Although there were many resources in the vast sea, there were also many dangers in the sea. Although the Fu Hai sect was located in the Eastwind Mansion, they didn't have much control over the sea. It wasn't that they didn't want to control it, but that they didn't have enough strength to do so. It wasn't just the Fu Hai sect. Even the imperial court had little to do with the sea. But Qi Tianxing was sure that there were no powerful forces in the sea. Otherwise, the Great Zhao wouldn't have been safe for so many years. At most, there were some powerful ferocious beasts and monsters. This was also why the imperial court never cared about the sea. At most, there were some small islands in the sea with some idle forces. Most of them were ferocious beasts and monsters. Ordinary cultivators were at risk of dying when they entered the sea. If it wasn't necessary, no one would enter the sea. Although there were many resources in the sea. But to be honest, in terms of resources, the sea was still lacking compared to the human territory and the endless mountain range. This was also the main reason why the imperial court didn't get involved in the sea. Only the Eastwind Mansion, which was close to the sea, would occasionally set foot in the vast sea. But it was just a little bit. It was impossible to go deep into the sea. Xianxia shook his head and said, "There are too many unknowns in the sea. Even powerful cultivators may not have the opportunity to set foot in the deepest part of the sea. Maybe there really are some treasures. Martial uncle, do you think we should make a move?" "Make a move? Send people to die?" Xianxia said lightly, "Don't think too much. If there is any treasure in the sea, it should have been taken by the Fu Hai sect. Since it wasn't taken by the Fu Hai sect, it means that there is no treasure in the sea, or the treasure shouldn't be taken by the Fu Hai sect." If we take it by force, we will suffer the wrath of the heavens. At last, Xianxia warned. Suffering the wrath of the heavens? Xianxia was skeptical. With his strength, even if there was the wrath of the heavens, it wouldn't be a threat to him. Perhaps only the heavenly punishment from the hell shackles could threaten him. Xianxia thought so. But he didn't refute Xianxia. Indeed, there were too many dangers in the endless sea. Ferocious beasts and demonic beasts were secondary. Some dangerous places formed by nature could even kill a celestial being. There used to be many experts who explored the sea. The reason why there were fewer people in recent years was that many experts had died in the sea. Among them, there were even 3 celestial beings among them. The 3 celestial beings entered the sea one after another, but they never came out. They entered the sea and never came out. For many people, this was a death in disguise. Xianxia said, "Send someone to pay attention to the dock. If he comes back from the sea, don't act rashly to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." Martial nephew understands. Xianxia nodded and said. They sent people to follow Qin Shujian, but they lost some people. Although there were only 2 casualties, it was still a huge loss for the Fuhai sect. For so many years, the Fuhai sect hadn't lost many people. There were few fights in the entire East Pattern Mansion. As a top sect, no one dared to provoke the Fuhai sect. So there were even fewer fights about the Fuhai sect. And even if there were some fights, they would stop. At most, there would be some injuries. In terms of deaths, there were very few of them. And in the East Pattern Mansion, killing people was a big crime. Generally, other sects would join forces to hunt them down. Even players rarely dared to kill people in the East Pattern Mansion. Most of them killed some monsters and ferocious beasts to level up. They could do this. Not only the Fuhai sect was controlling, but other sects and forces also helped. Therefore, the East Pattern Mansion was peaceful. Now that 2 people from the Fuhai sect died at once, it was no small matter. If it weren't for Qin Shujian's strength, the Fuhai sect and other sects would have already taken action. That is, Qin Shujian's strength was amazing. If there was a conflict, it would cause more deaths and injuries. That was why the sects in the East Pattern Mansion were afraid. After all, the title of the strongest person in the cultivation world was not just for show. Now that he heard that Xianxia didn't take down Qin Shujian, Xianxia gave up the idea in his heart. If he couldn't take it, then so be it. As long as Qin Shujian didn't make trouble in the East Pattern Mansion, it would be enough. If he really made trouble in the East Pattern Mansion, he believed that his martial uncle would never sit back and watch. End of chapter 531. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.